Chapter 41. Text/Shuhuan. The illuminator dispersed the light, and a lifeless face appeared under the stone bricks. Zhao Zhao called out in surprise, "Chuan Yujun?" Others who heard the voice also hurried over to check the situation. Perhaps because the 2 sentences just now had exhausted all his strength. Zhang Chuanyu could no longer speak a complete sentence at this time. Xia Mingming and Liang took the lead in moving dozens of stone bricks under the mud layer, and pulled Zhang Chuanyu out first. It was the exit of a tunnel. In addition to him, there were 8 other people in the tunnel, all of whom were rescued one after another. Lu Jianshan brought water and compressed food from Tasha. "Let me do it." When she took the things from him without looking at him, Zhang Chuanyu's arm was injured, and he sat slumped against the stone wall. After a while, he began to drink some water slowly. Liang broke the compressed food into pieces, gave each of them a little, and warned them, "You have been hungry for too long. Your body is weak. Don't be too anxious." "Not that long," Zhang Chuanyu replied weakly. "I roasted some leaves and insects." His lips were chapped, and it hurt when he moved them up and down. But after his tense nerves gradually relaxed, he couldn't help laughing. "It's not a dream. It feels so good to be alive." "Captain, don't pinch me." The 4 team members next to him responded in a daze. The sense of reality of escaping death gradually emerged. Zhang Chuanyu looked up and suddenly saw when she bending down and shaking out a large sack from his coat. The sack contained a small amount of soil, a section of mutant earthworms, and a mouse tail. Wow! When she was a little curious, Zhang Chuanyu remembered the joke they had made before leaving the city, and broke off a bit of the compressed food to cover up. "It really has no bones." "Bah! What is this thing that is so disgusting?" Liang comforted him. "Be patient. This is the only thing in this place. But by the way, how did you get here?" Zhang Chuanyu made a long story short. The 4 teams drove the heavy-duty Alpha and encountered a sinking vortex in the desert area, which took them directly underground. They had to abandon the armor and walk around to explore the situation and find ways to ask for help. About 7 days later, they found traces of people in the cave extending downwards. Not long after, the military police found them, because they failed to reach an agreement with Mo-sun. They were caught on the deck and fed the nest. Thanks to the weapons left by Tasha, they were able to escape from the deck to the vine net. At that time, the rat nest had not yet appeared. Zhang Chuanyu led the team all the way down to find the location of the armor, where there were still supplies left. Fortunately, they found a secret passage and successfully spent some time on the Alpha, until the food and water sources were exhausted. But when they wanted to turn back from the secret passage, it was too late. The cave collapsed and the exit was blocked by bricks. Zhang Chuanyu sighed. "We were about to get rid of these bricks, but suddenly a pile of heavy objects fell down, and we almost went straight to see Sister Mengpa. Did you hear the movement too?" Everyone thought of the scene of falling in just now, and shook their heads. Xiao Nanji coughed and asked hurriedly, "There are a total of 12 of you leaving the city. And where are the other 3? Could it be?" "It's a long story." Zhang Chuanyu's expression became complicated. They entered that genetic modification plan. Liang's ears pricked up, and decided to give them a basic check first, and listen to the detailed version. The light divides the cave into bustling and quiet. At the edge of the shadow, Lu Jianshan just turned around and bumped into Wenxi's bright eyes. "If you don't go to reminisce about the past, at least bandage it?" Wenxi blocked his way, and his eyes fell on his left arm. Lu Jianshan took off his coat, leaving only a black long-sleeved shirt, and there was a cut on his left upper arm. Lu Jianshan replied softly, "It's not serious." The blood on his left hand was still dry, so this answer was really unconvincing. But the next second, the tearing of the wound made Lu Jianshan's eyebrows tighten. When she pressed his hand there, as if it was intentional, then he lifted up half of his sleeve. The wound was deep and long, and it was indeed not as serious as when she expected. But it just rubbed out a lot of blood. "There is no pus. Why is there so much blood?" When she moved closer to take a look, the light here was dim, so he had to be very close, and his eyelashes almost touched the wound. Lu Jianshan inserted his right hand, blocking Wenxi's eyes and the wound, and whispered, "You don't have to feel guilty. This is inevitable." When she raised his head and asked back, "Do you think I feel guilty?" His eyes were still casual and playful, but turned into mockery. "You deserve it." Lu Jianshan's cold eyes remained silent. An unknown sourness penetrated Wenxi's heart. Swollen, strange and uncomfortable, when she didn't like this inexplicable feeling. But it seemed to appear frequently recently. He simply opened up about himself frankly. You refused to talk to me even in the hallucination. And didn't explain when I accidentally injured you. You knew I would care. In the darkness, the quiet gaze was hotter than the illuminator. Lu Jianshan's eyelashes drooped slightly. And he replied, because I know? When she was still trying to figure out what this sentence meant. But someone called him, when she... Come and see. Is this the mutant earthworm we have seen? Xiao Nanji turned on the illuminator. And saw a small piece of dark transparent tentacle thinner than a shoelace scurrying in the mud. And both ends were still trembling. When she poked it, and twisted the tentacle with 2 fingers. If you look closely, this piece of tentacle is softer. And the surface is covered with fine hairs. It should be the root of some plant. Although it is also affected by pollution. It is harmless. And the pollutants will only make it grow more prosperous. Really? Xiao Nanji took out a small square box for collecting biological samples from the backpack of the 4th team. And looked at when she eagerly. It looks alive. Can I take it back? When she said, of course. If you are not afraid that it may grow to 100 meters high. Xiao Nanji decisively put the tentacle into the box. At this time, Zhang Chuanyu's eyes drifted from the side. And he said meaningfully, it seems that your captain is someone else. What do you mean? When she looked unkindly. Zhang Chuanyu looked at Lu Jianshan who was resting against the stone wall opposite. And then turned his head to look at when she, do you know what he was like before? When she said, I don't need to know. Zhang Chuanyu curled the corners of his lips. Regardless of whether when she was listening or not, Plague God is not called for nothing. When he disappeared outside the city, all his teammates at that time died in the battle. And none of them came back. Don't look at how highly the people in the review court praise him. Few people in the Dawn organization want to be his companion. Maybe it doesn't matter to him. He can complete the mission of a team of more than 10 people by himself in the contaminated ring. It's incredible. It's just that he has been used to being alone for many years. No one would know if he died outside one day. When she glanced at Zhang Chuanyu, if he hadn't accepted this mission, no one would know that you died here. Zhang Chuanyu choked on the spot and paused. A faint hissing sound came from above the spacious space, attracting everyone's attention. At the same time, a short vibration was transmitted to everyone's feet through the stone wall. Tasha's face changed instantly. It's too late. What do you mean it's too late? Liang was still treating Erwei's wound. He raised his eyes slowly, but was grabbed by the collar by Tasha. Listen. I have to return to the downtown area immediately. Tasha's eyes were fierce and threatening. You can leave on your own. But you must leave Erwei here and don't touch him. Otherwise, you will never get out of the desert. She looked back at Erwei, took her weapons, and disappeared into the passage she came from. At the same time, continuous vibrations sounded. It was more like some kind of man-made explosives than an earthquake. When she rummaged through the backpack she left behind, one of which was filled with black long squares with a smooth surface that could reflect a person's face. She just left like that? Zhang Chuanyu inhaled in disbelief and stared at the stone wall above his head. The heavy sound there gave him a bad feeling. What a joke. Leaving us here to feed the pollutants? She didn't even deal with her own people? When she asked suddenly, is the heavy-duty Alpha underground? Zhang Chuanyu was puzzled, but still answered yes. It's stuck in the tunnel, and there is a new nest next to it. Can it move? The energy bar is still burned out, and it can't move at all. After all, it is my old comrade, and I am willing to die with it. Besides, we are not all in the team, and the 3 pilots are not here. When she glanced at Xia Mingming, shook the black bar in his hand, and smiled at Zhang Chuanyu. Congratulations. You still have a chance. Shazhou. Cabin A. The silver spire of the breeding center fell, smashing a deep pit in the ground. Glass fragments and dust briefly covered the corpses lying on the ground. The military police surrounded the ragged crowd in the center, and forced them to gather gradually with guns. Compared with the tall military police, most of the crowd were thin, as if the thin skin that could not be stretched out covered their bones. Anger and hatred burned in their eyes. Even without decent weapons, the crowd was not afraid at all. They stood quietly in place, staring at the armed military police. Instead, the latter had cold sweat on his forehead, not knowing what to do. What are you waiting for? Just shoot me. Fong Yu covered the bleeding wound on his forehead, angry and anxious. However, Grandma Duo grabbed the muzzle in front of her, held her head high and said, Who dares? Fong Yu was stunned for 2 seconds and tried to snatch the gun beside him. I'm not afraid of you. At this time, the stalemate was broken by 2 claps. Mosen appeared on the high steps, overlooking everything. The originally glorious building complex was mostly destroyed, but they were still not satisfied. His eyes were regretful, but he stopped them and said, "Shall you put the gun down first?" But Fong Yu wanted to argue, but after thinking for 2 seconds, he obeyed. Mosen walked down the stairs slowly, and the military police made way. He was tall, with a cold and oppressive look. F cabin, E cabin, D cabin are all here. In the past 6 months, you have destroyed the elevator, colluded privately, dug passages, and planned to assassinate me many times. What is the reason? Mosen's tone was kind and caring. Don't play dumb. A man at the front of the crowd cursed viciously. The military police beat 2 people to death in the street during curfew time without even an explanation. Not to mention that they withheld food and water on a large scale. They don't treat us in the downtown area as human beings at all. Mosen frowned slightly and said in surprise, "There is such a thing? Who did it?" "It's the shameless thing next to you." The man spat. Fong Yu's face was ashen. They violated the ban first. With a look from Mosen, Fong Yu stopped abruptly. "You are so brave to do this for your own kind. I admire you very much." Mosen spread his hands and looked at the man from cabin F. "In this case, I will give you a chance for revenge." The military police made way for the man to walk out of the crowd. Mosen casually took a knife beside him and threw it in front of the man. "Pick it up and kill him." Fong Yu looked up in panic, but Mosen held his shoulders. The man seemed to be unbelievable. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the dagger and walked forward slowly. He stared at Fong Yu, but his face was always embarrassed. The crowd behind him was silent. The man clenched the dagger and finally made up his mind under Mosen's gaze. He looked back at the crowd and whispered, "Under the underground palace. God is my master. In my name." There was a muffled sound of dong, and the sight of the crowd in front of them became terrified. Grandma Duo also froze in place. Mosen raised the golden scepter, and blood dripped from the tip. Amid the groaning of the feet, the scepter fell again. After several muffled sounds, Mosen threw the bloody scepter aside and took the handkerchief as if nothing had happened. He slowly wiped his fingers, his tone calm and leisurely. "It's just a small matter." "Why is it so?" After doing all this, he looked at the silent crowd with a cold smile. "See, this is the end of resistance." He sighed, patted Fong Yu's back as if to comfort him, and then seduced in a deep voice, "Who instructed you?" "It's not too late to say it now." The crowd looked at each other, but no one said anything. Grandma Duo looked at Mosen firmly and indifferently until a military police ran over. The military police whispered a few words in Mosen's ear, and then handed him a piece of clothing. The blood-stained clothing was thrown to the ground in disgust, revealing a short brown hair wrapped in it. After seeing clearly, Grandma Duo's expression of eyes shattered, and she took a half step back involuntarily. Fortunately, she was supported by Xinglu. "Tasha," the old voice slowly read. So it was her. Mosen suddenly realized and said lightly, "It's a pity that she has been eaten up by the pollutants." "Impossible," Xinglu screamed. "Tasha can't, you liars." Mosen shook his head and sneered. "Fuel should accept its own fate. After so many years. Haven't you figured it out?" Grandma Duo cursed. "Nonsense. Unless I see Tasha's body, I will never believe it. You are just bluffing and stalling for time." "Old woman, it's not your turn to speak here." Fong Yu swung his scepter and smashed it at the crowd. At this time, a bullet fell from the sky and hit Fong Yu's wrist accurately. With a scream, a figure with short hair appeared neatly in the corridor, in the middle of the stone wall. Tasha stood on the stairs with a gun in hand. There was a hideous wound on her arm, which was stretched open due to force. Her clothes were stained with blood, as if she had just escaped from a fierce battle. There was a cheer from the crowd, but it soon subsided. Several guns were pointed at Tasha. "It seems that those things still can't trap you. I underestimated you." Mosen stretched out his hand in her direction. "Why don't we talk?" A gun was pressed against Grandma Duo's temple. In the silent eye contact, Tasha stared at Mosen and finally put down the gun. She jumped down 1 or 2 steps along the rocks of the rock wall, but was stopped by the military police. "You stand there so that I can see clearly," Mosen said calmly, coaxing. "Tasha, What do you want? Do you want to live in the upper city? Or do you want to withdraw from the genetic improvement plan? I can satisfy you with all these, because you are the most determined person in the lower city. Tasha looked at him coldly. I don't want any of them. Mosin asked curiously, why is that? You took these people to a dead end. Do you want them to be buried with you for your selfishness? They probably don't know that you want to avenge your family. So you spent decades carefully planning all this. Tasha and the dark crowd were equally unshakable. Yes and no. But it's time for all this to end. I think so too. Mosin nodded with a smile. Have you ever thought about why I didn't show up until you attacked Cabin A? Tasha's brows tightened. Mosin sighed. Of course, it's because I knew your plan a long time ago. From Cabin G to Cabin D. There are hundreds of thousands of people. And there are always people who want to do their duty as fuel. They have long understood their fate since birth. So they wisely stopped talking and complaining. Maybe in your opinion, this is stupid. But I think they are very smart. At least, they will not die under the gun, but will sacrifice for the fate of mankind. These are just your high-sounding excuses. Tasha sneered. The fate of mankind? Why don't you dare tell everyone that there is another world outside? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on her. Tasha looked at them firmly and spoke loudly. It seems that the gendarmes present don't know that our city lords and nobles trapped everyone here just to prolong the time of enjoyment. But one day, you and we will have the same fate. Above us is a vast desert, which will turn silver in the long night and become gilded at dawn. It is full of dangers and different polluted creatures roaming. But through that danger, there are also forests, oceans, tall mountains, and other surviving bases. Her eyes passed through those pairs of eyes that were either questioning or silent. For the living, death is the only end. The only thing we can decide for ourselves is our destination when we die. Would you rather die in this dark underground lair without moving forward? Or take the risk and die on the road of exploring the unknown? Several gendarmes at the edge of the crowd were stunned, and their hands holding the guns slowly loosened. I don't know who spoke first. Muttering to himself, under the underground palace, God is my master, named after me. Then, one voice after another recited this sentence, overlapping like a wave. In a flash, Grandma Dua raised her head and bit the hand holding the gun fiercely. People rushed forward and pushed down the gendarme beside them, breaking through the interception. Shoot! Shoot quickly! Fong Yu shouted sharply. He saw a group of people running straight towards him. Fong Yu felt a chill in his heart. When he turned around, he saw Mosin with a gun against the back of his head, slowly retreating up the stairs. Stop! Tasha shouted loudly. Under the threat, Mosin seemed calm. You won't kill me? What? Do you have something else to ask of me? The muzzle of the gun hit his head fiercely. Tasha said, let all the gendarmes in the lower city stop immediately. She knew that since Mosin had prepared for the response in advance, he would not let everyone go easily. Mosin said, this may be a little too late. No. Or rather, you are too late. Tasha, you will regret it. Now. Immediately. Tasha would never waste time talking to him. Mosin shook his head and stared at Tasha. How could you forget that there is a connection between us gross and the nest? There is a natural balance between me and them. And only when I am alive can they be afraid of me. If you kill me, no one will know the movements of the nest. Can you bear to watch everyone being swallowed by the pollution because of you? Tasha paused. However, in just a second of pause, Mosin snatched her weapon and shot her in the shoulder without hesitation. Tasha fell on the steps, and Mosin pointed the gun at her from above. You seem to have forgotten who is the master of the underground world. He raised his head and looked at the hard and cold sky. A black origin point appeared silently on the stone wall. Then, several bricks fell off, and the black point turned into an infinitely expanding black hole. A dark green vertical line appeared in the darkness. Countless tentacles crawled out of the hole and rolled up the people on the ground. Amid the screams, Mosin stood still, staring into the dark pupils, raised his hands as if bewitched, and laughed grimly and triumphantly. Did you see it? A group of ants. A tentacle landed beside Mosin, wrapped around Tasha's neck, and gradually closed in. The feeling of suffocation came instantly, and no matter how she struggled, it was useless. Tasha! She heard the crowd. Someone is calling me. No. The next second, a bang sound brushed the hair on Tasha's ear, instantly cutting off the tentacles that were entangled with her. In the distance, A petite figure half-crouched at the entrance of the black cave, with the muzzle steady. Is it her? Tasha fell on the stairs, immediately turned over and stabilized, eyes wide open. The entrance of the cave where the girl was collapsed with a whole towering stone wall, as if drowning her in it. But soon, something wrapped her up. A large mechanical hand passed through the rubble and dust and lifted her out intact. Behind her stood a long-haired man, yawning carelessly and looking down at the ground. A huge steel-cast behemoth slowly walked out of the ruins. Chapter 42. Text/Shuhuan. The chaotic scene came to a standstill for a moment. Everyone looked in the direction of the heavy machinery, shocked by the flowing metallic luster, and the black figure stopped in the middle. The soft light fell on the palm of the heavy Alpha, as if a layer of bubbles wrapped around the smiling young man. The long hair fell from his shoulders, loose but sharp. A military police took off his hat and muttered to himself, Is it the god? However, the god himself squatted down, shook the tattered backpack, and threw a few weapons to the crowd. And the voice of Lu Jianshan came from the heavy Alpha. Then, another mechanical hand held a weapon taken from the arsenal, and threw it down like salt. Zhang Chuanyu sighed in the co-pilot seat, his injured arm aching slightly. What a waste. He turned his head, and saw another heavy Alpha following closely behind. The closed palms were spread out. Xiao Nanji and Liang were protecting the second tail. The situation was urgent, so Lu Jianshan and Xia Mingming had to take over first. When she looked at the tentacles that had also stopped from a distance, tilted his head, and snapped his fingers, everyone reacted and picked up the scattered weapons. However, at this time, the tentacles fell from the black hole in a mass, and the moment they landed, they spread out and turned into several swift spider-shaped creatures. The surging tentacles emerged from the umbrella-shaped body, coiled between the 8 sharp legs, and were attracted by the fresh flesh and blood. The breath of fear instantly lingered in the air, and the screams were deafening. The heavy armored Alpha joined the battle. When she gently jumped onto the steps and pulled up Tasha, Your energy block is really useful. Do you have more? Tasha's wound was bleeding, and her face was pale. When these things are over, you can have as much as you want. But now, go find Mo's-san. He is sensitive to pollutants, and we must kill him. There were mottled bloodstains on the steps, and when she followed them all the way and entered the top of the breeding center from a small path, the dome was broken in half, and the remaining stained glass windows stood quietly behind the angel statue. Mo-san knelt in front of the statue, and his back was almost in a praying posture. But when she knew that this was not the case, because Mo-san was slowly and twistedly raising his head, a green vertical line appeared on the top stone wall, as if reflecting the broken tip of the stained glass window. It was a dark and wet pupil. Dark green liquid oozed from the area around the circular hole and dripped on the top of the angel statue, and a burnt smell spread. As the liquid increased, the spotted tentacles squeezed out from around the pupil. It was a completely different existence from the previous tentacles. Transparent and dark black alternated, soft and sharp, ugly but beautiful. It cruelly cut off the angel's head at a terrifying speed. But it was perfect. The damp muddy smell slowly wrapped around Mo-san's neck through the top of the tentacle. Please, save me. The oppressive breath on Mo-san's body turned into a pious and painful plea at this time. I will dedicate everything I have to you. The people outside are all food. I will definitely let you eat and be full. The suffocating entanglement suddenly loosened. Mo-san turned his head and met Wenxi's eyes, who was leaning against the broken wall. Can you still talk to that guy? Wenxi was very surprised. Can you perform it again? However, what responded to him was a violent, bloodshot eye. Mo-san stood up and picked up a heavy machete from the ruins. The blade dragged on the ground, making a harsh sound. Wenxi fired without hesitation. However, his shooting was inaccurate, and he only barely grazed Mo-san's arm. When he was about to pull the trigger again, there was no bullet left. The retreat behind him was blocked by the sudden fall of rocks, and there was no place to hide. Wenxi was speechless for a moment, and silently cursed. He was not very good at jumping, and moving among the ruins with the rocks was also very exhausting. What's more, Mo-san took out a long gun and kept shooting in the direction of Wenxi. What a joke. Wenxi hid while trying to get closer to Mo-san, but the speeding bullet didn't give him a chance. Soon, Wenxi disappeared from Mo-san's sight. The big rock blocked Wenxi's figure. His right hand tightly grasped the silver dagger, The cold light blue gemstone pressed against his pulse, rising and falling. The sound of Mawson's footsteps disappeared in his ears, but the damp muddy smell never dissipated. The next second, a hoarse voice sounded above Wenxi's head. I found you. Right now. When she supported the stone wall with one hand, and when he was about to turn over and take action, two tentacles fell from the sky, wrapped around Wenxi's wrists and ankles, and trapped him in midair. Unable to move, Mawson's bloodshot eyes showed a sinister smile. He raised his wrist, and the long knife reflected white light, and chopped down at Wenxi. A small tentacle crawled into Wenxi's left ear, soft and sticky, itchy, and there was no way to scratch it. The tentacles hanging in front of his eyes suddenly became hard, blocking Mawson's knife. It seemed that several more tentacles fell and wrapped Wenxi in them. His vision began to blur, and the dizziness messed up his brain. Damn it! Wenxi cursed in his heart. It can't be that disgusting thing again. As the stomach acid surged, Wenxi fell into a great sense of suffocation. It was as if something was tightening his neck and dragging him into the abyss. His consciousness stayed in front of a chaotic glass. When the fog dissipated, he saw the other side of the glass. It was a younger Mawson. He was stripped of his clothes, tied his hands and feet with ropes, and thrown at the end of the corridor. Above his head, a candle light was flickering. What do you want to do? A man in luxurious clothes stood in front of him. Mawson, I just wanted to teach you a lesson. After all, I am also your nominal brother, and have the obligation to educate you. But you seem to have forgotten that you are just the illegitimate son of the old man, and have no right to inherit the position of the city lord. Mawson shouted, Elon. The city lord does not want to pass the position to you. Can't you see it? Shut up. Mawson was punched. His face was numb with pain, and a stream of red flowed from the corner of his mouth. Here, in the past or now, I have the final say. You are just a little beast born by a bitch in the lower city. How dare you? Also, you better put away your dirty thoughts, and don't think about things you shouldn't think about. Elon punched him again. Elon didn't stop until Mawson's vision was blocked by blood and blurred. He rubbed his wrist, and returned to his pampered appearance. You can stay here for a few more days. No one will find out you're missing anyway. No. Don't leave me here. Elon. Elon. I beg you. Elon turned away regardless of his shouts. The world fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Mawson's fingers touched a stone. He trembled and pinched it, grinding the rope. But the moment he turned back, he saw a scene he would never forget in his life. A red vertical line appeared on the dark stone wall. His sight was fixed there, and a slight rustling sound came from deep in his cochlea, prompting him to move forward. But the stone under his feet tripped him, and made him sober instantly. Is this the nest? A tentacle stretched out to him, and the cold touch fixed him in place. But surprisingly, the tentacle did not directly strangle his neck, but instead reached into his ear. Mawson's eyes rolled back, like a dead fish, with his limbs stiff, until the tentacle left him. Mawson took a long time to calm down before regaining consciousness. He shrank in place, slowly moved his fingers, and then burst into a desperate laugh. Extreme fear appeared on his face. He found that he couldn't stop, and his legs moved forward involuntarily. So he began to scratch his hair and skin constantly, and his sharp nails left several bloody marks on his face. At the same time, he didn't know where he got the courage from, and foolishly begged, please, don't kill me. If you don't kill me, I can always provide you with food. Lots, and endless food. What responded to him was an invisible drag. At this time, Mawson faintly heard someone calling him. Mawson looked at the eyes in the dark again, trying to hide his despair. Believe me, I swear. After feeling the drag weakening, Mawson tentatively responded loudly, I'm here. Someone shouted from the hole above Mawson, Hey, what's going on down there? Nothing, Mawson replied. My leg is injured. Can you come down and help me? The man complained a few words and slid down the rope. However, there was no one below. No. He saw a pupil in the dark. The red vertical line gently opened, and a light and thin rustling sound was emitted. It was as if some kind of bewitching, tempting him to move forward. Countless tentacles blocked his back. The sound of blood and flesh broke out instantly. Not far away, Mawson stood in the shadows. He smelled a disgusting smell. His legs kept shaking, and a hot stream dripped down his trouser legs to the ground. His facial features twisted into a strange ball. His pupils dilated because of extreme fear, but the corners of his mouth showed the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Within 2 days, he used the same method to deceive 6 people. Until the 7th one. Elon landed in front of Mosin along the rope. Father wants to see you. If you are willing to admit your mistake, I will take you up. What is this stench? Elon loosened the rope and covered his mouth and nose with a golden silk handkerchief in disgust. The moment he hung the illuminator on the stone wall, he was suddenly stunned. The ground was blood red, and his illegitimate brother was squatting beside the pool of blood, chewing something in his mouth. Elon hated dirty things. If it weren't for showing off to the old city lord, he would never enter the passage. At this moment, he had no time to care who died here. He just wanted to leave quickly. Hey, stinky dog, Elon urged. Are you leaving or not? I won't wait for you. After a while, Mosin still didn't respond. Elon completely lost his patience. If you don't leave, I don't mind telling the old man all your stories. Mosin turned his head slowly, his face covered with blood. He stared at Elon, slowly stood up, and walked towards him. Elon saw that he finally obeyed, and sneered condescendingly, still looking down on him. If I go back with you, Mosin said coldly, can you fulfill my wishes? Elon's face trembled. What did you say? Mosin tilted his head, and a cold smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Elon's body stiffened, and then fell softly to the ground. Mosin held the stone, no longer hiding the hatred in his eyes. He raised his hand and smashed it hard on the face. After an unknown amount of time, the luxurious clothes were piled aside, leaving only a pool of blood and mud. In the darkness, the red vertical line turned green after eating. It slowly disappeared as it stared at Mosin. A strong sense of nausea entangled Wenshi, but he couldn't breathe, and could only hear the sound deep in his nerves. Is it breathing? His head hurt, as if thousands of thin threads were stretched tight and numb, and the slightest movement could cause a violent stinging pain. He felt that the thin thread connected to the nerve was drilling deeper, as if it was trying to dig something out of his brain. Countless images flashed before his eyes. The storm in the desert, the creepy rats, the strange glowing fruit, the moment of jumping down from the vines, and the lingering kiss in the glass room stop. When she was furious. Why did this thing spy on his memory? When he got out, he must chop it into 10,000 pieces. The thin line trembled slightly, but unexpectedly stopped. The suffocation suddenly disappeared. When she was like a person who was rescued from drowning, suddenly exhaled and opened his eyes. Half of the tentacle lay in front of him, still trembling. Green liquid stuck to his dagger. When she looked up and saw that the dark vertical line above the stone wall moved slightly and disappeared silently, he blinked and had a splitting headache. Not far away, Mosin knelt on the ground and suddenly shouted hoarsely, "Don't go! You appeared because of my induction. You must help me. I command you. I command you as the heir of the Gree family." The black hole no longer responded. Heir? When she expressed weak curiosity. Who is Elon? When the name came out, Mosin's face suddenly changed drastically. He avoided his eyes and muttered, "No. Elon. Please forgive me. I didn't mean it. I am different from you. I am the one chosen by the nest. It chose me. When she had a severe headache and was about to touch a stone to make him shut up. But he heard someone curse before him. Idiot! A figure in a white coat appeared behind Mosin, and the blade quickly cut through the artery in Mosin's neck. Before the city lord, who was in a state of collapse, realized the danger, everything was already a foregone conclusion. The figure as tall as a city wall collapsed, when she dragged Mosin's collar with great effort and pushed him off the edge of the church. The spider mutants below smelled the blood and gathered together. One of the mutants was tearing the earthworm growing out of another broken neck next to it. The clothes of the corpse were soft and noble, and were wrapped around the scepter. The only remaining corner of the clothes had a feather, word engraved on it. When she looked for a while, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, he walked slowly towards Wenshi, muttering, "I have tolerated those 2 idiots for a long time. I have said twice that those nests did not appear out of thin air, but were attracted by his empathy experience to break through the rock wall. Why don't you believe it?" A shadow suddenly appeared above his head and made him stop. A heavy-duty Alpha stopped at the edge of the ruins. Lu Jianshan opened the cockpit door, jumped down from the shoulder of the giant, and landed lightly 5 meters away from Wenshi. And by the way, He killed a spider that was approaching. Are you injured? When she supported Lu Jianshan's arm, staggered to his feet, and squeezed out a pale smile. It's a trivial matter. Cough. Cough cough. Lu Jianshan's calm eyes moved. But when he heard the footsteps behind him, he was instantly alert. And he blocked Wen Shi behind him when he turned sideways. Wen Shi's hands were still stained with blood. But he wiped his glasses without caring. And smiled. Lu Jianshan. You are pretending very well. Lu Jianshan did not answer. And Wen Shi shook his head. It's only been half a year since we last met. And you don't recognize me? Lu Jianshan looked at him. And after a while, he spoke in confusion. Wen Shi? Hearing this familiar name, Wen Shi frowned fiercely. Could it be one of Lu Jianshan's old lovers? Chapter 43. Text/Shuhuan. Wen Shi shook his head, and vaguely remembered that old man Zhou had confused his name with this man's. He also said at that time that Wen Shi was also from Yuza base. But he was a defector. The defector in front of him stopped 2 meters away, looking at the two vigilant people. But calmly, I have changed my name now. My name is Wen Shi. Lu Jianshan. Thank you for letting me go at that time. Wen Shi slowly turned his eyes away, but heard Lu Jianshan say, half a year ago, you were infected in the outer city mission area as a staff member of the science department. The symptoms were in the early stage, and you should be exiled. But I secretly left the military control before the execution. So I was regarded as a defector. Wen Shi followed suit. Let me guess. The city must have been very chaotic at that time. I don't know how long Yongchen searched before realizing that I was gone. As a colonel, he must have been demoted. Right? What about you? Were you punished too? Wen Shi's eyes passed by Lu Jianshan, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I said it was right. Then guess. Why did I volunteer to the science department at that time and specifically choose that outer city mission? Lu Jianshan was slightly startled, as if he remembered something. Because I know that you are on duty at the sentry post where the mission passes, Wen Shi said meaningfully. But he did not feel guilty for taking advantage of others. Wen Shi's voice was weak because of the headache. So are you infected? Wen Shi stared at him for a few seconds and chuckled. You are very smart. I really like you. Infection is just a way to get out of the city smoothly. Wen Shi put his arm around Lu Jianshan's shoulder and waved his hand. He turned his head and found that Lu Jianshan's eyes were still calm. No wonder you can stay there. Wen Shi couldn't help but sigh, but then changed the subject. But unfortunately, you didn't understand my situation at that time. If it were now, would you be able to understand him? Wen Shi crumpled up his bloody white coat and turned his gaze to Wen Shi. He could also empathize. Did you see it? That thing's memory. The essence of spying is an exchange. Wen Shi looked at Wen Shi with a complicated look and smiled slightly. I'm curious. What did you see? Wen Shi said, nothing important. Then did it really leave? Wen Shi glanced at the black hole in the stone wall above his head and whispered, it shouldn't come back again. It was a quiet intuition, which remained in his still painful and dazed brain nerve cells. But as to whether other pollutants would come here, everything is still unknown. Under the ruins of the top of the tower, there was a mess. Smoke and dust fell to the ground. The remains of pollutants were everywhere. 6 heavily equipped alphas were parked between the stone walls, like pillars standing tall. A gap appeared in the ruins below, and a piece of open space on the lower level could be seen. A figure passed by quickly and shouted, Who's there? A person retreated into the light, and an unbelievable surprise surged. Captain! Captain? Zhang Chuanyu walked over quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. Dai Yin. It's okay if you're not dead. You're really lucky. He looked up along the light and met Wen Shi's eyes outside the gap. Oh, what a coincidence. Wen Shi was too lazy to pay attention to him. When he turned his head, Wen Shi passed by them and blinked at Wen Shi, remembered to keep it a secret. Not far away, Tasha stood on the steps, holding her wound and waving the flag, announcing the victory of mankind. The long-lasting conflict in the sand boat base also ended on this day, with the death of the city lord Mosen and the retreat of the pollution nest. When she was awakened by the noise outside the window, he didn't know when he fell asleep, let alone how he got here from the ruins of the church, but judging from the soreness of his hands and feet, he should have had a long and solid sleep. He didn't have a headache, just dazed. The other narrow bed in the room had pillows and quilts neatly stacked. Very square. It was Lu Jianshan's at first glance. When she looked back at his messy position and stretched his body comfortably, The only thing that made when she unaccustomed was that this space was a bit too luxurious. The white walls covered with animal carvings, the carpets with complex patterns, the colorful window grilles, and even decorated with a few classical oil paintings. As soon as the door opened, a huge tomato came towards him and broke on Wenxi's face. Red juice flowed from the back of the neck to the collar. "Oh!" someone shouted. "How can you treat your benefactor like this?" Wenxi's eyelashes moved, and he saw a crowd of people in front of him. On the left, they were making delicious food, and on the right, they were singing and dancing. The noisy voices stopped for 2 seconds. "Are you okay?" A girl squeezed through the crowd and handed him a towel. "Wenxi, can I call you that?" Wenxi paused. "Xinglu?" Xinglu was obviously a little embarrassed. "The science officer gave me a human skin mask and said he would help me find a solution in a few days. Let's not talk about this." "I'm so sorry. Today is the harvest festival. Everyone is celebrating, and the fruits and vegetables are flying around and I can't control it." Wenxi smacked his lips. "It's quite sweet." Hearing this, the crowd immediately swarmed over. "Quick! Praise our tomatoes for being sweet. Then give us more." Before Wenxi could even lift his feet, a group of excited people gave him apples on the left and eggs on the right, and some even directly put bamboo baskets on his arms. Soon, 3 or 4 baskets were full. His clothes and trouser pockets were stuffed with fresh pears, and 2 or 3 homemade scarves were wrapped around his neck, almost choking him. Someone shouted loudly, "That day in the lower city, oh no! It was in District F. I saw it all. It was this benefactor who stepped forward and saved Grandma Duo. And everyone else." Another person echoed, "I was there when he stood on the hand of that big robot. At that time, his whole body was glowing, and he solved a pollutant with his bare hands and 2 whooshes." When she was just about to be modest and say something polite like it's not that bad, unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, someone stuffed a handful of grapes into his mouth. "My benefactor is hungry." Ahem. 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 The onlookers paid close attention. "Bring some water quickly. My benefactor is thirsty." When she stepped back and hit the door hard, the crowd in front was still packed with people, and there was no place to run. A child with a baby voice came out from between the legs of the adults, holding a wreath made of pumpkin flowers, and happened to look at Wenxi, who was squatting. The child staggered in front of him and gently placed the wreath on his head. Wenxi asked curiously, "Where are you from?" "It's those children who were taken away by the gendarmerie before." Xinglu hurriedly supported the child's shoulders. "They are all still alive. They were secretly hidden by the scientific officer." A loud cheer came from not far away, and Xinglu's eyes lit up. "Look! Today is the City Lord Election Day. Tasha will also participate. Hey! Where are you?" When I turned around, there was no one at the door. Only the ignorant child holding a soda candy. When she got out of the crowd, he just finished eating an apple, which seemed to be much sweeter than the variety in use a base. A pumpkin wreath hung on his head, shaking as he walked. This area is between Area A and Area B. The ruins have not been repaired yet, but the vacant space has become a temporary hospital to treat the wounded in this battle. A young man, shirtless, was proudly showing off to a group of patients. The situation was very urgent at the time, but fortunately I reacted quickly and jumped over. "I am an amazing man. And the man you are talking about is familiar with me. He must save me, and is particularly reluctant to let me die." "Oh, who is it?" "Of course it's Wen." Erwei was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice above his head. "Are you all right?" When she smiled and held a handful of purple grapes, generously giving him one. Leon called out to the people around him, "Make way. Don't block the way. Erwei, lie down." Behind him were several interns, looking at the wound on Erwei's back. The boy lay on the stretcher, with the tip of Wenxi's shoe in front of him. After a few times, Erwei was in excruciating pain, and the arrogance just now turned into tears in an instant. Slowly. It hurts. Can you be gentler? Let me die." "Wow." Leon adjusted the position of his color-changing glasses on his nose. "Bear it." In the struggle back and forth, Erwei grabbed Wenxi's trouser leg. "Aren't you a man?" Wenxi leaned down, and the ends of his hair fell. Erwei raised his face and endured the pain, but it's really painful. It's better to live than to die. When she glanced at the bloody wound and pulled the corner of his mouth, "This is just the beginning." Erwei's eyes turned in tears. "Then, is life always so painful?" Yes. When she nodded. So you can't give up. When she left after Erway fell into anesthesia. At the bottom of the stairs. When she closed his notebook and showed a warm smile. As if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Take you on a tour? When she chewed grapes and stood on the spiral stone steps. He could see the blue translucent dome of Area B. There was the infant cultivation area. And the intertwined crying almost made when she's eardrums explode. They walked in that direction. And when she was as patient as a tour guide. I didn't realize you were such a kind person. When she noticed the blue culture chambers neatly arranged in the front area. Each of which was filled with liquid. I'm not a good person. When she turned on the light and teased the passing babies. These children are the future of the tribe. And I just want to survive and want to know what the future will be like. When she deliberately spoiled the fun, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. When she didn't care and introduced him, this is the artificial embryo pool I planned. And the implementation of the gene improvement plan will be more efficient. No matter who is elected as the mayor. I will fully implement this plan and will not make any more mistakes. What's wrong? When she's lens reflected a cold light, the mistake was not to deal with Mosen earlier. Behind the artificial embryo pool is a wide stone road leading to a more magnificent laboratory. A dozen scientists are still busy working. Occasionally greeting when she. In the large glass tank in front of when she. The soil occupies half of the space, and the remaining half is water. Some tiny red tentacles stretched out from the soil and swayed slightly. The appearance of pollutants immediately made when she's nerves tense. But when he looked closely, he found transparent stamens emerging from the tips of those tentacles. Don't worry. When she walked to his side. This is what we specially breed. The pollutants are extremely weak, and they have no ability to infect humans. They used to be plants. But because of genetic changes, they show animal characteristics. When she's fingertips were pressed against the glass. As if those tiny tentacles could sense him, and were leaning in his direction. When she said, what's more interesting is that the 5 similar creatures we found all showed the same characteristics. They are more capable of surviving in salt water than in soil. The white label above the glass records the substances in the petri dish. When she hooked the tentacles with his fingers and felt a rare novelty. They are more like marine life. Yes. It's incredible. When she shook his head. These creatures that are neither animals nor completely plants are bred from this dark mud. But they are naturally harmless and echo their distant ancestors. Millions of years ago. The sand boat base was not a desert, but was covered by the ocean. When she showed regret, it's a pity that I can only bring seawater samples from Musa. And there are no living marine life for research. When she pinched his fingers and interrupted his thoughts. What experiment are you doing? You figured it out so quickly? When she's smile was warm. But he no longer concealed it. These tentacles that express coexistence are more like some kind of medium that can connect the nerves of people and polluted mutants to transmit information. That is what we call empathy. When she looked at him and suddenly recalled what he said in the ruins of the church. Most people can't bear empathy because they are mentally fragile, physically unbearable, and have only a one-way controlled destiny. But there are still very few people who have the talent to peek into the truth. Such as you and me. When she opened the small door on the top of another glass box. And several transparent tentacles slowly floated out like skirt seaweed. When she heard a slight noise. And the next second, the mechanical device in the secret compartment under his feet trapped him in place. When she used his fingertips to attract the tentacles to Wenxi's ears. Still smiling, you are the second empath I have ever seen. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The subtle current extended through the cochlea to the brain. And the unpleasant sticky feeling made when she frowned. Don't worry. I just want to borrow you for an experiment. As soon as when she finished speaking, the monitoring board connected to the glass box began to flash. There were strange noises coming from several glass boxes around. And the tentacles suddenly bulged out of the soil. Like transparent flowers blooming. Hitting the boxes back and forth. When she was surprised, and went to the monitoring board to check the situation. The originally dark box began to flicker. He recognized the vine grid with glowing fruits, and the desert storm in the long night. Then, the picture began to turn into a coherent color image. The dark soil was pushed open, and the light followed by the vision gradually moved forward. And when it went down, a group of people sitting in the mud pit appeared. The one sleeping against the wall on the left was Lu Jianshan. And the one talking to Zhang Chuanyu on the right was Wenxi. Wait, that's not right. What's going on? Why did you appear in the picture? Wenxi's voice trembled slightly. This is not your memory. This is This is what it saw. The transparent tentacle connected to when she shook its skirt and slowly withdrew into the glass box. When she couldn't believe it, and boldly grabbed the tentacle and led it to his ear. However, a few seconds after the tentacle touched him, his facial features twisted into a ball in pain, and a column of bright red blood came out of his nostrils and ears. Only 2 seconds of gray blurry images were left on the monitoring board. The transparent tentacles left him. After a long time, when she finally calmed down, he wiped the blood and looked at Wenxi in disbelief. Although the latter had a slight headache, he was obviously much better than him. How is it possible? I have never seen anyone see such complete memories and empathy. Wenxi looked extremely shocked. Generally speaking, empaths can only see a few incoherent images in black, white and gray. The duration of empathy is also very short, and even a few seconds can cause great harm to the human body. Moreover, all this is based on the condition that the pollutants actively share. Wenxi's lips turned pale, and he was puzzled for a moment. I didn't ask it to share with me. I said that the essence of peeping is exchange. Wenxi's speech speed was fast because of excitement. Those things will induce the mind to lose control, and control our brain and body. And for the gifted who are difficult to lose control, they find it interesting to exchange the memory of our brain by sharing some of their own vision. But it's not fair, because we share an entire open memory pool. They can draw at will, and they only give a few pictures that are strange and tempting enough. In other words, the empathy between Mosen and the group of big earthworms provides the location and defense of the sand boat base for those pollutants. And it does not produce any bullshit induction at all. But your situation is different. Why do they present the complete information to you? Wenxi was puzzled and shook his head. How should I know? No, that's not right. If that's the case, I know. Wenxi's eyes suddenly showed great joy, revealing some inappropriate madness. What if there is a will that can instinctively override them and look for information in their minds in turn? That means we have a chance to control it. Wenxi carefully loosened the mechanism that bound Wenxi and promised excitedly, wait, I will arrange some training for you. We can definitely do it. Did I agree? Wenxi stared at him coldly. Wenxi immediately put away his strange smile and put on a gentle and sincere mask. Sorry, I was too impulsive. You can think about it first. If you have any objections to my behavior just now, you can also beat me up. Wenxi rubbed his wrist and moved his knuckles. Wenxi closed his eyes, as if he remembered his mistakes again. Of course, I also want to apologize to you solemnly. I was forced to say that you and Lu Jian were suitable for the genetic modification plan. I am sorry to let you enter the glass box. Wenxi's murderous intent suddenly extinguished. After a while, the fist fell on Wenxi's shoulder and patted him gently, as if to encourage him. It's even. Wenxi's evaluation was all personal feelings. Well done. Come again next time. Chapter 44. Text/Shuhuan. Stacked glass boxes are embedded in the wall, each containing a different rare metal. Wenxi swayed left and right in the wide corridor, looking back and forth. I had only heard that the Shazhou base was rich in minerals before, but I didn't expect it to be this level. He remembered the bag of energy bars Tasha gave him before, which could even drive the heavy-equipped Alpha. It would be best if he could get more. Wenxi caught up from behind and sketched in the shorthand book. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I have been studying empathy for a long time. This is an important opportunity for us to break through the pollution defense line. Once it is realized, it will be a huge profit. Wenxi stopped in front of the glass box on the left and asked casually, can this be told to others? There was silence behind him for a moment. Wenxi asked again, why did you leave Yuza? The voice echoed in the empty research room until Wenxi sighed softly, still smiling, because people are always afraid of the unknown, and empathy is that unknown. The past passed through Wenxi's mind, but was ruthlessly stripped away by himself. In January 2198, I followed the Dawn Team 3 as a scientific experimenter to explore the snowfield coordinates and encountered a fierce battle outside the pollution ring. A group of bat-like pollutants tried to use empathy to control everyone. It was a leader who caught me, and I don't know why it let me go. However, after returning to Yuza, what awaited me was endless interrogation. Although any inspection instrument can prove that I am not polluted, this is far from over, because the science department cannot confirm my words. The empathy incident became the biggest rumor in Yuza, and it was even rumored that he was the real murderer of the third team. Wenxi was regarded as an alien by everyone and avoided him. People hated him. abused him, and feared him. I was afraid of seeing people for a while, because I was afraid of their eyes. When she recalled the past calmly, then, I had an idea. Instead of staying in Yuza and being suspected by everyone, it is better to go out of the city and see the outside world. I also want to know why I am the one who survived. This answer can only be found outside. Even the fear of death can't stop me. When she was puzzled, why are you telling me this? When she looked directly at Wenxi and whispered, you are destined to be like me. We are the same kind. When she looked at him for a while, and suddenly asked, do you have a place to repair parts here? We have the best repair team here. When she wrote him an address. When she held the note between his fingers and walked away leisurely. The people who stayed in place turned their heads and then left in the opposite direction. After leaving the experimental area, when she went to Area D according to the address on the note, there are many people living here, and all kinds of weapon forging or mechanical equipment shops are distributed in a network, which is very crowded. A screen is placed from time to time under the kerosene lamp to broadcast the city lord election in real time. The candidates made passionate speeches through the loudspeaker. Hey, it's so noisy. A skinny old man leaned out of his shop and shook off the hair piled in the plastic bucket. When she, who happened to pass by, dodged and almost bumped into an ant with wool curls. Be careful. Well, you are not. The ant's eyes lit up, and she understood Wenxi's innocent look when she asked for help. I understand. I won't tell you. Hey, this is our specialty here. You want to try it? She took out a handful of candy from her pocket and stuffed it into Wenxi's pocket. Nodding, sweet. Delicious. It is indeed sweet. But it is a little vague, indescribable weird. Just as a small round candy was pressed to the root of the tongue, the ant added mysteriously, specialty of Area C. Snail snot candy. This is pure natural, not artificially synthesized. The small round ball slid down the throat. When she said, sister, how do I get to the maintenance team? The ant glanced at the small note. What do you want to repair? Headphones. Wenxi's neck followed the ant's eyes to the door of the dirty little wig shop next to him. The old man who had just turned over the hair basket was smoking. One eyeball was wide open, and the other was covered by a black eye mask. The ant smiled coquettishly. Don't look at Lao Ma as a half-blind man. Before the pollution era came, he was a senior engineer in the machinery bureau and even participated in the Deep Domain project. The wig shop was dark and cramped, with only a kerosene lamp swaying slightly above the full-length mirror. The old smell of dust fell on the shelves opposite the mirror with the light, and the stacked gray-white people wore dry wigs on their heads. In the corner of one layer, there was a golden paint chip photo frame, and the dusty picture was a group of young people in work clothes, shoulder to shoulder, smiling brightly. There was a black figure in the edge of the picture, which was a third of the way into the picture, and it was faintly familiar. Wenxi's fingers were about to touch the frame when he was stopped by a hoarse voice. Are you an outsider? The pair of chaotic eyes appeared in the dim light, and the line of sight briefly passed by Wenxi, not paying much attention. Mr. Ma, I want to repair my headphones. Wenxi stated his purpose. Old Ma stretched out his hand, and the lines of his old palm were deep and twisted. Seeing that Wenxi did not understand, Old Ma was a little impatient. Do you have cigarettes? Wenxi hesitated for a second, and Old Ma immediately shook his hand. Then why should I repair it for you? Wenxi took out a handful of snail snot candy and muttered, you are a wig seller. You may not know how to repair it. Old Ma turned around and paused, and his dead eyes had a hint of anger. What did you say? I sell real hair, not fake. Wenxi pulled a handful of the golden short hair of the human head model, then looked down at his own hair and said. Old Ma had a bad face and said, take out the things for me to see. A desk lamp in front of the mirror lit up, and a pair of tweezers clamped the small red disc and flipped it left and right in front of the reading glasses. Wenxi briefly explained, it should be a headset that predates the pollution era, with communication and recording functions. Our Box 12, a foolproof headset, is actually used as a micro-recorder. It is well preserved. Old Ma said TSK, and was not very interested. Wenxi said, but it can't communicate in real time now. It didn't have the communication function in the first place. Old Ma said firmly. Wenxi questioned his level. How is it possible? I got to know Lu Jianshan with it. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. What kind of senior mechanical engineer is it? Old Ma glanced at him, opened the black drawer on the left, searched for a long time, and took out a small wooden box. There is no cover. Pull off a layer of cloth to reveal what is inside. A dozen small red discs are piled together. All exactly the same. Lao Ma pinched out one and compared it with Wen Shi's under the light. He sighed slightly. I designed this thing just to prevent villains in the workplace. And it was not mass-produced. I carved the SB logo myself. It has been so many years. He was responded by quiet breathing. Don't believe it? Haven't you encountered frequent electric current sounds or intermittent noises? The recording is still random when it pops up because it is not designed seriously. This is an inherent problem. When she stood in front of the mirror, and the cracked glass reflected a pair of silent eyes. After a long time, he said, impossible. He snatched the headset and stuffed it back to Lao Ma. And his emotion suddenly became excited. Listen for yourself. There is obviously his voice. He is talking to me. If there is no communication function, all this cannot happen. Lao Ma glanced at him, put the headset into his left ear, and tapped it gently. When she stared at Lao Ma motionlessly, seeing the old man's expression become surprised and puzzled, he hurriedly said, Am I right? You also heard him talking? After a while, Lao Ma took out his headphones and looked back with a complicated expression. I heard you talking to another person. But are you sure you are not talking in reality? Of course not. Many words surged in his throat and stopped abruptly. When she thought, what can he say? Of course not. He had never seen Lu Jianshan at that time. But how can he prove the existence of that voice? The only connection between them is the headset. Lao Ma glanced at him meaningfully. It is normal to have hallucinations under stress. It's not a hallucination. When she denied it seriously, he grasped the tiny headset and began to feel a little irritable again. Lao Ma stared at him. And after a few seconds, he said slowly and compassionately, although there was no communication function before, you have come to the right place. Have you heard of the Anubis line? It is an important miniature part in the experimental stage of the Deep Domain project. All the main brain consciousness of the Deep Domain experiment was born on one of the thousands of Anubis lines. Not to mention achieving communication. Even uploading the soul may be feasible. When she speak human language, Lao Ma, it means that I can add a communication function to your headset. When she thought for 2 seconds, okay. Thank you. Don't rush to say thank you. I didn't work for nothing. Lao Ma's eyes stayed on his hair, looking at the black and shiny smooth. It is a good material. 20 minutes later, Lao Ma told Wen Shi to come back in 3 days to pick it up. As soon as he left the house, Lao Ma put up a sign saying closed today. Wen Shi put his hands in his pockets and walked up slowly from Area D. He yawned and felt a little sleepy. In front of the room where he woke up earlier, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few large wooden baskets wrapped in red cloth, filled with strange-shaped food and daily necessities. The girl with red ponytails was squatting in front of the red cloth. When she heard the footsteps, she turned around and said, why is your hair gone? The long hair that was originally over the waist has disappeared, and now it only reaches the shoulders at most, and is tied into a small bunch, revealing a neat line. When she shook her head, this was not considered gone. All cut? Zhao Zhao explained exaggeratedly. When she nodded and saw 3 kinds of ointments in the small basket on the door handle, Zhao Zhao jumped to his side and raised her resolute little face. Shazhou Base's special healing medicine. Apply evenly in the order of white, blue and yellow. Your injury will be healed within 3 days. I'm not concerned about you. I just want you to try it first. Got it. In return, when she stuffed all the snail snot candies in his pocket into her, there is no day or night in Shazhou Base. As long as the lights are on, it is bright. When she took off his shirt and sat on the edge of the narrow bed, playing with the shadow on his toes. When Lu Jianshan entered the room, he saw when she hunched over in a daze. New and old injuries intertwined on the surface of the spine, like a tree that grows wantonly with blood and flesh. You're not here today. When she whispered, Lu Jianshan replied, the military police at the Shazhou base need help. Going to fight? Lu Jianshan said, to spar. He glanced at Wen Shi and picked up the ointment on the ground. I'll help you. When she said him uninterested, turned his back to him, and talked incoherently. Lu Jianshan's fingers were cold, but they contained some kind of hidden magic. When he touched the fresh wound, he could gradually calm the irritability and anxiety. I went to see Wen Shi today. When she took the initiative to speak, he briefly mentioned Wen Shi's background, especially the fact that Wen Shi was excluded from the base because of empathy. The person behind him said, that's the truth. Is this why you kept it a secret from me? When she suddenly laughed. Actually, I don't care what others think. Lu Jianshan said, people's words are scary. The moist ointment stayed on the surface of the skin, reducing the stinging pain. When she chuckled and suddenly asked, when we were in the vine net? Do you know what I saw in my hallucination? I saw you become a dry skeleton in front of me. And I died there myself. His tone was calm and joking. Lu Jianshan's fingers paused at his neck. When she sighed, I thought we were the only two left. I thought, why not go out early, find my spaceship, and run away immediately? We can go anywhere we want. Anyway, we can leave everything, and don't care what others say. What spaceship? When she turned his head and looked at him, it's the one I drove when I came here. It has good power, and advanced equipment. Didn't you rescue me from the spaceship in that pollution ring? How about this suggestion? Lu Jianshan felt that his seriousness was half true and half false, and said calmly, how did you find the spaceship? I told you. I picked it up on the road. When she answered sincerely, Lu Jianshan broke his hope without mercy. When I met you, it was already broken. What? When Xi's left shoulder was held down by Lu Jianshan to prevent him from jumping up. No. Wait, broken. Lu Jianshan didn't look like he was joking. When Xi's eyes trembled, and he gradually remembered the sudden loss of power before the crash, and the roar of the collision seemed to ring in his ears. He was extremely disappointed, and his breathing became rapid. The double blow suffered in one day was really overwhelming. After a long pause, he shrank into the quilt angrily, pretending to be asleep, muttering, it's so boring. Lu Jianshan stood there for a while, and waited until he really fell asleep before leaving. For the next 2 days, when she basically spent his time sleeping and daydreaming, hearing that Tasha had won the unanimous support of the people of the Shazhou base. Each district decorated with lights, and prepared to celebrate. But the Shazhou base was in ruins, and Tasha ordered that medical treatment and repair work be given priority, and the city lord ceremony be postponed. When she was strolling on the edge of Area A, he saw 6 heavily equipped Alphas parked not far away. A group of mechanics were cleaning and repairing, and Lu Jianshan and Leon also participated in it. When she found a high place and stared at those spectacular mechanical objects and the flowing light passing through them, the top of the stone wall was still dark, but it was about to dawn outside. After a while, Xia Mingming got into one of the heavy-duty Alphas and started it. Another mechanic from the Shazhou base also tried to drive one. After the two stopped, they started fighting. Xia Mingming seemed to deliberately slow down, but the opponent quickly found the attack point. The competition began to become interesting. When the mechanical collision sounded, Wen Shi's eyes fell down and happened to collide with Wen Shi in the corner. The latter nodded slightly at him as a greeting. Hey, you are not that. A member of the Dawn Team 4 suddenly turned his head and found Wen Shi. Captain! Captain! Zhang Chuanyu squatted aside smoking and raised his hand to stop the team member. Dai Yin. You are wrong. Dai Yin stared at the direction where no one was, endured it, and said nothing. The heavy footsteps of the heavy-armored Alpha stirred up a cloud of dust, and the fight was getting better and better. Zhang Chuanyu occasionally gave instructions, and if his arm was not still in a cast, he would have wanted to play himself. When she sat cross-legged by the high stone, and when he was bored, he threw a few stones down, making Zhang Chuanyu below think it was an earthquake. Why don't you go and see? Tasha walked behind Wen Shi and looked at the tall mechanical body. When she sniffed and saw the 4 team members who were accidentally stepped on, it's pretty good here. Yes. Tasha looked at the dark dome. It's dawn outside. You can't go back. Why don't you stay and rest for half a month? You all need to recover. When she said, are you inviting me as the city lord? Tasha smiled, in the name of everyone. Is that enough? When she smiled noncommittally and said casually, some people don't believe that the outside world still exists. And some people are afraid of danger. Why are you different from them? A beam of light flashed in the eyes of the heavy-armored Alpha, and Tasha reached out to catch it. I'm the same as them. She turned sideways and bathed in the light. I have doubted and feared, but I have no choice but to keep moving forward. It seems that something is pushing me, making me unwilling. One day, we will end all this. What if it doesn't? Tasha looked at Wen Shi, who was still talking and laughing, but his eyes were terribly serious. When she spread his hands and gestured, if going forward will only lead to death, and the fate of mankind is already determined, then what is the point of all this? The approaching Alpha heavy armor cast a shadow, blocking Wenxi. A stone almost brushed his cheek, but he did not move, still pulling the thin rope on his wrist. Tasha seemed to have heard extremely childish words, and could not help laughing. What are you laughing at? Wenxi was slightly dissatisfied. Tasha walked to his side and looked at him. If you really believe that everything is destined and irreversible, why did you come to the Shazhou base? Wenxi paused for a moment. Not far away, Lu Jianshan jumped to the shoulder of Alpha heavy armor and wiped the dagger. He seemed to have always been like that, calm and indifferent. Except for that day. The involuntary kiss. In the cave. Why did you help me? Or others? In the corner, Liang was discussing something with Xiao Nanji. The two found Wenxi on the high ground and waved to him enthusiastically. Don't you want to know why all this happened? Tasha poked his chest, and the position of his heart was still beating steadily. She said, people are sometimes confused by words. What you say may just be deceiving yourself, not what you really believe, because your actions will not lie. When she heard her footsteps, and the heavy armored Alpha gradually moving away, and a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shao Base. Experimental area. When she skillfully typed a string of codes and replaced the glassware in the warehouse, the tiny vines slowly grew branches in water or soil. Dim but not deep. He carefully observed their changes, and his handwritten records were a thick stack. What is the meaning of such repetitive trivial matters? He himself can't figure it out. When she stared at the glass boxes and selected a vine that had been cultivated for the longest time, he opened a small door on the left side of the glass box, which was just big enough to accommodate the palm of an adult male. He put his hand in and waited for the vine to touch him. But the little guy buried in the soil did not move. After a stalemate, when she took the initiative to touch it, but all he got was a gentle touch. What? Don't you want to empathize with me? When she pinched its roots and crushed it with a little more force, the tiny plant-based contamination creature swayed left and right, and finally stretched out its tentacles, but stretched in another direction. When she raised his head, the young man who seemed to be smiling was leaning against a glass box, and no one knew when he came. There were several clumps of weak plants in the glass box he was leaning against, and at this time, as if sensing his arrival, they were all shaking their bodies. When she said, I just came here to take a look out of boredom. Is there any new progress? Great scientist? When she pulled out his hand calmly and locked the suddenly growing plants in the glass box, I have been waiting for you for a long time. And so have they. When she lowered his head and moved his fingertips on the glass, the creatures in the box also swayed in his direction, as if echoing Wenxi's words. Try it? Wenxi smiled gently. When she pretended to look at his watch and said generously, you only have 5 minutes. Wenxi made a pleased gesture, following the indicator light. When she sat on an experimental bed, next to the bed was a glass box that was moved over after Wenxi's selection. A plant with weaker fluctuations stood out, perhaps because it grows deep underground. Its ecology is very stable, infinitely tending towards its marine ancestors. Wenxi brought up a large screen, and the other end of the induction line was attached to Wenxi's temple. Wenxi suddenly said, why don't you try it yourself? I tried it. Wenxi smiled helplessly. But it is obvious that these pollutants are not close to me. Or trust me. Wenxi, are you accusing me? Wenxi smiled slightly. Discuss. Wenxi lay down on the bed, put his hands behind his head, and began to hum some unreliable songs. He remembered the music CDs that he had given him earlier, and decided to record them into the headphones next time. A fine dull pain interrupted his thoughts. The tiny plant grew lush in the glass box, as if it had pulled itself out with its roots and mud, revealing most of its body under the soil. The tentacles split into almost transparent thin threads at the tip, entering Wenxi's brain nerves through the cochlea. Even though it has happened 3 times, Wenxi is still not used to it, especially this time. It's like soaking his brain in a basin of highly concentrated mint water. Itchy and painful. But he can't even sneeze. The surrounding instruments are exploding like his body. Relax. Wenxi shouted at him. Don't resist. Let it pass through you. It's okay to go slower. Wenxi closed his eyes. His dark mind flashed with memories. Things from a long time ago that he thought he had forgotten. Wenxi stared at the trembling instrument with a frown. He adjusted the contact parameters and guided in a low voice. You can think of it as a rain. You stand in the rain, and you are wet from head to toe. It passes through you, but it must leave something for you. You have to find its traces. Yes. Where you feel pain. Wen Shi's eyes did not move away from the touchpad. Because he found that the contact parameters began to soar out of control, he could not limit the extent to which the tentacles of this plant entered Wen Shi's brain nerves. But Wen Shi's state was relatively stable, and he was not swallowed by it. What is it looking for? Wen Shi stared at the value that suddenly stopped. It seems to have hit a wall. That's what it is looking for. Wen Shi, you don't want to share these memories with it. Right? What are you afraid of? A dozen seconds later, as Wen Shi calmed down his breathing, Wen Shi finally saw the picture on the big screen. It was a desolate night. A silence comparable to death. A huge whale bone had been dried on land. With fine chewing, a deep red eye appeared in the belly of the whale bone. A squirming body broke the bones and crushed the gun on the ground. The ground closer was covered with dirty blood. And fresh blood dripped into it, forming part of the gravel. The world shook. I felt dizzy, and my vision was blurry from time to time. Suddenly, the perspective began to flicker and jump, and the picture became incoherent. When it stopped again, a wave of tentacles passed over my head, covered with dense metal teeth. The sticky bone fragments were dark in color, and the sound of biting up and down was more piercing than the scraping of metal. Overlapping. Even if there was only a quiet picture, the strong sense of oppression made people feel extremely uncomfortable, facing creatures that humans could not defeat at all. All that was left was fear. However, the next moment, a strong wind suddenly rose. The heavy dark clouds were torn apart by the knife light. An ray of moonlight poured down. The moonlight fell on the edge of the dagger, which was surprisingly bright. So much so that it was impossible to see clearly how the vision jumped from the rubble to the top, and pounced on the sticky and disgusting pollutant from a bird's eye view. Only the knife light cut through the night. At this time, Wen Shi realized that this was Wen Shi's memory. Alive and bloody. Only then would it be so real. Then, the polluted creature broke into several pieces, and the flesh and blood wrapped the slender metal skeleton and sank into the sand. The dirty blood slid along the tip of the knife, stirring up a circle of tiny ripples in the dirty pool of blood. A red metal disc fell into it, and was covered by the dirty blood. The moonlight flowed over its surface, and soon disappeared. The black clouds brought a long night again. The wilderness was quiet and desolate, with only the dried whale bones. The rustling black shadows were looming. This was an infinitely looping memory. Is this a memory wall? Wen Shi looked at the young man with his eyes closed and sighed softly. What on earth have you been through? A few hours later, Wen Shi walked back lazily, slowly pondering Wen Shi's words in his mind. Memory wall? It is probably a kind of mind invasion block. The owner has either experienced great pain and naturally isolated himself from the past, or has carefully trained his mind with extraordinary willpower. Any external contact cannot pass through the memory wall. They tried a total of 3 glass box contacts, in addition to the first time when the biological nerves contacted Wen Shi's memory wall. The other 2 times were memory images of plant pollutants, including their growth in the dark underground and the cultivation process in the glass box. This was far beyond Wen Shi's expectations, and the pace of the experiment could be accelerated. Wen Shi told Wen Shi that although his own memory wall could indeed block memory sharing during nerve contact, since they didn't know the reason, it was better to be cautious. He suggested that Wen Shi do some additional training, such as using the mind maze to build a memory bank, so that he could resist when facing more powerful pollutants. This was a very fresh discovery for Wen Shi. After all, in the future era, there were no scientists, or the ones he knew were all dead. Wen Shi retracted his slightly swollen fingers and stepped on the dark gray stone steps, just in time to see Lu Jianshan leaning against the door. The man opened his eyes when he heard the footsteps. His eyes were like evening stars, and he rarely asked, "Where did you go?" Wen Shi smiled. "I also went to exchange ideas with others." Before he finished speaking, he hooked his finger at Lu Jianshan. Quite provocatively, "Try?" Wen Shi's figure suddenly disappeared from Lu Jianshan's sight at an extraordinary speed. The surroundings were as silent as a long night. Even the rise and fall of dust seemed noisy. Before the dust drifted away again, Lu Jianshan raised his eyes slightly and dodged to avoid the sudden knife wind. Invisible, disappearing and appearing without a trace. Wen Shi? The only answer to him was silence. Lu Jianshan closed his eyes, and his hearing followed the slight movement of the wind. When it touched a certain point, the knife wind suddenly rose. Unlike the last time, the coldness this time was overwhelming, as if it came from all directions. and it could not be closed. He turned sideways several times, and finally found the unique sound of the wind in the retreat. At the moment when the dagger blocked, Wenxi's figure was like a silver light, causing him to open his eyes suddenly. What he saw was a smug smile. The tip of Wenxi's knife was against his throat, and 2 strands of hair fell on it. This move is called breaking the night. Wenxi approached him slowly, but did not let go of the knife. Lu Jianxin's posture was not at all vigilant, but rather curious. Breaking the night? Wenxi's eyes approached him, observing the thick eyelashes. And he was also very patient. Don't you know how to do it? I can teach you. In return for you teaching me the left-hand knife. In the long gaze, there was a moment when Lu Jianxin saw hope mixed with sadness in Wenxi's eyes. That little bit of joy was like an oasis suddenly appearing in the desert, so precious that people couldn't bear to wipe it away. So Lu Jianxin lowered his eyes slightly and whispered, "Okay." The approaching tip of the knife suddenly relaxed and adjusted to a friendly posture. For the next half-month, Wenxi and his party stayed at the Shazhou base for a short rest. The new base management team headed by Tasha made drastic changes to Shazhou. In addition to replanning the area according to the division of labor, they also unanimously passed the artificial embryo pool plan in the scientific area and resurveyed the surrounding pollutant conditions. Everything is full of vitality and hope. The carnival in the streets and alleys continued until the day of the city lord election ceremony. The new atmosphere made everyone's face full of smiles. This is the grandest ceremony in the history of Shazhou base. During the period, the 2 teams from the Dawn Organization Department received grand courtesy. When she walked in the noisy crowd lining the aisle, and heard others discussing the rich resources and luxurious life here. This life is really enviable. Zhang Chuanyu walked to Wenxi, holding a crystal clear and perfect lychee-flavored grape. Don't you think so? Wenxi said, "You can stay." Zhang Chuanyu seemed to think seriously for a few seconds, and sighed with regret. "Hey, if it weren't for my big guys, who wouldn't want to? They have been with me for so many years. They can be said to be born and die. If it were you, you wouldn't want to leave your companions, right?" Wenxi suddenly stopped in the chattering crowd and looked around. Who is his companion? Zhao Zhao chewed a snail candy and said incoherently. She jumped past them and turned her head excitedly. "Look, that container is full of energy blocks. Come on. Nanji, Liang, get a few backpacks to carry some." When she watched them rush forward, and then avoided Zhang Chuanyu's shoulder. "Have you discovered the common point between you and them?" Zhang Chuanyu smiled slightly. "We all regard companion as a heavy commitment." When she put his hands in his pockets and raised his eyebrows. "I didn't say that." Zhang Chuanyu laughed meaningfully. "To be honest, when I saw that it was your Team 7 that day, my first reaction was really desperate. I thought we would probably be stuck there. I didn't expect that you were quite unexpected. Especially you. I thought too much. I didn't plan to save you." When she didn't hide it, Zhang Chuanyu didn't mind, but laughed heartily and took a glass of brandy from the tray on the side of the road. Sometimes you have to thank fate for its arrangement. When she didn't bother to listen to his nonsense and walked forward. Zhang Chuanyu drank the wine in one gulp and wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. When he looked sideways, a figure happened to stop. The woman with long curly hair was indifferent and lazy, and glanced at him lightly. "Xia Mingming." Zhang Chuanyu smiled at her. "I'm sorry about what happened before. It's my fault. I promise you, I will definitely help you find your daughter's whereabouts." Xia Mingming's eyes were slightly suspicious. Zhang Chuanyu picked up a bottle of whiskey and waved it at her. "Let's go. Let's have a drink together." After 3 rounds of drinking, most of the people at the ceremony were drunk. When she went to find Wenxi first with his remaining sober mind, and the experiment went unexpectedly smoothly. When she stopped in front of the recorder and looked at the stable numerical fluctuations in the interval. He couldn't believe it. "You have only trained for a few days, and you can deceive the foreign invasion so quickly. What did you imagine the memory maze to be just now?" When she rubbed his wrist and replied, "A plant seed." "Seed?" "Yes. Memory can be like a seed, hidden in the invisible underground. It can suddenly grow into thick and entangled water plants. Or it can be a towering tree, encircling the nerve invasion and swallowing it bit by bit. When it is useless, it shrinks back to the shape of a seed. After a long time." When she smiled. "I worry too much." "No wonder." When she twisted his neck, feeling that the drunkenness had not completely dissipated. "I will continue to study these plants carrying contaminated genes and find out the key reasons for their stability. When she handed a micro USB flash drive to When she. This contains all the information currently related to empathy. Please be sure to read it carefully. When she's experimental area is still under planning. And there are only a handful of plants that can be used to simulate empathy. You have also experienced it. Real animal empathy is completely different. And it may even cause irreversible damage to your nerve cells. But the only thing I can be sure of is that a mature and complex mind maze has defense against any empathy. You need to constantly exercise its effectiveness and try to replace the memory wall to protect yourself in empathy. When she said, "How do you know it will definitely work?" When she shook his head. His eyes gentle. "I don't know." When she. My mental state collapsed once. "And I know I can't do it. But you still have hope. Maybe you have a chance to find the reason and purpose of the existence of pollutants." After leaving the experimental area. When she went to Area D. The small, broken barber shop on the corner rarely hung a small blackboard with "Open for Business." The door was half open. And he heard someone talking as soon as he stepped onto the steps. Lao Ma's voice was hoarse. "I have also seen this thing in Sunlu City. Since it is yours, then keep it. Thank you." It was Lu Jianshan's voice. In the dim light. When she saw Lu Jianshan gently close his fingers. The man stood at the junction of light and darkness. His eyelashes slightly moving. His eyes silent and dim. Lao Ma glanced with his slender eyes and hummed, "Are you here?" When she pushed the door straight in. Raised his eyebrows at Lu Jianshan. But answered Lao Ma, "Yes." Lao Ma searched in the small drawer and took out a velvet box. The small red disc was wiped very clean. "It's done. Keep it properly." When she put the cold earphone back on his right ear and confirmed in front of Lu Jianshan, "So we can communicate in real time now?" Old Ma glanced at him. "Since positioning hunting has always existed, you'd better not try it easily." When she said lazily, "Then I'll try again after I leave this door." Old Ma had a complicated expression. The Anubis line only gives it the communication function. But the specific connection requires the same frequency signal. After the deep domain disappears, it can't work. When she paused, his eyes suddenly cold. "Are you kidding me?" While holding the dagger with his fingers, Old Ma snorted gloomily. "What if the deep domain system is online again one day? Aren't you looking for it too?" Old Ma turned sideways, and his only turbid eyeball moved from Wen Shi to Lu Jianshan. After a pause, a cold and old voice came out of his throat. "Close the store and send the guests away." A new human head model was in front of the mirror behind him, with long black hair like a waterfall, covering the table. The door of the shabby barber shop creaked and closed tightly behind Wen Shi. Lu Jianshan turned around at the bottom of the stairs and waited for Wen Shi. "Did you cut your hair because of the communication function?" he asked. Wen Shi threw the earphones and caught them steadily. "Yes. I thought the old man meant that as long as this function was added, I could talk to the voice in the earphones." This old man actually played word games. He also said that my mental state was not good and it was all imagination. When Shi's tone was calm, not irritable, just a little annoyed. He paused for 2 seconds and asked Lu Jianshan in return, "Do you also think that the voice in the earphones is just my imagination?" Lu Jianshan looked at him, was silent for a while, and said, "I heard it. It could also be a recording." When she pulled the corner of his mouth and helped him sort it out. "For example, when I talk to people in real life, the sound is left." Lu Jianshan stared at him. "Why does that person's voice sound the same as mine?" When she blinked casually, smiling as usual, "There are many coincidences in this world. Maybe you just happen to have something in common with him. Or maybe that person is you." The half-true and half-false tone is completely indistinguishable. Lu Jianshan asked, "Then when did we meet?" When she approached him, sniffed like an animal, and suddenly smiled. "A long time ago. Or a long time later." Lu Jianshan concealed his eyes. "I am asking seriously." When she tilted his head to look at him, "I am serious too." "What? You don't believe me?" When Shi's fingers were warm, and he pulled along the side seam of his clothes to the back of Lu Jianshan's hand. Lu Jianshan's hand was slightly clenched, but it was still very cold. When she slightly bent his index finger, pried open Lu Jianshan's fingers with his knuckles, and a cold object fell into Wen Shi's palm. He didn't care about Lu Jianshan's answer, and asked, "Why do you go to that stinky old man? What good can he give you?" When she opened his palm, and a petal-shaped pink crystal came into view. He was stunned. This shape. When she shook his wrist, and the pink crystal and the blue crystal tied on the string had the same arc. "What is this?" when she was a little surprised. I can't tell. You actually have a jewelry collection habit? Lu Jianshan took the crystal, untied the string on Wenxi's wrist, and hung it on it. This is my mother's relic. I just kept it for her, Lu Jianshan whispered. When she grabbed the rope and put it back on his wrist, then I could only do it reluctantly and keep it for you first. They just passed by a silver-white church ruins. Several local artists carried dyes and shuttled between the broken walls, trying to leave colorful marks. The only remaining floor-to-ceiling glass was embedded in the gray-white wall. It stood high up, with half a cross on the top. Tasha said that several ruins from the Civil War should be preserved to warn future generations. It seems that this is one of them. Lu Jianshan was about to say something, but he heard Wenxi suddenly say, "You're welcome. I'll give you a gift too." When she climbed to the highest point of the ruins with agile movements. And by the way, he got a bottle of wine and some paint from the whistling artists. He poured a bucket of red paint from the cross and covered the entire glass. Then he jumped down and painted gold with a brush. The revelry crowd gathered below, cheering from time to time. Lu Jianshan stood at the edge of the ruins, watching Wenxi's back. After a long time, a footstep stopped beside him. Wenxi pushed his glasses and handed a wooden box to Lu Jianshan. Inside was a hard drive, which contained the last transmission from the Quetzalcoatl base, the copied program of the Deep Domain Mastermind, and a notebook. I have handed over the design of the shield to Tasha, and she agreed to provide you with a Deep Domain backup program. The technological level of the Shazhou base is far inferior to Yuza, and the Deep Domain cannot be activated for the time being. But you can try. I wish you success. The notebook contains the recent pollution records. Please pass it to Alina. Oh, by the way, Wenxi added casually before leaving, remember to let Shangju drink less. Lu Jianshan held the wooden box in one hand, and suddenly heard someone calling him from above. Wenxi waved the empty bottle at him, leaving a brilliant golden sea of flowers on the wall above the ruins. The paint had not yet cooled, and the thick ink flowed, as bright as Wenxi's eyes. Lu Jianshan, this is for you. Wenxi opened his arms to make sure he saw the wall of sparkling flowers. Then Wenxi jumped off the broken windowsill, jumped along the gray and white stones to Lu Jianshan, and then pounced on him. The wooden box fell at Lu Jianshan's feet. The strong smell of alcohol did not make him frown. Wenxi climbed his shoulders, his eyes half drunk and half awake. Do you like it? Lu Jianshan seemed to be stunned. Wenxi tried to pinch his face. Speak. Have you ever been painted by someone else? The icy voice said in a low voice. Never. Do you like the gift I gave you? Wenxi asked again. I like it. Wenxi poked his face with 2 fingers, grinned and leaned forward, then smiled a little. Wenxi's eyes were drunken, and even his smile was covered with a layer of mist. The slightly upturned corners of his eyes, the ups and downs of his breathing. It was exactly the same as when the wrong kiss happened that day, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lu Jianshan turned his head to avoid his lips. He felt Wenxi bit his ear gently, so he half-hugged Wenxi's arms and tightened them a little to prevent the drunkard from slipping. Chapter 45. The Fourth Night. Use a base. Today is Wednesday, and Chi-Chi goes to modern chemistry class as usual. Children of his age in the base usually work part-time while studying. To be honest, Chi-Chi prefers working in the Dome Museum to studying. It's not because he is not good at studying. He feels that he has a stronger desire for knowledge than most of his peers. But there are always some reasons that make his love for knowledge fade again and again. For example, the 2 big guys who blocked the classroom door today. One is called Jia Jian, and the other is called Cheng Chu. Those 2 pairs of small eyes turned into second eyebrows on their flat faces. When they stare at their eyes, they look like green beans with slits, and you can't tell the difference. These 2 people relied on their height and strength to bully their classmates in the academy. It was because they were beaten up early last time that they kept walking around him. But today, when these 2 people saw him, they did not avoid him for the first time. They looked at him straight with a strange sneer. Chi-Chi was unwilling to respond, and was stopped when he was about to enter the classroom. You're here so early, snotty ghost. One of them shook his head and poked Chi-Chi's shoulder. This person should be Jia Jian, because his eyebrows are not symmetrical. Cheng Chu replied in a sarcastic tone. You didn't sleep all night? Chi-Chi rolled his eyes, but couldn't push the arm in front of him, and was pushed away a few steps. He held his breath and suddenly raised his voice. Cheng Chu, did you fart? Then he pinched his nose. It's really smelly. All eyes in the classroom turned to Chung Chu, staring at him. And his face became hot. You are impatient. Taking advantage of the moment when he let go, Chi-Chi slipped into the classroom, not forgetting to turn back and warn, if you say that again, I will tell my sister. She will be back soon. The two people at the door were strangely silent for a few seconds. And Jiajian grinned, snot ghost. Don't you know? Chi-Chi puffed his face. Know what? Chung Chu sighed pretentiously. Your sister will not come back. What did you say? A classmate sitting in the first row slapped the table. Chung Chu. That's enough. There is still class. Don't talk about things that have nothing to do with class. Chi-Chi straightened his chest and said to Chung Chu. Explain clearly. Stop talking nonsense here. Didn't I explain clearly? Everyone knows it. Chung Chu folded his arms and spoke condescendingly. Both teams of the Dawn organization have lost contact for a long time. The military should have announced their sacrifice this afternoon. You didn't receive the notice. Did you? Jiajian added. And the team that went out for reconnaissance a while ago came back yesterday and brought back some aircraft wreckage with the logo of the Dawn organization. Yesterday's news also reported that it crashed recently. Everyone has seen it. Chi-Chi was stunned. He suddenly remembered that when he went to Grandpa Zhou's house yesterday, the old man sighed and hid the newspaper. Grandpa Zhou told him a lot of things, although he was busy playing games at the time and didn't take it to heart. But, Chi-Chi, don't listen to his nonsense. A classmate with glasses whispered. There is no conclusion. Even if they lose contact, they may still survive. They just got lost. Impossible. Chi-Chi murmured in a low voice. Zhao Zhao never gets lost. An inexplicable chill spread in his chest, and even his breathing became slow. He and Zhao Zhao had never been apart for so long that an ominous premonition accumulated there, and it had taken root when he was unconscious. Chung Chu's voice was still in his ears. It's so dangerous outside, and the sacrifice of the Dawn organization is inevitable. Anyway, we will all go out and become heroes in the future. Aren't you the hero's brother? C.I. Ah. You're glaring at me? Chi-Chi stared at him closely, and in silence, he suddenly raised his fist and hit Chung Chu. However, before the fist reached his face, he was picked up by the collar. Jiajian was 2 heads taller than Chi-Chi, and he carried her as effortlessly as if he was carrying a chicken. What? You still want to fight? Everyone saw it. It was this guy who started it. Chi-Chi gestured angrily at the air. Swallow what you just said. Otherwise I won't let you go. Oh, you're pretty arrogant. Chung Chu laughed out loud and punched Chi-Chi without mercy. Don't cry later, what are you doing? Are you born in the year of the dog? Chi-Chi bit the back of his hand with all her strength, and refused to let go, no matter how loud Chung Chu's voice was. He seemed to be unable to hear it. The unyielding momentum almost made Jiajian lose his grip on him. The 3 of them immediately wrestled together until a figure appeared in Chi-Chi's sight. Sister! He shouted with a bruised face. Jiajian and Chung Chu were both stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chi-Chi quickly got up, stepped on both of their faces, and then hid behind the figure. Fuck. Who are you? Get out of my way. Chung Chu wiped off the plaster on the corner of his mouth, kicked his hands and feet in anger, but his fierce momentum was silenced when he saw who was coming. A handsome face with a scar looked at them with a smile. What's wrong? Kid. So anxious to recognize your father? Chung Chu was surprised. Captain, you? You? Yugui looked back at Chi-Chi. Did they bully you? Chi-Chi thought about it and shook his head. Yugui asked the 2 people in front of him again. Did he bully you? Chung Chu and Jiajian shook their heads like sieves. Yugui waved his hand. Okay. Go play. However, as soon as he turned around, Chi-Chi felt that the smiling face suddenly became low. The light in the corridor was not very bright to begin with, and it made Yugui's eyes look even heavier. Yugui sighed and looked at Chi-Chi. Come with me. Chi-Chi followed him closely, and every step towards the city gate. His heart sank a little. His throat hurt, and his eyes were sore. But he didn't dare to think too much. He just knew that Yugui was probably going to tell him something. This road that he had walked countless times seemed particularly long at this time. He was afraid that he would not be able to reach the end. And he was also afraid that he would reach the end. Are you okay? Yugui asked. But without waiting for Chi-Chi to answer, he whispered, be mentally prepared. Chi-Chi wanted to say that I was only 10 years old. What mental preparation could I have? But once this thought came up, he couldn't stop it, like a heavy hammer smashing his head. And he could only stay there dizzy. That aircraft wreckage. Chi-Chi choked his throat. Yugui slowed down his pace and slightly turned sideways. You know? Chi-Chi slowly raised his head. His eyes filled with despair and fear. At the same time, he noticed that Yugui was still carrying a bag of hot buns. Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment. And finally couldn't help bursting into tears. It's already so late. You still have the mood to eat buns? Yugui put his hand on the door handle. Don't take it too seriously. It's all a small matter. What small matter? Chi-Chi screamed and burst into tears. I knew you were hiding it from me. Sob. The long table in the tower hall fell into silence. After a long silence, the director of the program department, Kanya, said in a deep voice, the time of loss of contact with the Dawn Team 7 has exceeded the regulations, and the whereabouts of the 4th team are also unknown. The long night has come. I'm afraid it's more dangerous than good. We need to announce this news to the public as soon as possible. Wait a minute. Zhou Wei put his hand on the wheelchair and looked at Shang Ju and Bai Wanli at the end of the long table, who were silent. I don't understand what we are waiting for. A man next to Kanya retorted. Mr. Zhou, you should also face the facts. Team 7 is far behind Team 4 in terms of personnel capabilities, combat experience and weapon configuration. Yet there is no news of the survival of Team 4. Seemingly realizing that this was inappropriate, the man stopped. Kanya said, we have been waiting for a long time. Everyone. We have discussed this in the last meeting. The exploration of the Dawn organization for decades is certainly admirable. But we still have to focus on the future. We don't have many resources anymore. I believe you all know what is the most important thing. In the silence, Alina said slowly, Minister Kanya. What do you mean? Are you denying what the base has been doing all these years? Please understand. Kanya leaned back and crossed his arms. The base is not only the Dawn organization. There are more people who are trying to survive. I am not denying it. But I am saying that our strategic focus is worth adjusting. Kanya's words caused discussions on both sides of the long table. Bai Wanli took off his gloves and looked at the place where the decision was made. There was no one there at this time. He took a deep breath and found Zhou Wei pushing a wheelchair to the window. Zhou Wei looked at the magnificent sunset, as if he was also looking at their vicissitudes of life. With the sound of fireworks blooming in the distance, Zhou Wei finally showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. As soon as the iron gate opened, the sunset came towards him like a waterfall. Chi-Chi wiped his eyes and heard a familiar harsh voice. You don't cry like this? He looked up suddenly and saw the red-haired girl standing by the stone railing, with her hands on her hips, looking confused. The crying sound paused in Chi-Chi's throat for 2 seconds, and then he rushed towards the girl with his footsteps. Woo-woo-woo. Zhao Zhao grabbed his collar with disgust, fearing that his snot and tears would rub against his clothes. After a while, Chi-Chi raised his head with tears in his eyes, and then realized, so you are not dead. Then who is dead? It can't be Wenxi? It hurts. Don't hit my head. The young man who tapped his forehead had a cold look in his eyes. Little brat. What nonsense are you talking about? Chi-Chi's snot took the opportunity to rub against the edge of Wenxi's sleeve. He secretly raised his eyes, and saw that several familiar people were safe and sound. Xiao Nanji leaned against the wall. Liang was telling jokes. Lu Jianshan leaned against the railing to sleep. And Xia Mingning carefully wiped the gun barrel. Hey, is this the kid? Zhang Chuanyu came up the stairs and took off his sunglasses. Old you. This child looks a lot like Xiao Jing when he was a child. Could he be your biological child? Yu Gui threw a bun to him. Eat it quickly. It's specially distributed by the city defense team. The news has just been notified to the higher-ups. So we have to prepare a big welcoming ceremony. Look at you guys. What tattered clothes you are wearing. As soon as the voice fell, a firework burst from the opposite ridge, lighting up the last bit of sunset. When she grabbed a big white meat bun and gave half to Lu Jianshan, watching the fireworks with great interest. It's raining, someone exclaimed. The wet rain fell from the sky, and it was not until this moment that it covered the long night that the breath of returning to Yuza became real. When she turned his head and bumped into Lu Jianshan's eyes, and the latter moved away first. When she got excited, Lu Jianshan, why have you been avoiding me all this time? How did I offend you? Hey, your ears are so hot. Do you have a fever? Hey, Liang, come over and take a look. Lu Jianshan took a step aside calmly. Liang's exaggerated voice sounded behind him. Wow. Captain. You can't be in trouble. Lu Jianshan frowned slightly. And when he looked up again, he saw a bit of cunning and complacency in Wenxi's bright eyes. Grand fireworks bloomed above everyone's heads, heralding the beginning of a long night. The streets leading to the city were surrounded by people, and cheers came one after another, which was more enthusiastic than any previous welcome. Even Zhang Chuanyu, who was used to joining in the fun, felt a little embarrassed. What's the matter with this? A group of people who have never seen the world. Liang shook his silver hair and winked at passers-by. This fruit tastes sweeter than Shajo's. The next second, he took the initiative to share the sour plums with the people around him. When she gave the remaining snail snot candies to the children on the roadside, and then exchanged them for a whole box of soda candies, which even had new flavors. The flag on the top of the tower was unfurled with the sound of drums and music, and fluttered high in the wind. The excitement lasted for 5 or 6 hours. When she and Lu Jianshan returned to Old Man Zhou's house, everyone was exhausted. Zhou Wei prepared a table of food, all packed from a nearby canteen. Before eating, Xiao Nanji finally found a transparent plastic flower pot, filled half a pot with water, and then threw the plant tentacles he brought along the way into it. Can it really be kept alive like this? When she dragged his chin and observed the half-dead plant rhizome, although I don't know what it can grow, it shouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Nanji asked, when will it grow up? When she replied, it's hard to say. At least 1 or 2 years. He stepped on the ladder to hang the flower pot by the window, and then tied a few small bells. When the plants grow up next year, you can change some other decorations. Come down quickly. Old Zhou carried Lu Jianshan on his back, shook the bottle in his hand when she winked. Good stuff. Science Department Experimental Area. Alina swiped the card to open the door with the information in her arms, and complained to the communicator, I have to work all night today, and the 7th team has brought back a lot of materials. Well, let's talk about it later. I still have to meet Shangju. Her footsteps suddenly paused. At the end of the white corridor, behind the transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, several figures appeared vaguely. People from the military? What are they doing here? The glass door slowly opened, and a group of people with serious faces and guns passed by her quickly. The leader was Two from the Dawn team, and Alina recognized him. Yang Chen. Alina called the last person. What happened? Yang Chen's face was solemn, and he handed her the thermal imaging printout. After checking the city gate, the medical team also took deep samples from them just in case. The test report just came out. The people from Team 7 are suspected of being infected. Now the whole city must be checked. Chapter 46. Logistics Department of Yuza Base. As soon as Cui Lu entered the room, he complained to his colleagues indignantly. The city defense team was like a sick person. They knocked on the door at 5 in the morning and insisted that I had appeared at the city gate and asked me to do a blood test. As a result, when I went there were so many people in line, and I was pointed at with a gun. I have never suffered such humiliation in my life. You should be content. The old colleague slowly brewed tea. I heard that some people were taken to the interrogation center. That's too miserable. How many people can be detained in the interrogation center? Don't find out that there is something wrong. Everyone will be unlucky. Who knows? Yesterday was still. Hero. You have to be in prison today. What we say about fate doesn't count. Look. Today's Yuza Morning News didn't report it at all. Cui Lu picked up the newspaper on the ground and saw a marginal article in the Yuza Morning News. Is it shameful to lie flat? The goal of survival does not exist at all. The end of human destiny? Cui Lu read it with interest and said with emotion, wow. Where did the reporter come from? He is so brave to write. A few hundred meters away from the inspection station, the security guard at the door put the same article under the teacup. Stand at attention. A dozen people in black military uniforms stopped in front of the steps, leading a narrow road in the middle, and stared at the several suspects being escorted. At this time, when she, as one of the suspects, was wrapped in an inflatable protective suit, he felt like a fat penguin swaying from side to side, and could knock the person next to him 10 meters away by turning around. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that they were all in doll costumes. But why did Lu Jianshan look so steady in his steps? The city defense team didn't let them communicate with each other and put on the mask directly. Just as he thought of this, the inflatable figure 2 steps ahead staggered for no reason, and fell to the ground because of losing balance. tripping when there was not even a person to help. What a lack of public morality. When she supported Liu Jianshan's protective suit and finally tried to get up, and suddenly noticed that Liu Jianshan was blinking at him. After a brief eye contact, Liu Jianshan stared at Wenqi and nodded slightly. Got it. It was asking if his eyes were uncomfortable. Wenqi shook his head honestly. Liu Jianshan paused, got up and left. Wenqi was followed by Old Man Zhou and the people from Team 7 and Team 4. The environment in the examination room was cold, and the city defense team took them to different rooms. Through a small glass window, Wenqi took off his mask and ordered Yang Chen outside. Can you at least give me a glass of water? Yang Chen looked strange and lip-synced. Go to hell. So stingy. Wenqi was completely confused. If the city defense team hadn't suddenly come to his door, he could have finished his glass of wine. Wait. What are they doing here? He sat cross-legged in a small white room with no windows on all sides. The alcohol made his mind slow and sleepy. So he simply stopped thinking. But not long after, someone opened the door and took him to another room. Wenqi was handcuffed to a chair, and two masked men with guns put a transparent cover on his head from behind him. Now even talking echoed. The explosion-proof glass on the front slowly lowered, allowing him to see the 5 people sitting at the other end of the long table. They were wearing military uniforms and looked alert and serious. Yang Chen stood by and flipped through the record book while someone was drawing blood from Wenqi. Number 332-6666. Temporary member of Dawn Team 7. Next. What you say will be recorded. Please be aware of this and ensure the authenticity of your words. If you make up anything, the military has the right to question your guilt. The other side did not answer for a long time. Yang Chen reminded, Wenqi, please answer if you hear me. Wenqi's lazy voice was muffled by the hood. I can't understand what you are saying. Why is there still moisture when you speak? Cough cough. Yang Chen glanced at the expressions of several military personnel, and after one of them signaled with his eyes, he ordered someone to open the hood. A strong smell of alcohol made everyone present frown. Yang Chen suppressed his anger and asked someone to bring a cup of hangover soup through the intercom. After Wenqi drank the soup, his chaotic eyes became a little clearer. Without waiting for Wenqi to react, the hood covered his head again. Wenqi simply leaned back, with a pair of long legs on the table. What do you want to ask? Yang Chen endured it and said coldly, please tell me the process of this mission, including all the details. Wenqi's eyes paused. Yang Chen added, don't say you can't remember. Starting from leaving the city gate. How did you find the sand boat base and Team 4? Too many things have happened in the past month. Wenqi finally picked out a piece of thought from the thousands of threads, and briefly said a few sentences in order. Explain it more clearly. Yang Chen interrupted him. When you were in the desert, did you encounter parasitic pollutants? Wenqi shrugged. According to the sand boat base, those insects did not carry pollutants. They were like this before the pollution era. Yang Chen didn't say anything, and drew a key mark in the record book. When Wenqi talked about the glass house, Yang Chen interrupted him again. You can skip this part, but it's very important. Wenqi said seriously. Yang Chen glanced around. Then you don't need to talk about how the judge blushed? Wenqi suddenly looked up and asked, are you all single? The other end of the long table fell into silence. Yang Chen let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and accepted his fate. You continue. Wenqi saw that they were listening so reluctantly, and immediately lost interest. The originally vivid description became perfunctory, and skipped some unimportant things, such as empathy and Wenqi. When it was finally time to talk about returning from the sand boat base, the color of those ice faces became worse. Please tell me more carefully. Yang Chen's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Where did your aircraft stop? How did you find it? And did you encounter any accidents on the way back? Wenqi replied, no. Please think about it carefully again. Yang Chen said. Wenqi's eyes blinked slightly behind the hood. All our actions are in accordance with the operating manual, including replacing the energy bar. If this can still be infected. His voice deliberately paused. Yang Chen's expression said it all. Wenqi's eyes gradually became colder. Who is infected? As soon as the voice fell, a rapid alarm sounded from Yang Chen's intercom. The 5 people opposite the long table exchanged glances with each other and kept sitting straight. After the 3 alarms ended, Yang Chen slowly walked towards Wenqi, and a photo appeared on the intercom screen. It was a pale face, with a pair of hollow eyes like 2 black pits. But what was frightening was not only the blood spreading around the pupils, but also the dense bulges on the forehead. Early? No. How could it be possible? You must be thinking that she was normal all the way, including when you had dinner together at Zhou Wei's house. Yang Chen watched Wenxi's reaction. But this is her current state. She has been contaminated. When she narrowed her eyes slightly, impossible. Let me go see her. Yang Chen paused. His eyes became complicated. You and everyone in the 14th blood test have a weak reaction to the contaminant. And it is currently suspected to be a mutant contamination. She is just the first one. The next one may be Lu Jianshan. Or it may be you. If this contaminant can infect other people, then the base will face the greatest crisis in history. So, you better recall, what have you been exposed to? After a short silence, Wenxi whispered, although I don't care about your base. As you said, if we are infected early, then none of us can escape. Unfortunately, we did not observe any suspicious injection of pollutants along the way. You'd better figure out whether she is infected or sick. Yang Chen said, she has symptoms of pollution. When she raised his chin, the blood color is normal. The pupil fluctuations due to severe pain are also normal. There is no thirst, confusion and other symptoms. As for the weak reaction of the blood test, it may also be that it has been in a place with a large amount of pollutants for a long time, and it may be naturally excreted with human metabolism. Yang Chen was about to stop him, but was stopped by the eyes of the person at the end of the long table. The man crossed his hands. Go on. When she tilted his head and said confidently, I'm thirsty. Yang Chen sighed and went to pour him some water. Bai Wanli's voice sounded behind him. The pollutants can only be transmitted to others during the outbreak period. Your blood test reaction shows that you have experienced at least one outbreak period. All members of Team 7 and Team 4 are safe, which means that the pollution incident occurred at the Shazhou base. Today is exactly 7 days away from your departure for the return voyage. When she looked up at him, Bai Wanli pinched a piece of thin paper and read, when the incubation period becomes longer and the infection stage cannot be identified, it will be very troublesome. Did you say this? When she was slightly stunned. The person next to Bai Wanli even played a recording of the same sentence. That was indeed his own voice. It was what he said to Lu Jianshan before this mission. He said it when there were only 2 of them. What does this mean? When she asked back, ignoring Bai Wanli's gaze. Kania smiled and said, I'm afraid it's your turn to explain. Why did you spread such remarks in the base? Or did someone instruct you to say such things? When she was about to speak, but saw Bai Wanli's eyes turn cold, Minister Ke. This has nothing to do with our investigation. General Bai. I think it is very relevant. The reason why we can't get an answer is because they are covering up for each other. Kania looked at him meaningfully. When she, you are so smart. You must know what this means. When she stared at him closely, did Lu Jianshan say that? Kanya did not respond directly. General Bai. Reporting suspicious remarks is indeed the responsibility of the military. Right? This naturally includes the Dawn Organization Department. Bai Wanli's lips moved, but he said nothing. If it is his responsibility, then there is no problem. When she spoke slowly at this moment, I think I just told the truth. Bai Wanli said, then how do you know that the incubation period will be longer? When she spread his hands, I guessed. Facts have proved that my prediction is very accurate. Bai Wanli stared at him, but could not find out the truth from the half-true and half-false tone. When she sighed tiredly and looked directly into Bai Wanli's old eyes, if no one dares to check on Zhao Zhao's condition, I am willing to go. Also, I want to see Lu Jianshan. A few minutes later, when she was escorted back to the previous single room, before going in, he asked Yang Chen if it is confirmed that Zhao Zhao is contaminated. What will be done? Yang Chen did not look at him. Kill him on the spot. How long will it take? 24 hours at most. Others too? Yang Chen looked solemn, including you. When she stood behind the door and heard the sound of another room being opened, it seemed that the military wanted to interrogate everyone. According to the records of the Yuza base, from the incubation period to the outbreak period, it would not exceed 7 days at most. And the incubation period became longer, which should obviously be later, at least another 100 years, when the pollutants can disguise themselves temporarily. But if it was not contaminated, what was Zhao Zhao like? When she opened his right hand, and the blue blood vessels were buried under the pale skin, the process of spreading to the base of the palm was interrupted by the rope on the wrist and the 2 shaking crystals. I don't know if the pollutants will change the direction of blood flow, just like changing the veins of fate. 3 hours later, when she met Yongchen again. This time he didn't bring anyone else. The medical station is willing to do the test again, but for their safety, it's better to have someone with a similar situation go in to take the sample. If you don't want to, stop talking nonsense. When she interrupted him, have you reported to your superiors? Yongchen glanced at the corridor. This is none of your business. Follow me. The early isolation room was not far from Wenxi, but the person waiting in the operating room really surprised Wenxi. The pair of eyes exposed by the protective suit were 8 points similar to Liang. Li Wolfgang did not speak, but only gestured for Wenxi to go in. Liang is being interrogated. Yongchen pondered for a while. The protective suit cannot be taken off. You need to put this microscope into her arm. The monitoring will be turned off for a maximum of 3 minutes. If the situation changes, I will shoot directly. I mean, the two of you. Behind the automatic revolving door, the pure white ground was stained with blood. The lively and energetic girl was now dying in the corner. She seemed to have trouble breathing, and could only open her mouth to inhale and exhale air. When she took off his protective suit regardless of Yongchen's reminder, he approached Zhao Zhao, squatted down and called her name, Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao gently touched her forehead and asked vaguely, Am I infected? What are you doing here? I will infect you. No. How do you feel now? Very tired. I want to sleep, but I can't breathe. What if I really become like those things? The girl's voice was faintly filled with fear. She had to look up to resist the deeper fatigue. Wenxi's tone was lazy. Then you can only bear it. I don't want to. Zhao Zhao climbed his arm, misty eyes full of determination. Can you kill me? Wenxi did not answer. Right now? I beg you. I don't want to become like that. She begged. Wenxi stared at her for a long time, and replied, Okay. Zhao Zhao slowly loosened his hand and squeezed out a pale smile. Thank you. Wenxi took the opportunity to pull open her sleeves and quickly buried the microscope in her upper arm. At this time, the honeycomb-like bulge on Zhao Zhao's forehead attracted his attention. Those bulges were not static, they were moving, as if they were about to burst the skin, expanding and contracting back and forth with the heartbeat. Yongchen called him from behind the glass window. The next second, Yongchen saw a delicate dagger appear in Wenxi's hand, and the bright knife light approached Zhao Zhao's neck. What do you want to do? At the same time, in the separate interrogation room next door, Dai Yin, a member of the Dawn Team 4, excitedly punched the glass. I saw with my own eyes that the tentacle of the pollutant entered his head from the ear. It was the pollutant that was injected at that time. I guarantee with my life that everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, go ask Lu Jianshan. He was there too, only on the other side of a wooden board. Faced with a serious accusation, Lu Jianshan fell into a long silence. Do you have anything else to explain? Behind the isolation board, Bai Wanli's tone was full of disappointment. But this time, Lu Jianshan rarely spoke. His eyes were calm. I want to see Shangju. Chapter 47. Calm down. Yongchen pulled the door handle with all his strength, but found that the enclosed space was locked from the inside by Wenxi. He punched the glass, trying to stop Wenxi, but Wenxi never looked back. The tip of the short blade slowly approached Zhao Zhao's carotid artery. She tilted her head, her eyes moist, and the coldness almost made her blood coagulate. But the imagined pain never came. Hold it. Wenxi suddenly whispered. Zhao Zhao's confused eyelashes had not yet fallen, and she realized that something had pierced the skin behind her ear, and then gently pulled out a thin strip. Behind the glass, Yongchen was stunned. He saw when she turned his head and raised the dagger towards him. A black P-shaped solid was inserted into the tip of the knife. Several transparent and thin tentacles were floating on both sides. This is... It looks like a mutant plant tentacle. Li Wolfgang's voice came to Wenxi's ears through the microphone. Hold her and tilt her to the left by 15 degrees. Yes. Now observe whether there is a bulge on her right temple. Wenxi did as he was told, and found another black thing along the thin skin. If you observe it closely, you will feel that the bean is not pure black, but slightly translucent. At the same time, the bulge on Zhao Zhao's forehead disappeared by more than half, and her breathing became much smoother. It is. Wenxi muttered to herself. Yongchen frowned and said coldly, What is it? Tell me clearly. When she was too lazy to argue with his bad temper. The seeds of the luminous fruit. No wonder they are all abnormal. Adley Wolfgang's reminder. When she used the tip of the knife to find the last seed hidden in Zhao Zhao's forehead. He stared at the thing. And said in a teasing tone, Doctor, if you don't test it, this thing may grow all over the base. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Chen warned. Take the sample out first, and put on the protective clothing. It's too late. He stared at when she, making sure he didn't make any extra movements. He waited until he walked to the door, and unlocked the internal lock before Yang Chen pressed the handle from the outside. You are so slow. The door was only half open when Yang Chen suddenly stopped talking. Because a dark muzzle appeared in his peripheral vision. Passing over his shoulder and facing when she. The military had set up a defense line in the corridor at some point. And no one was allowed to enter or leave. Including Yang Chen and Li Wolfgang. Yang Chen couldn't figure out at what point in the 3 minutes they found something wrong. But cold sweat flowed down his temples. Making it difficult for him to concentrate and think. When she, on the other hand, was not surprised. He was still relaxed and playful. He spread his hands with a smile, revealing the bloody sample and dagger. We meet again so soon. General Bai. Bai Wanli's eyes behind the mask were solemn and cold. And he was not moved at all when she. You disregarded the base regulations and violated Article 3 of the base security regulations. You are now arrested and treated as a felony-infected person. When she didn't understand, what? Someone proved that you had close contact with pollutants and injected pollutants. Do you admit it? Kanya stood behind Bai Wanli and said meaningfully. More than one person saw it. Including your companions. When she narrowed his eyes. Everyone else in the room immediately became more alert. Yang Chen took a half step back. But was held at the back by the muzzle of a gun. Kanya sighed, Captain Yang. In addition to violating Article 15 of the base security regulations, you are now also listed as a highly suspected person. Yang Chen tried to argue, but said nothing after his face turned red. During the whole process, when she did not move a muscle, when they all finished speaking, his patience was almost exhausted. Just as he was about to speak, he was beaten to the punch by Kanya, General Bai. There is no time to listen to their arguments. They may enter the pollution outbreak period at any time. And the consequences will be disastrous. Only by dealing with it, as soon as possible can we give an explanation to the people of the whole city. Bai Wanli clenched his pistol, and stared at when she, as if a bullet would fly out of the muzzle, and hit him in the middle of his eyebrows in the next second. Finally. What do you want to say? He was responded to by 2 laughs. When she calmly asked back, don't you think it's strange? Bai Wanli was startled. When she said, the appearance of dangerous mechanical pollutants is barely understandable. But plants invading the human body, TSK. This is too exaggerated. Your existing research should have also confirmed that the evolution of pollutants in plants is abnormally slow. Right? Bai Wanli looked at him, and showed him the sample in his hand. When she pinched a black seed, even if it mutates into a glowing fruit, it will not be contagious. I mean, even if I am infected, I will not infect Zhao Zhao. You can confirm with Team 4 whether they have passed through the area where glowing fruits grow. After getting the nod, the soldier next to Bai Wanli took out the walkie-talkie. The other side's reply clearly acknowledged this. Kanya smiled and looked at when she, this is all your one-sided statement, which does not explain the situation at all. Since the test standards prove that all of you have abnormalities, it means that you have infected them. First of all, even if I had a brief contact with the pollutants, when she said calmly, there is no evidence that I was infected. There are many ways to inject pollutants, but I have never encountered them. If there were, I would not be alive now. Bai Wanli looked at him, you can't be responsible for what you said. So there is no need to say more. You just don't understand the unknown. When she replied, Bai Wanli said slowly, you still don't realize that your companions will die because of your ignorance. And everyone will pay the price because of you. Facing the pressing muzzle, when she's smile became more relaxed and frank, because I don't care. I don't need to be responsible for you. Then what about Lu Jianshan? Bai Wanli looked at him, and after a brief silence as a response, he said angrily, you don't care about killing him? Kanya sighed at this time, General Bai. Why bother to provoke him with words? Although Judge Lu is his teammate, he also confirmed his violation. It seems that they are not on the same side. When she's smile suddenly turned cold, and his eyes followed the dark muzzle. He leaned back slightly to block the slightly raised black hole. and his voice was confused and cold. What did he say about me? Bai Wanli took a half-step forward calmly, pulled the trigger, and put the gun against Wen Shi's forehead. Wen Shi did not hide or retreat. He smelled a faint smell of blood on the cold metal. And perhaps he had executed countless infected people. You won't know? Bai Wanli issued the final order. Please wait a moment. The high heels made a click sound on the smooth ground. Alina was holding a lot of documents and had to breathe because she was jogging all the way. Her slightly messy long hair covered half of her serious face. But she didn't care and spoke quickly. General Bai. Our laboratory retested the blood samples of all the people in the 4th and 7th teams. And the results did not meet the pollution index. It is a short-term symptom caused by plant pollen and has no transmission ability, according to the records of the Shazhou base. This is because of being in a spore environment for a long time. The weak pollutants that enter the human body with pollen particles will be naturally eliminated within a month with metabolism. Bai Wanli's originally solemn expression changed slightly. Alina's conclusion coincided with what Wen Shi said before. At the other end of the gun, Wen Shi curled his eyes indifferently. Don't ask me how I know. I'm just guessing. But, Alina said with worry, Zhao Zhao's symptoms are still considered to be slightly contaminated. The luminous fruit spores that entered her body grew and mutated due to some unknown stimulation, and regarded the human body as a nutrient component, as long as the mutated spores can be completely removed. Konya was shocked and said in surprise, in other words, everyone may be fine. Alina replied, we have to wait until the pollutants are excreted and then do another test to confirm it. But? Konya glanced at Bai Wanli quietly. This matter is very serious and affects millions of people in the base. If anything unexpected happens, we will die to apologize. Alina handed the document to Bai Wanli. I am 80% sure. Bai Wanli's eyes passed over the paper, and the gun in his hand never moved, until the communicator in his chest pocket made a ding sound. The hawk-like eyes stared at Wen Shi, and then put down the gun. Isolate him alone. At the end of the long table, a tall figure stood in front of the oil painting portrait. The faint candlelight illuminated half of the resolute and cold face, which contrasted with the warm oil painting. Shang Ju put down the communicator and said in a low voice, they have begun to prepare for retesting. Before that, the spores in everyone's body must be removed. Lu Jianshan stood upright in the middle of the room with his back to the glass window. His eyelashes were down, and he corrected calmly, it is the pollen of the luminous fruit. Unless it encounters a catalyst, it will not remain for so long. Alina said the same thing. Have you met her? Shang Ju had no expression on his face. Lu Jianshan said, no. A newspaper hit him in the face. It was a page of the Yuza Morning Post. It was folded up, but the big headline could still be seen. The goal of survival does not exist at all. The end of human destiny? Lu Jianshan frowned slightly. It seems that you have heard it too, Shang Ju said in a deep voice. The goal of survival does not exist at all. This slogan obviously has some audiences inside the base. You should know what this means for the base's efforts over the past decades. Lu Jianshan was silent for a while, and whispered, he just... Shang Ju shook his head and interrupted him. He just said it casually. It's pure nonsense. And his absurd predictions have already spread to every corner. This will shake everyone's confidence, and confidence is a very precious thing. Lu Jianshan raised his eyes, but saw that Shang Ju had already made a decision. The committee's suspicion of Wen Shi is increasing day by day, and exile is already a lenient treatment. Lu Jianshan said, empathy will not be polluted. You know how dangerous it is. Shang Ju looked at him. I'm sorry. I can't bet on everyone's fate. In a long eye contact, Lu Jianshan said calmly, you know what empathy is better than me. Shang Ju said, our understanding of empathy is very limited, just like our understanding of Wen Shi. But you need someone to be responsible for everything, Lu Jianshan said. After a long time, Shang Ju sneered on his cold face. Yes. I need someone to take responsibility from the moment you left Yuza. I have to be prepared for no one to come back. As a result, suspected pollution, empathy, and a messy review process. You know how these panics will shake people's hearts. You are also a judge. How should you deal with it according to the laws and regulations? The light and shadow shook in Lu Jianshan's eyes, and slowly stopped. He said, I can take responsibility. Shang Ju's fingers paused. Lu Jianshan said, according to Article 3 of the Dawn Regulations, the captain is fully responsible for the members of the trip. It was my failure to do a good job of pre-trip screening that led to the appearance of catalysts, and put everyone in danger. I understand empathy better than when she. But I didn't stop it in time. Whether it was when she, Zhao Zhao, or anyone else. It was my mistake, and had nothing to do with them. Do you know what you are saying? Beside Shangju's hand, a recorder continued to light up with a red dot. Lu Jianshan looked at him and said calmly, I should be responsible for all this. Lu Jianshan. Shangju suppressed his anger, and his eyes fell on the photo frame at the corner of the table. The three young men stood side by side, and their bright and wanton smiles suddenly hurt him, and the anger finally turned into dejection. Do you know why empathy is strictly prohibited? Lu Jianshan's expression changed slightly. Shangju's voice was sad. In January 2198, when she survived the bat nest and brought back the coordinates of 2 human bases. That was what Team 3 found before the bat nest. I asked General Bai to keep it secret before confirmation. But when Dawn Team 5 followed the original route again, they found that the 2 bases had been wiped out of life. It didn't happen for a long time. Perhaps some people would say that it is possible that they just happened to be discovered by nearby bat pollutants, which often happens. But judging from the traces at the scene, this was more like a location-based hunting. Those things searched for human coordinates according to Wenqi's memory, and used them to locate. We lost a lot of people before we completely destroyed the bat nest. Use a base must not be the next target. Shangju's eyes were firm. Do you know now what you are responsible for? The oil painting behind Shangju gradually turned into particles. The huge picture frame faded, revealing a black screen. The 12 figures of the deliberation court emerged one by one, and the strip-shaped anonymous voting boxes were flashing. Multiple coordinate systems. Shangju. Unless you are lying. Lu Jianshan stared at the other party's gradually changing eyes. You agreed to let Wenqi stay, didn't you? Shangju was silent. Lu Jianshan suddenly realized. Have you decided to activate the deep domain system? 5 days later, Wenqi lay on the single bed with his feet up, looking at the dark ceiling irritably. He stayed in this enclosed space with only a small round window for 5 days. Is this the life of a human? The pollutants in the Shazhou underground palace are not as aggrieved as him. Although he doesn't have to deal with annoying humans. He feels like a pig in prison, waiting to enter the slaughterhouse at any time. Perhaps the only thing that can be adjusted is the recording in the headphones. But he doesn't want to hear Lu Jianshan's voice now. Perhaps the only thing that could be used as a change was the recording in the earphone. But he didn't want to hear Lu Jianshan's voice now. The old man at the Shazhou base was a liar. He said that he had added some kind of wire. But communication was completely impossible, let alone the sound of the earphone. He had no news of Lu Jianshan during this period. All the medical staff who came to take samples remained silent and refused to answer any of his questions. So he also refused any tests and samples. At worst, it would turn into a luminous fruit. Those mutant seeds seemed to have begun to work. Sporadic bulges appeared on the back of his hand. Maybe it won't be long before they spread all over his body. His fingers habitually tapped the earphone. Twice. The sound of the current became very weak. The man's voice jumped out at an inopportune time. Don't give up. Wenqi, only by living can you find the answer. When you want to give up, you can raise your head. Do you see the night sky? If you reach out, you can touch it. Wenqi's depressed mood slowly calmed down with a flat voice. He turned over and stared at the only small window. The night rain was endless, as if it went all the way to the end of the world. But no one can see that far, whether in time or space. Wenqi murmured to himself and answered to the headset, What if I saw it? The voice in the headset continued, That's not the twinkling of stars. It's artificial. In the distant night, a few lights suddenly flickered. They lasted for several seconds, and were not interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Wenqi asked curiously, Is that a firework? It's a group of artificial satellites. Lu Jianshan's voice did not come from the headset, but from behind him. Wenqi turned over and sat up, and saw the white door was closed again. Lu Jianshan stood at the end of the bed. After not seeing him for a few days, he looked a little tired. His hair was a little messy, but he still looked cold and restrained. What did you say? Wenqi asked blankly. Lu Jianshan's eyes moved to the window, and the sporadic light spots were disappearing. That was produced by the explosion of a part of the artificial satellite group. Wenqi put his hands on his knees until he could no longer see those rare light spots. Did you pass the test? Wenqi stared at his black boots. Isn't it first come first served? Why do I have to be isolated? Lu Jianshan took a step towards him and whispered, It's almost time. Expel the seeds. And you can go out. Go out? Where? Leave the base. Go outside? When she looked at him slowly. They can't force anesthesia on me. So they let you be the lobbyist? Lu Jianshan said, Yuza is the safest place. How do you know? When she asked back. When Lu Jianshan took another step closer. He retreated half a step to the wall. Aware of his avoidance. Lu Jianshan stopped where he was. When she, for a moment, when she felt that the rain in the long night seemed to fall into Lu Jianshan's eyes. When she, Lu Jianshan called his name again. Everyone in Yuza base is for more people to survive. If one person's sacrifice can bring more people alive, it is worth it. When she said, I don't understand what you are saying. I insist on this too. Lu Jianshan stared at him. When she chuckled disdainfully, that's your responsibility. Not mine. I don't care about the lives of others. He heard Lu Jianshan sigh. I'm just the most insignificant part of them. For you, I should be the same. Survival is the only important thing. A nameless anger suddenly burst out in Wen Shi's heart, making him unbearable. Lu Jianshan, compared with your responsibility, I am insignificant. So I can be betrayed? Right? Lu Jianshan remained silent. When she sneered, the incubation period will be longer and the outbreak period will be shorter. I only told you. Right? Yes. You also said that you should not tell others about empathy in advance. Right? Yes. Wen Shi's smile was still hanging on the corner of his mouth. But there was a soreness in his chest. But just as the soreness became more and more swollen, he suddenly noticed something wrong. Lu Jianshan did not give him a chance to think about it, and stated, You are just following my orders. Yes. Wen Shi said angrily. You are my captain. Of course I have to follow your orders. What can I hide? I wish everyone would. Lu Jianshan's palm covered the rest of his words. Wen Shi's eyes widened. But he found that Lu Jianshan's eyes were looking down. The tip of his shoe moved half an inch along the foot of the bed. And then he leaned over to take off a small black disc. He pinched it with 2 fingers and broke it. There are 3 more eavesdropping devices like this in the dormitory. If you take it down, they won't install it again, Lu Jianshan said. After a few seconds, he added calmly, I didn't say that. When she looked at Lu Jianshan, and those cold eyes suddenly shocked his back. Wait, if Lu Jianshan didn't betray himself at all, why did he say those words just now? What did he mean? When she slowly put away his smile, looked at him in disbelief, almost gritting his teeth. Lu Jianshan, why are you still using me when you explain? What do you want to do? Who do you want to hear my words? Lu Jianshan didn't answer his question, just stared at him quietly. The bony hand slowly approached Wen Shi's face, but simply touched the hair by his ear, trying to straighten it. I know the sound of that headset is very important to you. You have experienced a lot together. Lu Jianshan's eyes were obviously very calm, but they were deeper than you. I believe you are not making it up. But the truth you think may be a coincidence. Wen Shi, you can only find the answer if you live on. As he spoke, Wen Shi's pupils lost their last trace of laziness. As unfathomable as a deep pool, so you want me to stay in Yuza? I want you to live in a safe place. Lu Jianshan said. Stop empathizing. Wen Shi grabbed his hand and slowly pulled it towards his side face. The back of his own hand was covered with ugly and hideous bulges. But Lu Jianshan turned a blind eye and did not avoid it. Lu Jianshan's palm was still so cold, as pale as blood without fresh flow. When she raised his head slightly and looked at him, Then do you like me? Lu Jianshan whispered back, What is love? When she looked into those cold and calm eyes, as if he had not been able to cause any emotional waves in the other party from beginning to end. He himself would only be ruthlessly swallowed. But he stood still, trying to find the slightest trace of hiding. He found nothing. The cold loss came from the full. The hard tip squeezed out, passed through the blood vessels, and drilled to the toes and fingertips, all of which were still cold. At that moment, the voice and the headset overlapped with Lu Jianshan in front of him. They said the same words, did the same things. Those adventures together can't be imagined out of thin air. What is true, and what is false? But there is nothing in Lu Jianshan's eyes. Why is he sad? Why does such sadness make himself more uncomfortable? As if the heart has turned into a pool of blood after cramps and skin peeling, leaking out from 10 fingers. When she sniffed, suddenly raised his head, and bit the corner of Lu Jianshan's mouth. Blood dripped out, dyeing the pale and colorless lips red. Isn't it easy to like someone? I asked you before. When she stared at him closely, Did you really want to kiss me in the underground palace? The wet and cold lips pressed against Wenxi's. Wetter than the night rain, and colder than the wind and snow. The smell of rust permeated the tip of the tongue. Dry and sweet. Plundering and scattering tenderness. A triumphant smile appeared in Wenxi's eyes. But soon he realized something was wrong. What did you feed me? It was slightly bitter and cool. An oral anesthetic. In the last second before Wenxi fell into a coma. He vaguely heard Lu Jianshan's answer, yes. Lu Jianshan opened the door. And several city defense soldiers were waiting outside with guns. And one of them handed over handcuffs. At the end of the corridor, the sound of rain drifted closer from the distant valley. They kept walking forward until they passed a corner. And Lu Jianshan suddenly stopped. In the shadows, a figure in a wheelchair seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Lu Jianshan. Zhou Wei looked at him. The night rain fell behind the old man, reflecting his vicissitudes of life and wrinkled skin. The two looked at each other in silence. Just like the moment they met many years ago. It was still Zhou Wei who broke the silence. Smiling easily, washing away all the fatigue. It's dangerous outside. I wish you good luck. He clenched his right fist and placed it on the left side of his chest, patting it hard twice. In the sound of rain, the muffled sound of the chest seemed heavy and firm. This was the etiquette of Tianwen Academy many years ago. So old that it has long been forgotten. Lu Jianshan responded with the same etiquette and replied calmly, thank you, Zhou Wei. I also wish mankind good luck. The sound of rain suddenly became louder, covering the sound of farewell footsteps. Wenxi slept soundly in the endless rainy night, as if he dreamed that someone bent down and kissed his forehead, cherishing and restraining. On March 20th, 2199, Lu Jianshan, the judge of Yuza Base, was sentenced to exile for serious dereliction of duty. The 7th investigation team of the Dawn organization will be withdrawn from today. Chapter 48. The military has interrogated Wenxi. The coordinates leaked by the empathy are around the location where the empathy occurred. The currently known pollutants cannot migrate thousands of kilometers away, or they will kill each other for territory before that. In addition, based on the multiple coordinate system, the true coordinates of the Yuza base have never been exposed. All aircraft routes are randomly encrypted, and the people in the program department don't know it themselves. So, as Lu Jianshan said, we are safe. At present, the Shadow base has cut off all communications, and the Dawn group is looking for other ways to contact. Alina hung up the communicator tiredly. The laboratory corridor was quiet, and the light suddenly lit up, illuminating the snow-white road ahead. Her hair and white coat were soaked by the rain, and water droplets fell to the ground along her work badge. The pungent disinfectant was more annoying than the water stains. She passed the sample room all the way, but suddenly remembered something and retreated to one of the glass doors. Plant pollen carrying low-level pollutants will only be transformed when it encounters a catalyst. What kind of catalyst? If this is an organism, its own rejection reaction. She muttered to herself, put on protective gloves, and opened the sample room. In the freezer, densely packed small bottles were finely labeled and strictly locked in the cabinet. The science department will extract pollutants from each polluted organism obtained for research and discovery. It is hard to imagine how dangerous they are just stored here. Plant pollutants, rhizomes, climbing vines. Why are they empty? Alina took out her communicator and dialed a number, asked the sampling area to bring back the root sample of the climbing vine. Yes, that's right. You're so noisy over there. What's going on? The person on the other side hesitated. Sister Nana. This side is on fire. We are rescuing people. The blood samples containing the luminous fruit seeds before may not be saved. Alina's face suddenly darkened. What did you say? The commercial street next to the cliff is open today, and the shouting played by the recorder is endless. Crowds of people are rubbing shoulders and whispering to each other. Gossip is obviously more popular than small commodities. Of course it's a big deal. Listen to me. The sudden martial law a few days ago was because Team 4 and Team 7 were almost wiped out. It was said that one of them had a contaminant that was not detected. More than that, I have relatives above me. They said that Lu Jianshan saw that person being contaminated with his own eyes. But he actually concealed it for him. Impossible? He has fought for the Dawn organization for many years. What is he trying to do? Then how did you say that he violated the rules so seriously that he was directly exiled? It was because he knew about it, but didn't report it, and deliberately concealed it. And the judge? Is this how he protects ordinary people like us? He even forgot his own responsibilities. Ahem. That's because the infected person is Wenxi. It's said that she is his old lover. So of course, he will be let off. How come our lives are all part of their play? It really serves him well. I didn't expect Lu Jianshan to be this kind of person. He should be eaten by the pollutants as soon as possible. Even the judge can be exiled. This is really the first time in history. I haven't recovered yet. According to what you said, when she is now? It seems that he was in the early stage of contamination. And the science department found a way to save him. When did our science department become so powerful? Is there still hope? I heard that he was not really infected. Anyway, his physique is abnormal. So he is fine. But he almost killed the other weak ones. Chuan Yujun is still lying in the intensive care unit. No wonder the commander was so angry. The guards didn't dare to enter the tower. It's really scary. Just because he is fine now doesn't mean he will be fine in the future. I support voting for him to get out. If it doesn't work, find a place to keep him. In case something goes wrong. Am I the only one who cares about Lu Jianshan? No matter how powerful he is. Sooner or later he will. Isn't that his own fault? Look. All the shops have removed all Lu Jianshan's voice companion headphones from the shelves. Not only that, I heard that the program department is going to delete all his personal information. He deserves it. Could he be sent by the contaminants? He is one of those extremists who want to kill people. Or want to use humans for experiments. Maybe the hypocritical exile of the infected before was just to collect materials. Who are you? Are you sick? Why are you hitting me? Casca grabbed Chi-Chi's collar and didn't put him down until he got through the crowd that was about to fight. He warned him, don't make trouble. Kid. Chi-Chi slapped his sleeves with his snotty little hands and hummed in dissatisfaction. Then don't take the opportunity to smear shoe prints on people's backs. Why are you so loud? Casca stopped him quickly. Then thought. Think about it quickly. What can we bring to Wenxi to make him feel better? Booger chocolate? Or air-dried chicken legs? The Dome Museum was particularly quiet today. I don't know where the endless stream of visitors in the past have gone. As Chi-Chi walked in the corridor, he could hear the sound of dust falling. Casca lowered his voice and reminded Chi-Chi, when you see your brother when later, be serious. Don't be so frivolous. I know. Chi-Chi thought he was too long-winded. Don't talk about him. I feel bad too. That's right. I just recovered from this injury. And the team is gone. It's really fate. Casca sighed and rubbed Chi-Chi's head hard. Not far ahead. A thin figure was sitting cross-legged in front of a huge screen. The hair was tied into a small bunch, and the ends of the hair trembled with the shoulders. Casca was shocked and didn't know whether he should go over. Against the backdrop of the vast deep-sea simulation screen, Wenxi's shadow looked small and fragile. Is he crying? Chi-Chi asked Casca doubtfully. Casca hesitated for a while, then pulled Chi-Chi closer. He thought of a bunch of words to comfort people, but he really didn't know where to start. Why not give Wenxi a free ticket to the psychological counseling room? Just as Casca racked his brains and hesitated. A what sounded, which frightened him and Chi-Chi at the same time. Wenxi turned his head and bit off the potato chips with a crack. There was no sadness on his face, but indignation. Why are you walking so quietly? You scared away the garbage eaters, Casca said timidly. Who likes to eat garbage? Chi-Chi pursed his lips. I don't like it. Garbage eater is the name of a killer whale. Wenxi pointed out with interest. Because it likes to eat deep-sea garbage. It is called garbage eater. Are there any problems? Casca and Chi-Chi shook their heads. Wenxi looked back at the screen, and after confirming that garbage eater did not appear again, he sighed in disappointment. After a while, he reminded absent-mindedly, if you come to visit, turn right, and the main exhibition hall is at the end. Chi-Chi was pushed forward by Casca, and carefully stuffed a paper bag into Wenxi's arms. We brought you some gifts. The craft paper wrapped some colorful things, including stickers, keychains, and a few transparent boards of unknown purpose, etc. There were some cartoon portraits printed on them. This is the peripheral of Team 7. Casca racked his brains to recall the words of the store owner. It will be directly removed from the shelves after the announcement today. It will be out of print in the future, and will appreciate in value. When she bit the transparent board and almost broke his front teeth. What is this? Acrylic stand. Chi-Chi took it and dug out 7 little people in a few seconds, and then inserted them on a round board. Look! This one is you. Zhao Zhao. Nanji's sister Meng's sister, Leon Casca. And the remaining one? Next to the cartoon version of when she is a bun face with short black hair, who looks cold and arrogant, but also looks like a god. Casca said, in short. It's just right to put it on the bedside to ward off evil spirits. When she flicked the little man's head and asked, by the way, how is Zhao? She recovered well? Casca hesitated, but decided to be honest. I heard that Team 1 has invited her to join, and she will probably set off on the next mission. When she said on the screen, the garbage eater swam back again. It was a very thin killer whale, and even its movements were slow. When it swept its tail fin, it was only half. Casca continued to report, and the evaluation results of the last Shadow base mission are out, and everyone is A+. He looked very happy, and talked about the various assessment standards of the Liming Organization Department, and also stepped on Chi-Chi's plan to apply for Tianwen Academy. Let's wait and see. Chi-Chi put his hands on his hips angrily. The two of them sang the same tune and refused to leave, and they would even argue for a few minutes about which fried rice noodles next door were the best. Before long, when she couldn't stand it anymore, and got up and left while they were arguing. He had been here for 5 days, and he went back to the dormitory once in the middle. The rest of the time, he even ate and slept in the museum. It was so sudden that he felt dizzy and had tinnitus when he went out. There was a rooftop outside the north passage of the museum, which was just right for a breath of fresh air. As soon as he came out of the passage, he saw a person standing by the railing. Xiao Nanji didn't seem to expect it was him, and he didn't have time to put away the can of red wine at hand. Congratulations. When she came to her side and took an unopened can, the smell of inferior mass-produced alcohol was pungent, but it complemented each other in such an endless night. Even the cold was not so biting. Xiao Nanji's cheeks flushed, and he said more than usual, this time the assessment is A. And Sister Ming, Leon and I are all officially qualified to form the Dawn organization. If it weren't for you and the captain, we wouldn't have been able to do it. You performed very well. When she interrupted her, he leaned against the railing and looked up to see the tower on the top of the mountain. Only at this moment can one realize how perfectly the Yuza base is embedded in the mountains. Xiao Nanji took a deep breath and spoke slowly. As you said earlier, she accidentally touched the glowing fruit. This has nothing to do with you, Captain. Lu Jianshan is just a human being, and he doesn't know everything. She blames herself. When she shook her head slightly, it's not just her. The pollen of the glowing fruit is so fine that even I didn't notice it. The night wind blew away the drizzling rain and lengthened the shadows of the two. After a long silence, Xiao Nanji couldn't control his emotions. Obviously nothing happened. It's unfair for them to do this. He has devoted so many years to the base. Can't the regulations be determined according to the situation? When she seemed particularly calm, this is your rule. He has admitted to violating the rules. Xiao Nanji sniffed, but I feel very sad. When she stared at the night sky, his tone nonchalant. A long time ago, the village where I lived had a rule that anyone who went outside the village cordon must stay at the monitoring station for 24 hours before returning home. Otherwise, they would be identified as pollution contacts and expelled. Once, a man who went out hunting heard that his area was being attacked by pollutants. So he did not report to the monitoring station and went straight home. Who knew that he was already carrying pollutants? And 2 people in that area died. He was fined by accident. Should he be expelled from the village according to the rules? Xiao Nanji nodded, of course. He violated the rules seriously and caused casualties. What if the 2 people who died happened to be his wife and child? They should also be punished in the same way. What if the real cause of death of his wife and child was the attack of pollutants, rather than the infection of the mild pollutants he carried? Xiao Nanji thought for a few seconds. These can only be concluded later, and no one knows whether there is a causal relationship between the two. In any case, he violated the rules at the beginning and put others in danger. If something unexpected happens, what if this person is an important hunter in the village, with superb abilities, and has been protecting the lives of thousands of people for 10 years? Xiao Nanji fell into thought. After a long time, she shook her head in embarrassment. I don't know. You are a tactical planner. When she smiled softly, you should learn to strictly formulate rules and abide by them. But the villain fighting in her mind couldn't convince her. In the end, was the man expelled from the village? The smile in Wenxi's eyes faded slightly, and her tone was complicated. Before the trial, he committed suicide? Xiao Nanji's heart trembled, and she couldn't believe it. She moved her lips, but didn't know what to say. In the long silence, she asked, "Do you know him?" "Yeah." Xiao Nanji raised her face reluctantly. "I seem to understand a little bit. Why you are always alone." She grabbed the remaining half can of red wine, took a big gulp, and almost choked. After calming down a bit, she heard when she asked softly, "What do you think Lu Jianshan is doing now?" Xiao Nanji thought for a while. He should have just dealt with a pollutant and is looking for a place to make a fire. Or sleep on a tree. When she took a sip of alcohol and said, "But he can't sleep too deeply, because there will be danger at any time. So he should not be able to rest when it gets dark. And he must find a hiding place before dawn." He thought that if there was time, Lu Jianshan could return to the Shazhou base. After all, when she still owed them a big favor. But it was too far away, and it was impossible to get there without a flying vehicle. Xiao Nanji clenched his fists hard. He is very powerful. When he was 13 years old, he could wander outside alone for several years. Now he is even more powerful, and he will definitely be able to survive. When she said rarely, "I agree, because only I can kill him. He must live until we meet." Such a light tone made Xiao Nanji suddenly feel cold. She said, "Tell me, what kind of person is the Lu Jianshan you met before? Don't you think it's my imagination?" When she asked back, Xiao Nanji replied, "Maybe. It's all online love. It's not very important." When she thought for a while, and only picked out simple memories, he is a very patient, gentle and good-tempered person. It seems that he is born with a tacit understanding with me. He can always see what I am thinking and guess my next step. In short, he is a guy who is very good at getting along with people and controlling people's hearts. He paused for a few seconds and added, "Completely different from that self-righteous bastard Mute." "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Nanji suppressed his laughter. "If that's the case, I can understand why you fell in love with him." "Who loves him?" When she snorted coldly. "He loves me too much. So I reluctantly like him." Xiao Nanji compromised. "Okay. But the person you are talking about is indeed very different from the Lu Jianshan I know." When she looked at her, Xiao Nanji smiled slightly. "I don't remember much about his childhood, but the day he returned to use a base, my grandfather and I went to pick him up." In Xiao Nanji's memory, Lu Jianshan was one of the many orphans that Zhou Wei took care of. He was very thin and withdrawn. He didn't like to talk much since he was a child, and never interacted with other people. In addition to being very good at fighting, he was almost invisible. Later, Lu Jianshan graduated from the Liming Organization Department at the age of 13, disappeared on a mission, and returned to Yuza again more than 3 years later. From that moment on, everything about him became a legend. He was pale and covered in blood. He had changed a lot. I couldn't recognize who he was. He was holding a little girl and a baby, like a god descending from heaven. But it seemed that he would die in the next second. As a result, he walked slowly to my grandfather and said condescendingly, "Zhou Wei, help," which made my grandfather so angry that he almost vomited blood. Xiao Nanji imitated the scene seriously and couldn't help laughing. When she thought of that scene and couldn't help but curl his lips, "Your grandpa will definitely say, you are nothing." Really? In fact, Lu Jianshan hasn't changed much until now. He still doesn't like to talk. He has a cold personality. He doesn't like to guess. And he doesn't like to communicate with others. Grandpa said that the dangers outside had a great impact on him, making it impossible for him to trust many people. So even in the base, some people have always had opinions about him, thinking that he is not completely loyal to the Dawn organization. Xiao Nanji paused halfway through her speech. She looked at Wenqi's expression and her tone became lighter. Maybe he just concealed the story of his online love with him. So it's not wrong to accuse him. When she stretched out his hand to the railing, and the raindrops fell through his fingers, falling infinitely, as silent as his sigh. "I have been speculating about him from my perspective. In fact, I should ask him in person. Which one is the real him? I want to give him one last chance. If he makes the wrong choice, I will kill him." His expression was natural, and his words were relaxed. But he didn't seem to be joking. "I should have done this a long time ago." Xiao Nanji was startled, and was very worried about Wenqi's condition. She could only nod gently. But she couldn't bear to expose it. "If we can see each other again, it's better to do it tonight than to choose a day." When she said, Xiao Nanji raised his head slowly. 2 hours later, when she appeared in the outer city defense battle. He mixed in with the garbage truck workers, covering most of his face with a mask and a hat. As long as he passed the final identity verification, he could leave the city smoothly. As for the ID card, he lowered his eyes, and the name column of the work card read Casca. Next, the city defense team shouted, when she walked into the spectacular iron grid space and entered one of the compartments according to the electronic screen. Casca said that these machines are too old and the program is always stuck, so it is normal that they can't recognize it clearly. Insert the card and check the fingerprint. It's a very simple process. However, ding ding ding. The sudden screaming alarm gave Wenxi a headache. He could only choose to exit the compartment, and he couldn't even take out his ID card. But as soon as he stepped out, a hemp rope-like net instantly wrapped him up and hung him up. Not far away, someone looked up. What's going on? Sorry, Captain Yu. This machine may have failed again. It often happens. We are all waiting to go to the deep domain system. Then turn it off quickly, don't be busy. Yu Gui walked to the bottom of Wenxi and looked up at him. Wenxi was about to say hello to him, but he noticed that Yu Gui's face was not good, as if he had encountered a pollutant, and his eyebrows were full of stiffness and tension. Yu Gui took out the communicator and whispered something, and then took out a pistol the next second and pointed it at Wenxi's head. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots. Chapter 49. The light bullet accurately cut the rope. Wenxi fell to the ground with a bang. Fortunately, he propped himself up a little. He pulled the net apart in a panic and rubbed his wrist. Yu Gui laughed. Hee. How is it? Are you scared? Wenxi looked at him coldly, as if asking, are you sick? Good intentions are not rewarded. You are as boring as Jingyu and that kid. Yu Gui spread his hands helplessly. The scar on his neck was still eye-catching, but it seemed to be a merit to show off. Wenxi was too lazy to waste words with him, and glanced at him coldly. Are you here to stop me? I'm here to see you off. Yu Gui made a pleased gesture. He led Wenxi to climb up the observation tower from the passage next to the inspection station. This road leads to the back door of the weapons room, and there is a narrow fence on the side. Yu Gui stood in front of the fence door and took out an iron box and threw it to Wenxi. Lu Jianshan's name and number were posted on it. Wenxi recognized the iron box as a relic left by the members of the Dawn group in advance. Wenxi was silent for a moment. Can it be opened now? Exile. Yu Gui looked relaxed. It's just a matter of time. 4 people. The little traces they can leave behind are just like this. The iron box belonging to Lu Jianshan was very light, but it was filled with stuff when the lid was opened. A bag of soda candy, and a key. Yu Gui saw the latter at a glance, and then pulled open the fence behind him. I forgot to tell you that every captain of the Dawn group has a small arsenal, and now it's yours. The corridor behind the fence was very narrow, with a total of 16 locked doors on the left and right sides, 2 of which had been permanently sealed. The key in Wenxi's hand opened the second-to-last door on the right. It was an extremely clean and tidy storage room. A snow-white wall was hung with cold weapons of the same style, and there was a box containing guns of different models. Other than that, it was empty. TSK. He didn't even apply for some high-end technology. Yu Gui was also shocked. What a waste of authority. When she took down the nearest knife, it was only as long as 2 daggers, and the handle had signs of wear, but the blade was as white as new, sharp and beautiful. When it passed through his palm, a shallow blood mark was cut. Yu Gui almost disdained to look at those things. If you like, you can take them all. When she stared at the knife, just this. He put the bag of soda candy into his trouser pocket, held the knife in his backhand, and began to hum a song in a relaxed mood. Before the song reached the door, it was interrupted by Yu Gui. In fact, everyone in the Dawn Organization department thinks that Lu Jianshan is innocent, and you are the one who should be punished. Yu Gui folded his arms and leaned lazily against the wall. I think so too. So I am not here to persuade you not to leave. But if you leave like this, Lu Jianshan's responsibility for you will become meaningless. You and him will always be traitors of Yu's base. When she stopped and tightened his fingers in his trouser pocket slightly, but he laughed in an ambiguous way. That was his own choice. What does it have to do with me? Have you read the graduation oath of Tianwen Academy? Yu Gui sighed. Everyone will swear to be loyal to mankind. Never retreat, never give up, and never return until death. The Lu Jianshan I know has never broken his oath, and has even done more than these. Since he joined the Dawn Organization, he has been alone in the ring for a long time. There were several times when I met him on the way back to the base, and I wondered how he could survive with such injuries. He often acted as bait in cooperative missions, and also acted as a savior. Everyone was afraid of him, but they also admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Because our goal is the same. That is, to keep humans alive in this desperate world. He also wants you to live. When she raised his head slightly, and saw that the dim ceiling was leaking water, damp and misty, like every long night, he murmured like a sigh, "If you know that the road ahead is difficult, and you will get nothing in the end, will you still think so?" Of course. Yugui nodded. Even if the future is really hopeless, at least we have retained the present. When she said softly, "I am just a homeless soul. If Lu Jianshan disappeared from this world, then all this would be meaningless to me." Yugui was stunned, but smiled and said, "I agree with you." This time it was when she's turn to be surprised. Yugui said, "I always think that one day I might die in a polluted nest with Jingyu. This is a glorious fate, and I wish for it. But if I die first so that he can live longer, I will definitely agree. Because he is much smarter than me. I want him to see more of this world and hold on a little longer. In case he still has a chance to live an ordinary life." When she unconsciously rubbed a bag of candy in his pocket, Yugui said, "So, before death comes, will you hold on for Lu Jianshan?" When she couldn't remember what Yugui said later, he didn't know how much of it was Yugui's true words, and how much was just a rhetoric to persuade him. But when he woke up, he was already lying on the narrow camp bed in the dormitory. The next room was as quiet as usual, as if nothing had changed. When she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, so he simply opened the bag of soda candy. So stingy. How could such a small amount be enough to eat? He shook the packaging bag, and the colorful candy wrappers scattered on the quilt, like a group of colorful stars. But there was an alternative among the group of stars, light white, and seemed to be reflecting light. It was a white petal-shaped crystal. When she stretched out his right hand, and the other two crystals tied with red ropes on his wrist had exactly the same shape and luster. Lu Jianshan said that this was his mother's relic. It seemed to be a lady who liked jewelry. When she had read some books from a long time ago, when people always loved to rely on these stones to show off their value. Unfortunately, these things are worthless in the era of pollution. Lu Jianshan collected them, probably to keep a memory. "Then what do you mean by leaving them for me?" When she laughed self-deprecatingly, the white crystal lay in his palm, kneaded into a ball with the other two. Before turning it a few times, there was a slight sound, and the cut surface of the white petal was embedded in the blue one, forming an elongated diamond. The cut surface fits perfectly, and it is integrated. It seems to be like this. When she tried, but couldn't easily disassemble the two. "Just hang it like this. When I see Lu Jianshan, I will ask him if this thing is worn like this." But maybe he didn't know. Yugui said that the next night, Dawn Team 5 will go on a mission. He invited Wenxi to join. Maybe he could find Lu Jianshan's whereabouts outside. But the premise is that Wenxi has to complete enough credits in Tianmen College. After all, Team 5 is a disciplined team. Thinking about it, Wenxi always felt that something was wrong. Why does it seem like he was tricked again? Just now we talked about the evolutionary history of pollutants. So who can point out the specific type of this pollutant based on the following pictures? In order to keep half of his body higher than the podium, Zhou Wei has a lift under his wheelchair. But sometimes the control mechanism gets stuck, making it impossible for him to move to the side smoothly. He comes to the lecture hall of Tianmen College every month to give a special lecture, the main purpose of which is to inspect the students. The lifeless audience seats like today made him very angry. It seems that the course time should be earlier, and it is most appropriate to move it to 5:30 in the morning. Zhou Wei's eyes wandered among the sleepy students and stopped at a sleeping head, row 19. Number 7. You answer this question. In the silence, the person next to him finally woke up number 7. Number 7 raised his head and raised a sleepy face. Someone exclaimed, "It's that person." Zhou Wei fell silent and took some effort to calm himself down. "Wenxi, are you awake?" Wenxi was very honest. "No." "Zhou Wei, then tell me, what is this?" The picture on the big screen was dim and unclear, and only vaguely visible were cicada-like wings emerging from the black fog and two wrinkled three-fingered claws on the ground. In order to see more clearly, Wenxi had to stand up and lean forward on the table. He squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and said lazily, "Based on the comparison with the redwood tree behind the right, it should be a larger pollutant." It has insect wings. At least it is a high-risk pollutant type A, with incomplete vision. If it is cocooning, there is a 30% chance of becoming a CF ordinary pollutant type, 30% maintaining type A, and 30% transforming into type S. He yawned, and the discussions around him were a bit noisy. How did he know it was a redwood tree? He could tell from such a small shadow? You made it up. Nonsense. I can also know that there is a probability of becoming a different type. What is cocooning? Be careful. Don't look at him. When Shi's sleepy eyes passed over the group of carrot heads in front of him, as if he saw a group of colorful ants, densely packed, the big ant at the front said, "Be quiet." A student in the front row took the opportunity to ask back, "What about the remaining 10% probability?" An ill-intentioned laugh immediately arose. When she sighed and said patiently, "The remaining 10% is because of the part we can't see. It may not have been a polluting type, but a dangerous mechanical type. Dangerous mechanical pollutants are no longer a secret within Thirteenth Academy. Almost everyone has heard of the mechanical wolf tail that was cut off in the rainforest. It may look just ordinary and ferocious on the outside," when she pointed out slowly and mercilessly, "but its internal structure may already be a precision machine, and it may even evolve as it cocoons." His words were like falling rocks, suddenly stirring up thousands of waves. "Don't be alarmist here. You think you're writing science fiction? I've never heard of it. But you're quite good at writing it. Fuck. How can we win? Wouldn't it be miserable?" Quiet. Joey couldn't stand it anymore. In the next part, let's talk about the difference between actual combat and simulated combat. After the lecture, when she woke up from his sleep again, there were only a few people left in the lecture hall discussing issues with Old Man Joe in front of the stage. When she slowly walked over, Joey knew it was him without looking back. "Don't say nonsense in class. Take your basic subjects and fighting classes first." When she said in confusion, "I just want to take 1 advanced machinery and 2 simulated combat courses." After all, there was nothing new in that long list, at least not from the course names. It's nothing more than changing the place to sleep. And sleeping 3 or 4 more hours should be enough. Zhou Wei was so angry that he spitted. "These are all required courses. How can you graduate from Tianwen College without taking these?" When she was even more confused, "Why do I have to graduate?" Yu Gui said that as long as he completed 3 credits, he could go out as a temporary team member. Zhou Wei shook left and right for a long time, but couldn't find a cane to hit him. And he was heartbroken. The resources of Yuza Base are limited. Those who attend classes without the purpose of graduation are playing hooligan. It's a shameful waste. When she was shocked, "Such a waste. Then I won't go." Zhou Wei saw him leave, thought about it, and took a deep breath. "Do you want to know about Lu Jianshan's past?" When she stopped and turned around, Zhou Wei leaned back and said slowly, "I'm the only one who knows a lot about him. If you can get your diploma, I'll tell you everything, including which exams he failed, whether he likes his dad or his mom more. I guarantee you'll have all the evidence." When she put his hands in his pockets and turned away, "I'm not interested. What color underwear he likes to wear, where he likes to cry." When she stopped at the door, turned around and asked, "When is the fighting class?" Chapter 50. The bar at Tianwen Academy was as crowded and lively as ever. The staggered lights moved from the newly opened dance floor to the bar, and the tall young man made familiar and elegant movements to mix drinks. 2 more tequilas. Unto. The captain of the first team knocked on the bar table. Chung Jin greeted him, quickly handed him 2 glasses of wine, and then watched him walk to a booth not far away. All the people from the first team of Liming sat there, as well as the little red-haired girl from the original team of the 7th team. What was her name? Chung Jin thought. Oh, Zhao Zhao. It means the rising sun. But she sat there quietly, looking depressed, and didn't fit in with those drunks dancing with their hands and feet covered. It must be boring to come to such a party? Or maybe she was worried about the investigation task 3 days later. Chung Jin decided to give her a glass of orange juice. At the edge of the sofa booth, Zhao Zhao took the cup handed to her by the waiter. She didn't think about it, and took a big sip through the straw. The moment the liquid touched the root of her tongue, she almost vomited. With the help of the dim light, she finally saw the label on the cup clearly. Sauce-flavored orange juice. She looked back at the bar and raised her middle finger to Chung Jin, who was smiling. Zhao Zhao was reluctant to come to the party, but due to Entu's invitation, she had to come as a mascot. In addition to the members of Team 1, There was also a guy from the programming department tonight. The man wore black-framed glasses, was gentle and calm, and was toasting and chatting with him too. Zhao Zhao didn't know him, but instinctively didn't like such people. The laughter from the opposite side reached her ears from time to time. Lao Wan. This is your fault. And Tu laughed dizzily. How can I not tell my brothers about promotion? Wan Chenyu said calmly, it's not too late to tell them now. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. You know Tang Xing. If he hadn't made so many enemies for me, I wouldn't have gotten my turn. And Tu took a sip of wine. Don't be so modest. Tang Xing. That mud-headed guy. Doesn't behave the same way as us. I remember you had a good relationship with him. Who knew? Fortunately, the minister values you more. Let's not talk about this. Wan Chenyu shook his head with a smile on his face. Zhao Zhao listened to their chattering with an indifferent face. The topic gradually changed from the men's drunken bragging to the latest gossip. Someone raised his chin towards the booth near the dance floor. Do you know that guy? Wen Shi? Yes. That's him. A team member lowered his voice and said playfully. He pretended to be so affectionate to Lu Jianshan before. But since Lu left, he's been having more and more fun every day. And his mouth is almost broken by smiles. Alas, people are gone and their minds are changed. People will change. Not to mention how sincere that kind of person can be. Haven't you heard that he almost killed Lu Jianshan when they were on a mission before? I think he came up with that idea just to stay and use a base. And Lu was just tempted by his beauty, and went with the flow. Zhao Zhao. You were in the same team before. Is this true? Zhao Zhao seemed to be unable to hear what they were saying, and quietly looked at the figure not far away, who was waving his arms, and laughing wildly from time to time. I didn't know what was being played at that table, but I saw two unpresentable guys taking turns to massage the man's shoulders, with a flattering look on their faces. After a while, Chung Jin, who was mixing drinks at the bar, also came over. He gave the man a glass of wine, and his face turned red with shyness after a few words. Her fingers holding the glass were so tight that they turned white. At the booth, Shikuan and Lu Yiwei were trying to please Wen Shi. Brother, thank you for your help. We can successfully pass the mechanical practice class and advanced combat class. You're kidding. Who is Brother Wen? He's a genius who completed the combat credits in 1.5 months. If he was in the era before pollution, he would have been a killer and had no rivals. Wen Shi didn't care much, and glanced at the deck in front of him. Which card should I play now? Chung Jin sat opposite him, smiling and waiting for the card to be played. Play this small one. Shikuan smiled flatteringly, and signaled Lu Yiwei with his eyes. The latter immediately pretended to scratch his head. Oh, this is too good. And it's my cleverness. I can't move with this card. I give up. Fortunately, the music in the bar was loud enough to barely cover up their poor acting skills. Wen Shi lazily threw the cards in his hand on the table, then play another round. Shikuan turned his head and saw a cautious figure. Hey, isn't that Tan Chi? Let her come over to play. We just happen to be short of people. Hey, Tan Chi. A girl with dark curly hair and work clothes turned her head. She was holding a stack of information and was frightened by the passing monsters. After pushing up her glasses to recognize the familiar person, she slowly moved over. I'm here to deliver the documents. You see, Wan? She stood timidly by the side and was pulled to sit down by Shikuan. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. You are the only one missing. Shikuan snatched the stack of information, put it in the corner, and gave her a set of cards. Tan Chi sniffed nervously, occasionally looking up at when she's sitting opposite him, and suddenly became more curious. Are you still working at this time? Lu Yiwei was a little puzzled. You are working too hard. In a place like the program department, be careful not to work in vain. Tan Chi tried to explain. I am not. Lu Yiwei, and why are you dressed like Tang Xing? So serious. It's your turn to play a card. Tan Chi's eyes moved, and he played a card carefully. After a few rounds back and forth, Tan Chi's cards were quickly played out. Wow! How can we play like this? Shikuan was stunned and glanced at Wen Shi. Wen Shi was thoughtful and admired. Awesome! How did you do it? Tan Chi blushed instantly. It's not difficult. It's very simple. Under Wen Shi's gaze, Tan Chi carefully explained the basic skills of this deck of cards. She explained it in a simple and easy to understand way. And 2 or 3 minutes was more useful than Lu Yiwei and Shikuan's more than an hour of explanation. when she couldn't help but be curious. Do you have this kind of activity in your program department? Not really. I played it once last time. Tianqi whispered, looking anxious. I really have to deliver a document first. You guys play first. She picked up the document and carefully checked the order as she walked forward. When she arrived at Wan Qinyu's table, a team of people stared at her with a deep smile. Tianqi didn't know them, and she couldn't help but panic. Secretary Wan. These all need your signature. Wan Qinyu took the information and glanced at it, but didn't write. Is the card fun? Tianqi was stunned, and was about to explain when N2 beat him to it. Okay. We just saw it. Do you know N2? What do you think of him? Tianqi didn't know how to answer, and her voice was drowned by the music. He is pretty good. Good? Wan Qinyu smiled maliciously. So you like him? Do you know if he likes men or women? Tianqi was startled by his question, and then heard his intriguing admonition. People like that play more freely than anyone else. You'd better not bring trouble to yourself. No. No. Tianqi shook his head quickly. Look. You are speaking for him. And you still say you don't like him? N2 laughed, just when Tianqi lowered her head in embarrassment. A drink was stuffed into her hand, followed by a lazy voice. Isn't it normal to like me? Who doesn't like me? When she shook the red wine glass, with a slightly raised corner of her mouth, looking calm and wanton. Wan Qinyu sneered. You are really self-indulgent. That's right. Now that Lu Jianshan is exiled, you have to find another backer. Right? The atmosphere at the table froze instantly, when she didn't care much and nodded. Yes. A smart person like Miss Tan must have great potential. As a legal citizen of Yuza Base, I am very optimistic about her. So I am willing to ask for advice humbly. It's much better than some shameless people with dirty hearts. Tianqi didn't dare to move. Wan Qinyu's face changed. What do you mean? Who is shameless? When she shrugged and said nothing, which made Wan Qinyu furious. But N2 stopped him at the right time. Well, Tianqi, is your sister okay recently? Why doesn't she come to the bar to play? Why are teammate of Tianqi still training secretly? Tianqi glanced at Wan Qinyu's face and said him softly. Tianqi, you don't know? N2 winked at Wan Qinyu, the captain of the Dawn teammate. I have to admire your courage. Wan Qinyu couldn't swallow this breath. He suppressed his anger and sneered slowly. What about the Dawn teammate? The future of the base is not determined by those who only know how to fight and kill all day long. Whether it is life or death, your words don't count. Only power can determine what kind of person you are in the base. He poured out the ridicule in his heart. And then, he was frightened by the silence on the table. The team members who were still laughing before fell into a strange silence at this time. Wan Qinyu then asked back, why? Am I wrong? N2 pressed his cup. A pair of dark eyes emerged from silence, and said jokingly, Secretary Wan, have you seen pollutants with your own eyes? Wan Qinyu showed disdain. No. Then you are very lucky. N2 said slowly. You people, you just live too well. Wan Qinyu's face darkened, but he couldn't help but feel a little flustered under such a gaze. These desperate people are not easy to mess with. What's more, this is the territory of Tian'an Academy. He suppressed his anger and disgust, and found an excuse to leave in a huff. When she stared at his back with interest, and was still not satisfied until the man disappeared, and couldn't help asking, how did he survive? Hey. A bottle of cold water fell from the sky and splashed him through. The sticky juice flowed from the ends of his hair along his cheeks, and all the way to his collar. Zhao Zhao stood in front of him with an empty cup in her hand. She opened her eyes wide and glared at him. Why are you so happy? When she was puzzled, and didn't know what she was crazy about, Zhao Zhao asked coldly, you are happy to flirt with people in the college, right? Drinking is also interesting, right? In short, everything is more important than finding him. You are a heartless liar. I shouldn't believe you. She became more and more impatient. Her eyes were red, and her throat was blocked and uncomfortable. However, what she got in return was when she's raised mouth corners. And his tone was calm. What do you want me to do? Can't sleep at night or lose your appetite? You? Anyway. Not now. Zhao Zhao took a breath, and her mind was blank, when she blinked slightly, with a gentle smile. But his words were even colder. What does this have to do with you? The self-blame and grievances that had accumulated in Zhao Zhao's heart for several days were pierced at this moment. It was as if countless pairs of eyes saw through her from head to toe, making her angry and embarrassed, but helpless. as tears welled up in her eyes. She turned and left. The music in the bar changed to soothing country folk songs. After returning to the booth, Tenchi handed when she had tissue. When she did not take it, but smiled and asked indifferently, "The programming department is so busy. Aren't you in a hurry to go back?" "No." Tenchi thought of the pile of anxious things. And after a glass of wine, he instantly wanted to talk. "There are some problems with the system now. Secretary Wan and others want to activate the deep domain system backup you brought back." When she saw through it at a glance, "But you don't think so? Why? Is the deep domain not good enough?" "No. The deep domain system is very good. Very cutting edge. Something I can never make in my life. But I prefer the original system. Although the data is incomplete, and there is a lot of room for repair. I know there is no reason. I just have a hunch. You know Tang Xing, right? He is the man in a suit. And he also thinks I am right. What is the difference between them?" Tenchi opened his mouth. "You know. Zeus. That is. The deep domain system is a complete set of comprehensive artificial intelligence mastermind. Very aggressive. Like a genius who wants to take over everything. In fact, before the birth of Zeus, the newest system has been more widely used. The architecture is simple, but very flexible. Later, the newest system was immediately replaced by Zeus. Our current base system is actually designed based on Nua. Although the mastermind database is missing, it is also built by us. I can't bear to turn it off." When she said, "The old does not go. The new does not come. Isn't it a good thing to be replaced by a better one?" "No." Tenchi shook his head. "I will find evidence to support it. I just need some time. Moreover, the current multiple coordinate system still relies on the newest system, which must not be exposed." "Multiple coordinate system." When she repeated, "Is this the reason why the coordinates of the user base have not been leaked? Then can it be understood that according to the relative coordinates of one point, another can also be calculated?" Tenchi nodded drunkenly. "This is a secret. Don't tell others. It's like having a changing code book. And it's three-dimensional." "Well, that's all I can say." When she nodded thoughtfully, he stood up with the help of the sofa, staring at the last bottle of red wine. The drink that was splashed before was still sticky after drying, but he never wiped it off. He jumped onto the table and stood under the rotating lights. The drum beats were startling, like fireworks, and also like a whirlpool. At the other end of the noisy dance floor, a young band played the cymbals. He slowly raised his boots to the ups and downs of the rhythm, then raised the bottle of red wine high and poured himself thoroughly from the top of his head. The wine was cold, and it covered his eyelashes and the corners of his mouth with a layer of cold sweetness. The pair of deep black eyes occasionally showed a layer of ice blue fluorescence under the swaying lights. Like drunk, half asleep and half awake, there are still 72 hours before the next time he leaves the city. Chapter 51. The Fifth Night. The golden sunset passed over the mountains, like ink splashing across the sea. The deep black slowly dyed the blue, and followed the long night until the end that could not be seen. The ocean was boundless. When she leaned against the porthole and lazily lay in the corner of the aircraft, he was bored and flipping through the notebook full of arithmetic. His sleepy head drooped suddenly, but he was awakened by a loud noise outside the porthole. A thunder broke through the clouds and hit the end of the sea level. He leaned close to the glass, his nose almost touching it, trying to see the dark ocean clearly. There is a storm ahead. An urgent reminder came from the direction of the cab. The mission this time was Dawn Team 1, Team 5 and Team 9. After setting off and driving along the coastline for a day, the three teams drove in different directions. Before leaving, Team 5 was assigned a brand new large aircraft, and several small aircraft were attached to the part near the tail. And when she's understanding, this thing is no different from a suction cup. Now he looked at the suction cup parts outside the window, and the propeller of the aircraft was spinning rapidly, as if it would be separated from the mother body in the next second. Want to eat something? Xiao Nanji held 3 boxes of compressed food. 1 box for Wenxi, and the remaining 2 boxes for Liang and Casca. When she took the food and didn't quite understand why he saw the 3 of them here. Especially the 3 people's badges were all white logistics logo. Liang watched when she ate naturally and smoothly, took a bite of the hard food, and his face was horrified. "Come here! There is an assassin! How dare this thing murder my mouth?" Casca shouted. "Is this his father's artificial snot poop? It's good to have something to eat. Don't pick it. Xiao Nanji replied unceremoniously. Leon looked around and saw that the members of Team 5 were eating with relish. So he changed the subject. Don't you think the direction of this investigation is too far? I've been sleeping back and forth for several days. And when I opened my eyes, I was still on the sea. Wow! What's that sound? The feet suddenly bumped violently, and the heavy rain hit the fuselage and was chewed up by the hum of the engine. Fortunately, there was no danger and calm was quickly restored. However, before the laughter of the crowd subsided, the next wave of turbulence arrived again. The alarm light above Wenxi's head turned red. The cabin broadcast sounded, "There is a large storm ahead. Level 3 alarm. Level 3 alarm." The outside of the porthole was already gray and black, and the remaining sunset was swallowed by the manic hurricane, leaving only the roar. "Quick! Everyone fasten your seat belts." As the voice sounded, people and objects in the cabin flew everywhere due to the sudden shock and became a mess. When she looked down at the seat belt on his calf, and then looked up at the notebook that was trying to float away, he was tied with the seat belt and stood upside down. The aircraft weight reduction program is activated. Please pay attention to all team members. Yugue repeated the order 3 times. After when she stood upside down in the corner for a while, he caught the shoes thrown at him by a team member. The other party turned around in horror. "What are you doing? Go and drive the small aircraft." The passage leading to the rear of the cabin was very narrow, and was blocked by the swinging cart. When she followed the person in front, and finally found an entrance to a small aircraft. These small aircraft are more agile and nimble, and their special fluid design can reduce the risk of being torn apart by hurricanes at sea, and can explore the road in advance for large forces. When she closed the entrance above his head, and jumped into the driver's seat accurately, he grabbed the notebook and turned on the touchpad. However, the fuselage could not move forward after it started. Leon came out from under another chair with a dusty face, trying to tidy up his hair. The disengager did not release the handbrake. When she was lost in thought among the 3 handbrakes on the control panel, Xiao Nanji and Casca opened the door of the reserve room and sat down in the back row naturally, the one on the far right. As soon as the voice fell, this small aircraft was like a kite with a broken string, and was quickly swept into the hurricane. Leon finally pulled the seatbelt on himself while rolling upside down, turned his head, and saw that when she was still flipping through the notebook. "Do you have a pen?" When she was calm as if nothing had happened, Leon took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and gave it to him. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. "Why should I listen to you?" When she ignored his muttering and quickly recorded a few values in the notebook. Casca in the back row had sharp eyes. "Why are you copying coordinates?" When she glanced at him and reached out to press the switch above his head, the fuselage instantly turned 180 degrees, causing Leon to almost vomit. "There's someone in front," Xiao Nanji exclaimed. Their aircraft almost brushed past another one, when she pressed his hand on the control console and quickly turned the direction. But the lighting could not find the shadow of the large aircraft in the thick fog and wind. At the same time, thunder roared and the rain became heavier. 11 o'clock. Xiao Nanji's face was pale, and his brows were furrowed. The white lightning fell, revealing a huge black shadow that flashed by. It should be that large aircraft. When she adjusted the direction and tried to keep a safe distance from it. As time went by, other small aircraft could be seen maintaining formations in different positions. After forming a relatively stable and unified state, the turbulence in the cabin was significantly reduced. There are still 30 seconds to pass through the hurricane. When she estimated, the lights passed through the endless black, and could not depict the shape of the storm. And the sudden violent shaking gave Wenxi a sense of foreboding. Casca was still laughing foolishly. "It's so exciting. Do you think the roller coaster in the amusement park before the pollution era also feels like this? I really want to ride it once." The indicator lights above the 4 people's heads suddenly went out. Casca's words were urgent and dense, but no one could hear what he was saying, because the power of their aircraft also disappeared in a hurry. The entire console fell into silence, and even the forced restart did not respond. This is a very criticized protection program. The hurricane carried the aircraft, like carrying a small stone, making it roll infinitely far away. And they could not sit on anything, and could only watch themselves getting farther and farther away from the main force. "Why are we not moving forward?" Casca asked naively and stupidly. "Why do I feel that our little guy is being blown ah? A more violent whirlwind continuously flipped the aircraft, as if playing with a fragile balloon. constantly hitting it. After a few seconds, the roar suddenly disappeared. Instead, fine raindrops hit the fuselage. They had been thrown away by the hurricane. The lights on the console came back on, and the pilot automatically entered a stable state. When she moved his sore wrist and heard Koska muttering, "Why can't I see the shadows of others? Did we go in the wrong direction? What should we do now? How can we contact them? Or should we fly up and look for them?" "Shut up, just." Leon took a deep breath, trying to suppress the desire to vomit. When she turned his head and found that Liang and Xiao Nanji were both looking at him. "Don't count on me." When she said lazily, "I don't know where to go." Xiao Nanji pointed to his notebook, and the page he opened had a coordinate that had just been calculated. "Go here." When she said, "This is completely opposite to the direction of the investigation." "I know." Xiao Nanji nodded. Liang came up and fixed his white hair. "This is all calculated. Are you sure the captain will be in this area?" Before setting off, when she calculated the random passwords of some multiple coordinate systems by sorting out the coordinates of the previous 2 missions. And along the way, he supplemented it based on the coordinate records of the aircraft. Lu Jianshan's pace will be faster than ordinary people, but without an aircraft, it will not exceed the limit of human beings. When she guessed that he would probably go in the direction of the Shazhou base, because it is at least temporarily safe there, and Tasha will accept him. Not necessarily. It's all blind guessing. When she looked at the vast night and spoke frankly, "But leaving here may be regarded as a defection." Koska gasped. Xiao Nanji took the lead and said seriously, "We accidentally got lost and were blown to a far place by the hurricane. The aircraft failed and we could not contact each other, so we were forced to return." "Well, I can prove it is true." Liang nodded firmly. "What do you mean?" Koska looked up blankly. "Do we have a new mission now?" When she shrugged and chuckled, "I guess so." Koska clapped his hands and almost jumped up in excitement. "Great! Then are we a new Dawn team? Are we still called Team 7? Or what? Who will be the captain?" Xiao Nanji cooperated very well and looked at Wen Shi in the rearview mirror. "Do we have a second candidate?" "Liang. Then if Captain Lu comes back in the future." When she snapped his fingers, "Hey! That's right. Let him be demoted to deputy captain at that time." The joke quickly swept away the tense atmosphere just now. However, when she did not completely relax his vigilance, because the sound of rain was getting louder and louder. No, that's not right. Not only the sound of rain, but also the sound of waves. They should be at least hundreds of meters away from the sea surface at this time. How could there be the sound of waves so close? There seemed to be a spectacular black wall in front of the lighting, suddenly cutting off the road further away. That was a tsunami. When Shi's eyes changed, I saw the blackness collapsing like a mountain, instantly submerging the tiny aircraft. The fuselage exploded in my ears, and after a few seconds, it returned to silence. A severe headache came, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on my limbs, making it impossible to move. Fire burst out from the crackling burning. When Shi couldn't even open his eyelids, he felt that his left eye seemed to be injured, and liquid flowed out of the eye socket, which was pitch black. The bones of his limbs seemed to be crushed, and he couldn't put together any reliable strength. It was much more serious than the last crash. He relied on his intuition to unfasten the seat belt and let himself fall to the muddy ground. His hands, which were covered with wounds, pulled his body forward inch by inch. When Shi turned his head with difficulty, trying to find the shadows of other people in the ruins of the aircraft. But the fire was getting bigger and bigger, making it impossible for him to see clearly. Quick footsteps came from the front on the mud. Several humans helped him up with their hands and feet. When Shi couldn't hear what they were saying, and his dry and painful throat couldn't let him utter a single word, until he was carried past a woman holding a child. The woman was wrapped in a gray robe, bending over and whispering to a little girl with red hair. As if she had sensed something, she raised her body, and the wind blew her hood off. She had a gentle and beautiful face, as if she was born with affinity. But at this moment, those gentle comforts were replaced by sudden shock. Xiao Shi. When she stared at her blankly, her cracked lips slightly opened, and blood dripped into her lips and teeth. "Mom?" Chapter 52. Text/Shuhuan. The cold wind penetrated through the cracks in the brick wall and blew into Wen Shi's thin clothes. He sat on the narrow camp bed. His head and hands and feet were all wrapped in bandages. The wound was still aching. He fainted for a long time because of excessive blood loss. So much so that he was dizzy and unconscious now. If it wasn't for hallucinations, how could this place be exactly the same as his childhood room? The simple but warm house. The burning fireplace. The carpet made of animal skin. The sunflower seed hanging on the wall. And a little bear doll. They existed in front of him. Just like his wounds and the cold wind that poured into the house. Every detail was so real that it was trembling. When she stared at his right hand, the temperature and touch of the skin were still normal. The string of soft-colored small crystals was covered with some dust. But it reminded him that these were all real. Yes. Really? He returned home. Back to when? The rustling cold wind broke in when the wooden door was pushed open, and was quickly blocked outside the door. The woman holding the medicine soup had gentle eyes and a worried tone. Shall she? Do you feel better? She hurried to the bedside and stretched out her hand to touch Wenxi's forehead, but was subconsciously blocked by Wenxi. The blue eyes showed a moment of surprise and hurt, but soon turned into heartache. Shall she? You still have a fever. Drink the medicine first. The cup containing the medicine juice was green, and there was a dozing tiger on it. Although it looked crooked, it still looked quite impressive. When she remembered that this was a pottery cup made by his whole family when he was 13 years old. If this was a dream, would the details be so realistic? The cup was handed to Wenxi's lips, and the warm water vapor rushed to his chapped lips. With a pop, the dark green tiger cup fell to pieces, and the medicine was scattered all over the floor. When she stood by the wall, holding a piece of the pottery cup in his backhand, and pressed it into the woman's neck. It was just a little short of puncturing the aorta. Who are you? He heard his hoarse voice. Shall she? What's wrong with you? The woman's eyes were filled with tears, and she was confused. Are you still uncomfortable? Shall she? My good child. Where did you come back from? And why are you so injured? This is a dream. When she kept reminding himself, he stared at her, trying to find a little flaw in that sad face, just a little. He would take action without hesitation. But all he saw were the surging memories many years ago. In fact, his mother was not as gentle and fragile as others thought. On the contrary, her hands were full of calluses from the bow and arrow. She was the best hunter in the surviving tribe. He felt that the hand holding his arm was covered with calluses over the years. The face in front of him gradually overlapped with the memory, and the familiar breath seemed to be from another world. The hand holding the fragments could not help but tremble, and he didn't even feel the cut on his palm. No. If it was a dream, he wouldn't have such a clear sense of reality. Even the heartache in his mother's eyes was so real. It seemed like everything was just yesterday. Wenxi's voice was difficult and bitter. When is this? I was just about to ask you. Li Xiang gently touched his face. Didn't you go out hunting? Why did you come back suddenly? And you've grown so much? If it weren't for these eyes that didn't change, I almost didn't recognize you. When she was stunned. Hunting. He remembered. When he was 10 years old, he started to follow the adults in the tribe to hunt pollutants. Until shortly after his 13th birthday, after his last hunt, his father had gone out to perform a mission. When his father came back, he was greeted by the irreparable tragedy. Wait. This is... Li Xiang seemed to see his thoughts. If human civilization can continue to exist. Today is June 20th. 2484. You have only been away from home for 3 days. And the people who went hunting with you have not returned. It was after his 13th birthday. But he had clearly returned to 2198. He met Lu Jianshan there, and spent several months after the new year with him. It should be April 2199 now. When she clenched the fragments again, and a streak of red flowed down his palm. Where are the 3 people with me? Li Xiang looked at him, not dodging or avoiding, and her worried expression finally turned into a sigh. Come with me. Outside the house was a long and silent night. The prosperous human settlement returned to silent lights at this moment. Occasionally, stray cats and dogs walked through the streets and chased each other. The moonlight lengthened their joyful figures. The crying of children not far away would wake up the patrolling robots. But they had enough wisdom to distinguish between humans and hidden dangers. This place is completely different from the Yuza base. But every detail is consistent with Wenxi's memory. Li Xiang led him into the medical station. In the 3rd room on the left side of the circular staircase, several doctors were coming out of the door. The leader saw Li Xiang and handed her a report. There were 3 beds in the room. To be more precise, there were 3 sealed transparent cabins. The human body was immersed in flowing blue liquid, and white tubes were connected to the mouth and nose for breathing. Wenxi's sight slowly passed over the 3 pale and lifeless faces. as if they were still talking to him the last second. The naked bodies were all wrapped in bandages. Burns, cuts, all of which were unbearable to look at. Those noisy guys were now lying quietly in front of him. It was like ants crawling all over his body, which made him very uncomfortable. In a physical sense, they are still alive. Li Xiang was a little reluctant. But, I don't know when they will wake up. Through the transparent cover. When she looked at them quietly, death was not strange to him. It was something that happened every day, although it seemed to be a thing of the last life. But he should have been used to it a long time ago. Are they your friends? Li Xiang asked. When she's lips moved slightly, I guess so. Li Xiang patted his shoulder gently. Actually, anything can happen in this world. As long as you believe they exist. Just like you believe they are still alive. They will hear it. There was silence beside the transparent cabin. When she saw a label on the edge of each cabin, with a patient number and time written on it. 2484. Did he really return to his time? No. If he was 25 years old, it was the first timeline. And returning to 2198 was the second timeline. 2484. When he was 13 years old, was the third timeline. The experience of 2 aircraft crashes brought him to 2 different time and space. Is this possible? Is it because the aircraft passed through the hurricane at sea? Aircraft, when she muttered to himself, and caught the clue in a trance. Where is the destroyed aircraft? He grabbed Li Xiang tightly, but was interrupted by a scream. A little girl with 2 ponytails came out from behind Li Xiang. She had a pair of round eyes and hair like flames. At this moment, she tugged at Li Xiang's sleeves in fear and timidity. Mom, my brother is injured. The little girl pointed at Wenxi's hand. The wound on the palm of the hand was torn again at some point, and gushing red blood came out. Li Xiang said softly, Zhao Zhao. Good boy. Can you go get medicine for your brother? The little girl stared at Wenxi and nodded. Soon, she came back with the medicine box. While Li Xiang was removing the bandage, she secretly looked at Wenxi. She should be 5 years old this year. When she looked at the strange face, he could hardly remember what she looked like. Why did my brother grow so tall all of a sudden? She asked timidly. He seems to be like my father. Li Xiang covered Wenxi's palm with a disinfectant towel and said with a smile, because my brother is a man now. When Zhao looked up and looked at Wenxi straight, will my brother go hunting again? My brother will rest at home for a few days. Li Xiang replied. Can I go hunting then? When Zhao blinked. My brother becomes a man when he goes hunting. If I go hunting, I can also grow up quickly. Li Xiang rubbed her head. Why do you have to grow up so fast? Because. When Zhao shook his toes and suddenly said, Brother, I forgot to tell you that Dad is looking for you. Dad? Wenxi's heart tightened. Yes. At this time, his father had not yet participated in the investigation mission. Could it be that he came here to change the tragedy? Can everything still turn around? When she stood up, looked back at the 3 quiet transparent cabins, and was then led home by Wen Zhao's hand. It was almost dawn. A tall man stood at the gate of the fence. The light of dawn reflected his handsome and deep features, and there were some hideous scars on his muscular arms, all of which were symbols of bravery. Dad, when she spoke subconsciously, but saw the other party raised his eyebrows in surprise. When Xiaofeng was flattered, why are you so polite when you grow up? When she was stunned, old one. When Xiaofeng smiled with his eyebrows stretched, and opened his arms to hug him. It seemed that when she really felt it many years ago. When Zhao pulled his finger, and Li Xiang touched his head. A strange yet familiar warm emotion surged into his heart, as if the dangerous and cruel world outside was no longer important at this moment. The first ray of morning sun passed through his eyes, and fell at the end of the plain. When she thought, he went home. That night, Li Xiang made 5 things that when she liked to eat, 4 of them were canned food. And 1 was a fish that when Xiaofeng got. Brother, eat grilled fish. When Zhao's innocent and lively voice followed the chopsticks to his bowl. When she lowered his eyes, and looked into those dust-free eyes for a few seconds. Thank you. Zhao Zhao. When he spoke, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. When Zhao chuckled and climbed onto his arm to sit on his knees. When they were halfway through the meal. When Xiaofeng took the initiative to mention, Ollie said you wanted to see the aircraft? The mechanical team said it is still there intact. I will take you to see it tomorrow morning. When she nodded and remembered something more important, old one. The investigation mission at the end of the month. Can you not go? When Xiaofeng was stunned. How did you know I had an investigation mission? Guessed. Wen Xiaofeng suddenly laughed. You kid, really scared me to death. I thought there was a problem in some link of the intelligence team. Can I not go? When she repeated. Why are you so serious? Wen Xiaofeng looked at him suspiciously. What's the problem? When she thought for a moment and said, I had a bad dream. Wen Xiaofeng looked strange. You didn't believe this before. Now I believe it. Oh. Okay then. Wen Xiaofeng scratched his head and said, I'll discuss it with the investigation team. I want to know the result tomorrow. When she put down his chopsticks, Wen Xiaofeng muttered behind him, Why is this child so strange? Did he suffer outside? Say less. Li Xiang stopped him. Before going to bed that night, Wen Zhao knocked on the door with a fairy tale book. After coaxing her to sleep and sending her back, when she lay in the dark and began to sort out his thoughts. But the wounds all over his body were clamoring. And the tingling sensation was even more annoying at night, constantly pulling his numb nerves. This is the year 2484. Then, where is Lu Jianshan? Where is he? Is he still alive? Or has he long been dead? When she's heartbeat paused, he seemed to suddenly not be able to remember what Lu Jianshan looked like. What were his eyes like? Was his nose straight? Were his lips thin? Lu Jianshan. How did it become so blurry? Even if he tried his best to search through every nerve cell, he could not piece together his appearance. However, a strong sense of sleepiness surged up at this time, forcing Wen Shi to fall asleep. Well, maybe Lu Jianshan just wanted to enter his dream. If this is really a dream, he will wake up early tomorrow morning. As he fell asleep, he touched his right ear unconsciously. There was nothing there. Chapter 53. When she was awakened by the sound of metal shrapnel, the gentle sunlight fell into his palm through the window. Like a long-lost old dream, he sat by the bed for a while. The pain in his body was much better, but far from recovered. What happened yesterday? Was it really not a dream? Through the window, he saw the red-haired figure in the yard. Wen Zhao jumped around in circles, constantly slapping the metal discs hanging in a string, like playing music. Every time she jumped, her shadow also rotated with her. The innocent and bright happiness danced with the breeze in the morning. Let Wen Shi's trance also ease. It seemed that the world should be so beautiful. He pushed open the bedroom door, and the food was set on the dining table in the living room. Although they were all extremely simple things, the tableware was placed in a sophisticated way and full of warmth. The freshly baked bread was crispy and fragrant, and some fine pine nuts were sprinkled on the crust. Li Xiang liked this taste very much, so he always made a lot of it. One can bake the staple food for the whole family for a week. But Wen Shi didn't like it at all before. Today he chewed it slowly, and even tasted a little burnt aroma. Bread, etc. Li Xiang lifted the kitchen curtain and saw Wen Shi at a glance. That one is burnt. You can eat a better one. Wen Shi stuffed the last bite into his mouth, and had to puff up his face because it was too full. Li Xiang was amused by him, and brought a bowl of mung bean soup over. She stared at Wen Shi for a while, and suddenly said, It's hard outside. Right? When she stopped chewing and swallowing. It's okay. It will be fine when you go home. Li Xiang grabbed his hand and rubbed it like when he was a child. The bread was mixed into a ball and stuck in my throat, and it was difficult to swallow it. Don't you want to ask where I came from? When she curled up his fingers, but did not use force. Li Xiang seemed to think for a moment, smiled and shook his head. There are too many things in this world that we cannot understand. None of this matters. No matter where you come from. You are my son. When she looked at her, his gentle eyebrows and eyes were mature and open-minded, with a comforting power. It seemed that after passing through the long river of time, it could still touch his heart. The last time I saw you. When she paused for a few seconds, he wanted to say that the last time he saw Li Xiang was also at this time. But halfway through the words, he suddenly felt that it was unnecessary. Li Xiang touched his hair. Next time you can tell me about your experience outside. Zhao Zhao will definitely be very interested. Now go out first. Your father is waiting for you outside. The sun illuminated the courtyard. Wen Xiaofeng was swinging on the swing holding Wen Zhao, and it took a long time before he noticed when she's standing by the door in a daze. Wen Zhao ran over and hugged Wen Shi's legs, refusing to move, like a piece of chewing gum that couldn't be peeled off. Wen Xiaofeng was helpless, and could only take the two of them to the place where Wen Shi crashed that day. The wreckage of the aircraft was surrounded by ropes, and was damaged beyond recognition. In those charred fragments, It was enough to imagine how tragic the accident was. And there was no clue at all. Especially the headphones. His headphones should have turned into a little unknown ash. It should be that the automatic protection program was activated when it fell. When Xiaofeng pointed to the relatively intact driving seat. This level of technology is worth learning. The technology team wants to take it away for research. So I asked them to leave it here first. I don't know if there is any risk of location hunting. When Xi's fingers passed over the broken control panel. And he couldn't find anything resembling a dark red disc within his sight. He whispered no. When Xiaofeng was stunned by such a firm tone. He heard when Xi asked, "Is there a sea nearby?" When Xiaofeng pointed in a direction, "Have you forgotten the map? Beyond that mountain, there is a large sea. A long time ago, our ancestors had the greatest city in the world in that mountain range. The clouds were sparse and the sky was vast. And the distant mountains were majestic. What is a city? Have you seen it, brother?" When Zhao dragged when Xi's sleeve back and forth. When Xi thought for a while and said, "There are many people. Many tall houses. And museums. They will give you a string of numbers to represent your identity. And you have to swipe your ID card wherever you go. Children as young as you have to go to school. What is going to school? It means sitting in a room with a dozen other children. With someone teaching you knowledge. You can eat or sleep while sitting down. But you can't talk to others. Then I won't go. I'll be very sad." When Zhao thought about it carefully and made up his mind. "I want to grow up quickly and become an adult." "Well, then go to Tianwen Academy to learn how to fight." When she blurted out and was stunned. When Zhao jumped out, "Then I can learn at home and learn it right away." When she turned around and found that when Xiaofeng was still observing the wreckage of the aircraft. "It would be nice if our stuff could fly so far." When Xiaofeng sighed. And when he looked up, his face was filled with worry. The rainy season is coming. And those troublesome things will appear again. There is still nearly 1.5 months left. When she thought. At this time. The 13-year-old, he will also go home when the rainy season comes. A person jogging over called when Xiaofeng and handed him a letter. When Xiaofeng opened it and read it. But his face gradually changed. "You promised me yesterday." When she stopped in front of him. "You said you would not take over this task." When Xiaofeng was seen through at a glance. And laughed awkwardly. "This is my duty. How can I let it go? But I did promise you." "Well, it's really difficult. I'd better discuss it again." "What's wrong with you? Suddenly making such a request?" When she looked into his eyes. "Because I haven't seen you and Mom for a long time. I think you can accompany me for a while." When Xiaofeng was stunned. And his eyes were suddenly full of smiles. "You kid. You have never said such a thing." "Okay. For your sake, I will find someone to go for me. If you can't find someone, I can go for you." Before Wen Xiaofeng could figure out what this meant. When she was stopped by Wen Zhao, "Brother, what is this?" The little girl crawled out of the ruins. Her face and hands were black. But her big eyes were bright and shining. She pinched a small round piece. Tried to rotate it towards the sunlight. And then presented it to Wen Xi as if inviting a reward. The person in front of him slowly squatted down and stared at the disc. The red paint had fallen off. And it had become an ordinary piece of iron. Even the black ash can't be wiped off. But this has been with him for many years, and has become a part of his body. How could he not recognize it? "Brother?" When Zhao gently touched his face. "Why don't you speak?" The black eyelashes set off when she's pale face. And he suddenly smiled brightly. "Thank you, Dad. My brother is crying woo-woo, you can't hit me." When Zhao immediately complained. The archives room is underground on the south side of the central building. And it takes countless spiral staircases to reach it. When she often spent time here alone when he was young. And even the cracks on the pillars at the corners were clearly visible. He smelled a familiar moldy smell. So strong that it choked. This is a remodeled air raid shelter from centuries ago. The middle-aged man at the registration desk picked up a magnifying glass to identify the record book. Even if our place disappears in the future, people who come after us can dig out some traces of its existence from the iron box. Although the peace in the past decade or so has given birth to a group of children with weak crisis awareness, it has not made the adults of this nameless tribe relax their vigilance. Because the long history of fighting pollutants has proved that decades of safety are just a temporary nap of God. In the iron boxes left by the ancestors, all the volumes record similar stories. Escape, settlement, prosperity, sudden disasters, like a long and endless cycle. when she quickly found the box belonging to the 22nd century according to the time marked on the box. He was eager to confirm one thing. But the box was empty, with nothing in it. The middle-aged administrator at the registration desk came over with a flashlight to put the books away. Seeing him standing there in a daze, he kindly reminded him, "Those are too early, and I can't find anything relevant. But I have read about that time." When she recalled, the survivors passed it on by word of mouth, and it was written by later people. The administrator took out 2 books from the bookshelf and threw them to him. But the incident in 2199, no one knows what happened at that time. When she opened one of the books, and the most conspicuous title was written in 4 big characters, Judgment Day. When she remembered this paragraph, he had read it countless times. The biggest extinction crisis in human history left only a few short lines at this time. No one knows how those cities were destroyed, how the waves swallowed the land, and how advanced technology was annihilated. The few survivors never saw their own kind in their entire lives. That period of history ended with such a simple sentence. It is a lament, but also a prophecy. But what happened after that? Is Lu Jianshan one of the few survivors? Lu. Confused thoughts kept pulling at when she. It was as if a heavy force wanted to drag him down from the fleeting clarity. He stroked the string of crystals on his wrist. They were warm and transparent. Perhaps still the same as 3 centuries ago. But had those things really happened so long ago? Why did they still seem the same to him as yesterday? Still borrowing books? The administrator urged, when she stood up shakily and left the archives in silence. When Zhao was waiting for him upstairs, squatting on the ground and counting ants seriously, hearing Wen Qi's footsteps, she immediately raised her head, and the tail of her red hair swayed. The afternoon sun was clear and gentle, casting shadows from the dense branches and leaves. The gentle wind came from the mountains not far away, and soon blew away the remaining confusion in Wen Qi's mind. In the next few days, Li Xiang found Wen Qi a job in the patrol team. No need to go out, mainly responsible for registering people. The external danger has not yet approached, and life has begun to become ordinary. Eating, drinking, playing, sleeping and reading. There is no time more lazy and comfortable than this. The pain of the past is also like the mud at the bottom of the river, slowly washed away. It seems that everything is the best. The rain swept through the long and humid night. A silver metal rod, as high as an adult's calf, rolled quickly in the mud, and suddenly spread its limbs when crossing the swamp, and successfully fell to the shore. The little robot turned its head 180 degrees, but was frightened by the human who followed it like a shadow, and even its limbs were twisted into a knot. It made 2 crackling sounds, and got into the shelter before being caught. It was a crashed aircraft. It was unknown how long it had been there. Half of it was buried in the ground, and the remaining half was slowly corroding. Lu Jianshan's eyes moved away from the timid little robot, and stayed on the number painted on the wing. The red paint had not been washed away by the rain, and the improved wing shape proved that it was a new model from the user base. "Hey, dumb melon seeds. You have been chasing me for half a month. You can't hurt me. I am a limited edition collection of the factory at number 128 Jiuzhong Road, Chaowen City." The little robot was so angry that he couldn't move when the hand suddenly stretched out from under the cloak. And the next second, he was humble. "I will turn into a football. Or I will turn into one for you." The bony hand passed over it, and picked up a tiny red metal disc from the wreckage of the driver's seat. "Our box 12? The little robot recognized it at a glance. Lu Jianshan pinched the earphones, and slowly raised his eyes. At some point, a huge shadow enveloped the night sky. The strange rustling sound surrounded the ruins of the aircraft into a dot with no way out. The little robot automatically turned on the light, illuminating the countless transparent tentacles hanging above its head. Mucus was secreted from an unfathomable direction, dripping along the tentacles and dissolving the wing fragments. "Oh, it's out of power." The little robot squeezed out a syllable in an unpleasant voice, and fell to the ground decisively to play dead. The light beam hit the face of the human next to it, attracting the attention of those tentacles. Lu Jianshan clenched the earphones, and his eyes gradually became cold. Chapter 54. "I'm going out." When she greeted Li Xiang and Wen Zhao as usual, and walked out with his lunch box. "The weather is very good today." The sun flickered on every leaf. Looking down the slope, a green sea shimmered with light. The young man who was cleaning up the garbage greeted him. When she waved back, he remembered his ID card. C-105. 105 is the order of entry. This kid, who looks less than 18 years old, should have got this job not long ago. On the way, when she greeted the coffee master in the bakery, the restaurant owner, and colleagues in the investigation team in turn, someone would look at him curiously occasionally. But there was no malice. For more than a month, his day basically started like this. Then, there would be a lunch on the lawn, and finally end with a cup of afternoon tea. The quiet days were as warm as the sunlight, and the rustling wind brought those distant dangers to the end of the world. Everything should be so peaceful and beautiful. After a day's work, when she would stay in the archives for a while, he could spend an hour or two reading a random scroll from the past. Although there were not many historical documents preserved, some precise mechanical manufacturing drawings attracted his attention. It was already dusk when he came out of the archives. The moment he emerged from the ground along the spiral staircase, the golden light lengthened his shadow. Brother. Wen Zhao ran over with a plush doll in his arms. Actually, it should be Wen Shi who went to pick up Wen Zhao. But recently Wen Zhao has been playing nearby, and would come to wait for him every day, which seemed to reverse the positions of the two. Brother. The little red-haired girl shook her head and shrieked. What happened to your hand? When she followed her line of sight, and noticed a wound on his arm. It was very thin and long, and had already scabbed over. But a slight touch would still cause a strong stinging pain. I don't know when it happened. I often accidentally get some scars, and there are still many marks on my arm. When she didn't care much, but comforted Wen Zhao. It's just a small wound. Wen Zhao lowered her head, and muttered a string of characters. But when she didn't hear clearly, what did you say? Dad said that scars are a symbol of glory. Wen Zhao raised her chubby little face. I want to grow up quickly. And I want to have this too. When she held her soft little hand, and couldn't help laughing out loud because of such innocent words. However, the moment the smile surged in his chest, a thread in his mind flashed by. It was thin and itchy, as if it involved many memories. What is that? The breeze suddenly roared like a thunderstorm, nailing him to the spot, and temporarily deafening his ears. But there was nothing in his mind. Wen Zhao shook his hand. Brother. Let's go home. The light at home was warm, and the simple meals were still delicious in the harmonious atmosphere of the family. After dinner, Li Xiang noticed the wound on Wen Shi's arm, and took out the medicine box to help him clean the wound. It will hurt a little, Li Xiang whispered. You have to be careful to protect yourself. Wen Shi and Wen Xiaofeng said in unison, it's just a small injury. Li Xiang raised his eyebrows and glanced. This kind of thing has a tacit understanding. I don't know who came back from outside last time and cried, and had to hug and comfort him. Wen Xiaofeng, I was just pretending. Can you take it seriously? When she silently took Wen Zhao away, leading them to settle old scores. After Wen Zhao fell asleep, when she returned to the room and sat on the bed in a daze. Under the pillow was a notebook, which was his daily schedule. He held a pen and slowly finished writing today's. Looking back, there was no difference between today and yesterday. Oh, by the way, the person I met yesterday morning was F097. July 20th today. 7 o'clock, got up. 8 o'clock, met C105 when I went out. He was sorting out the garbage. 12 o'clock, lunch. The lawn was a little wet. 1600 hours, get off work. Go to the archives. 1800 hours, there is a musty smell in the archives. So I'd better go home early. 2100 hours, after playing chess with Laowen. He is indeed a bad chess player. Decided to go to bed early. July 19th. 7 o'clock, got up. 8 o'clock, met F097 when I went out. There were too many cans today, and her sack couldn't hold them all. 12 o'clock, lunch. The lawn was very clean today, and there was still dew on it. 1600 hours, left work half an hour later. Went to the archives. 1800 hours, the archives were too dark, and the words were hard to read. 2100 hours, lost the chess game with Laowen again. Zhao Zhao doesn't like fairy tales. She said the prince would turn into a man-eating monster. July 18th. 7 o'clock, got up. There was a big coffee stain on the lower right side of my mother's apron. 8 o'clock, met D019 when I went out. The cigarette butts all over the floor were hard to clean. 12 o'clock, lunch. It seemed that there was a heavy rain last night. 1600 hours, left work half an hour earlier. Went to 1800 hours, wanted to find the archives. 2100 hours, Zhao Zhao said that she wanted to grow up quickly. She really didn't know how good it was now. The hand that was flipping through the diary suddenly stopped. When she stared at July 18th and July 19th, his eyes wandering between the two pages. Why is there a space? This is not his writing habit. There are also obviously unfinished sentences. The day before yesterday, he got off work half an hour early. And then where did he go? The archives? But at 15:30, the administrator of the archives usually drinks coffee outside. Also, the numbers C105, F097, and D019. The letter numbers represent the type of work. But why are 3 different letter numbers doing cleaning work? No. A strong consciousness stimulated the brain nerves, making the memories of these 3 days pass like a revolving lantern. But it was only 3 days. What happened 3 days ago? Only by seeing the contents of the diary can I recall some of it. What's wrong? He seemed to have forgotten something. But he couldn't remember it. Wait. What did Wen Zhao say this evening? She said the scar was a symbol of glory, and she wanted to grow up quickly. The severe nerve pain caused discomfort, and sleepiness soon came, immersing him in the suffocating ocean. But he still wanted to struggle to get his head out of the water, but was knocked unconscious by a huge wave. After waking up, the throbbing heart slowly calmed down, when she felt like he had a nightmare. But he couldn't remember the scene in the dream at all. The notebook was pressed under his arm. The wound was a little better than yesterday, but the blank space in the diary content was still the same. Remind him? Fortunately, he still remembers. He firmly grasped the uncomfortable feeling in his brain, like catching a thin seedling emerging from the soil. He had to be tense at all times to prevent this ray of consciousness from escaping. Breakfast was still toast. Li Xiang was combing Wen Zhao's hair, and she always had a double ponytail. When she noticed that there was a coffee stain on her apron, the lower right corner matched the diary of July 18th. Li Xiang felt his gaze and smiled. I was a little anxious this morning. Who knew that I spilled the coffee? It's all your dad's fault for suddenly scaring me. Why do you blame me again? Wen Xiaofeng felt very wronged. This conversation inexplicably had a strong sense of familiarity, and when she always felt that he had heard it somewhere. After breakfast, he went out as usual. The sun was as always covered on the branches, and fell to the ground in small pieces. When she walked forward, following his own shadow, until he was stopped by a figure at the edge of the ramp. Good morning. It was an old man in a cleaning uniform with gray hair. It was rare to see older people here. When she stopped to greet him, and saw a badge on the left pocket of his uniform. M289. I forgot. When she smiled gently and harmlessly. Excuse me. Which letter sequence represents the logistics service category? I need to register today. And I thought it started with C. The other person grinned with white teeth. Oh, it's M. C is manufacturing category. When she thanked him and slowly walked to the workplace, he clocked in as usual, and then sat at his workstation to think. There was a desk calendar on the corner of the table, and under the July date grid was a picture of a blue ocean. The page number said, "Don't forget. It's time to wake up." When she stared at it for a while, turned the calendar back one page, and his breathing stopped. Time still stayed in July. The picture was the same, and even the blurred punctuation at the end of the English line was the same. 12 pages. Each page was exactly the same. When she felt his heart pounding, like a stone smashing through a thin net, falling infinitely, that slight abnormality finally turned into a more uneasy weirdness. He caught the wrong place. Are you okay? A colleague passing by was startled by the folder that suddenly swept across the floor. When she supported the empty desktop and turned his head to stare at the passers-by, they just looked at him a little strangely, and then left without paying attention. Just like every day before. He suddenly grinned and laughed out loud. The creepy low laugh did not attract any attention from beginning to end, as if he was the only one here. During lunch break, when she carried his lunch box and went to the lawn where he ate as usual, the lush green was even greener in the sun. A damp smell came out from the ground, from the moist soil. Did it rain last night? Probably not. When she leaned against the big tree, and the swaying shadows of the tree covered his shadow, the wind came from the distant mountains, ruffling his hair slowly and breaking his tense nerves. Where did it go wrong? He couldn't remember. Why was he here? Because this is his home. How did he come? This is his home. But it shouldn't be like this. What should it be like? He slowly lowered his eyes and stared at the wound on his arm that had not yet healed. If all this was not true, then was he not true? Was he still a flesh and blood body with life? A strong desire to tear the wound open drove when she. Soon, a piece of scarlet emerged from the torn wound and fell on the lawn along the arm. It didn't seem to hurt much. What if there were more? Hey, someone is injured here. Send him to the medical station. A passerby shouted. Soon, many people gathered. When she stood up shakily, and the dizziness caused by excessive blood loss made the scene in front of him dark. He couldn't push away the people who came up, and was carried to the medical station by the leaders. Wait, medical station? The dust-free white space was like a warning, making him suddenly realize that he seemed to have been here before. So what was he doing here? Could it be that he had been injured before? No. It seemed like, what? He sat on a plastic chair and looked around inch by inch. He thought he knew everything about this place. There were many rooms outside the circular staircase. What should be in the third room after turning left? Round. Right, transparent. Transparent cabin. A familiar word popped up in his mind and was accurately captured. When she murmured and repeated the 3 words transparent cabin, pushed away the nurse who came to infuse the fluid, and rushed straight to the room. Someone shouted something behind him, but he couldn't hear it at all. The door was not locked. 3 transparent cabins were quietly placed in the room, like 3 quiet coffins. The strong smell of medical disinfectant pierced his eyes. But he saw 3 people in the transparent cabin. 3 blurred, swollen faces due to soaking. 3 familiar names came to his mind with his sight. Xiaonanji, Liang, Casca. When she opened his mouth and repeated their names aloud, with mechanical repetition, some memories squeezed out from the calm water with difficulty. They seemed to come here together. What about before that? They drove the aircraft together. Why? Because he was going to find someone. Who? Lu. Who? The pale corners of his lips moved slightly, but he couldn't spit out a complete syllable. When she realized that a wall appeared in his mind. It stretched between heaven and earth, resisting the invasion of the waves, creating a beautiful and peaceful world. But this wall also made him forget a very important person. Really? Does this person really exist? Or is he crazy? Brother, what are you doing? When Zhao's terrified voice came from beside him, the pair of deer-like eyes almost cried out of fear, because the person in front of him was kneeling on the ground, holding the glass fragments in one hand, and scratched his palm deeply. The dazzling red stained his white clothes, and the pool of blood on the ground continued to expand. And he himself did not feel any pain, and the pair of beautiful eyes were rubbed into a ball of wrinkled petals because of confusion. When Zhao rushed over and grabbed his hand, sobbing, "Brother, are you not well again?" She climbed on Wenqi's shoulders, and big tears fell into his palm. "Brother, I wish I could grow up quickly. Don't repeat these words again. Get out." When she threw her away, when Zhao fell to the ground, her stunned face turned pale because of fright. Her young body trembled, but she didn't know what to do. The world became extremely quiet. After a while, a figure walked up to her, squatted down, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry," when she whispered. The fierce look just now was no longer there. When Zhao stared at his palm, which was still bleeding, "Does it still hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." When she lied, he wanted to touch her head, but neither hand was suitable. "Let's go home." After the wound was bandaged again at the medical station, when she took Wen Zhao home, when Li Xiang and Wen Xiufeng asked about it, he just said that he accidentally touched it. Fortunately, Wen Zhao stood on his side and didn't say a word. "If someone bullies you, you have to tell your dad," Wen Xiaofeng warned him solemnly. "People here are not easy to mess with." "I know," when she replied. Li Xiang's eyes made when she feel guilty, but she didn't expose him. She just said, "Shaoxi, we are all on your side." When she nodded, after returning to the room, when she looked out the window, and the irritable breath enveloped him. Tonight there are no stars or moon, and the sky is full of dark clouds. It seems like a heavy rain is coming. He flipped through his diary again, going back and forth, without missing any details. On the third time, he finally felt some clues. First, the blank space was indeed the 3 words medical station, and it was not empty just once. In the diary that lasted for a month, it appeared 7 times. Second, every 4 days, it would rain heavily. After the rain, the diary on the second day always looked the most normal. In other words, if there is a law in this world, then every 4 days is a cycle. Third, He should have experienced today's scene more than once. Today when Zhao said, "Are you not feeling well again?" There are other scars on his arm. Moreover, why can't this wound heal? Could it be because he has torn open the wound that was about to heal more than once? Why did he do this? Because he wanted to remind himself? What exactly did he want to remind himself? Xiaoxi. Li Xiang reminded gently outside the door. The soy milk is at the door. Remember to drink it. As soon as Wen Qi's syllables fell, thunder roared outside the window, and heavy rain poured. He stared at the diary. And suddenly a strange thought came to his mind. There is indeed something wrong here. But maybe it has always been like this. And the world he lives in is like this. If it continues, there is nothing wrong. But the pain in the palm of his hand is so real. And the dull pain at this moment makes him sweat. He wants to find some painkillers, which should be in the drawer on the left. He opened the drawer, and found a small rusty round piece lying on the white painkiller box. This is a headset. Wen Qi had a strange intuition. Where did it come from? The sense of loss hooked Wen Qi tightly at this moment, making him want to recall more. But the warm touch brought by the rough paper of the diary is more real than the empty memory. He relies on warmth. As if only in this way can he calm his heart. There is nothing wrong. Wen Qi put the headset back into the drawer, closed it, and then closed the diary. He closed the window, lay on the bed, and listened to the rain, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The sense of loss was obviously just an inconspicuous small hole, but it was constantly eating away at the remaining wall. He was very sure that this was related to that very important person. If that person really existed. I don't know how long it took. He turned over and took out the headset again. He put it in his right ear and tapped it twice out of habit. But nothing happened except the cold touch. But it doesn't matter. He will know sooner or later. He is too tired now, and needs to sleep. Wait until tomorrow. Maybe everything will be fine. This thought gradually fell with the surging sleepiness, but was disturbed by the sudden knock on the door. The thunder overturned the endless rain. But there was a clearly different sound in the interval. Dong. Dong dong. When Wen Qi opened the door, the slanting rain drifted towards his bandaged hands. Lightning fell in the distance, illuminating the stranger in front of him. The stranger took off the hood of his black cloak, revealing a cold and pale face. The silent eyes were extremely calm, as if they had been expected, but they illuminated the soul like thunder. At that moment, Wen Qi was very sure that this was the very important person. So he raised his eyebrows lazily and smiled. Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 55. The door blocked the thunder and rain in the endless night, and the light in the room was warm and bright. Wen Qi stared at the person in front of him, and the rain sank into the collar along the sharp jaw of the other party. Wen Qi? The voice colder than the night rain suddenly stirred the cold pond, and ripples were drawn at the moment of silence. Wen Qi touched the edge of his lips with his index finger, reminding the man not to speak, until he entered the room. He closed the wet footprints outside the door. Rain fell from the edge of the black cloak to the ground. Wen Qi felt that the other party had been looking at him. That feeling was very strange, and it made him feel creepy. So he threw a rag over to cover the cold eyes. You look good, but I like to be more euphemistic. He sat back, and the mattress supported him. Then he raised his chin towards the eye exposed under the rag, motioning the other party to sit down and talk. Now you can tell me who you are? The man grabbed the tattered rag and stared at him motionlessly. After a while, he spoke. Lu Jianshan, Wen Qi said, and rolled his eyes in confusion, and suddenly realized, it's you. Wen Qi? The man seemed to be worried about something when he called his name. Wen Qi followed his line of sight, and noticed the bandage on his arm. He didn't know when the wound was torn open again. A small piece of dark color appeared. Lu Jianshan. Wen Qi repeated his name and examined the man's eyes. Are you here to see me? Lu Jianshan pinched the rag, and water dripped through his bony fingers. Yes. Wen Qi suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and felt very happy. I know. It's a long way here. Right? Lu Jianshan didn't answer. You said you were waiting for me. Yes. I seem to be waiting for someone. Wen Qi said casually. It should be you. Have we known each other before? Yes. Are you familiar with each other? Why don't I have any impression of you? Lu Jianshan frowned slightly, and heard Wen Qi say, Oh, yes. I know. I should have gone with them to find you. But something happened to them. When she mentioned the 3 names he saw at the medical station today. Sure enough, Lu Jianshan's eyes changed. Where are they? It's too late today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, you're back. There's no rush. When she yawned, took out a roll of straw mat from the closet, and threw it to Lu Jianshan. He turned around, turned off the light, and fell on the narrow camp bed. He half closed his eyes in the dark, and heard the man spread the straw mat neatly, and close the window. But the other party stood there for a long time, and his silent gaze made Wen Shi's eyelids heavy. When she finally lost his patience, Lu Jianshan moved his eyes away. That night, when she slept very deeply. The next morning, when she was awakened by the noise outside, the conditioned reflex alert made him open the door immediately. I saw the uninvited guest from last night standing in the middle of the living room, and he was at a loss when facing the little girl who suddenly burst into tears. Li Xiang held a basket of bread and smiled with surprise. Xiaoxi, this is a friend of mine. When she rubbed Wen Zhao's head, he just came back from outside. Wen Zhao stopped crying and grabbed Wen Shi's trouser leg. She looked at the stranger with tearful eyes and finally managed to say, "Does he not know how to speak?" When she gave her a look, Wen Zhao nodded thoughtfully and looked at Lu Jianshan with more sympathy. Wen Xiaofeng was very curious about Lu Jianshan and asked many questions during breakfast. But this young man who came from afar only answered briefly yes or no. Wen Xiaofeng was not very satisfied, but he thought that these were all young people's friends, and it was normal to be a little weird. Eat your pistachio croissant. Li Xiang glared at him. This is Xuxi's friend. Li Xiang turned his head while speaking, and his eyes passed by the door that was not yet closed. A piece of quilt was draped over the bed, so the word friend was emphasized a little. After breakfast, when she remembered that he didn't have to be on duty today, it was a day off, so he decided to take Lu Jianshan to the medical station. The sun was still shining on the streets. When she turned around, he saw the swaying shadows of the trees covering half of Lu Jianshan's face, as if to make the frozen indifference become relaxed. When she was in a good mood, humming a song and greeting colleagues he met on the way. The medical station was suddenly a little crowded today, but fortunately the transparent cabin was in an inconspicuous place. "It's here." When she stood in front of the transparent cabin, when he saw the three people soaked in chemical liquid again, he didn't react as much as yesterday. Maybe some hairs scratched his nose, itching his eyes, and making him want to sneeze. When she attributed all this to Lu Jianshan's arrival. "We were going to find you," when she said concisely, "but we encountered an accident and the aircraft crashed." Lu Jianshan stared at the transparent cabin, his eyes wrapped in deeper emotions. But he still looked calm. "Where is the aircraft?" According to Wen Xiaofeng, the aircraft had been taken away by the scientific team. Wen Xiaofeng found a note for them, but learned that the wreckage of the aircraft had been dragged to a secret experimental site outside the base. It seemed difficult to get it back. When she didn't care, "It's just a pile of broken copper and iron. It's not important. Why don't I take you to find something fun?" When she spoke, the golden sunlight passed through his eyelashes, revealing a pure and innocent smile. He led Lu Jianshan to the valley in the north. There was a winding stream there, and the light blue stream stirred up white waves at the drop, like a bunch of blooming flowers. When she took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser legs, and jumped lightly onto the stones, moving from one place to another. "I used to come here when I was a kid." When she stopped on a big rock in front of him, "Because you can see the mountains in the distance from here. I want to know what's on the other side of the mountain. Is it really as dangerous as they say?" At the end of the canyon, above the distant mountains, floating clouds slowly passed through a small piece of blue sky. Lu Jianshan looked at his shadow in the stream and repeated in a low voice, "Dangerous? Aren't you back from outside? Are those pollutants still evolving? Are they getting closer?" Lu Jianshan still didn't answer, but asked, "How long have you been here?" "I was born here." Lu Jianshan stared into Wen Shi's eyes and asked softly, "How old are you this year?" When she was startled. Is this a question? But he really didn't seem to know. He only had a vague answer. Lu Jianshan saw his distress and waited for a reply. However, when she just jumped back to him in 3 or 2 steps and poked his shoulder meaningfully, "Why ask such a private question? Why don't you tell me how old you are first?" Lu Jianshan pursed his lips. "Private." When she laughed disdainfully between his teeth. But his feet slipped. Fortunately, Lu Jianshan grabbed his wrist quickly. Lu Jianshan's hands were cold and hard, and it hurt. "Do you remember where this came from?" Lu Jianshan saw the bracelet on his right hand. The white and blue crystals formed a small polyhedron. And there was a lonely light pink crystal shaking beside it. When she pulled his hand back and didn't bother to pay attention to him, "Don't ask too much about things that have nothing to do with you." Lu Jianshan followed him and slowly walked deeper into the valley. Everything was peaceful here. The flowing stream, the lush trees, were all vibrant sounds. After night fell, the two sat by the stream and grilled fish. When she was quite experienced in grilling fish, and she was skilled in the technique. She also reminded Lu Jianshan to eat it while it was hot. "I don't know why it's not easy for aquatic organisms to preserve pollutants. So it's okay to eat it occasionally." Lu Jianshan looked at the fish with more than a dozen eyes and full of fishy smell, and fell into a long silence. But when she ate it very happily, and only the fish bones were left in a few bites, the night breeze passed through the bushes behind the two of them, bringing a gentle summer night atmosphere. Blue light dots drilled out of the tree hole, like a burst of fireworks, scattered into fine particles, floating with the wind. When passing by the stream, several were caught in a small gauze bag. The blue fireflies gathered together, like a bright lamp. When she tied the rope and threw it to Lu Jianshan, "For you." Lu Jianshan hesitated for a moment. "Thank you. Why are you so serious?" When she's eyes lit up. "Look! I saw countless blue fireflies coming out of the forest, swimming along the narrow valley to the distance, like a blue Milky Way, rising and falling with the water. Those smaller flying insects were like distant stars dotted among them, decorating the illusory beauty. There is only this moment in the world." When she took a deep breath, and suddenly a sense of emptiness and confusion emerged in his heart. When he glanced at it, Lu Jianshan's eyes followed the Milky Way, and he didn't know what he was thinking. But when he saw him, when she felt no longer so confused. "The cordon is ahead. We can't go any further. We have to go home." When she waved at him, when he got home, his parents and sister had already rested. The house was quiet, and when she could only tiptoe in, Lu Jianshan's movements were very gentle, and no sound could be heard. The lights in the room came on, revealing two single beds put together, stretching the already narrow room to the limit. Li Xiang even considerately took away the straw mat. When she turned his head to look at Lu Jianshan, who put the gauze bag full of fireflies by the window before responding to his gaze. "Time is running out," Lu Jianshan said. When she's eyebrows jumped. "What do you mean?" Lu Jianshan stared at him, hesitant to speak. "You." "I know." When she approached Lu Jianshan thoughtfully, and simply pushed him to sit on the chair, and then sat lazily and naturally on his lap. When she's collar buttons had loosened a few times, revealing a beautiful collarbone, he put his hands on Lu Jianshan's shoulders, and when he caught the fleeting moment of daze, he simply pointed out, "You have been talking nonsense today. You are doing it on purpose." Because of the close breathing, Lu Jianshan's straight back stiffened. He looked at when she. His calm eyes moved slightly, like some kind of secret expectation. When she sniffed, a sly smile on the corner of his lips, and finally concluded, "You like me?" Lu Jianshan was stunned. The next second, when she came closer, almost close to his chest, Lu Jianshan's Adam's apple moved, and his hand went around when she's neck. When he was about to take action, he saw when she suddenly show a suspicious look. "Strange. Then why didn't you react?" "Lu Jianshan?" When she's eyes paused, and he said proudly, "Your ears are red." Chapter 56. 3 days ago. Heavy rain filled the long night. A strange and creepy hissing sound traveled through the depths of the jungle that blocked out the sun. The little robot took advantage of a muffled sound and jumped into the bushes that blocked the sky. After several days of fighting, the unlucky human should be dead. Right? Its left hand was broken in half, revealing several threads of different colors. It could barely move. The little robot lowered its head and suddenly found that it was no longer mud under its feet, but gravel. Many gravels were soft and delicate, and they were white and reflective. In this case, it was not necessarily the sound of rain, but it could also be waves. It screamed, but tripped over its own stupidity. But the more terrible thing was yet to come. The roots of the bushes entangled it, making it unable to move. The dark and humid breath suddenly approached with a hoarse hissing sound, shrouding it in darkness. Countless tentacles hung from above. It could almost feel that thing corroding its perfect square face. It seemed that this little robot could not escape. It made up its mind, and didn't care about its father, life or death. It was just a matter of a moment. Hey, wait. Why is it flying? The disgusting human breath was close to it. Why is it him again? This guy was so injured. How come he was not eaten? Still looking? What are you looking at? Do you think it dares not speak after seeing it? It really dares not speak. At this time, the little robot saw clearly what had been chasing them in this long, wet and cold night. That thing was a tentacle extending from a towering tree, thicker than a dozen giant pythons tied together. The top is hard, like the head of this plant, but when it opens, countless tentacles full of holes will be exposed. If it is swallowed by that thing, it will melt immediately. Right? It was too scared to move. But they were getting closer and closer to the open tentacles. What the hell? Is this human trying to die? The little robot turned its head and was frightened by the cold eyes of the human, and even forgot to cut it off. Almost at the same time, it felt lightened and was thrown directly into the tentacles by the human. Damn it! Wait a minute. No. How did the human jump in by himself? Could it be that the safest place is really the most dangerous? But soon, the darkness was eaten away by the white-green fluorescence. When the little robot shuttled downwards, it saw the tentacle shaking on the thick inner wall of the skin. And pollen? This is a polluted and mutated plant. Or, a mutated man-eating dream taper flower. With a pop sound, it crashed straight into the sticky pool at the bottom. The little robot's head rotated 360 degrees, and was shocked by the shocking scene in front of it. This is the bottom of the nightmare taper tree. There are walls on all sides. The slender branches and leaves that drilled out of the cracks in the walls formed into flower clusters. And the fluorescent light illuminated the infinitely spreading, but also collapsed walls. No. To be precise, it was a wall made of countless bones, which grew together with the inside of the giant tree. The little robot raised its square head and touched the nearest bone with its fingers. It was spit out from the mouth of the skeleton. The green slime made it creepy, if it had any. But it soon discovered something strange. Those huge fluorescent flower clusters were of different brightness. Most of the people around them had lowered their dark heads, and only the broken clothes were left between the branches and leaves. And there were brighter light clusters in the distance. The little robot stepped back and found that the hateful human who jumped down with him also found this. He still looked fearless and walked towards a brighter place without hesitation. The little robot immediately caught up with him. Hey, wait for me. What a terrifying inhuman guy. Almost as good as the main brain of my generation. But as he walked further, the hateful dumb human suddenly changed his face. As the flower clusters became brighter, the vines with tentacles and the limbs they wrapped became clearer. The parts that had not been eaten clean were locked tightly together, and the brightest ones were obviously newly captured prey. The dumb melon seed stopped in front of a new prey. A large and hard petal tightly surrounded a human, revealing only a lifeless face with eyes closed. The slender stamens penetrated his body, locking him there firmly. That person is not dead yet. To be precise, he is not completely dead yet. But it won't be long before he will be like those skulls. The little robot thought with gloating, but suddenly shuddered. It felt that the human mute next to it was not so scary even when he was chased by pollutants tonight. When he drew out the short knife, stepped forward and chopped the tightly wrapped petals. Wait. Dumb melon seeds. He will die. The little robot pulled his trouser legs, looking down on his stupidity. For the sake of you saving me, I have to tell you mercifully. This is the nightmare taper flower. The stamen has entered his nerves. If you cut it off forcefully, he will die immediately. The man paused and stared at it. The little robot was suddenly under great pressure. Don't look at me. I don't know what to do. He might be having an incomparable dream now. It would be nice for him to die like this. After a long time, the human's voice was low and hoarse. How to save him? The little robot hummed. I can't do anything even if you beg me. He has to wake up on his own. But who among you humans doesn't like to have a sweet dream? However, after 2 seconds, the little robot was scared out of his wits. The dumb melon seed walked to the hard petals, cut his palm with the tip of the knife, and then grasped the root of one of the stamen-like tentacles. Slowly, the transparent tentacle fell off the tightly wrapped person, soaked in blood along his palm. Then it was led to his own ear. The surrounding fluorescence gradually dimmed. The little robot huddled up. Are you crazy? You can't force your way into his dream. If this thing notices, you're dead. Your consciousness will be wiped out. Its eyes turned upwards, as if something in the dark sky was silently watching them. But the extremely stupid human didn't care at all. Just sat down quietly, accepting the stamen slowly entering his brain from his left ear. You must not tell the truth. He must find the exit himself. Otherwise, neither of you will wake up. This was the last advice of the little robot. Most of the light in the room was blocked by Wenxi, and some of it fell into Lu Jianshan's eyes, illuminating the elusive astonishment. Lu Jianshan grabbed his wrist, his expression unpredictable. Wenxi struggled twice, and found that this man was very strong. So he gave up. So shy. Okay. There is a long way to go. Wenxi patted his shoulder generously, yawned and went back to sleep. After a while, Wenxi felt someone lying down beside him in the dark. Lu Jianshan's breathing was very light, but when she could still hear it a little, such hearing would produce some small emotions, filling the empty heart like cotton wool, making everything full and soft. The next morning, when Xiaofeng received some bad news, he needed to join an emergency investigation mission immediately. No, Wenxi strongly objected. You haven't recovered yet, and you are not suitable for such a dangerous mission. When Xiaofeng said and was embarrassed, I promised you. When she didn't know what he was talking about. But it didn't matter. When she just had a strong intuition that when Xiaofeng shouldn't leave here. But this is an order. This is my duty. Don't forget. I am the best hunter. When Xiaofeng looked proud, trying to reassure Wenxi. I'll go instead of you. When she suddenly said, just let me try my hand. When Xiaofeng was about to refuse, but heard Li Xiang say, let Xiaoxi go. When he comes back, maybe he can join the investigation team. The silent person at the table also spoke, I'll go with him. When she glanced at him and curved his eyes. When Xiaofeng's eyes wandered between the two of them, and finally nodded. This mission is more than 100 kilometers away from the southern cordon. It was a shooting range test site in the valley, and people would be sent back every 5 days to deliver news. But this time it was 2 days overdue. In the jeep heading to the investigation site, the leader of the investigation team threw 2 guns into the back seat. Stand back later. By the way, my name is Mai Jixiang, and they all call me Maizi. When she played with the gun and found that it was an old model, C901, a classic model, he noticed that Lu Jianshan didn't seem interested, but instead pulled out a short knife from somewhere. The vehicle stopped at the foot of the mountain, and their group of 11 had to walk through the dense forest to reach the cave where the experimental site was located. The narrow path spiraled deeper along the mountainside, and the increasingly dense trees made the leaking sunlight colder. When she was walking in the second to last position, and when he turned around, Lu Jianshan had stopped and looked up. What did you find? When she put his hands in his pockets, lazily holding the gun in his arms, Lu Jianshan retracted his gaze and said, leave here as soon as possible. The teammate in front heard this, and couldn't help but turn back and sneer. You are indeed a newcomer. Are you afraid of such a small disturbance? You will suffer in a while. When she was about to speak when Lu Jianshan pressed his shoulder, a flock of flying birds was startled in front of the team. At the same time, there was a panic in front. It was a pool of dark mud, and the human breath could only be identified through the torn clothes. Mai Jixiang squatted down and found a metal nameplate. It belonged to the person in the laboratory. But soon, he realized something was wrong. That thing should still be around. When she sniffed, and an indescribable stench spread in his nasal cavity along with the humid air. At the end of the peripheral vision, a black shadow flashed by not far away, shaking off the leaves on the branches. Mai Jixiang gritted his teeth. Listen to me. The cave is just ahead. Our mission is to rescue the survivors. Bang! I don't know who fired the first shot. The dark clouds blocked the sunlight in the sky, and the sky suddenly darkened. Some dark sound came from the depths of the dense forest along the fog, slowly encircling everyone. Mai Jixiang made a silent gesture, and everyone put on protective masks and quickly organized a battle formation. Soon, 3 2-meter-high black shadows appeared in the fog. At first glance, they looked very much like humans. This did not confuse the investigation team. Intensive gunfire rang out. The 3 figures shuttled through the dense forest at an inhuman speed, but gradually approached the crowd. In the increasingly dense fog, only the steel tails and blade-like claws of those things could be seen. Before realizing his actions, when she had already fired, he hit one of them in the eye. The enraged creature suddenly attacked him, quickly grabbed Wenxi's ankle and dragged him to the hard ground. But the next second, the thing fell beside him. It was a contaminant similar to a black bear, but with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and only one huge white eye. Secretions gushed out from the pierced head of the thing. Lu Jianshan held the knife and stretched out his hand to Wen Shi. Here. I leave it to you. Lu Jianshan said to Mai Jixiang. What? He means these are just 3 cubs. When she looked up, his eyes gradually darkening. Leave the big ones to us. Mai Jixiang looked at the 2 people's quickly disappearing backs, wiped the corner of his mouth, and quickly joined the battle. High in the dense forest is the entrance to the cave experiment site. There are some crushed debris left there, and the iron railings are broken into several pieces. When she picked up a flashlight and walked in calmly, he had a hunch that the bigger guy was deep in the cave. He even heard its voice. A rustling sound from the abyss, which was creepy. But a stronger emotion suddenly overwhelmed the fear. When she thought, he must kill that thing, no matter what it is. He couldn't hear anything, and there was only that one thought in his mind. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! When Lu Jianshan's voice pulled him out of his emotions in an instant. Those eyes as calm as a black pool were full of worry at this time. When she raised the corners of his mouth towards him, and his lips conveyed a silent message, I heard it. At the end of the empty tunnel, a cold wind suddenly rose. The rustling gnawing sound was amplified infinitely by the echo. That was the sound of a rodent. Rather than saying that the dark figure standing upright under the chandelier was a bear pollutant, it was more like a combination of a bear and a rat. The stench spread as it moved. Under its bloated body, a fragile manhole cover cracked. Just as it was about to break, a voice sounded not far away. A crushed empty can appeared out of thin air. The huge creature attracted attention. Its hard scales stood up, revealing several green eyes. Now! Several gunshots rang out in succession, 3 of which hit the green dot, and the rest were blocked by the steel-like scales. The guy was furious and flew towards the source of the gunshots. A smoke bomb passed in front of it and exploded. With a muffled sound, the polluted creature fell to the ground. When she then walked out from his hiding place behind the rock, and did not forget to show his pride to Lu Jianshan. See it? Dangerous machine type C. The tail and body are all covered with metal. I don't know how it evolved. The muzzle of the gun pressed the tail of the thing, and the serrated thing rolled into a ball. However, to prevent the night from getting too long, let's solve it first. The moment the consciousness flashed, the curled tail suddenly straightened and attacked Wen Shi in the opposite direction. The gun was knocked away before it could be fired, and the creature lying on the ground opened its bloody mouth full of tiny sharp teeth. A black shadow rushed Wen Shi out and rolled several meters away on the ground. Lu Jianshan. Lu Jianshan climbed up with a knife in his hand, and a bloody mark cut by the serrations appeared on his back. The next second, he rushed towards the polluted thing again without hesitation. His speed was extremely fast, the limit that Wen Shi had ever seen. But when the short blade stabbed into an eye, the suddenly longer sawtooth tail rolled up Lu Jianshan and hung him in the air. The short knife rolled to the ground. When she clearly realized that ordinary attacks would not have any effect on this guy, Lu Jianshan was not hitting blindly. The eye under the scales he found was different. The color was lighter and brighter, and more fragile. The sawtooth tail tightened more and more, as if it would crush the fragile human in the next second. But it suddenly loosened, because of a gust of wind. To be more precise, it was an extremely gentle and light night breeze, which only took 0.01 seconds to quietly go around the back of the polluted creature's head, lift its hard scales, and go straight in like thunder and lightning. A short knife had already sunk into its brain. It was suddenly pulled out, and then inserted again. It was pulled out, and then inserted again. It was repeated several times, and it did not stop until it was bloody and bloody. It seemed to vent endless anger. Wen Shi's vision gradually lost focus, and he just repeated the action. Green mucus splashed and stained his face without noticing. Wen Shi coughed. Cough. Cough. That's enough. Lu Jianshan grabbed his wrist and gently pulled him into his arms. After a long while, Wen Shi let go of the short knife and collapsed as if he had lost his strength. Lu Jianshan's fingers stayed on the back of his neck and rubbed it slowly. Wen Shi buried his head in his shoulder, slowly adjusted his breathing, and smiled. When did I learn to use a knife? This move is pretty cool, isn't it? Why not give it a name? Breaking the night. Lu Jianshan's voice passed through his cochlea. It has a name. Wen Shi repeated the name of that move and commented without emotion, not bad. Lu Jianshan let go of him at the right time and spread his palm, where there was a rusty small disc. This is your earphone. Don't lose it again. Wen Shi pinched the disc and subconsciously put it in his right ear, but realized later, you were slow to pick it up just now. Lu Jianshan said, "It can't be lost. If you lose it, just lose it." When she wiped the mucus on his face and showed a relaxed smile. "It's not an important thing." Lu Jianshan paused, seeming a little surprised, when she stood up by pressing his shoulder, and glanced at the broken manhole cover at the end. "There is movement there. Go and have a look first." Chapter 57. Under the manhole cover was a closed cellar. The 21 survivors at the experimental site hid underneath and only dared to climb out after hearing voices outside. "Luckily you are here." It was really thrilling just now. A young researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses tried his best to calm his breathing, but soon reacted vigilantly. "Are you not from the investigation team?" When she showed a nameplate, "Newcomers." The frail researcher breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God. Are you the only two here?" As they were talking, there was a noise at the entrance of the cave. Mai Jixiang and the rest of the people were still fighting fiercely. After when she and Lu Jianshan joined, the battlefield ended quickly. Mai Jixiang was still frightened, but he also praised, "You two are good at fighting. Remember to register with the investigation team when you go back. We'll think about it again." When she smiled slightly. A total of 3 researchers died at the shooting range experimental site. They were suddenly attacked on the way down the mountain. "The damage here is quite serious." Mai Jixiang decided to move all the important equipment to the base for processing. "Those things are getting closer and closer, and the attacks are getting more and more frequent." The young researcher wearing glasses squeezed into Wenxi's car and looked out the window with a worried look on his face. Mai Jixiang smiled and said, "You researchers are just timid. You are scared like this by a few dangerous C-type machines. Aren't you afraid?" The researcher carefully looked at their faces, but except for the sweat on Mai Jixiang's forehead, he could not see any fear. Mai Jixiang said, "If you are afraid of this, you will wet your pants when those things gather together." As soon as he said this, the driver laughed wildly with him. Lu Jianshan said at this time, "Will they get closer?" When she looked at the sunset outside the window and didn't care much, "Yes." The survivor's note said that every time it was safe for more than 10 years, a large-scale hunt would occur. "Our place has been safe for 23 years. It has been a long time." Mai Jixiang lit a cigarette and grinned. "Make history or go straight into the abyss. You always have to choose one of the two." Before the night, the vehicles returning to the base arrived at the monitoring station on the cordon. Everyone needs to stay in the building full of monitoring instruments for 24 hours. There is a large bookshelf in the public area, and the rest of the place is covered with single mats. Each mat is equipped with pillows and toiletries. When she took a book at random and found a corner, Lu Jianshan sat down next to him, straightened his back, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. After just experiencing a fierce battle, most people were still in an excited state and couldn't fall asleep. Therefore, many people left the public space one after another. Soon, more than half of the venue was empty. When she flipped through 2 more pages of a book, it was a book about information technology, with codes covering the pages. It soon made him drowsy. He simply stood up and called Lu Jianshan to go wash up together. The long and narrow corridor was filled with various sounds and smells, with several large rooms on the left and right. There was a boxing ring with exciting music, people kissing next to the billiard table, and some people fighting with bare hands. Lu Jianshan frowned slightly and found that when she blinked ambiguously and said with disdain, after experiencing a life-and-death situation, "It is difficult for people to calm down, and they always have to find a place to vent, either here or somewhere else." The next door was divided into several small compartments, with towels and clothes piled up at the door in an attempt to cover up the more unbearable sounds. But in fact, no one here would hide anything, and physical desire was just a human instinct. Lu Jianshan turned aside to avoid the stranger who was flirting with him, and followed Wenxi to the empty wash area at the end. Lu Jianshan looked at him in the mirror and spoke at an inappropriate time. "Do you want to go out?" "What?" Wenxi poured cold water on his face, not understanding what he meant. "I mean, leave this place, this city." Wenxi was puzzled. Why? There were only 2 of them here, and the noisy music made the dark atmosphere more secretive. When she walked to the wall and was taking down a clean towel, the shower head on the ceiling automatically sprayed water when it sensed a person. In a few seconds, the person's clothes were half wet. The originally fitted clothes were tightly attached to the body, revealing the lines vaguely. When she wiped his face clean and stepped in front of Lu Jianshan, Lu Jianshan took a half step back and leaned against the wall. The shower here seemed to be leaking, and drops fell from the sky, wetting his forehead. When she threw away the towel, and wiped the water drops on his nose with his fingertips. When she remained silent and got closer. But his wrist was grabbed. The pair of eyes close at hand were like a deep pool, reflecting Wenxi's face. There was only Wenxi. So he breathed into Lu Jianshan's ear and asked a question in a low voice. The deep pool was shattered by the shock, and the earlobes turned slightly red due to the rising temperature. Wenxi laughed softly, but Lu Jianshan's voice was still as clear as snow. Do you know what you are doing? I know. Wenxi nodded innocently with his eyes bent. I am just an ordinary human being, wanting to vent the pressure of hovering on the edge of life and death. Is there anything wrong? Oh, I forgot. You may look down on such vulgar desires. Wenxi? I don't know if it was an illusion. But Lu Jianshan's eyes darkened a little. Wenxi. Lu Jianshan called his name again. If all this is Wenxi interrupted him, I said. What if I know? One day, everything will end. Lu Jianshan was slightly stunned, as if he couldn't understand. Do you remember what that guy looked like today? I often dream of it. It laughs at me in the abyss. Everything is useless. When she leaned on Lu Jianshan, breathing close to the corner of his lips. I am very happy today because I finally had the opportunity to kill it myself. My Jixiang is right. This is the longest period of time that humans have persisted. Before the end, I just want to cherish every day and every moment of being alive. Especially after you came here. I don't seem to have any regrets. When she raised a loose smile. But his eyes became serious, so I want to leave some good memories. Even if it is a dream. It is very satisfying. Will you always be with me? He seemed to be really full of expectations. And people could not easily wipe away such innocence. Lu Jianshan whispered, as long as the polluting organisms still exist. I have no choice. As soon as the voice fell, the weight on his body suddenly disappeared. When she let go of Lu Jianshan, his dry lips moved slightly, and he sneered. He sighed, straightened Lu Jianshan's collar, and glanced at him meaningfully. Okay. Then you solve it yourself. When she opened the curtain and went out, someone happened to pass by and greeted him. It was the researcher with glasses. He looked calmer than the others, even smiling. But for some reason, when she didn't like this person very much. What's your name? When she suddenly couldn't remember his name. The researcher smiled brightly. Thursday. My name is Thursday. When she nodded perfunctorily and left. When the next night fell, everyone in the monitoring station could go out. When she walked lazily in the night breeze, and the coolness of the summer night quickly blew away his unhappiness. He knew that Lu Jianshan was following behind him. Not in a hurry, keeping a short distance. When she was thinking about how to tease him. And as soon as he opened the door, the dark space suddenly lit up. Happy birthday to you, a babyish singing voice came. When Zhao held a cream cake and walked slowly towards him with Li Xiang and Wen Xiaofeng singing. She had paint on her face, like a little cat, and the tune was running around. When the lyrics reached the last line, when Zhao couldn't help but grin and laughed, brother, happy birthday. When she was about to bend down, only to see Wen Zhao holding the cake and patting it steadily on his face. The hearty laughter immediately filled the warm and bright space. When she raised his face covered with cream and laughed, it tastes like cantaloupe, and it's quite sweet. Li Xiang brought a towel and gently wiped the cream off for him. Didn't get it in your eyes? Don't worry. We made another cake and waited for you to blow out the candles. Xiao Lu, don't stand outside the door. Come in quickly. There was a long candle in the middle of another cake on the table. When the flame was lit, when Xiaofeng turned off the light, the birthday song sounded again, swaying slowly in the beat of hand beating. When she raised his eyes, and Lu Jianshan, who was sitting opposite him, also whispered happy birthday. He heard it. Make a wish. Make a wish. When Zhao sat on Wenxi's legs, staring at the cake, and urged him. I hope. When Wenxi's sight slowly passed Li Xiang, Wen Xiaofeng, Wen Zhao, and Lu Jianshan. Then he closed his eyes and said silently, I hope this can last a little longer. Great. Wen Zhao cheered loudly. I hope I can grow up quickly. Li Xiang was amused by her, but followed her words. Then I hope Xiao she can live 100 years. Wen Xiaofeng said, then I wish you all good health and peace. In a warm and gentle atmosphere, the family shared the cake and what happened in the past few days. Wen Xiaofeng also took out 200 milliliters of rum that he had treasured for many years and took a sip. after taking a shower. When she returned to the room, Lu Jianxin was just lowering the curtains when he heard him come in and said sorry. Why are you apologizing for no reason? When she was still angry at him for not knowing what was good for him, Lu Jianxin said, your family loves you very much. Of course. When she was puzzled and sat down on the bed, raised his chin. If you really feel sorry, you can compensate me. He supported the bed with both hands and raised one foot. The bare ankle trembled when it was wrapped by the cold palm, and then it was placed on the knee. Lu Jianxin knelt on one knee with his back straight. When she was shocked, he was just talking. He had never thought that Lu Jianxin would really massage his feet in person. No. Wait. Where did he learn this? How come he is so good at it? His fingers were bent with distinct joints and touched the acupuncture points. Pressing the right place connected the meridians and slowly relieved the fatigue of the past 2 days. But the place where the skin touched was always itchy and could not be scratched. When she was a little uncomfortable and his face was burning, so he quickly pulled his foot back. Lu Jianxin grabbed his ankle and whispered, are you happy today? Very happy. The hand supporting his back curled up slightly. But it was sincere. Everything is good. Be gentle. Lu Jianxin lowered his eyes and slowed down his strength. Your knife is quite beautiful. When she saw the scabbard in his pocket, Lu Jianxin threw it to him. It was just an ordinary short knife. Nothing special. When she played with it back and forth, considering whether to confiscate it, Lu Jianxin suddenly asked, do you want to choose reality or illusion? In the silent air, when she pulled back his feet, leaned forward, and approached him condescendingly, smiling softly, I'll choose whichever is better. Lu Jianxin looked up at him, his calm eyes hesitant to speak, reflecting his usual lazy smile. But this time, the smile was sincere, real, and seemed to be within reach. Their hot breaths touched each other, and when she's lips slowly approached his, it was as if some kind of traction slowly drew out the long-hidden thoughts. Just when they were about to touch each other, there was an unexpected knock on the door. Xiao Lu. Li Xiang knocked on the door. Someone is looking for you outside. When she stared at Lu Jianxin, who stood up, warning him to go and come back quickly. As soon as Lu Jianxin left, when Zhao squeezed in with a box, she jumped and stuffed the gift to Wen Shi. This is the prize I won in the lottery today. Guess what it is? It's an earmuff. When she opened the gift box, then tell me everything. Yes. Try it now. You won't hear any noise when you sleep in the future. It was a pink rabbit earmuff. Furry and very cute. Then I'll try it first. What are you talking about? I can't hear it at all. When she put on the earmuffs and teased Wen Zhao. The sound insulation effect of this thing is really good. At such a close distance, he could only see Wen Zhao's mouth shape. In the courtyard behind Wen Shi, outside the closed doors and windows, Lu Jianxin was stunned. 3 meters away, a thin figure stood under the lantern, covered with soft light. The boy was not very tall, with long hair tied up, revealing a thin and beautiful neck and profile. He suddenly turned his head, and his handsome eyebrows and eyes had taken shape. His eyes were firm and smart. It was a face exactly like Wen Shi's, but he was younger, about 12 or 13 years old. Listen to me. Wen Shi, who looked like a teenager, had a complicated expression that did not match his age. Lu Jianxin, the man inside is fake. He came to deceive you. We have to find a way out. Lu Jianxin stared at him, and when he was about to turn around, he was hugged tightly by the boy who rushed over. Lu Jianxin, you must listen to me. That domineering tone seemed familiar. However, in the moment when he was distracted, the moonlight fell on the night wind. A short blade had quickly cut his throat, and blood gushed out. Then, the second knife stabbed into the heart and abdomen, and the third knife. The appearance of the boy gradually became blurred, and the thin figure became tall, and then became his own appearance. Even Lu Jianxin himself could not tell the difference. He struggled to make a sound, but soon fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 58. In the long and silent night, the faint light of the dream taper flower filled the way. 13,572. 73. 74. The little robot held a thin white bone, stood with his feet together, and measured the length out of boredom. It was not that it was so kind that it had to wait here, but it really did not find a way to get out of the bottom of this dream taper tree. When my energy bar is exhausted, I will become a cuboid, and it will take billions of years for the next batch of creatures to find me. This is really stupid. When the little robot was distressed, he heard the movement of the dream taper flower not far away. The tentacles from the stamens fell from the head of the dumb melon seed, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the human's mouth. And the chest rose and fell violently. I said you would die. Right? The little robot hopped to his side and looked into the gradually blurred eyes. It's useless. Just go with peace of mind. I'll find a good place for you. It didn't like those eyes very much. They were too calm. Sometimes it made it feel guilty. So the little robot stretched out its mechanical fingers, slowly covered the human's eyes, hummed a very old ballad, and kindly sent him off for the last time. In the warmly lit bedroom, when she sent the already asleep Wen Zhao and the earmuffs back to her own small room, he poured a glass of water, leaned against the door, and waited for a long time, and then saw the familiar figure slowly coming back in the moonlight. I thought you were killed by someone, and was thinking about where to collect your body. Lu Jianshan stopped in front of him. Sorry. There is something to be checked with the investigation team. No need to explain. When she raised his head slightly and smoothed the wrinkles on his collar. This is your choice. The person in front of him said him and followed him back to the room. After turning off the lights, Wen Shi's vision gradually adapted to the darkness. He felt Lu Jianshan sitting by the bed, his eyes always on him. Why don't you sleep? Wen Shi tugged at the corner of his clothes sleepily, and his hand fell on Lu Jianshan's leg. The man rarely avoided him, but just kept silent. Wen Shi was a little helpless when stared at by the pair of straight eyes. Still thinking about today? I've thought about it. Lu Jianshan lowered his voice. He leaned down and touched Wen Shi's cheek tentatively. The silent eyes slowly approached, and when they were about to reach the distance of kissing, Wen Shi suddenly frowned. You smell like blood. So disgusting. Wen Shi pinched his nose, turned over, and turned his back to the man. The hand that stayed in the air suddenly lost the warmth of the face and became empty. Good night, Lu Jianshan said. Wen Shi didn't sleep well that night. He felt like he was always half asleep and half awake, but it seemed like something was suppressing his limbs, making him unable to move or wake up. The next morning, Wen Shi lifted his heavy eyelids and found Lu Jianshan looking at him. The other person sat on a chair, his back straight, staring at him motionlessly. Wen Shi felt inexplicably creepy and had an incredible thought. Could he have sat there all night? Let's go have breakfast. Lu Jianshan took the initiative to speak. Today's breakfast was the same as usual. The only surprise was Wen Zhao. She originally sat between Wen Shi and Lu Jianshan, but today she insisted on sitting next to Wen Shi, and cried loudly if she didn't agree with her. Lu Jianshan ate his porridge calmly, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Wen Zhao jumped down from the chair holding the soy milk bottle, but fell to the ground after taking 2 steps, and the milk spilled all over Lu Jianshan's pants. She seemed to be frightened, sitting on the ground blankly, not daring to blink, until Lu Jianshan said to her, Are you okay? Wen Zhao nodded, climbed up, and hid behind Wen Shi, looking at her like a stranger. When Lu Jianshan went to the bathroom to change his pants, Li Xiang was chatting with Wen Shi. Someone came to see Xiao Lu yesterday, and it seemed that he had discovered something new outside. Who was it? Wen Shi asked casually. A researcher. Oh, by the way, I have a set of new weapon design drawings here. You can hand them over to the experimental group today. Wen Shi nodded. After breakfast, Lu Jianshan had to go to the investigation team again. When she went to the experimental group alone, there were many people in the experimental group, and when she handed the stack of design drawings to the person in charge, How many people are there here? When she checked the roster, the person in charge said, including the 20 people who came back from the shooting range, there are only 63 people. When she scanned it, and found nothing unusual, he glanced behind the person in charge. What is that? The person in charge said, Oh, the experimental product of the dust explosion device. The power is too strong. It is not easy to preserve, and it is ready to be disposed of. After the work was finished that day, Lu Jianshan was waiting for him on the lawn outside, and he also brought a small cake. Do you still have points to buy this? When she laughed at him, Lu Jianshan handed him the cake and said, There's not much left, but you can save it. When she observed that face, and always felt that he was different today, but he couldn't tell why. Could it be that he suddenly became particularly considerate and a little uncomfortable? He couldn't be a masochist. When she was thinking about it, and Lu Jianshan gently tidied his messy hair for him. Could it be that he asked him for something? Okay, when she thought, then wait for Lu Jianshan to ask him. But Lu Jianxin didn't say a word until midnight that day. When she woke up suddenly, a mysterious intuition pulled him out of his light sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, the person next to him leaned against the head of the bed and looked at him straight. It was that kind of staring look again. It was like examining something from the outside to the inside. Under such a gaze, even the boldest people would be terrified for a moment. Lu Jianxin took the initiative to speak at this time. Sorry. Did I scare you? When she shook his head, not knowing why he said such a thing. But when she felt that he had not yet escaped from the sleepy state, and his whole body had no strength, Lu Jianxin held his hand and slowly pulled it to his face. I have been wanting to tell you today, Lu Jianxin whispered. I have made up my mind. I will always stay by your side. When she looked at him, with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. Really? Yeah. No matter what danger happens, we will face it together and protect everything here together. The low voice seemed more solemn in the quiet night. Are you willing? Lu Jianxin asked. When she looked at him quietly, his eyes tracing the melting eyebrows, passing through his nose, lips, and chin inch by inch. Have you really thought about it? When she moved his fingers and regained some consciousness, the man replied, of course. 5 fingerprints were left on Lu Jianxin's side face. When she rubbed his wrist and sneered twice under the astonished gaze, you are not sleeping in the middle of the night to talk about this? You should think about it when you are awake. Don't say I forced you. He turned over and closed his eyes. After a while, Lu Jianxin whispered, I mean it sincerely. I will accompany you until the moment of death. When she did not answer, perhaps it was because of the deep sleepiness, or perhaps it was because of the soreness of the nasal cavity. He knew, he thought. The singing of the little robot kept echoing beside the dark bone wall. It looked at the gaps between its fingers, wondering why the dumb melon seed still hadn't closed its eyes. According to humans, it is common to die with eyes open. In that case, let's send the Buddha to the West. The little robot lamented that it had actually been infected with the huge weakness of human indecision, and couldn't help sighing. Its cold fingers pressed on the eyes, trying to pull down the human's eyelids. A hand grabbed its forearm. It was a human hand, so pale that blue blood vessels could be seen. It was pulling the little robot's arm apart inch by inch. The little robot thought, soul flying. These 4 words probably describe its reality at the moment. And last glimmer of light refers to the dumb melon seed. The human was lying in a pool of his own blood, his face pale, but his eyes slowly moved upwards, as if he was checking the person locked by the nightmare flower. I have checked for you, the little robot confessed. He is still alive. The dumb melon seeds finally squeezed out a hoarse sound. The little robot tried to comfort him at the end of his life. It is a miracle that you have self-awareness now. As for him, I told you that the nightmare flower creates the best dreams of a person. I don't know what unrealistic desires humans have, but they are all the same. The little robot stared at the human, who was slowly sitting up in front of him in horror, and his speech speed gradually slowed down. He has to be willing to wake up from his good dream. After a new day of work, when she went to the archives, Lu Jianxin was waiting for him there. The person on duty was not there today, and the smell of old book pages kept coming out of the warehouse. When she sneezed and saw the smoke and dust escaping in the dim light, Lu Jianxin was holding a book, the same one that when she had flipped through last time, and turned to the chapter about the Last Judgment. Don't you think there are too few records here? When she's fingers passed over the rows of books on the bookshelf, Lu Jianxin said, it's hard to preserve after more than 3 centuries of escape. I've always been curious about what the Last Judgment is about. Lu Jianxin whispered, human crimes. When she paused, turned around and looked at him. The man stood in the dust, slowly turning the pages of the book. This is a judgment from a higher will, destined to let them experience it, so that they can wash away their sins and weaknesses and evolve into a powerful species. Only in this way can we dominate the future. So, this world obeyed the call of fate. And all this happened. What happened? Only the winners have the qualification to evolve. The calm eyes were cold and superior at this moment. The cycle of hunting is both selection and reward. Unfortunately, no one understands God's will. When she sneered, you speak as if you are God. If I am? The man slowly approached when she lowered his head and stared at him. You can be too. When she was stunned, the man hugged him from behind, holding him in his cold arms. His nose passed through the soft hair and neck, and took a deep breath. You and I will become winners together. We will have a perfect world and become the masters of fate. When she stood there and whispered, "Of course." "Really?" The voice was very surprised. When she said, "Be gentle," the arm that was exerting force suddenly loosened. When she turned around and saw a gentle smile on the man's face. "I have a gift for you." When she looked at him, "Close your eyes first and count down to 20. The other party did as he was told. 20 seconds passed quickly. When she stood by the door leading to the underground archive room and took out a palm-sized oval. It was a dust explosion device found by the experimental team. He counted the last 3 seconds, threw the thing down, and heard the crisp sound of it hitting the metal spiral staircase. He closed the door and just walked a few meters away. The ground under his feet suddenly shook. No wonder the experimental team said the effect was so good. When she shook off the dust on his hands and walked happily across the green lawn, with the sun casting shadows. However, when he raised his head, the smile on his mouth slowly disappeared. Lu Jianshan, standing at the intersection. His whole body was severely burned by the explosion. But soon, those wounds healed visibly, forming a handsome and indifferent face again. When he stretched out his hand. His hoarse voice still had a hint of grievance. "I'm waiting for you." When she ran away. This damn thing. Chapter 59. When she hid in a dark alley. He covered his arm, and red leaked from his fingers and flowed on the ground. When he passed a street vendor who was killing fish, he was suddenly attacked by the other party with a knife. The man followed him for a whole street like a zombie who had lost his mind before he was thrown away. However, more and more people were slowly gathering around this alley. He could hear the footsteps, one on top of another, endless, like a tsunami with nowhere to hide. The black clouds covered the sun in a few minutes, and the cold wind raised dust. When "Don't hide." The plain and cold voice came with the wind, lingering at the end of the alley. Disgusting. He knew clearly that it was not Lu Jianshan. It was just an unknown ghost thing, pretending to be pretentious in a skin that did not belong to him. Where did the real Lu Jianshan go? When "Come out. I've been waiting for you." When she cursed silently? "Go to hell. Who are you waiting for in the coffin? If you don't speak, I'll find you." He leaned against the damp wall with his back, using the tall trash can to block his body. But he could smell the smell of that ghost thing. A cold, lifeless smell that would only make people sick. The ghost thing began to count down. 10, 9, 8. When she heard the footsteps of many people running, he suddenly felt very cold. I don't know when a layer of ice formed on the edge of the trash can. The tiny white ice crystals fell on his hair and skin, and the wounds had solidified. Last chance. When a cold voice ordered. 3, 2, 1. When the cold wind suddenly blew. When she jumped up on the trash can and climbed onto the roof of the bungalow. The snowflakes rustled, but they couldn't cover the crowd who all raised their heads. They were some familiar faces, from various divisions of this human stronghold. Some were colleagues, some were neighbors, and some were people who didn't know each other but often greeted each other. At this moment, they had no expression on their faces. Their eyes were empty, and they were just looking for Wenxi's figure, like hunters searching for prey. "I gave you a chance." A figure appeared out of nowhere on the roof opposite Wenxi and smiled at him. "Wenxi, it's not too late now." Wenxi looked disgusted and couldn't help sneering. "Who are you? You are worthy of talking to me." In his voice, the ghost smile disappeared a little, and became very tolerant again. "Wenxi, I will wait for you. Come and beg me." The snow wind blew Wenxi's hair, and he heard the vibration coming from his feet. The dark crowd was climbing up the roof in a weird posture. The people in the front hit the concrete wall straight, and then the people behind also hit them layer by layer, until the meat patties piled together, forming a slope, paving a road. The guy who pretended to be Lu Jianshan stood there, as if enjoying an interesting show. When she quickly found a gap, he held a short knife, perhaps the one left by Lu Jianshan that night, and quickly jumped from this roof to the other side. To be honest, when he looked back and noticed the distance, he had no idea how he had jumped over there anyway. It seemed like he could do it instinctively. But when she gave up quickly, there were too many people, and they came from all directions to kill him. "Hey." When she sat on the ground and spoke weakly to the air. "You just said that I should beg you." The figure appeared in the next second, and stretched out his hand to Wenxi gracefully. "I'm happy to." A flash of knife came from the side. The ghost thing avoided the fatal position, but his face suddenly changed, as if he was shocked by the pain. A broken hand with neat edges fell between the two of them. You are lucky. When she wiped the back of the knife on his sleeve, the guy who looked like Lu Jianshan retreated dozens of meters away in the next second. His eyes were dull, and the place where the broken hand was still bleeding. But new flesh and blood slowly grew. At this time, the rushing crowd also stopped unexpectedly because of this. These few seconds bought when she time to escape. He ran wildly in the opposite direction of the crowd, calculating the route. He knew that the investigation team's jeep was parked next to the entrance of the monitoring station. It only takes 11 minutes to get to the jeep from here. However, when she hesitated for a second at the intersection and ran in the opposite direction of the monitoring station, Wen Xiaofeng was not on duty today. At this time, he should be at home with Li Xiang and Wen Zhao. Have they found a place to hide? Or have they? No. Those people are coming for him. He just wanted to make sure they were safe. It's almost there. Soon. We'll be home. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30. 15. 5. With a bang. When she pushed open the door, 3 familiar figures stood in front of him. Their eyes confused and dull. Exactly the same as those outside. Li Xiang approached the motionless Wen Shi with a fruit knife. When she recognized it as the one used to cut birthday cakes, the corners of his pale and dry lips twitched. Are you here to kill me too? No one answered. Why? When she stood there, his mind blank. When Li Xiang's hand touched his shoulder, he didn't even think about avoiding it, until he heard a bloody sound behind him. Li Xiang pulled the bloody blade out of a guy who followed Wen Shi, then quickly pulled Wen Shi into the room and closed the door again. The cold wind and snow were also blocked outside the house. The fruit knife fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The bright light came from nowhere, but it made the room look more like a clear day. An inconspicuous day in a certain summer year. Li Xiang held his face and called out with a gentle smile, Xiaoxi. There were tears in her eyes, and her voice was choked but firm. It's time to wake up. Wen Shi's eyes passed over her beautiful young face, and Wen Xiaofeng put his arm around her shoulders and grinned at Wen Shi. When he smiled, he showed a mouthful of big white teeth, exactly like Wen Zhao. The young girl, holding the rabbit earmuffs, popped her head out from behind Li Xiang. Wen Shi's voice trembled slightly. I don't want to. Xiaoxi. Li Xiang looked at him gently. This is not the real world. You still have a lot to do. You can't stay here. Why not? Wen Shi asked stubbornly. He held the cold short blade all the way and couldn't help stroking the handle. Li Xiang said, because someone is waiting for you. Complex sadness filled the sore heart bit by bit, as if to stretch the beating flesh and blood. When she kept looking at her. After a long time, he whispered, the last time I saw you was at this time. That was his first time to go out of the city to participate in the investigation team's mission. He was 13 years old that year. On the day he left home, Li Xiang and Wen Zhao sent him to the cordon together and wished him a pleasant journey. It was a very simple and safe mission. And it was fruitful. It was just that the jeep broke down halfway on the way back, and the time was 3 days longer than expected. When he returned to the base, there was only a terrible scene waiting for him. He didn't even remember what the last words Wen Xiaofeng said to him were. His father went on a mission earlier than him, and even came back 2 hours later than him. But because he was too young, his mental state was very unstable after encountering extreme stimulation. So he was forcibly taken to the monitoring station and did not see Wen Xiaofeng for the last time. At this time, the man in front of him patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Be a man. Be strong. You say it as if you were responsible. When she retorted, I am not a responsible father. Xiaoxi. Wen Xiaofeng's voice gradually became lower, and he laughed at himself helplessly. I also lose my courage occasionally. When she said, no. You have done a good job. They said that before that. You solved the group of pollutants yourself. Wen Xiaofeng blinked his left eye at him. In short, we will always stand on your side. You are the master of this dream. At least here, you can do everything. And the choice is only yours. The sun was still bright, but a fatal wound slowly appeared on Wen Xiaofeng's neck. Red spread from his fingertips to Li Xiang's clothes. Her appearance also gradually changed, returning to the appearance of that night when she was bitten by rats. She said softly, Xiaoxi, you must live well and live a long life. They looked at Wen Shi tenderly. Just like many years ago. Brother. The little girl with a flaming ponytail shook his hand. I want to tell you a secret. when she squatted down, and the girl's soft and cold hand touched his face, revealing an excited smile. She whispered in his ear, I found that Brother Xiao Lu doesn't like to drink porridge. When she was stunned for a moment. When Zhao winked at him, that thing likes it. When she touched her furry head and whispered, this can't be told to others. The little girl twisted her body, and her red ponytail swayed. She said seriously, I have another secret. I'll listen. I want to grow up quickly because I want to protect you. My parents. When she was silent for a while, and said, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. It's okay. When Zhao kissed his cheek, her voice innocent, like the stars in the summer. I don't blame you, brother. She gradually became like that. Her beautiful face and little skirt blurred, her flaming hair hanging around her neck. When she hugged her gently but firmly, the sun spread over the grass, and the melodious tune of the violin stopped with the sound of an approaching footstep. Lu Jianshan. Put down the piano and smile. You are here. When he seemed to have waited for a long time. There was an empty red wine bottle on the white tablecloth. At this time, he was quite surprised. I thought you would be hurt. It seems that those things are too useless. When she saw that his black and white suit was very annoying, and sneered, you should understand first. This is in my dream. The ghost thing paused for a moment and said tolerantly, I underestimated you. Tell me. When she casually pulled out a chair and put his feet on the table. Who are you? The other party did not speak, but slowly poured a glass of wine. When she said, since I was dreaming, I have seen everyone in the dream and I remember every place. But I have not seen you. See Joe. The person who was exposed raised his eyes and smiled in surprise. You found out so quickly? When she asked curiously, why not use your real appearance? Si Zhou still maintained the appearance of Lu Jianshan and said shamelessly, I thought you liked this face. Since we are going to live together, of course we should do it the way you like. When she said, what life? Si Zhou opened his arms and said excitedly, right here. We can spend a happy and beautiful time together until the end of everything. Didn't you always want this? When she, not now. Si Zhou stood up and walked closer to him step by step. As he approached, he turned back into the weak researcher with glasses and stretched out his hand to Wen Shi. There was an unconcealable enthusiasm in his eyes, and his voice was strangely heavy. We can become a higher existence than everything together and be the creator of this world. You are dreaming too? When she couldn't help it. But Zhou Si ignored his sarcasm and continued with that bewitching tone. Not only here. I mean, it can also be in that real world. No matter where. I respect your choice. The white glove opened the palm and solemnly invited Wen Shi. Wen Shi's fingers passed over him, picked up the short knife, and played with it casually. Do you know why I didn't wake up? Zhou Si guessed doubtfully. Because you prefer a world full of light to the night? When she sighed, you are not wrong. Zhou Si looked happy, and before the smile jumped to the corner of his mouth, he suddenly heard a muffled sound. He lowered his head hesitantly, only to see a bloody hole on his white shirt. The exposed tip of the knife was not Wen Shi's knife. When she was sitting in front of him leisurely. That was the crowd that was originally bewitched by Zhou Si. They suddenly appeared beside Zhou Si, like a piece of fat meat found by hungry ghosts, and rushed forward like a tide. But this is not the reason. The short knife in Wen Shi's hand turned a circle. The moment it stopped, Zhou Si felt that his neck was pierced by something out of thin air. He stared at Wen Shi with wide eyes, looking at him furiously. But he couldn't utter a syllable. You understand? This is my dream. So theoretically, I know everything that happened in this dream. When she sat lazily in the same place, his eyes darkened. Several vague voices happened at the same time. The space and time here are controlled by me. Zhou Si's expression froze. So, how many times did you stab him? Wen Shi's figure was suddenly far away from Zhou Si. Si Zhou opened his eyes, and was held down by the unconscious crowd. It's a mind maze. So you are using this. Si Zhou couldn't struggle, and breathed hard in the pain of blood and flesh recovery. But suddenly laughed strangely. I understand. Wen Shi. I know why he chose you. Ha ha ha. The rainstorm came suddenly. When she looked down at him, what choice? Who is he? What on earth are you? The last smile floated on the corners of Si Zhou's pale mouth. Do you want to know? Wen Shi. Then come to me. I'll wait for you in Sanlu City. The light around the dream taper flower became weaker, and as the tight vines spread, a figure fell off the bud and fell on the petals that the little robot had built for 3 days. The little robot turned its head and screamed, "It's haunted!" Paw! When she didn't even open his eyes, and slapped the noisy sound into the soil. Chapter 60. The night was long and deep, and the glimmer of the dream taper flower gradually faded. Its once blooming branches and leaves would decay into dust along with the petals, until a small robot grew a mechanical hand from the decaying things and struggled to push away the ashes. When the extremely light footsteps approached, the small robot tried to raise its middle finger. Lu Jianshan grabbed its finger and pulled it out of the ruins. The small robot stared at him in horror. "Why did you come back just now? You cunning human. It's all your fault. Where is he?" Lu Jianshan's tone was urgent. The giant dream taper flower behind the small robot had lost its luster, and the place where the thick vines originally wrapped was empty. It was so angry that it almost jumped up. "I knew you were in the same group. What can you do to me? I won't tell you. You can rot here together." The cold mechanical sound gradually faded and ended with silent lip shape. Lu Jianshan just stood up and a cold wind swept past. At the same moment, he turned around. The tip of the knife touched the carotid artery. If he moved a little more, the silver light would directly penetrate his skin. "You are still lying to me." Wen Shi's face was pale, and when he was gasping for breath, the fingers holding the dagger trembled slightly due to long-term exhaustion. When she stared coldly at the person in front of him, the severe headache made his mind chaotic, and he acted completely based on his intuition. If he was still dreaming, he would only have this one chance. "Wen Shi," Lu Jianshan said softly, "it's okay. This is not a dream." He slowly raised his hand, and after feeling hesitant, he gently wiped the blood oozing from the corner of Wen Shi's mouth. Wen Shi still remained highly alert. He sniffed gently, his eyes moist, his voice hoarse. "Is it really you?" Lu Jianshan nodded and spread his palm. A small cold red disc was handed to Wen Shi. Some fragments of the dream flashed back, forming a sharp contrast with the quiet and strange world at this time. But Wen Shi's hanging heart suddenly fell to the ground, and his tense nerves collapsed in an instant, causing the whole person to relax and fall forward. When the tip of the knife fell to the ground, Lu Jianshan grabbed him steadily and replied, "It's me." Wen Shi had no strength, and when he felt Lu Jianshan's tightened arms, he slowly regained some sense of reality. It was as if dew from a high stone wall fell through his eyes. But such a strong hug only lasted for a short time. When she felt the cold touch on his right ear, and it was Lu Jianshan who put the earphone in. "When did I lose it all?" Wen Shi's self-mockery was almost breathless. "I found it at the place where you crashed." Lu Jianshan helped him sit down against the vines and handed him a water bottle. "Drink slowly. The water would cause a burning pain when passing through the long dry throat, and he could only get used to it slowly." When she seemed to have woken up from an unusually long sleep, and needed some time to feel the existence of his body again. "What kind of water is this? Why is it salty?" He couldn't help but dislike it. "Dew outside. There's a gap in the vines on the south side. But people can't get out," Lu Jianshan said. "In the past period of time, he has fed Wen Shi some water and berry juice. Judging from his condition, he shouldn't be very uncomfortable." "It's already dawn? How long have I slept?" Lu Jianshan paused and said, "Sunrise is coming soon." When she was stunned, they encountered the storm when the last long night came. "Which means 1.5 months. Lu Jianshan stared into his eyes. When she looked around in confusion, and countless speculations came to his mind. "What is going on? Why are you here?" The little robot turned around quietly, and its sneaky steps suddenly jumped into the air, and was pulled in front of Wen Shi. When she examined it, "What do you think?" The little robot trembled all over, wanting to cry, but without tears. "Rude humans. I'm just a housekeeping robot. There are very few robots now." When she patted its face, "And it's still such a weird thing with self-awareness," the little robot argued, "because I am a limited edition collection." "Okay. Square head. I have a name. My name is Egg Roll." When she turned his head, a little hungry, a small blue can was opened by Lu Jianshan. The specially treated fish meat looked extremely fresh and fragrant at this time, and there were 2 real egg rolls next to it. This was also found in the ruins of the aircraft, in front of the robot's eager look. When she generously gave a piece to Lu Jianshan, Lu Jianshan briefly told Wen Shi the situation. After leaving Yuza, Lu Jianshan had been in the wilderness, and he observed some polluted creatures gathering. On the way to follow them, the egg roll came out from nowhere. After the pollution era, It is rare to see robots like this that are still operating autonomously. He decided to find out its situation. He followed the egg roll all the way until he passed this area. This is your one-sided statement. What do you mean by stalking? You are hunting down this poor little thing of mine. Danwon collapsed. This is an island covered with strange vegetation, connected to the land by huge plants. The dream taper tree is roughly located in the center of the island, and its lush branches and leaves are slowly mutating during the pollution process. People passing by will be drawn into the dream created for them, and slowly swallowed by the dream taper flower in the addiction. Danwon cleared his throat. In short, this dream taper tree is really too big. I don't know whether it survives by sucking life or it feeds a bunch of parasites. The square head turned 360 degrees and continued, anyway, it's the best dream, satisfying the greatest wish of a human in this life. In your words, it's also a merit, not a loss. By the way, human who can speak, what did you dream about? You just woke up and sat there motionless, reluctant to leave. I thought you were crying. The air was silent in an instant, as if a taboo had been touched, when she suddenly raised the corner of his lips and nudged Lu Jianshan with his elbow, since it was a beautiful dream. What did you dream about? Was there me? Lu Jianshan was silent for a moment. The little robot chose to expose him decisively. He didn't have a dream. He insisted on looking for you in your dream, and almost died, ha ha ha. Look! This is on the ground. Big idiot, ha 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 ha. The dried blood was covered by the fallen petals, and then spread by the tip of the shoe. Danjuan's laughter became a little inappropriate. Isn't it funny? Suddenly, when she slowly laughed with it, and the corners of his mouth could hardly close, coughing caused by 2 violent ups and downs. Ahem. Ahem. Ahem, wait a minute. When she tilted his head and stared at Lu Jianshan, as if he had heard a joke. The guy who was stabbed more than a dozen times. Was it really you? He thought it was just an illusion. Lu Jianshan remained silent. After a while, when they had all laughed enough, he said, that night, I saw you. The old you. 13-year-old when she stood in front of him, looking so real. Even a moment of distraction was enough to be fatal. When she was slightly startled, but after coming to his senses, his smile became more sincere. It's okay. I helped you get revenge. Lu Jianshan's expression suddenly froze. What? When she described his excellent performance at the end of the dream in detail, and raised his head proudly. I didn't expect that the mind maze could be called in this way. Fortunately, in my own dream, I am simply invincible. I just don't know where Seleucity is. It sounds strangely familiar. Lu Jianshan said, it's an ancient ruin. When she didn't care. Maybe he read it in a book. Danwon held the gossip of the little square face and curiously inquired, so, that guy turned into a dumb melon seed and stayed with you. Then how did you see through it? When she laughed, because he answered my question, he said he was willing to stay there with me forever. Danwon suddenly realized, you don't want to live with a dumb melon seed. When she ignored it, and looked at Lu Jianshan quietly, the pair of eyes that were tempered by ice and snow reflected a little light, and cracks appeared as when she said the next words. I dreamed that you would say such words to me. But you wouldn't, because you are a nasty guy. The teasing tone fell into Lu Jianshan's eyes, and evaporated quietly without a trace. He quietly accepted when she's hatred and almost invisible grievance. When she rested his head on the hard vines, and stopped looking at him, the half-true and half-false smiles gradually blurred, revealing a complex and deep corner. I once expected such a life. I know, Lu Jianshan said. In other words, Danwon analyzed seriously. You knew it was a dream a long time ago? Then why didn't you wake up earlier? The original intention of the dream taper flower is to create dreams, not to force life to be devoured. As long as the dreamer has a strong self-will, he will wake up naturally. When she raised the corner of his eyes, and said leisurely, knowing that this is a dream and being willing to wake up are 2 different things. Danwon, you really have a complicated mind. No. Lu Jianshan's expression became cold and solemn. You will not dream about yourself, let alone people you have never met. Danwon was reminded and quickly agreed, yes. What exactly is the villain in your dream? I don't know. Anything can happen here. When she shook his head, he could no longer remember what the guy looked like. But the disgusting and sinister look was still vivid in his mind. The only strange thing was that the guy seemed to be able to control everything except his family. Danwon said with certainty, because in your dream, they will always love you too. Those imagined people, and their confirmed love will never change no matter when and where. Really? When she gently pulled the corner of his mouth open, and his fingers unconsciously grasped the vines, the thorny roots would scratch his palms, and the fine pain made him no longer recall everything in his dream. He subconsciously touched his right ear, but Lu Jianshan grabbed his wrist. Rest first. Lu Jianshan let him go. When she nodded as he said, and followed Lu Jianshan's gaze, he noticed that Lu Jianshan's black clothes were darker, probably because of blood. He slowly ate the canned food, and his throat was fishy and sweet in the middle, so he vomited once. Lu Jianshan found another pot of dew water and stayed beside him, watching him drink. After a while, when she was so tired that his eyelids were fighting again, but he didn't dare to sleep. Even if he fell asleep occasionally, he would wake up from time to time. Fortunately, Lu Jianshan was beside him, staying by his side. Go to sleep. I will wake you up. Lu Jianshan noticed his worry. When she slid to his shoulder and adjusted a comfortable position, he knew that Lu Jianshan would not leave for the time being. After a long and sound sleep, when she was awakened by Lu Jianshan, a slight earthquake shook off the broken branches and leaves, revealing a slightly reflective bright color. The little robot egg rolled over quickly, but found that it was not its kind. That cold mechanical piece connected the roots of the surrounding nightmare taper flowers, like a thin and soft pipe, leading all the way to the depths of a secret realm. Dangerous machinery. When she narrowed his eyes, and thought of the forest wolf not long ago. Contamination mutations of plants rarely have such abnormalities, let alone at this time. He and Lu Jianshan looked at each other, and immediately walked forward along the mechanical route. Unlike the iron-hard bone walls and vines in other places, it led them to a narrow corridor entrance. Lu Jianshan cut open his palm, and led away the vines that blocked the way. The corridor was not deep, and there was a ladder at the end. 5 meters below, a heavy fire door blocked the way. The power-consuming combination lock was still working. Danwan recognized it at a glance. This is also a product of the Jiuzhong Road factory. Universal password 1111. When she pressed it to enter the password, and the door moved to both sides. Under the guardrail, white lights lit up from near to far, like cold air, illuminating the vines swirling into a spectacular and neat shape. Countless transparent cabins were wrapped in it, like fragile berries, drawing life from the vines. In the distance, a fruit core like crystal was suspended in the air, quietly staring at the uninvited visitor. Chapter 61. The Sixth Night. The scene in front of him seemed familiar. When she nodded slightly to Lu Jianshan, knowing that he also remembered the scene of the Quetzalcoatl base. The silver-blue fruit core was like an all-seeing eye, looking at them from a high place. Is this also related to the deep domain system? When she asked in confusion. Lu Jianshan looked at the tangled vines and walked forward. It's just a backup base. They walked down the metal stairs. Egg rolled himself into a mechanical ball and wrapped around Wenqi's trouser legs. This space is located below the nightmare taper tree, and those thick vines are the roots of this old tree. They grow infinitely and intertwine, but it is impossible to see its full picture from the outside. There are at least hundreds of transparent cabins scattered among them. However, half of them are covered with dust. Look! This person is still alive. When she stopped in front of a transparent cabin, the person in the cabin was immersed in the blue nutrient solution. He looked young, with his hands on his chest and a relaxed expression, as if immersed in a gentle dream. His skin was wrinkled from being soaked, and a tube was connected from his nasal cavity to the cabin. Behind the transparent cabin, a slender root was translucent, and blue sap was flowing slowly. A wet label was attached to the glass in front of the cabin, which was vaguely recognizable. Name, Pheno. Age, 17. Base, floating island. Time of entering the hibernation cabin, 1748. June 1st, 2159. Expected awakening time, none. Remarks, do not disturb. There was a line of handwritten small words below the note. If there are latecomers, please check the log of the floating island base. The hibernation cabins around Pheno are basically similar. They all looked alive, and their ages when they entered hibernation were between 12 and 25. Wenqi's eyes slowly passed over those young but old faces, and he read, Floating island, what is it? I know. Danwan poked a square head out of the mechanical ball. As the name suggests, a floating island is a floating island. It keeps drifting on the sea with the ocean currents and monsoons. It should also be a tourist attraction. but it doesn't seem to be very famous. Even I haven't heard of it. Lu Jianshan said, this is an experimental base. Dan Wan was not convinced. How do you know? I bet you that it must be a tourist attraction. Oh, what is that? Not far away. Under the floating fruit core, a row of supercomputers stood quietly. They are not as spectacular as the deep area of the Quetzalcoatl base, but are covered with a thick layer of dust. The equipment station at the front slowly lit up after when she pressed the start button, and the only account name that can be selected is Floating Island Log. When she hesitated for 2 seconds and chose to confirm, the suspended fruit core began to flicker faintly, like a gentle wink, shaking off the silver light. The hum of the equipment starting up echoed in the huge and limited space. The virtual screen gradually appeared in front of the two, and the egg roll. A young woman in a lab coat held a stack of information and smiled at them. I don't know who can see it. But anyway, we decided to let the laboratory attendant record everything that happens here. Hello, strangers. I am Yao Jishu, from the Floating Island Base. Today is April 1st, 2159, and it's my turn to be on duty. Ashu, a young man with golden hair, appeared from the side. Excited? Your new hairband is really beautiful. It makes you more beautiful. Yao Jingshu was impatient. Troublemaker. Go play over there. I don't. I want to follow you. Shoo. Yao Jingshu covered his mouth in panic. Thino. Keep your voice down. It's already started recording. Really? Thino was surprised and kissed her cheek. Yao Jingshu was stunned for a few seconds, and only came back to her senses after Thino ran away. She stretched out her right hand calmly, and led the camera into the white and dust-free laboratory. The floating island was a secret research and development base before the pollution era, mainly engaged in human outer space environment adaptation engineering. Therefore, the floating island simulates all possible ecosystems we have: farmland planting, forest cultivation, buildings, tides, sterile environment, oxygen-free laboratory, and crisis hibernation. We float in the vast ocean according to the ocean currents to minimize the impact on human society. Perhaps you know that the asteroid impact in 2139 has been 20 years ago. During this period, we have never been able to get in touch with the outside world. This island has become a place to protect us. We named it the Floating Island Base. A large area of hibernation cabins appeared behind Yao Jingshu, and several workers greeted the camera. Look! Our hibernation cabin experiment is still moving forward steadily. It is safer and more energy efficient than the freezing cabin of the voyage plan. And it can also achieve connectivity with the Dream Taper flower. Oh! By the way, the floating island has had an independently operated deep domain system since its establishment, and it has only a one-way connection with the external big data pool. Thanks to the guidance of Zeus, the mastermind, we can make such rapid progress. Not far away, a line of words appeared on a large screen. You're welcome. It's my honor, .. Yao Jingshu's eyes changed. Thino. What are you doing? Don't drink water next to the system mastermind. The video went black, and the camera switched to the next date and the next person on duty. They successively gave detailed descriptions of each part and production operation of the floating island base. Indeed, as Yao Jingshu said, this base has achieved a high degree of self-sufficiency and has advanced technology, allowing everyone on the island to live a safe, clean and orderly life. But at the same time, due to limited resources, they must be more careful in scheduling and allocation. Until a dark-skinned man appeared. He was wearing a white laboratory suit, a pair of green glasses, and his old look was full of worry. Hello. I am Dr. Wanazia. Today is April 30th, 2159, and it is my turn to be on duty. My colleague should have taken you to every corner of the base, so I should tell you something different. He was in a single-person office with closed doors and windows. According to our independent deep domain system branch report, the reason why the outside world has been out of contact is that the deep domain system has been completely shut down. In this case, Zeus suggested that we open a two-way connection channel, expand the search range, and strive to confirm the current situation of humans as soon as possible. Therefore, we opened contact communications a week ago. But unfortunately, there has been no response so far. The Dream Taper tree cultivated in the base's experimental cabin has mutated. As the pollution level rises, its size is getting bigger and bigger. Someone joked that if it really comes to the last moment, we could also live this life in dreams. I am worried that such an idea will become our only choice. The floating island base has always been like an ivory tower. We don't know the situation outside. And we are very worried perhaps because of Zeus's prediction. Or the scarce resources. More and more people have become very pessimistic. Even I sometimes think that we should give up how to survive, and decide how to die instead. There was a knock on the door. And a young voice was excited outside the door. Dr. Z. We received a signal response. The next duty video was 2 weeks apart. A serious woman nodded slightly. Good morning. People in the future. I am Sue. I am sorry. We don't have much time left. In the past 2 weeks, the floating island has been moving in the direction of the signal response. But it was unexpectedly attacked by bird pollution creatures, resulting in a fuel leak. To make matters worse, we are about to run aground offshore. No one knows what is waiting for us ahead. I hope it is our kind. Under the advice of Zeus, we plan to let some people stay on the floating island and go into hibernation to preserve the fire for mankind in the worst case. The other part will go to explore the unknown continent. I will be one of the explorers. Today is May 31st. Hello. I am Fino. The spirited boy raised the camera and recorded the busy figures around him. The most eye-catching thing is the big tree that rises from the ground in the center of the laboratory. It breaks through the glass roof, with an unusually majestic trunk and dense branches and leaves, and lantern-like flowers like decorative pendants, emitting a faint light. You can't tell. This dream taper tree has grown so big in just a few months. Fino gestured with his hand. But unfortunately, after Dr. Z and Sue left, the deep domain system also had an unknown fault and entered hibernation. The main brain no longer responds to our questions. To be honest, at this time, I wish there was an experienced elder who knew how to repair it. But they said that we would rest for many years, so only young people can stay. In his shooting, Yao Jingshu was entering the hibernation capsule. She soaked her body in the nutrient solution and smiled at the camera. Fino, don't forget to record what we have prepared. In the storage box below the system main brain, there are research materials for all floating island bases, as well as a list of everyone. I hope these can help you. If possible, I also look forward to meeting you. Fino hugged her gently. Well, good night. See you after we wake up. Good night, my friend. Yao Jingshu quietly put a hairband into his trouser pocket. Fino's camera was always aimed at her until the cabin was closed and the values were displayed normally. Good night, Shu, he said softly. This is the last sentence of the floating island log. Danwon stretched out his arms, and in order to expand his vision, he climbed up a long-dead hibernation cabin with his hands and feet. The heavy dust made the label blurred, but Yao Jingshu could be vaguely identified. 3 words. Eggroll didn't dare to look inside, and stood up slowly, trying to find a soft leaf to wipe the plaster off the mechanical fingers. The place with leaves was very high, and it needed to slowly climb up along this dormant capsule. No wonder, the little robot thought. This dormant capsule was connected to an extremely hard rhizome, to be more precise. It was already semi-mechanized. Those original tiny hairs gradually grew into steel thorns, making the soft rhizome solid and blocking the delivery of sap. It continued to climb up 2 steps along the hard rhizome, but suddenly stopped with its limbs, and dared not move its square head. If it could breathe, it must be holding its breath nervously at this moment. Not far away, under the silver blue fruit core, when she turned out an indestructible box from the secret compartment on the ground. This hexahedron had no signs of opening or closing. It seems that I can only take it back to the science department. When she handed the box to Lu Jianshan, but the latter did not take it. When she suddenly realized, I remember that you have been exiled. In this case, there is no point in keeping this thing. He threw it casually, and the box rolled to the ground, making a clear sound. When she... Stop. Don't call me in this tone. When she took a step closer with a smile. I forgot to tell you. I decided before I came here. I will kill you when we meet again. If you are willing to go with me, then I may consider giving you a few more days. Lu Jianshan looked at the approaching knife tip, but did not avoid it. When she... The eyes as cold as a pond gave rise to dull doubts. Are you coming to find me specifically? When she nodded slowly, I was quite regretful that I couldn't fulfill my wish before I died. It seems that God has been kind to me, and will give me one last chance. If I don't seize it, it will be my problem. The cold hand held Wen Shi's fingers, and the part close to the blade was dripping red. Lu Jianshan looked at him. Why? Even if you betrayed the team, got caught in the storm, and crashed with the aircraft, you didn't look back? Why? You still don't understand? When she asked back, his body was still weak, and his posture was particularly relaxed and lazy. Lu Jianshan lowered his eyes gently, and his cold eyes slowly revealed complex emotions. He whispered, "You don't understand? You don't know what I am at all." When she frowned slightly, but saw that Lu Jianshan's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed his wrist and threw the two of them out from under the fruit core. A loud bang smashed a pit where when she was just now. The sound of mechanical collision was particularly eerie in the silence. I saw a cluster of dream taper flowers falling from the vines above, and most of its body was in cold mechanical form. Black and green mucus oozed from its petals. "Help!" Eggroll shouted from behind. The little robot ran desperately in the direction of the two, and another silver-black mutant dream taper flower was chasing behind it. They attacked from the front and the back. Damn! These stupid plants are either unchanged or extremely crazy. When she cursed, "The head of this thing is in the stamen. It's not easy to open it. The stamens of the dream taper flower are all steel needles, densely packed, piercing the surrounding hibernation capsules." Lu Jianshan dodged the attack and reminded when she, from below, "Since the straight way doesn't work, then do it the other way around." When the stems and leaves full of steel needles and short thorns scratched his arm, it really hurt when she to frown. This is not something that can be easily dealt with by the cold weapons in their hands. But Lu Jianshan is right. There is no perfect creator in this world. No matter how powerful the dangerous mechanical pollutants are, there are also weak points, where the roots and stems of the flowers are connected. When she noticed it quickly, but it is difficult to get close with a dagger. When she rolled sideways on the ground and threw the egg roll away. "Grab it!" The egg roll was helpless in the parabola. "What should I grab?" "Hold it." It just happened to hold the root of one of the dream taper flowers tightly with one hand and four limbs. "Hey!" Danwan found that this part was actually soft. It looked at Wenxi's eyes full of expectation and affirmation. Trembling, "I am a housekeeping robot. I don't have offensive weapons." When she was disappointed, "Why don't they install a security system for you?" Donjuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the mechanical hand combined into a fruit knife, and then steadily went up. It didn't touch it, and it was almost thrown away. "Hold on," when she reminded coldly, and then shouted to Lu Jianshan, "Hold on first." Lu Jianshan was fighting with another dream taper flower, and he sped up after hearing the sound. When she grabbed the vines and swung the whole person up, climbing up to the foothold in a high place. Sure enough, the structure of this fruit core is consistent with that of the thing in the Quetzalcoatl base. At first glance, it looks like it is completely suspended in the air, but in fact it is suspended by countless transparent thin lines. When she grabbed the dagger with his backhand and cut the string. "Are you done?" "I'm dying." Danwan stabbed upwards twice. Fortunately, it was weak, and the petals of the dream taper flower could not reach it. But such a sudden attack gradually made the dream taper flower fall into a frenzy. Lu Jianshan's clothes had a few more bloody cuts, but he seemed not to notice it. Calmly avoided the fatal attack, and turned back to fight back. He was very fast, which could easily cause an illusion to the mutated mechanical flower group. When she shouted from a high place, "Countdown 3 seconds." 2 groups of dream taper flowers surrounded Lu Jianshan, ready to go. They waited for Lu Jianshan's hesitation, and then slammed into him from 2 different directions. The mechanical main brain was shaky, and fell down with a bang when the last string was cut off. After a loud bang, when she confirmed that the giant fruit core accurately smashed the 2 entangled dream taper flowers. Lu Jianshan, when she immediately let go and jumped down from the height. His body had not recovered yet, and the sudden impact made his knees a little weak. Fortunately, Lu Jianshan was fine. It was just a steel needle that pierced his forearm, which he pulled out without changing his expression. When she was about to help him, but he heard Lu Jianshan shouting, "Be careful!" He didn't know how Lu Jianshan rushed towards him, maybe faster than the sudden cold wind, and suddenly knocked him away. The dome above bang, collapsed in an instant, crushing the high-raised rhizome of the dream taper flower. The golden light before dawn poured down. When she was stunned, he felt warm liquid flowing from under Lu Jianshan, wetting his sleeves and hair. The rhizome of the dream taper flower crushed a broken leg. Lu, when she crawled towards him in bewilderment, but his whole body was trembling, and even the complete syllables were very difficult. Lu Jianshan sat in a pool of blood, and the faint light from the sky reflected in his silent and clear eyes. He stretched out his hand to touch his left leg, but only touched the little blurry flesh and blood left. There was also a thin scratch on his side neck, and the bright red flowed out, flowing through his chest and filling his arms. But he quietly let everything happen and accepted it all peacefully. He shook his head gently at when she stopped where he was. 2 minutes later, his dazed vision focused again. He clearly saw that the wound on Lu Jianxin's neck had dried up. No more extra blood oozed out. The golden light slowly passed through his body, and the strong radiation generated by the morning glow did not hurt him. The severed left leg actually grew back little by little in the broken mud, even if it was very slow. It was like a new life. The dawn shone on the pool of blood like a mirror, reflecting the pair of eyes as white as snow. Lu Jianxin looked at his reflection calmly and blankly, like a strange monster. Do you see clearly now? Chapter 62. The morning light slowly flows. Lu Jianxin leaned against the ruins, and the quiet and strange light spots passed through his hair and skin, outlining the real outline. Everything seemed to have not happened. But everything happened when she tried to support his body and took a step closer to him. Don't come over. Lu Jianxin's tone was tired. What on earth is going on? When she stared at his intact body, and confusion and uneasiness forced him back to a clear consciousness. Are you affected by some pollutant? When did this happen? The light spots leaked from Lu Jianxin's fingers and landed on the pool of blood that had not yet dried. I don't know. I have confirmed that I don't carry any pollutants and will not infect others. Is it during the period after you left the city? What have you been exposed to? When she asked anxiously. But at this time, some details suddenly emerged in his mind. When he was at the chateau base, he thought Lu Jianxin had some serious knife wounds. But when he went to check again, there was only one wound left, as if it was just his illusion. When she said to himself, I didn't see it wrongly. You bleed so much because you healed yourself. You really lied to me at that time. Lu Jianxin was silent for a while, and shook his head gently. I haven't found the answer yet. He ignored Lu Jianxin's eyes of obstruction, approached him on his own, and laughed softly in his throat. I thought it was no big deal. He staggered over, fell into the ball of dirty blood, and blinked nonchalantly. Isn't this a good thing? With a mortal body of flesh and blood, how can it fight against pollutants? Lu Jianxin looked at him steadily. When she curiously poked the new leg, the beautiful muscle lines, like a natural and perfect work. He raised his chin, lazily and calmly. If you are like those things, you will mutate, expand, and explode sooner or later. Then we can choose how to face death together. Lu Jianxin seemed unexpected. The thin snow in his eyes was melted by the dusk and sank into the long night. His voice was full of confusion. Why are you so obsessed with me? Because here, only you and I are related. When she said, he raised his hand and wanted to wipe the blood off Lu Jianxin's cheek. I often dream of that day. I saw those rodent-like polluting creatures devouring my relatives. I once thought that as long as I killed those things, all these nightmares would end. But what if not? If the ending is doomed to fail from the beginning? Is there any meaning? When she asked again, he heard Lu Jianxin's silence, as if he already knew the answer. You have seen my dream. We can find a place far away, like the place in the dream, where there are only the two of us. Anyway, if we can live until the day we are destroyed together, it will be a lifetime. Even if it is only a month, an hour, or a minute, I will be considered to have truly lived once. When Lu Jianxin squeezed his slightly trembling hand. The rain fell on Wenxi's eyelashes, wetting the red corners of his eyes. He stared at Lu Jianxin. I don't care about the cruel future. I only care about the present. At least I won't lose you again. The rain washed away the casual smile, revealing a stubborn and mournful mood. It was such a profound moment that shattered the precarious appearance for a long time, making the reality even more absurd. When she stared at his pale and dry lips, grabbed his collar, and kissed him actively. He thought that he had to drag Lu Jianxin all the way to hell. He had no rules, no cares, just wanted this person to belong to him and have his own breath. One hand pinched the back of his neck, gently and unquestionably brought him closer, so close that he could hear the heavier breathing scraping across the skin texture, like a sudden storm, sweeping across every inch of flesh, bones, and nerves. Such a fierce kiss finally gave Wenxi room to release, in the process of suffocating to drowning. It seemed that his long-standing resentment and unbearableness were seen, forgiven, and comforted. Breathe. Lu Jianshan kissed the blood off his lips, and the corner of his lips touched the tip of his nose soothingly. When their foreheads touched, when she heard panting and heartbeats, and it was not just his. The hand on Wenxi's neck slowly loosened, and Lu Jianshan whispered to him, Wenxi? Wenxi curled his lips and understood, you still won't go with me. Everything will end. Lu Jianshan's eyes became firm. I will find the source of all this. Wenxi sneered, what kind of egomaniac are you? Do you have the disease of saving the world? You still don't understand that that day is still far away. Lu Jianshan looked at the cold rain in the long night and whispered, humanity will persist until that day. You will too. He retracted his gaze, and his hand in the air seemed to touch Wenxi's face. But in the end, he just brushed off the mud on his shoulders. When Lu Jianshan was about to say something, his eyes stopped at the hibernation capsule behind Wenxi. Who? Wenxi turned his head and saw 3 sneaky figures coming out from the dilapidated hibernation capsule. Report? Casca saluted. I was just going to say hello. Liang held his color-changing glasses steady. What hello? Don't ruin someone's good fortune. Captain, you can continue. We will just pretend we haven't seen each other. Xiao Nanji glanced at Liang with disdain and quickly tidied up her messy hair. The 3 of them looked surprisingly intact except for being a little embarrassed. Hey, I know what you want to say. Liang pushed the back of his hand in the direction of Wenxi. You must be coming to find the 3 of us soon. But you were intercepted by the judge halfway. I know. No need to explain. Wenxi was silent for 2 seconds and decided to ignore the matter of leaving them behind. He stood up with the help of Lu Jianshan and changed the subject. How did you get out? They walked towards the 2 of them, stopping to dance and gesture from time to time. Casca proudly raised his face. It was just a dream. But I was the first one to wake up. In the dream, my grandma didn't play mahjong anymore. And the scrambled eggs with tomatoes made by Grandpa were sweet. It was so wrong. I found that I didn't faint from blood anymore. Liang looked regretful. And my parents didn't call me a waste. That feeling was really too unaccustomed to. I felt uncomfortable all over. And I woke up after turning over. Fortunately, the 3 of us were next to each other. Xiao Nanji lowered her eyes slightly after hearing what they said. With a complicated look, actually, I quite liked that dream. As if nothing had happened. But I can't stay there for too long. Grandpa is still waiting for me to go home. Such a simple wish is also the only one. Casca patted her shoulder comfortingly and shouted to Wenxi, what about you? What kind of dream did you have? He walked in the front. And when he was 10 meters away from the ruins, he was blocked by a bullet falling from the sky. The stray bullet shattered a broken hibernation capsule. And blue-green liquid flowed to the feet of the 3 people. A hole appeared high in the thick vines. And the red-haired girl carrying a sniper rifle emerged from the shadows. Zhao Zhao? Why are you here? Come down quickly. Xiao Nanji waved in surprise. Is a team of people here? Are you here to rescue us? Zhao Zhao's eyes were fixed on the direction of Wenxi. And slowly moved down. We found a notebook far away. And the experimenter drew a sketch of the dream taper tree. We found it along the way according to the pattern. But I didn't expect you were here. Casca was excited. That's great. We can take a ride. Don't move. Zhao Zhao shouted. Casca's legs stopped in midair. Not knowing why. Zhao Zhao looked at the 2 figures at the end. Confusion, disappointment, and fear intertwined in her eyes, and these emotions eventually turned into low hatred. She raised her gun and said in a cold tone, I saw it all. Liang whispered, it's not that serious. What's wrong with a kiss? Even the fan leader can't be so excited. Not far away. When she took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Jianshan. Get out of the way. Zhao Zhao's eyes were red as she yelled. I saw it with my own eyes. He is a monster. Humans. How can humans have such a self-healing speed? He must have mutated because of some pollutant. Casca was stunned. And looked at each other, with the 2 people who were also confused. Zhao Zhao stopped above them. And his voice trembled because of suppression. No wonder. How could someone come out of the pollution ring alone without any damage? Pass through the pollution gathering place safely. And survive alone outside for so long? If he is not a human at all, then all this makes sense. Zhao Zhao. What are you talking about? Xiao Nanji stared at her fingers. But Zhao Zhao fired a shot forward without hesitation. The bullet accurately passed through Lu Jianshan's arm, making a bloody muffled sound. Blood gushed down. Are you crazy? Wenxi's heart sank. and Lu Jianshan grabbed his hand in a hurry. Lu Jianshan half leaned on him and shook his head. Liang and the others were also shocked by this sudden scene. And no one knew what happened. You can see for yourself. Zhao Zhao stared at Lu Jianshan's arm. The place where the bullet had penetrated was still oozing blood, and the massive blood loss made his face even paler. 5 minutes later, the wound stopped bleeding. When she discovered that this time, his healing speed became very slow, but he was still replenishing his flesh and blood in a way that was visible to the naked eye. They all saw it. Zhao Zhao raised his gun again and pointed it at Lu Jianshan. 6 years ago, the survival point where Chi-Chi and I were was attacked by animal pollutants. My relatives were killed by the infected during the outbreak period during the escape. We hid in the most secluded place, waiting to die. Fortunately, you came. You took us all the way back to use a base regardless of the danger. Zhao Zhao. Lu Jianshan called her. Don't call my name. She almost collapsed, and the extreme anger broke through everything. Do you know how much I hate those things? If I had known that you would, I would rather die than follow you. Casca hesitated in fear. Then, can the human body also withstand the mutation of pollutants? Zhao Zhao asked back. Besides this, do you have any other explanation? No one knows how the pollutants change. What if he is the exception? He just mutates more slowly, and sooner or later, he will be the same as those things. Well, it is indeed possible. Liang searched in his mind. There are some marine creatures with self-healing ability. Mutated plants, or something else. Their pollutants may pass on self-healing to humans. But the cycle from infection to death is only shortened, not longer. He spoke more and more quietly, noticing Xiao Nanji's suggestive look. Zhao Zhao stared at Lu Jianshan coldly. Even if there is no mutation and infection now, it does not mean that it will not happen in the future. Everything should be contained in the cradle. This is the first lesson of Tianwen Academy. What do you want? When she frowned, Zhao Zhao moved the muzzle of the gun, no longer suppressing the gloomy anger. Get out of the way. This is none of your business. Instead of helping him, you might as well worry about whether you have been infected. She pulled the trigger tightly and stared at the direction of the two. What if I don't let go? When she twisted her wrist and estimated the distance, a hand was placed on his shoulder. I have to confirm something. Lu Jianshan whispered softly. Live well, and keep the bracelet. What? When Wenxi's eyes went dark, and he passed out. At the same time, an anesthetic was quickly injected into the back of Zhao Zhao's neck. Liang looked at Xiao Nanji pitifully. Will your license not be revoked? Xiao Nanji glanced at him lightly. You don't have one anyway. Liang. She mustered up her courage and cautiously approached the ruins, stopping 3 meters away from Lu Jianshan. Judge, don't blame Zhao Zhao. We all lost family members because of pollutants. She just felt betrayed by someone she trusted for a long time. Lu Jianshan gently put Wenxi down and shook his head. Don't blame her. You and Wenxi always seem to save us. Xiao Nanji's eyes were filled with gratitude, and he changed the subject. But this time, we don't know what happened. We won't let go of any pollutants. But we don't want to misunderstand the unknown. The night wind poured in from above, blowing the ashes. Lu Jianshan looked at Wenxi's sleeping face and promised, I will find the truth. He picked up the box on the ground and threw it to Xiao Nanji, telling her that it was the information of the floating island base. He looked very serious. In addition, please be sure to tell Zhou Wei. Plan C. Casca pricked up his ears from a distance. What? Who is in C? Liang heard the sound of a search team approaching behind the wall behind him, so he gestured desperately to Xiao Nanji. He hesitated for a few seconds holding the syringe and decided to give himself an injection of anesthesia. Chapter 63. The news of Thirteenth returning to the city has become the most eye-catching news in Yuza base recently. According to the Yuza Morning News, they successfully rescued 27 survivors from the floating island base and brought back all the hibernation capsules and the connected dream taper tree vines. Currently waiting for the science department to debug the awakening program. The long-standing leisure and peace of the logistics department was almost broken by this incident. Chui Lu used boiling water to brew tea powder and sighed deeply. 27 people. I have been thinking about it for 3 days. Where should I put them? The higher-ups also asked them to live together for easy adaptation. M District? We can't go to the outer city. Right? That's not the point. His colleague covered his head and went crazy. They were only in their teens and 20s when they entered hibernation. Now it's been a full 40 years. And they are still so young. My God. How should we record their age? Otherwise, just add 40 and directly increase the average life expectancy of our user. Chui Lu made a note on the notebook. Then we have to design an adaptation training. Ding dong. A short-haired figure rang the decorative doorbell at the entrance of the logistics department. She was dressed in a neat and refreshing outfit, but she covered half of her face with an unusually large hat. Good morning, everyone. Pay attention to the headlines of today's Yuza Morning Post. She threw a stack of tightly tied newspapers. Chui Lu glanced lazily and was startled by the title. His hand turned red from the scalding of the teacup. The Last Judgment? Dangerous Machine Type A appears. The accompanying picture was a hand-painted mutant dream taper flower. It must be made up. The colleague next to him was still leisurely. The Morning Post actually published such a rumor. It's really low class. The girl distributing newspapers lowered her voice seriously. This is all first-hand information, obtained from interviews with people in the Dawn group. It may be destroyed soon. Why? You don't believe it? Chui Lu suddenly looked at her. You are the reporter of the Morning Post. Right? The article you wrote before. Yes. The one is the lying flat faction shameful. Is simply lawless. She turned around and slapped her business card on Chui Lu's desk. My name is Min Tae. And both reports are from me. Even if everyone calls for my death. I am determined to be the bell ringer of the long night. Chui Lu. Who gave you the courage? Oh. Right. Min Tae lowered her head mysteriously. Do you know when she? My informant said that he was the first to predict dangerous machinery. Even before the discovery of the Dawn group. Do you have a way to contact him? Chui Lu remained highly suspicious. Your informant? Within 24 hours. The news about dangerous machinery-type pollutants spread to every corner of the Yuza base. The polluted creatures not only evolved mechanical bodies, but also affected the plants that were originally rarely aggressive. So, what is safe? In addition to the panic, the prophecy of Judgment Day has once again sparked discussions on the streets. Despair and fear have become the glass cover of the base. Rushing to tell others will only make the people more and more intense, and create a group of echoes. At the same time, when she has once again become the center of the storm, almost everyone in the special inpatient area of the C District Medical Station is discussing him. What prophecy? He is the one who brought it. Didn't you read a special issue of Yuza Morning News? It has been certified by insiders that he can empathize. This is exactly the same as the gossip in the Dawn Organization Department. What? No wonder. That's how he knew it. Doesn't that also expose the situation in our base? I've said it before. He's a monster. He's in the same group with that Wenqi. And he's even worse than that. Do you remember? He went to find Lu Jianshan as soon as he came to the base? Now Lu Jianshan is exiled. But he's still here? Isn't he helping the pollutants? Why didn't he die outside? It's all the fault of Team 1. Why did they bring him back? This is too scary. He's either a lunatic or a monster. Anyway, he should be dealt with. The sound from the corridor was clearly transmitted into the ward. When she was not annoyed, and was eating canned food with interest. There were 2 specially registered visitors in his single room. Yu Gui folded his hands and said leisurely, Fortunately, there is no problem with the examination. Otherwise you can't even enter the city gate. Oh! Wait. You are afraid that you will be spitted as soon as you leave the ward. No need to wait until you leave. Zhou Wei pushed the wheelchair back and leaned against the wall. It's good that no one spits in his lunchbox. When she glanced at the lunchbox next to him, Zhou Wei knocked the ground with his crutches. And his attitude was very bad. That was made by Nanji himself. And there was no poison. Aren't you afraid? When she stuffed his mouth full, and felt that today's canned fish was not very delicious. Yu Gui and Zhou Wei sneered at the same time. Just you? Are you kidding? Wenqi? Yu Gui said, you just saw the pollutants of dangerous machinery before us. The area that our aircraft can reach is only 1/10 of this world. And no one knows how far they have developed. It is a blessing from God that you noticed these messages and brought them back to Yuza alive. Not necessarily. Zhou Wei's wrinkles trembled as he spoke. He doesn't say a word of truth. But a blind cat meets a dead mouse. And his chances of success are 100%. When she paused, so you are here? Yu Gui coughed a few times. I heard that you met an old friend. And he was quite lucky. You all heard about it. When she was not surprised. Yu Gui said, you are not the only one who saw it. And these things must be explained clearly. When she said, not knowing how much they heard. He changed the subject. Had those people in the hibernation capsule woken up? Yugui shook his head. Unfortunately, the hibernation program is set by the deep domain system, and it can only be awakened after the deep domain is enabled. Isn't there a complete backup? Yugui said, this matter is not that simple. Once the multiple coordinate system is exposed, it is very likely that all previous efforts will be wasted. The commander should have considered it. It's okay to wait. There's no rush. Zhou looked at the wall clock. Yugui disagreed, but it can't wait any longer. His communicator beeped 3 times, so he had to leave first. Zhou and when she were left in the room. Hey, old man. When she suddenly remembered. You said last time that if I get a diploma from Tianwen College, you'll tell me more about Lu Jianshen. Is that still true? Zhou thought for a while. Maybe that was the case. You haven't graduated yet. I've finished all the courses. Zhou said righteously. There's still practice. You're still a long way to go. When she bit the spoon and opened the lunch box, staring at the golden fried tofu. Isn't it enough for the liming organization to go on a mission? This is just the beginning. It's because the requirements are low now. You young people really don't know how glorious Tianwen Academy was in the past, and how brave and outstanding talents it cultivated. When she looked at him, the skinny old man in front of him didn't share his views. I was an outstanding graduate of Tianwen Academy when I was young. I know better than anyone how glorious the world was at that time. Every time we carry out missions around the world and protect peace, it is so exciting. But that disaster destroyed everything. When he looked back, he thought about his journey from the early team members called by the liming organization to the principal of Tianwen Academy. This journey was long and full of regrets. The people I knew when I was young, my companions, family, and lover. I never thought I would lose them so early. Especially my wife. When he thought of the past, old man Zhou looked sad. He is now in a wheelchair and can't go anywhere. What kind of person is she? When she became curious, she is a brave and tenacious girl. But when it comes to me, she becomes very nagging, a little pessimistic, and thinks the worst of everything. She is always worried about me. So she likes to make a lot of plans. What plan A? Plan B? Plan C? Speaking of this, Zhou stopped. The door of the ward opened at this time, interrupting this casual conversation. The military came in with handcuffs, waiting for when she, please come with us. When she expressed regret to Zhou, it seems that they don't want me to hear too many glorious deeds. No problem. Zhou waved his hand with a kind smile. I'm still as good as ever. You'd better live to see it with your own eyes. Just as he finished speaking, his wheelchair got stuck in a sunken corner and couldn't get out for a long time, which was really annoying. When she kindly pushed it to relieve his troubles, it was not the first time for when she to enter the interrogation room, but it was the first time to enter the cell of Yuza base. This narrow stone room was on the edge of the cliff, with only a narrow window, which made people feel uneasy. A thick quilt was thrown to him from the door, and Xiang stood there like a wall, raised his chin. Tell the guard if you want to eat anything. Really? When she was not polite with him. And he listed a bunch of dishes one after another, all of which he saw in storybooks. And Tu asked the guard to take note and said, try to satisfy me. When she suddenly doubted, you are so kind? Let Bai Wanli come to talk to me. And Tu looked at him with a complicated look. General Bai is ill. I will take care of these things for the time being. Don't worry. In a few days, the logistics department will come to arrange for you what will happen next. When she raised his head in confusion. In 14 days, the tribunal will decide your guilt. And Tu's voice was cold. When she yawned as if he didn't notice it at all, and kneaded the crystal on the bracelet boredly. 14 days? How about tomorrow? And Tu glanced at the guard and turned away. A week later, Alina received a call from the communicator. When she was taken away by the military? She gasped in disbelief. On the other end, Xiao Nanji's voice was anxious. I'm worried that they will prosecute him in the tribunal. Alina replied. If he really did nothing wrong, then there's no need to worry. She ended the call. And now there were more important things to occupy her mind. 30 minutes later, Alina arrived at the sampling area. In the past period of time, she was still upset about the last plant spore incident. The blood sample disappeared. And then the sampling area caught fire. All this was too coincidental. She didn't believe in intuition. But so many years of scientific training have made her form some keen observations. She couldn't say what was strange about that incident. And it was better that she thought too much. The sampling area got a new sample of climbing vine rhizome today. The things that Lu Jianshan handed over when he returned to one last time also contained a few seeds of luminous fruit. It only takes half a month of independent cultivation to produce flowers. She took blood samples from 5 people, including herself, and mixed them with the spores of the luminous fruit. But the results did not show any suspected mutations. She even stayed in the closed cultivation room for a while, and those tiny spore particles were almost undetectable. She highly suspected that some kind of catalyst played a role in it. She had to figure this out. Soon, the people in the sampling area took her to a remote laboratory. Alina, we are letting you do extra experiments because of our friendship over the years. You can't tell anyone about this. Don't worry. The communicator can't be used here. I'll just copy the results by hand. Okay. You don't have to worry. This place is far away, and the soundproofing is excellent. No one will notice you. 2 hours later, Alina confirmed her suspicion. The root sample of the climbing vine that disappeared in the freezing area of the science department can indeed be used as a catalyst to produce a suspected infection reaction. The climbing vine is an extremely stable plant that does not produce secretions that can directly enter the respiratory tract. But what if the people in Team 4 and Team 7 all ate the same thing at that time? For example, the water they drank? Or there was something wrong with the blood sample. Alina frowned and thought of the worst answer. Someone did it on purpose. But why? For the people in these 2 teams to disappear? What is the benefit of doing this? Who will benefit from it? Alina didn't have time to think about it. She subconsciously clenched the ineffective communicator in the sampling area. After returning, she must go to see Shangju immediately. However, the door of this small experiment was suddenly locked and could not be opened. Chapter 64. A-Zone Tower. The man at the end of the long table had a stern look on his face, and his oppressive eyes immediately quieted the arguing table. After Bai Wanli fell ill, Admiral Hope temporarily assumed the responsibility of the Dawn Organization Department. He was a strong executor, and was never good at aggressive arguments. After getting the eyes of Shangju to agree, he threw the question to the center. So, Minister means that we must replace the system? Kanya rubbed his temples, and the huge pressure made him sigh. Great Commander. Everyone. The artificial sun is now restricted by the current NUA system, and can no longer support the operation of the base. In the past month, we have carried out many emergency repairs, but still cannot maintain its normal operation. At the same time, the lives of the survivors of the floating island base are in our hands. Do we have to give up on them? I agree. Energy Minister Su Ji was the first to express his position. With an urgent tone, the deep domain system has the most complete observation range, which can effectively monitor and warn those rapidly evolving polluting organisms, and can also minimize resource waste. From that forest wolf to the dream taper flower, we don't have time. After a long silence, the 2 sides of the long table began to whisper. Kanya put his hands on the table, and his shadow kept lengthening behind his short stature. Everyone. If we make changes, we can only accept slow death. No one wants to be a sinner in history. But we must realize whether this is the only chance to decide our fate. After the meeting, Hope stayed in the meeting room. Shangju stood in front of the window, and the sunlight shone through the glass, revealing the graying temples beside his ears. General Hua, do you have anything else to say? Hope hesitated for a moment and answered frankly, Commander, I heard that there is also controversy within the program department about this matter. Judge Garth disagrees with the activation of the deep domain system. Reason? The deep domain system has been shut down for a long time, and our understanding of it is very limited. Its control range is too wide, and once it goes wrong, it will cause chaos. Shangju said, risks always exist. What is your personal opinion? The person behind him seemed to think for a long time. I think that activating the deep domain system will allow the program department to obtain more authority and information, and Minister Kanya may have his own considerations. After all, in the past few decades, most of our resources have been invested in external investigations, but we can't see any hope. From this point of view, even if the original intention is different, I agree with Kanya's idea. If Lu is still there, I don't know which side he would stand on. Shangju remembered the day when Lu Jianshan was exiled, and the taciturn young man had a brief conversation with him. Lu Jianshan warned him, don't activate the deep domain before you find the truth. Why? Intuition. I didn't expect you to believe this, Shangju shook his head. I'll wait for you to bring the truth back. Lu Jianshan promised, definitely. But at this time, Shangju sighed as if talking to himself. We have no choice. Right? Hope stared at his back and answered with difficulty, yes. The bar at Tianlin Academy is more lively than ever. In between cocktails, Chung Jin heard that everyone was discussing recent events. A drunk guy jumped onto the front stage, grabbed the microphone, and stopped the music. Everyone. This is a critical moment for survival. Let me say a few more words here. Chung Jin recognized him. This person was his classmate, Hu Peiji, a senior student at Tianlin College. The man opened his arms excitedly. Has anyone heard of what the deep domain system was before the pollution era? It was an omniscient and omnipotent God. It has the largest information base and provides the smartest solutions. It is an existence beyond everything. Our technology has developed to this day, and it is inseparable from its help. In the worst case, it can help us build a hibernation capsule, yes. A hibernation capsule like the floating island base, so that everyone can go to a safe and beautiful future. The passionate speech triggered applause and cheers. Chung Jin opened the bottle of wine and saw Zhao Zhao sitting alone at the bar. She seemed to have drunk too much. She tilted her head and heard such words, and couldn't help sneering. A beautiful future? Someone raised the same question as her. How do you know that the future must be good? What if those pollutants evolve to be worse? Hu Peiji pointed in that direction. My friend. Are you a coward? The loudspeaker transmitted the broken sound to every corner of the bar. A figure wearing a hat sat in the shadows and turned on the microphone. I think the commander would definitely disagree with you. Hu Peiji twisted his neck and said, Hey, everyone. Someone is implying that the commander is also timid. Is this slander? Or is it an excuse for his true heart? The whistles from the audience passed through the shouting crowd. The person in the conversation lowered his hat and said in a calm tone, You don't want to take risks, but you are greedy for a comfortable future. Of course. It feels good to daydream. I heard that the Lie Flat faction also thinks so. Lie Flat faction is a new force that has emerged in the user base in the past few months. A small group of people gathered secretly and spread pessimistic arguments. Hu Peiji immediately refuted. Who is in cahoots with those guys? Lu Yiwei jumped onto the stage, pushed Hu Peiji hard, and shouted loudly, Who do you say is dirty? Everyone listened carefully. We in the Lie Flat faction never dream. We just accept everything that happens. Everything in the world has its own rules. I don't resist. Let fate come. So what do you think of the deep domain system? Someone asked. Lu Yiwei's brain was not working, and he began to stammer. He didn't really join any small group, but the three words Lying Flat faction have always been associated with a name. Come on. They don't even have a program. Hu Peiji laughed so hard that tears came out. The leader of your Lying Flat faction. That one she will soon enter the deliberation court. You say these words, and say your last words to him. The man in the hat just now also chuckled. I think there should be many people here who agree with the views of the Lying Flat faction. Especially after the emergence of dangerous mechanical evolution. We didn't do anything wrong. And when she didn't do anything wrong, her words also triggered a cheer. Everyone. Who is afraid of our words? If you want to know what attitude to take towards the deep domain system, or want to hear a greater prophecy, then please come to the deliberation court tomorrow. On the stage, I don't know who started the fight first. Lu Yiwei and Hu Peiji have already wrestled into a ball. There were even more people who were making trouble in the audience. At the bar, Chung Jin was mixing drinks without raising his eyelids, occasionally checking whether he needed to find a guard. And Tu had left early and took her previous position. He was talking to someone. Even his absence can cause continuous chaos, which is indeed a big trouble. On the other side, the person in the center of the storm was leaning against the corner of the cell in a daze without noticing. It was difficult for Wen Shi to fall asleep in such an environment, and he would often wake up because of the slightest movement. It would be better not to sleep. He had a stack of paper in his hand, and he was bored these days and wrote and drew, and the paper was densely filled. He repeatedly recalled what happened in these days. What happened to Lu Jianshan? What kind of pollution source would cause such consequences? Did he change his genes? Or was it an evolution like a fairy tale? Or maybe he was originally a monster in human form. Anyway, it's not amazing that he can live to this day. But these are not so important to Wen Shi. He only cared whether Lu Jianshan could live to see the next time they met. That damn guy was just an ignorant and fearless egomaniac. He dared to leave him here twice. Did he really think his words were bullshit? He gently fiddled with the bracelet, and the silver blue thread passed through the small crystal-like petals. This was a relic of Lu Jianshan's mother. Perhaps because of this, she specifically asked him to keep it well. What? He is a voluntary administrator? Or is it because this is a symbol of family? If it is the latter, then he will be merciful and give Lu Jianshan one last chance. He must make it clear. When she looked at the dark ceiling and grinned, the small disc on his right ear lay there quietly, and it hadn't sounded for a long time. Cough. Someone coughed outside the cell. Chui Lu came to help with the afterlife. Many people would become irritable, panicky, and other mentally ill while waiting before the hearing. But even though he had seen it countless times, Chui Lu was still frightened by Wen Qi's laughter. The guard opened the small window for communication. Chui Lu straightened his face and got to the point after introducing himself. Do you have any important things in your dormitory or office? Especially valuables. When she thought about it, and did have, I have 82 soda candies left. Can you give them back to me? Chui Lu. Strictly speaking, you need to designate someone to receive your items. If not, the logistics department will redistribute them uniformly. When she thought, children like Chi-Chi can't eat too much candy. Xia Mingming and Casca seem to like sweets. Then the only safe option is to give it to Zhou Wei to deposit it first. Chui Lu wrote down the name Zhou Wei. He looked at Wen Qi quietly, and felt that he was a little different from the first day he entered the city. He couldn't say it specifically, but Wen Qi a few months ago would not look at him with such a smile, and would walk towards him and use the word please. Chui Lu was horrified, and in a second he imagined the scene of his death on the spot countless times. But his legs were like lead, and he couldn't move at all. Excuse me. When she didn't quite understand his panic. How can I contact Alina? Chui Lu stammered. Communicator. When she said, it was taken away. He thought for a moment, and stuffed the stack of paper he had painted on for several days to Chui Lu. Give these to her. Chui Lu didn't know why he took it, but when he reacted, he had already hugged it tightly, fearing that one would be lost. Thank you. When she smiled politely. When he entered the deliberation court again, when she felt an absurd sense of familiarity. The setting sun in the distance was like blood, and the blazing flames flowing through the stone platform burst out hot sparks. He turned his back to the crowd and slowly walked up the stone steps to the center of the circular courtyard. This time, there were 5 strangers sitting on the high platform, and the other 8 communicators were placed in empty seats. The military kept the city defense team at the periphery. Yang Chen stood guard at the entrance, his face solemn. He only glanced at the center the whole time, and quickly retracted his gaze. The crowd was dark and silent as if they didn't exist. Those strange and complicated eyes passed through Wen Qi, just like the dust passing through him, and did not affect him at all. Wen Qi hardly heard a word of what the people on the high platform said. He was just in a daze and boredom. Until Kanya said, Wen Qi, you have one chance to explain your defection in the last mission. On the east side of the round courtyard, Casca, Liang and Xiao Nanji were surrounded by guards at the scene. Casca complained loudly, if the storm at sea has to blow, can it be considered defection? Liang sighed a little and said reluctantly, we don't have a flight license. Xiao Nanji did not speak. She pinched her palm and observed the situation around her. The tight guards and solemn atmosphere were not what she had planned. Alina was not among the 5 judges. I heard that she suddenly fell ill and has not recovered until now. There are too many variables, and things may not be in their plan. But as long as when she denies it, the tribunal will not have evidence, she thought. At least it will not be exile. However, at this time, when she lazily said, it has nothing to do with them. It's all my idea. Kanya did not seem to expect him to admit it so quickly. He paused and read out the following charges: defection, theft of aircraft, and coercion are all charged at the same time. Do you admit it? Yes. When she nodded frankly. Before the action, do you know the consequences? Yes. What is your purpose? Xiao Nanji's palms were sweating. But fortunately, Wen Qi seemed to be choosing his words, and did not answer immediately. But this pause was immediately captured by a judge. Su Ji reminded seriously, why can you predict the emergence of dangerous machinery? Why spread inappropriate remarks in the base? And why organize the lying flat faction? What do these things have to do with your purpose? Please think clearly before answering. Wen Qi's confusion gradually increased with her firm questions, And he seriously reflected, what do these things have to do with him? Kanya saw that he did not answer, and lost some patience. Wenshi, why do the Lying Flat faction oppose the activation of the deep domain system? Can this be understood as your opposition to awakening the floating island hibernation pod? Wenshi's eyelashes moved, and this time he was even more confused. What are you talking about? This is not what we said. Someone in the crowd shouted. Kanya stared at Wenshi's expression. Quiet. So you don't admit it? Wenshi stood there calmly, with a sneer in his eyes, as if he regarded this trial as a farce. Xiao Nanji, who was standing aside, was a little worried. She exchanged glances with Liang and ignored Casca, who was silently cheering for him, because she knew very well that such a serious contempt for authority would only anger the judges. What's more, the voices in the crowd that were ready to go were about to be suppressed. Someone took the lead and shouted, Wenshi, you are the god of the Lying faction. Laughter followed. What a stupid speech. You are here to lead the rhythm again. Wenshi, hurry up and say it. Go to hell. Monster. Kill. Min stood high in the crowd and lowered her hat. She stared at the person who shouted first. Even if that person was deliberately disguised, she could recognize him. That person was not from their Lying faction. To be precise, the Lying Flat faction was originally just some people who loved to spread pessimistic information or wanted to make trouble. From a certain stage, 2 or 3 people who spread extreme remarks appeared. Even Minter himself did not agree with it. But now I think that these people deliberately attracted attention and brought the matter to a level that did not belong to it, and used the unserious Wenshi as a banner to gather a group of followers who did not use their brains. There are also brainless idiots like Shirkun and Lu Yiwei who joined the propaganda just to support Wenshi. In fact, Minter knew that these people did not know Wenshi at all. They had never even talked to him. All this made her deeply suspicious, especially the disguised person at the scene today. He was the one who took the initiative to start the incident at Tianwen Bar last night. Minte remembered him. Hu Peiji. And even with a fake beard, he couldn't hide his fat and big-eared appearance. Minte was even more surprised by the person next to him. That was Wan Chenyu from the program department. Is there a connection between these two people? While she was still thinking, she suddenly saw a figure passing by Hu Peiji, as if inadvertently. Hu Peiji suddenly fainted, causing a commotion. But Minte saw that it was a woman with a cold face, who knocked him out with a punch. Not far away, Xiao Nanji and Xia Mingming in the crowd made eye contact and nodded slightly. This little episode soon subsided. At this time, when she yawned under the eyes of everyone, he moved his stiff limbs and rubbed his wrist under the vigilant gaze of the guards. His tone was always lazy. First, I didn't make a prophecy. I just happened to see the contaminants after mechanical evolution. Second, I don't know what the deep domain system you are talking about is. I haven't witnessed any of its capabilities. How can I know something that even the commander is not sure about? If you must ask my opinion, I can only be sure that there is no omniscient and omnipotent God in the world, and the current problem cannot be solved by activating a system. Also, when she cast a casual glance at the crowd, immediately causing panic. I have never been a lay-flat person, and I don't have the ability to make people believe me. I only decide my own destiny. His tone was light, but every word was loud and clear, causing waves in the crowd. The judges on the platform fell silent. Kanya looked stern. You are sophistry. When she didn't care much, it will only waste your time to dwell on such things. Someone in the front of the crowd was overjoyed to help translate. I can't help you if you think so. The low laughter made Kanya questioned, but he tried his best to hold back and asked the last question. So, what is the relationship between you and the exiled personnel of the base? The former Judge Lu Jianshan? A witness saw you meet at the floating island base. Has he been infected? Kanya signaled the city defense team to bring the witness. But Yang Chen shook his head. The witness, who was supposed to be present, never showed up. When she's final statement was as follows. For the first question, I thought you all knew it. For the second question, I don't know either. The 5 judges were whispering around the deliberation court and making the final discussion, when she simply sat on the cold stone steps and dozed off. 10 minutes later, Su Ji pronounced the final verdict in the deliberation court. After the deliberation court voted, when she was sentenced to, the commotion at the end of the crowd suddenly interrupted the judge's speech. The brightly lit building went out instantly, accompanied by the sound of light bulbs breaking and even louder noises. Someone fell to the ground in panic, and the dark scene quickly became chaotic. There is something wrong with the artificial sun, someone shouted. Yang Chen looked at the deliberation court, which was the only place illuminated by fire. Kanya stood up irritably and pointed at Wen Shi. Catch him first and send him to the outer city prison. Yang Chen knew very well that the outer city prison was a place for executing death row prisoners. This meant that Wen Shi's crime was the most serious one, the crime of betraying humanity. On the way to the outer city, Wen Shi collapsed in the truck, crossing his legs leisurely. The guards on his left and right had never seen such a death row prisoner, but they were also embarrassed to talk to him. But this trip would be delayed until tomorrow morning. After the execution of the death row prisoner, they were also responsible for disposing of the body. When they were about to reach the outer city prison, a loud noise woke Wen Shi up. The truck stopped suddenly. Wen Shi heard Yang Chen cursing. Don't you have eyes when driving? The driver apologized humbly. Sorry, Captain Yang. Our garbage truck is too old and can't control the direction well. Be careful next time. Yang Chen cursed and asked the other guard and the co-pilot to stay where he was. He rode the spare motorcycle back to find someone to tow the truck. Hey, big brother. The driver knocked on the truck compartment. Do you smoke? The man seemed to know the two guards. Opened the door and chatted for a few words. But soon, the two guards fainted. The strange driver suddenly pulled out a knife when approaching Wen Shi. And Wen Shi, who was tied in place, stared at him without saying a word. The driver was scared by being stared at, and just wanted to finish the task quickly. But the next second, a muffled sound hit the back of his head. 5 minutes later, Wen Shi appeared in the speeding garbage truck. He tore off the sack and unexpectedly saw Liang stuffing his nostrils with toilet paper, Xiao Nanji trying to hold his breath, and Xia Mingming chewing bread. Xia Mingming also threw him a chocolate croissant. The driver was Casca. His smile was as bright as ever. I don't know who the driver was, but he also thought of the garbage truck. It seems that someone cares about you more than we do. When she finished the crumbly croissant in a few bites and heard Xiao Nanji say, Do you have to leave? The lazy smile that was rare and usual was still there. Do I still have a chance to choose? Xiao Nanji shook his head and hesitated. You are not going to kill him anyway. Are you? When she shrugged. Half true and half false. First figure out what he is and then decide. The other two pricked up their ears, not understanding what they were saying. Xia Mingming didn't care at all. Xiao Nanji stopped talking nonsense and got to the point. It's an emergency. We will pretend that the car broke down and jump out of the car, so that the garbage truck will rush out directly from the side door. You have to seize the opportunity. When she was shocked by their inexplicable seriousness and thought, What is your crime? What has not been sentenced is not true. And you have no crime either. Liang waved his hands repeatedly. Also, we didn't meet tonight. The other three nodded one after another. When she laughed softly and suddenly asked, Why? Liang stretched out his fist and said righteously, Is there any need to say this? We are companions. Xia Mingming nodded and stretched out her hand. Only by being alive can you find the truth. Xiao Nanji gave his answer. But we can only take you to the front. Before the garbage truck approached the side door, a team of guards had already approached them. No garbage truck registered to leave the city tonight. The leader carefully checked the records and compared the license plate number. Casca hesitated for a moment and gestured behind him. Before the signal to force his way in was given, a sharp voice came, Wait a minute. The girl was holding a sniper rifle, and her fiery red ponytail swayed with her steps. She glanced into the garbage truck and met Wen Shi's eyes through the opaque glass. Oh no! Liang nervously lip-synced and gestured to Xiao Nanji. Did your grandfather find out? Xiao Nanji knew very well that she had not told anyone except the people involved in this matter. When she was more relaxed than them, and smiled slightly in Zhao Zhao's direction. Through the opaque glass, Zhao Zhao turned his face away. His originally indifferent expression changed, and he complained to Casca, Why did you come just now? I told you that the car broke down, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. But you didn't know to contact me. Under the guard's gaze, Casca tentatively pouted, I just wanted to get the work done. And it didn't take long. I knew that all you care about is work. Then how can I have time to accompany you to the museum tomorrow? Several guards looked at it funny, but they all relaxed. The leader warned Casca, Go quickly and come back quickly. I won't allow you to do it next time. I'll wait here. Zhao Zhao folded his hands and looked at the car arrogantly. I won't take such a smelly car. Casca pretended to say a few nice words again, and closed the car door under the guard's ridicule. The long night has come, and the garbage truck will not go too far. The headlights passed through the dense rain, and there was actually a figure waiting at the edge of the forest. Catch it. Yugui threw a message card to Wenshi. Not far behind him was a dark aircraft. The rain fell on the surface, washing away the dust. It's a scrapped old guy. I don't know how long it can fly. Just use it. Yugui curled his lips. It's not to help you. I just want to figure out some things. If there is a chance in the future, I hope you can find the answer. Wenshi said, I like old guys. They are handy. The cold wind came from afar, and the night covered the shadows of several people. Yugui turned around and looked, urging, okay. We can't stay for long. Good luck to you. Everyone looked at him, and those hopeful eyes were particularly precious in the long night and cold rain, like clusters of firelight illuminating the way ahead. This time, when she imitated them, and spoke with a curled mouth, good luck to mankind. The alarm sounded from time to time on the corner of the street. Chuelu tightened his hood, carefully avoided passers-by, and squeezed into a stinky tavern at a corner. He found the figure in the hat panting, and stuffed a paper bag into her. Detailed categories and evolutionary directions of hazardous mechanical pollutants. He added when he saw Mint's pupils were stunned. I think everyone should see it. Mint muttered to herself, isn't that even more hopeless? Her communicator vibrated first. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. She was a reporter, and people often called to report news. As she pressed the answer button, a hurried female voice came, use a morning news. I have an urgent matter. Are you free now? Everyone would say that their affairs are urgent. Mint felt regretful, sorry. I have something else to do now. When she hung up, everyone's communicator received a message of the highest importance level. Use a base announced the official activation of the deep domain system. At the same time, when she watched the garbage truck disappear in the rainy night, he just walked to the door of the aircraft, and suddenly bent down and pulled out a familiar square head. The little robot was terrified and waved its claws, and only breathed a sigh of relief when it saw it was him. I secretly stuck to your machine that day. Egg Roll followed him into the cabin. Fortunately, it had a complicated head and did not go all the way into Yuza, but hid in this area. The tip of the knife was against its metal forehead in the next second. Why are you following me? Egg Roll was shaking with fear. How could this guy be harder to talk to than that dumb melon seed? It tried to lean back, and the mechanical voice changed its tone. I know where St. Louis City is. Who said I was going to? When she paused, he suddenly remembered where he had heard this place name. It was not what the strange ghost thing in the dream said, but in the Shoujo base. The old Ma who lied to repair the headphones mentioned to Lu Jianshan that he had seen the same thing in the Forest Flow City. When she lowered his eyes, and the 3 crystals on his wrist shone with a warm luster in the long night. It seems that this Forest Flow City must be visited. Chapter 65 The Seventh Night. Text/Shuhuan. The continuous rain for several days made the road even more muddy, and the leather boots would sink a few centimeters with every step. When she pulled out his left foot, shook off the mud, and then his right foot sank a little deeper. He looked back and saw that the aircraft 100 meters away was extremely tightly covered by the fog of the cliff forest. The housekeeping robot was written into a very detailed, before the pollution era, map, based on the more obvious mountains and coastlines as reference points. They searched for 9 days. St. Louis City should be nearby. When looking down from the aircraft, the magnificent and vast mountains in this area are facing the sea, and the dense trees are like black mud spread on boulders, spreading endlessly. When he entered in person, he realized that the plants here were unusually tall. The trees that covered the sky and the sun were entangled together, as if they were born as a whole. The huge flowers that were taller than people bloomed with a faint red light, and the glittering pollen was drifting around with the weakening rain. The cold wind passed behind him, blowing away the mist. The blue liquid passing through the roots of the plants emitted a faint light, guiding him in the long night. When she sniffed and frowned because of the damp and rotten smell, there are many traces of pollutants here. According to the instructions of the pollution detector, this should be the center of a pollution ring. But strangely, no aggressive polluted creatures appeared along the way, and there was nothing abnormal. The world was just silent in its original sound, slowly growing and decaying, until a scream came from the front. Help, help, aid Hilf. The tragic mechanical sound echoed in the forest. The little robot relied on its light body and was faster than him, only a few dozen meters ahead. When she didn't care at first. After all, it was more appropriate to let it explore the danger. But at this moment, the weak figure rolled down from a slope, and then collided with a black shadow that suddenly rushed out from the opposite direction, and disappeared from the edge of the cliff in an instant. The rain had stopped, when she stepped silently onto the grass on the edge of the cliff, turned the silver short knife in his hand, and then stabbed it down suddenly. Stopped. A child with short white hair climbed on the cliff. He only had his toes on the stone, and when he was shaky, he tried to reach out to the little robot half a meter away. Eggroll screamed, "Who are you and what are you doing?" "Machine," the crisp voice said. "Mine." Eggroll paused for a few seconds and continued to scream. "You set the trap just now. You are so young and don't learn well. Fortunately, my reaction speed is super fast. Don't come over here, or I will jump down if you come over again." The other party obviously didn't care what it said, and even didn't care about its dangerous situation. It directly let go of its hands clinging to the rock wall and tried to jump over to grab Eggroll. But it was obvious that the child's strength was too weak, and he would only fall off the bottomless cliff before he could call for help. His collar was lifted up by a force. He and Eggroll rose into the air at the same time, staring at each other, and continued to try to reach the other side. As soon as when she let go, the two guys fell to the ground together. Eggroll immediately jumped up and ran behind when she's trouser legs, cursing, "I said I don't like children. I'm a housekeeping robot, not a nanny." The child tilted his head, and it seemed that only egg rolls were in his eyes. He crawled slowly in that direction. "Hey, who are you?" As when she picked him up, a cold arrow came out of the forest and flew towards his neck. The cold wind stopped in front of when he held the arrow tightly, and blood dripped from his scratched palm. A light figure jumped down from the tree and aimed the bow at when she again. It was a teenager, wearing primitive clothes, with 3 red marks on his right face. He made a strange low moan at when she let him go. Stranger. When she let go, the child wanted to grab the egg roll, but was stopped by the boy. "Come here, Jioshan." The white-haired child turned around and crawled back to the boy reluctantly. "He came to cause trouble. I saved him. You should have seen it too." When she's eyes passed the boy's pale lips and fell down to his waist. The place wrapped by the cloth strip was bleeding, and it must be painful. The boy still aimed his arrow at him, keeping alert. "Who are you and where are you from?" "I'm just a homeless person passing by." The boy stared at the person in front of him. Liar. Homeless people don't look like this. If he thought so, when she couldn't do anything, "You are prejudiced." Eggroll echoed, "That's right." The boy pulled the bow instantly, and this time the arrow shot 1 centimeter in front of Eggroll. What kind of mechanical pollutant is this? Why can't it talk? Eggroll was stunned by his ignorance. "Have you never seen a robot?" A robot?" The boy's tense shoulders slightly lowered, with curiosity in his eyes. "I've only read about it in books. Can you come over and let me see it?" Under such gaze, Danwon straightened his chest, took a step forward heroically, and was grabbed by when she. Danwon put his hands in his pockets. Rude human. When she walked towards the forest without looking back. "It's a housekeeper, and it can't be shown to others." "Why? What is housekeeper?" The boy put down his bow in confusion. When she turned his head, "It's dangerous for you to do this, because I may kill you at any time." Hearing this, the boy immediately raised his bow and arrow. But the threatening man just smiled, and even his back was very leisurely when he walked. The boy immediately realized that he had been fooled. He is really a bad guy. He stomped his feet in annoyance, but pulled the wound on his waist, and immediately grimaced in pain. A small bottle was thrown from the front. "You're welcome. I'm here to treat your wounds." When she waved lazily without even turning his head, the boy grabbed the bottle and sniffed it. Even though he knew it was a trick to win people's hearts, he still felt guilty on this cold night. He hesitated for a while, picked up the child on the ground, and chased after him. "Hey, stranger, wait for me." Fires appeared in the trees in the forest, dispelling the cold. There were 2 roasted corns on the rack, and the skins were slowly softening. The boy handed one to Wenshi, and he only glanced at the remaining one reluctantly, and then gave it to the white-haired child. The boy called himself Jiobai, and the child was his younger brother Jioshan. They came from Sunlu City, and were native aborigines. When she took a bite of the sweet corn and asked curiously, "Why did you 2 kids run to the cliff instead of sleeping? Or is Sunlu City nearby?" "But the towering cliffs and dark forests don't look like a city." Jiobai looked unnatural, and he vaguely said no. when she thought that when Zhao had lied like this before. But she thought that others couldn't tell. Brother, when are we going home? Jioshan handed the half-eaten corn to the boy and rubbed his eyes sleepily. Jiubai lowered his voice and warned him, you insisted on coming here. Don't cry. Jioshan pouted aggrievedly, tilted his head, and stared at the egg rolls, almost drooling. He has never seen a robot before. Jiubai grabbed his brother's collar with one hand to prevent him from crawling forward. Do you have any other mechanical items? When she ate the corn cleanly and wiped his mouth casually, what do you need the machine for? The moon is coming out soon. And those things are coming again. I don't know if the adults have found enough machines. The priest will be unhappy. Stranger, you shouldn't come now. Jiubai showed his concern that he wanted to say something but stopped. He looked towards the cliff from time to time, since he sat down just now. But the forest blocked his sight, and when she saw nothing. What are those things? Who is the priest? Jiubai was about to speak, but suddenly heard a long cry from afar. The tone was high-pitched, but the lingering sound was like a tragic low cry, lingering between heaven and earth. It's too late. Hurry up. Jiubai threw Jioshan on his back, picked up the bow and arrow and ran towards the cliff, and soon disappeared from the edge of the steep slope. When she put out the fire and followed, at the corner covered by large rocks, there is a wooden path along the cliff, all the way down to a platform with a wide view. Mostly it is a place for fishing. The waves came from afar, constantly hitting the reefs below the platform. The waves were getting bigger and bigger, and the splashes soon wet the wooden platform. The cliffs on the other side of the bay were even taller and more spectacular, and the east side was a nearly vertical mountain, which remained motionless under the invasion of huge waves. The screams came from the surging waves. Do you see the blue light? Jiubai pointed to a fluorescent blue dot floating in the turbulent waves. As the number of light spots increased, when she finally saw it clearly, there was a huge whale in the waves. Those lingering sounds were made by it. The blue light spots were jellyfish and other marine creatures attached to it. Do you hear it? It's crying. Jiubai's mood gradually became sad, because this seabed fall buried many of its kind. Whales generally do not approach places close to the continent, especially these ancient marine species. They are occasionally not so lucky. When she thought of the giant whale trapped at the bottom of the cave a few months ago, and the festering eyes attached to its body, he wondered where it had wandered to now. The dark shadow under the cliff suddenly disappeared in the waves. Then, it jumped out of the sea with the next wave, like a blue moonlight, crashing into the cliff without warning with a loud noise. The moonlight fell back to the sea and continued to sink. But soon, the wailing sound came again. The blue whale swam away for several kilometers, and came with a sudden wave, jumped out again, and its huge body crashed into the mountain. This was not an accident, but a planned end. Jiubai's eyes followed the whale. Whenever the moon is about to come out, they will come here, as if they are crying, until the last moment. Danwan poked his head out from behind when I'd never heard of such a thing. Jiubai shook his head, looking sad. There is a very ancient whale fall site below, and they only come here when they are close to death. But about half a year ago, they consciously made abnormal behaviors. The waves conveyed the wail of the giant whale until the end of the boundless world. When she stared at the last scene, his knuckles clenched white, and his breathing was extremely slow. He seemed to have a huge stone pressing on his heart, and it was difficult to let go. There was a crescent-shaped cave on the top of the cliff, which remained motionless after several consecutive collisions. That's the temple. Jiubai followed his gaze. Sanlu City exists to worship the moon sea god. The tide under the cliff is the sound of the sea god listening to prayers. The sea god did not bless us, nor did he bless them. The dark and silent sea surface was slowly rising, and soon reached the edge of the platform. Before leaving, Jiubai looked at the waves where the whale fell again, and put 3 fingers together on his chest, like a sacred ritual. Starting from this cliff, Jiubai led when she through the forest. After about half a day's walk, they came to a magnificent waterfall. The white water flowed down and became the source of several streams. From the cave through the waterfall, Sanlu City was hidden behind the sound of flowing water. Countless streams spread from here to the distance, cutting the forest into high and low fragments. Flat houses were scattered in between, and lanterns illuminated the wind chimes hanging on the roofs of every household. Whenever the wind blows, the wind chimes strung on a thin line spin like butterflies. Hush. Keep your voice down. Jiubai waved to Wenxi and asked Jiushan to climb into the house through the window first. A sharp voice came from the sky. Jiubai, come out! Jiubai was so scared that he trembled and didn't know where to hide for a while. A callous hand grabbed his ear fiercely. And the spatula was not idle either, hitting his butt directly. I told you to run around everywhere. You dare to take Jiushan with you? Tell me, did you go to the mountain again? And I was wrong. I didn't go anywhere. I just walked around for a while. Lu Song pointed it out with a glance and said sternly, next to you. Then what's wrong with your injury? And you are holding a bow and arrow? Who is this stranger? And he is just a stranger passing by. Let's go in and talk. Jiubai glanced at the people watching the excitement not far away and couldn't help begging. Lu Song pointed the spatula at Wenxi. And just as she was about to ask, she heard a long bell ring. She didn't have time to say anything, and hurriedly pushed both of them into the house. Then locked the doors and windows and blew out the candles. Soon, there was silence inside and outside the house. Only the continuous sound of wind chimes echoed. When she stood by the window and smelled a stronger and stronger fishy smell, the disgusting smell gradually approached with the sound of wind chimes. Through the paper-pasted window crack, he saw a huge insect pollutant dragging its sharp long tail slowly crawling on the stone steps. Wherever it passed, the dense tentacles would leave dark marks. Behind it was a large group of its kind. Chapter 66. The strange low humming sounded from far away with the sound of wind chimes, scraping everyone's spine and scalp. It was as if the abyss had descended, and there was no place to hide, so they could only accept it all in fear. The house was quiet. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Lu Song grabbed Jiubai's shoulder and noticed the stranger out of the corner of his eye. He was the kind of guy that was hard to ignore, especially in such a scene. He still maintained a calm and unmoved calm. She thought he was pretending at first. After all, she would be unable to restrain her fear and nausea no matter how many times this happened. But even when a thin tentacle drilled in from the window and black and green mucus dripped in front of the stranger's eyes, he remained indifferent, and even lowered his head to observe the tentacle and the floating thorns and suckers all over it. Could he be scared silly? This stranger looked young. Lu Song softened his heart for a moment and winked in that direction, wanting to remind him not to disturb these creatures. However, the stranger didn't say a word, but a small figure crawled to the door and looked up curiously. Egg Roll's limbs were pressed against the dark corner of the ceiling, and his square head tried to make the hush shape with his mouth. Unfortunately, he didn't have a mouth shape and couldn't blow out. The child with white hair was inevitably disappointed, and because of his lack of coordination, he staggered and sat back. Suddenly Jiubai slid over and cushioned him with his legs. This scared Jiushan, and as soon as the syllable brother came out, his mouth was suddenly covered. Jiubai hugged him tightly, not even daring to move his fingers. After a silence that seemed like an age, the sound of wind chimes rang faintly. Everything was as usual. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the wooden door suddenly fell outward. Cold wind suddenly poured in, as cold as ice. The lantern cast a dim light, and a few swaying tentacles stuck to the door frame. Red dots emerged from the black shadow and turned into a vertical line. Rustle! Rustle! Jiubai seemed to hear every cell in his body screaming in fear, making his limbs uncontrollable and unable to move. His bow and arrow. Yes, he also had weapons. If he could now, the stranger approached the door at some point. He grasped a dagger, and his index finger lightly touched his lips. This action seemed absurd to Jiubai, but the other party's relaxed expression seemed to be just an ordinary little thing. The dagger slowly turned in his hand, and the red gravel embedded in the handle, flickering like the night. Suddenly, a series of rapid ringing bells rang from above the stone steps outside the door. An unknown fragrance lingered in the ash, slowly entangled with the wriggling tentacles. When she saw that the tentacles close to the tip of the knife actually retracted outside the door with a clear sound of the bell, the huge black figure stopped briefly and continued to crawl upwards. Several pollutants followed closely behind, like a black wave going upstream. And there was a man standing in front of the wave. He was wearing a white robe and spotless gloves. He held a wooden stick in his left hand and rang the bell with his right hand, standing in place without dodging or avoiding. The cloth covered his eyes, so that everything outside existed only in the sound. Those huge disgusting insects appeared in front of him, then bypassed him and climbed up as if they were deaf to the wind. About 10 minutes later, the sound of the wind chimes gradually subsided, and the group of pollutants disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiubai finally breathed a sigh of relief. And Jiushan in his arms couldn't help crying. Lu Song, who was standing by, held the door frame and almost couldn't stand still. My dear. Fortunately, the high priest is here. The man in white robes slowly walked down the steps and came to the door of Lu Song's house. He looked like a young man, with a calm and gentle expression. But those eyes, when she noticed the wooden stick used to explore the way, which should be invisible. The other party stood a few steps away, and the pungent smell of spices followed. He faced Lu Song accurately. Is it serious? Thank you, High Priest. It was a false alarm. It's all because of these two boys, who don't know how to understand. Xiaobai and Xiaoshan. Say thank you quickly. Jiushan wiped away his tears, and thanked him stupidly. Jiubai stared at the person outside the door without saying a word, and refused to speak no matter what. Lu Song hurriedly winked, but Jiubai's silence responded to her. The high priest didn't care. He turned to Wenxi with a gentle smile on his face, and said in a clear and elegant voice, "There's a stranger here." Lu Song hurriedly explained, "Jiubai met him in the forest today and brought him back. Look." Before I had time to ask, those things came. When she briefly reported his name, but was more curious about the scene just now. High Priest, what method did you use to avoid those pollutants? Just call me Qin Lin, the High Priest said in a gentle tone. Sunlu City has been protected by the god of the Moon Sea since ancient times. We devote ourselves to worshipping the temple, and they will naturally not hurt anyone. When she looked at him with a suspicious look, but could not catch any trace of lies. The person who called himself Qin Lin smiled tolerantly. Stranger, if you want, you can also stay here for a while. But the moon goddess is about to descend, and a pilgrimage ceremony will be held tomorrow night. Please be careful in what you say and do, and abide by the rules of Sunlu City. What rules? When she had a hard time figuring out how to write these two words, Qin Lin said, "You will know." When she did not appreciate the behavior of keeping a large part of the words to himself. When he was about to ask again, Lu Song spoke first. High Priest, the machinery offered this time, I am afraid it is not enough. She explained with difficulty. We have searched many places, but there is really no more. Please be sure to collect them all. Qin Lin nodded slightly. When she asked curiously, why do you want to collect machinery? Because this is what God needs. It is our duty to meet the requirements of God. What if you can't find it? The young high priest shook his head. God will not embarrass us, but he will not respond to our wishes. Pollution will come again. So the so-called wish is the safety of Sunlu City. When she finally understood why Jiushan was so excited when he saw the egg roll, he lowered his eyes slightly and saw the egg roll sticking to the corner of the wall. The whole robot was trembling and hugged himself tightly with his arms. Did God tell you this? Jiubai asked angrily. Qin Lin did not answer again, but heard Jiubai grit his teeth and said, You are a liar. Take your disgusting incense away. God will not protect us at all. Paw. With a sound, the spatula hit Jiubai's knee hard. His legs softened, and he knelt down directly. Lu Song was furious. You bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? The young man raised his head, with a stubbornness that refused to admit defeat. Is there something wrong with what I said? The temple is so effective. Why didn't the pollutants disappear? You're still talking nonsense? Kneel here and reflect on yourself. Lu Song's chest rose and fell. Air was rushing through his chest, and the spatula hit the boy's straight back like a vent. Jiubai endured the pain and said nothing. He stared at Qin Lin's back, and heard the wooden stick hitting the stone steps. After a while, Lu Song let go of the spatula and said with a sigh, Don't say such things again in the future. The moon god will hear it. Jiubai did not respond. Jiushan grabbed a fruit and stuffed it in. Brother, eat the fruit. It doesn't hurt. Jiubai held the juicy fruit, glanced at Lu Song, and continued to kneel. Lu Song then remembered that when she was still beside him, and asked with a sigh, Stranger, why are you here? When she had found a table to sit on, stretched out his long legs, and confessed, I came to find someone. Has there been any other strangers in Sunlu City recently? It's been a long time. Lu Song replied. She looked natural, not like she was lying. Hasn't it come yet? When she said to himself. He gently pulled the rope on his wrist and asked again, Is there such a crystal in Sunlu City? Lu Song took a look. His expression became strange, and he said I don't know several times. Only Jiubai snorted in a sarcasm. Even if there is, It has long been dedicated to the temple. There are treasures in there. You might as well go up and find it. When she turned his head outside, how to get there? Hey. Lu Song took him back. That child is ignorant and talking nonsense. The temple is not a place you should go. Stranger. You'd better leave quickly. When she showed an embarrassed expression, I'm still waiting for someone. He will definitely come. Lu Song was about to chase him away, but saw the young man's eyes squinting, revealing a bit of unintentional grievance. I finally got here. She frowned. Who are you waiting for? A very important person. When she said seriously, I have nothing else except him. Lu Song's heart softened, and he sighed. Is the situation outside already very bad? Those dangerous mechanical pollutants have already appeared. When she stared into her eyes, he remembered that Jiubai mentioned mechanical pollutants, which means that they are already active in Sunlu City. Sure enough, Lu Song acquiesced. She showed sadness in her eyes. I thought as long as we are here, they will not go anywhere else. The offerings in the temple are not enough. I have to look for more. She left when she in the house told him not to walk around casually, and then left in a hurry. After she left, Jiubai held a bottle of medicine when she gave him in his pocket, and reminded when she awkwardly, you can ask the guy about your matter. He knows everything. The guy he was talking about should be the high priest. If even he doesn't know, you'd better leave quickly. There is no answer here. Jiubai clenched his hands and restrained his surging emotions. When she found Qing Lin on the observation deck high above Sunlu City, the high priest was looking at the temple on the top of the opposite cliff. Lost in thought, the flag of Sunlu City fluttered in the cold wind. Stranger, you are here. Qing Lin didn't look back. The cloth covering his eyes was tied behind his head, fluttering in the wind. He folded his hands, and his gloves were as white as winter snow. When she walked over slowly, and noticed that the dirt road under his feet had turned into a glass. It was dark and bottomless. Qing Lin said, this is a signal-based station, which plays an important role before the pollution comes. You really can't see it? When she couldn't help but doubt, Qing Lin smiled, and a bit of murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him, but disappeared when he was infinitely close to him. When she smelled a strong spice smell when he approached him, which was almost choking. He looked at the back of the motionless high priest, turned the blade, and retracted his sleeves. Qing Lin said, are you thinking? Is it the fragrance or the ringing that drove them away? Neither. When she concluded casually, Qing Lin smiled slightly. This is God's blessing. When she thought that this guy might have something else. No matter what it is. It might even be some kind of ancient witchcraft, but in short, it's not that simple. Is everything okay outside? Qing Lin said. Why are you all asking the same question? Qing Lin said, Sunlu City was built by our ancestors under the protection of the Moon Sea God, thousands of years ago. Its existence is to allow the gods to protect more people. The high priest's duty is also to be responsible for the communication between the gods and mortals. When she was thoughtful, he didn't expect that in this ancient city, charlatans could still have a place, even a very important position, especially since everyone was so sure and true. He raised his eyebrows. Oh, then you may be disappointed. Really? Qing Lin's tone was extremely disappointed. When she didn't bother to greet him, and directly stated that he was looking for crystals. After hearing this, Qing Lin touched the 3 crystals hanging on the string, and carefully felt out their shapes. He saw Qing Lin's expression slowly changing. This is the temple's sacred object, inlaid on the statue behind the temple. How do you know so much? God likes glowing stones, Qing Lin whispered. It was originally a collection of the Sunlu City Museum, and I worshipped it myself. When she suddenly felt something was wrong, are there really gods in the temple? Qing Lin replied, of course. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Yes. What does it look like? Qing Lin paused. God is different from ordinary imagination. This is not right. When she noticed something strange. You have always called it God, not the god of the moon sea. Could it be that Sunlu City can have 2 gods? Qing Lin's silence made when she feel even more absurd. And he thought of another thing. It seems that those insects were all climbing up before. Could it be that their destination is the temple? Qing Lin nodded. God calls on them and destroys them. This is completely different from when she's cognition. Pollutions with ethnic groups generally have levels. The term command or call only exists between the leader of a tribe and his followers. According to this logic, what on earth is in the temple? Qing Lin did not pay attention to his offensive words, but took the initiative to offer, I can help you get the crystal. In exchange, can you do me a favor? Chapter 67. After returning to Lu Song's house. When she lay on the narrow wooden bed and thought, he threw the headphones up and caught them several times. Since he arrived in Sulu City, everything here has been weird. The whale that deliberately hit the cliff. The polluted creature that did not hurt people. The god who required the worship of machinery. And the temple that did not belong to the god of the moon sea. What is the connection between these things? In addition, he was not 100% sure that Lu Jianshan would come to Sulu City. He just had a hunch that Lu Jianshan was collecting these relics. As for what the high priest named Qinglin said, he basically didn't believe it. How many people can spend their time studying an ordinary little stone and remember its shape and touch? But even if it was a trap, when she didn't care, he agreed to the other party's request. If he could get a crystal in exchange, it would be what he deserved. If he couldn't get it back, someone would pay the price for the deception. A cold metal arm came out from nowhere and suddenly pulled Wenxi's trouser leg. His hand trembled, and the direction of the headset suddenly changed. Fortunately, the little robot caught it in time and returned it to him. Our box 12. Tasteful. It tried to climb onto the bed with its hands and feet, but was stuck in place by the height. Have you seen it? Eggroll couldn't help but show off, of course. Mass-produced idiot headsets. No one wants them. Wenxi thought. Stupid things that don't know the value of things. He put it back in his right ear and tapped it tentatively, but got no response. After tapping twice, there was another sizzling sound of electricity. Strange. Why is there a problem again? I don't know if that old man in Shangzhou was cheating, or if it got soaked by water. This kind of idiot headphones is of very poor quality. Danwan finally found a way to climb onto a small cabinet and sat back. When she said, "Your quality is quite good." Of course. I am. I just took it apart to repair the headphones. Danwan hugged himself into a ball. It knew very well that the man in front of it was definitely not joking, because it felt countless ants crawling on its metal surface. Bad guy. Sure enough. You and that dumb melon seed are on the same side. No wonder he chased me all the way. I should have known I shouldn't have led you. When she stared at it and thought for a while, showing a smile that frightened the little robot. Why is he chasing you? Because he is jealous that I am a housekeeping robot. Danwan vowed. Wenxi, tell the truth. Anyway, robots like me have been destroyed almost all the time. He just wants to kill them all. Vicious human. Wenxi. Okay. Whatever it says is what it is. Danwan wanted to make a few more complaints, but was shocked by the sudden knock on the door. It quickly wrapped itself into a rectangular block, like an unpainted brick in the dim light, consistent with the wall. A young head poked in. Jiubai rubbed his eyes. Who are you talking to? When she sighed, I like to talk to myself. Jiubai's back of his hand was against his own forehead, and the skin there was very hot. Maybe he had a fever after being caught in the rain and had auditory hallucinations. He sniffed. Does the high priest know what you are asking? I guess I know. Jiubai said and pondered the word I guess slowly. You should not care about a stranger like me. Why? You care about the high priest? Jiubai immediately arched his upper body nervously, his eyes showing a fierce look. I only care about when he will die. When that day comes, I will definitely celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. When she glanced at him, and the boy was afraid that he would not believe it. So he clenched his fist and added, he is a liar and will kill all of us. When she? This kid's words were inconsistent and vague, and when she was too lazy to argue with him. Instead, Jiubai looked worried and hesitant. From what he said, Lu Song and the others did not find enough mechanical items that needed to be worshipped. You said last time that the high priest would be angry because of insufficient offerings? Jiubai grabbed the corner of his clothes. Hesitant, that guy doesn't care. But God will punish him. He is very good at this. Jiubai briefly recounted an incident that happened more than a year ago. Because they did not collect enough glowing stones, pollutants quickly attacked Sulu City. The locals, who had long lost their fighting ability during the long years of offerings, were completely unable to cope with this sudden situation. They regarded it as a punishment from heaven. There were heavy casualties at the time, and Qinglin, that bastard, hid in the temple and did not show up at all. Jiubai did not want to think about it anymore. Compared to what had happened, he was more worried about the next situation after all. Those things had evolved mechanical limbs. According to Jiubai, dangerous mechanical pollutants only appeared half a year ago. he was sure, because at the same time, there were also whales that were suspected of committing suicide. This time point was too early for the evolution of pollutants known to Winshi. There must be some more critical factors that were not discovered even in his time. A hidden and long-lost danger emerged from the depths of his brain, as if something was waiting for him. Jiobai's head was swollen and painful, but he felt uneasy. For some reason, the man in front of him suddenly laughed. Those beautiful eyes were not distracted, revealing strong mockery and excitement. The boy thought he was wrong. Otherwise, how could he feel a sense of inexplicable fear in such a thin and unreliable guy? However, the other party just looked back at the wall and resumed the careless relief. Don't worry, Winshi said seriously. I also brought a tribute. Bang. A black rectangular block fell off the wall and fell heavily to the ground. As a small robot, and also a housekeeping robot, Egg Roll was given the emotion of anger by a good-hearted engineer when it was shipped out of the factory to fight against the laziness of its owner. But at this moment, it was tied to a pile of worn-out mechanical gears, and anger became a concrete mass of stuff stuck in the shell of the machine, making it want to scream. Because there was also a terrible human threatening it not to speak. Only its limbs were left to stir wildly in the air. When she stood behind the crowd in the square of the pilgrimage ceremony and began to suspect that the ground here was not flat. Otherwise, why would the pile of tributes still shake? The clouds dispersed after the sudden rain, and the long night spread out among the candlelight. Qing Lin stood in the center of the round platform in a long robe, wearing gloves and ringing a copper bell. His clear voice slowly condensed into an ancient tune. In a moment, the sky is immortal. I am here, above the moon sea. The holy god blesses and shelters the forest for a long time. Everyone gathered around the round platform and sang the old song of prayer devoutly. At the same time, a distant crescent moon appeared in the night sky. The bright and clear moonlight poured down, filling the lines on the ground of the round platform, and the ceremony officially began. When she had heard Jiubai describe it before, the so-called pilgrimage ceremony was held once a year, and a pilgrim was selected by a cumbersome and ancient way of drawing lots. He would enter the temple alone and receive the revelation of the gods. Unusually, most of the people in the records voluntarily stayed in the temple, never leaving, and accompanied the gods for the rest of their lives. After the pollution era, the ceremony was still carried out and even became more important. Every 4 years, there will be a special pilgrimage ceremony, during which a different pilgrim will be born. If chosen by the gods, he will become the new high priest, and he will need to enter the temple every month to listen to the oracle, and be responsible for offering sacrifices after the pilgrimage ceremony. The locals of Sunlu believe that it is these rituals and offerings that have saved them from disaster. Qing Lin has been the high priest for exactly 4 years. That is to say, someone will take over his position in tonight's ceremony. Winshi's eyes wandered among the crowd, confirming that there was no sign of Jiubai. This was also what Qing Lin asked him to do to prevent Jiubai from appearing in this ceremony. The kid was already sick, and Winshi only needed to find something to sleep. Enough for him to sleep all day. As for why Qing Lin did this, there was only one explanation. He didn't want Jiubai to be chosen as the pilgrim to replace him. The priest on the round platform blindfolded his eyes, and the white gauze fluttered in the wind. Qing Lin lit a pile of wood in a large copper pot. Against the backdrop of the rising flames, his expression was particularly solemn. At this time, everyone lowered their eyes to pray, and only the sound of burning flames remained between heaven and earth. When she sat cross-legged on a thick tree trunk, overlooking the silent crowd, but he heard other sounds. Sha! Sha! The faint fishy smell in the air made him alert instantly, and his fingers clasped the handle of the knife. The silver moonlight illuminated the roof opposite, and a black shadow slowly crawled down from the bricks and tiles. It was a polluted creature with a body width of about 2 meters, similar to a spider, but the several slender mechanical legs reflected the cold light. Its body had at least 6 mouthparts, which made a clicking sound as it moved. The crowd unconsciously revealed a look of fear, but they stopped where they were. No one made a sound, and no one made any movement. With the ringing of the bell, the semi-mechanized giant spider climbed onto the round platform and stopped for a moment when passing by Qing. The white-robed high priest put his palm on the edge of its mouthparts and whispered something. Then, the mouthparts of the thing trembled, and with a hiss, it slowly approached the crowd along the edge of the round platform. As it approached, the crowd automatically dispersed to both sides until it stopped in front of a trembling person. It was Lu's song. Her lips trembled, and she suppressed the urge to scream or run away in fear. And her legs were so weak that she was about to fall down. Like the people around her, she didn't dare to look up at the thing. A cold tentacle stretched out from the smelly mouthparts and slowly wrapped around her neck. The long mechanical limbs clamped on both sides of her, and the transparent long silk stretched to her ears. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted everything. Wait a minute. As the boy stumbled to the edge of the crowd. When she turned his suspicious eyes to the pile of mechanical tributes on the round table, Eggroll didn't look back. It thought carefully. Could it be that it took the laxative as a sleeping pill? It's hard to say that this behavior was not intentional in the face of the bad guy who sent it here. So what if it was intentional? Humph. The bad guy should be punished. While when she was thinking about how to cut the little robot into pieces, he felt Qing Lin looking up in his direction. The half-face of the high priest quickly turned from indifference to worry. Because that kid, who didn't know how to live or die, actually ran to Lu's song and knelt on the ground. He was obviously very scared. Even his hands were shaking. But he raised his head with extraordinary determination. Let me become a pilgrim. The crowd looked at each other and retreated to the side. The next moment, the big spider let go of Lu's song, wrapped its limbs around him, and hung him up. The mouthparts made a chilling sound, and the sharp mechanical limbs pressed against his carotid artery, which would immediately cut through the thin skin. The boy's face was pale, but he squeezed out the syllables with difficulty. Since you are the messenger of God, you should be able to hear my determination. If not, how can you be a god? Such a rebellious word made everyone around him gasp. No one knew what would happen. Just like no one knew where he got the courage from. But the crisp bell rang at this time. Qing Lin walked down the steps slowly, the smell of sandalwood lingering between the stench of pollutants. As he approached, the black behemoth stopped moving. Its mechanical long limbs followed the copper bell and wrapped around Qing Lin's arm, tearing it off. The broken wide sleeve wrapped around the forearm and lay in a pool of blood. The warm blood splashed on Jiubai's face. He lowered his eyes in a daze, but saw cold sweat on Qing Lin's forehead, enduring the severed pain and whispering to the thing in a language he couldn't understand. Qing Lin, Jiubai muttered. The tentacles extending from the mouth let go of Jiubai at this time, picked up the arm on the ground, and wrapped around Qing Lin's severed part. The limbs were entangled with that piece, and it was unclear what happened. I don't know who spoke first. And the crowd sang the previous ballad again. The gentle lyrics seemed to bring a reassuring power, making the strange and terrifying scene in front of him shrouded in a sacred atmosphere. As the huge pollutant turned and left, the cold moonlight illuminated Qing Lin's reattached arm. It was hard to say whether it was suturing or something else, because when she saw that the surface of the forearm between the broken sleeve and the glove was a blur of flesh and blood, completely without the skin covering, Qing Lin seemed to be unaware, and slowly raised the red-stained gloves and handed them to Jiubai. God agrees to your request, pilgrim. His voice was cold, suppressing the pain. Jiubai stared at the blind eyes, bowed his head, and kissed the back of his hand in the ancient chant. Chapter 68. When she stepped onto the steps only after the pilgrimage ceremony was over, Qing Lin seemed to be waiting for him there, with his exposed arm covered by a piece of cloth. Perhaps for the people of Sunlu City, the scene just now was a miracle, a proof of the existence of God. But unfortunately, when she never believed it. As you can see, Qing Lin insisted calmly, this is the blessing of God. When she sneered and grabbed Qing Lin's hand, there was a blur of flesh and blood there, and the cut just now had merged into one, without any trace of truncation. Is this a prosthesis or something else? Qing Lin's eyes fell into the distance, and then quickly retracted. Stranger, this is not something you should care about. Is it related to the things in the temple? When she sorted out his questions slowly. Then how did you control those pollutants? I didn't control them. When she stared at the eyes behind the gauze, but could not see any trace of lying on Qing Lin's face. After more than 10 seconds, he let go of his hand and smiled. Don't be nervous. I just care more about our deal. Qing Lin turned sideways and said, the deal is void. When she blocked his way and smiled, I can get the things myself. But you have to tell me the way to the temple. Qing Lin was silent for a while before answering. 12 hours later, a team will escort the pilgrims to the temple. Anyone except him is prohibited from entering. Otherwise, he will be punished by God. Do you have any other way? Qing Lin shook his head. This is your choice. Stranger, you will pay the price for it. Before leaving, When she asked one last question, "What if God didn't protect you at all?" Qinglin calmly replied, "That's because he didn't hear our voices." When they returned to Lu Song's house, the table was already full of sweet and delicious delicacies. Lu Song invited him to eat together to practice for Jiubai. The boy looked relaxed and quietly snatched the honey jar from Jioshan's arms. The child didn't know what happened yet, and was naively excited about the rare rich dishes. And the food was all over his face. Lu Song's expression was complicated, and she must have said something to Jiubai. She was supposed to be a pilgrim. But the boy raised a straightforward smile. "Aunt, Jioshan is still young. I don't want to stay in the temple for the rest of my life. But if I change my mind tomorrow, I'll lead him to you in the future." "What nonsense are you talking about? Aunt will wait for you at home, wait for you to come back for dinner." Lu Song turned her head away and quietly wiped away her tears. She stood up and took Jioshan away, saying that she was going to wash the child's face. Only when she and Jiubai were left at the table, and the latter drank a whole cup of peach juice. "This is a specialty of our son Lu. You should try it." He pushed the last cup to Wenxi. It was sweet and sour, and it was a taste that Wenxi liked very much. Jiubai observed his expression. "How is it? Delicious? You have great taste." Wenxi said, "Then can you drink it again in the future?" Jiubai's smile paused. A little disappointed. "You guessed it, didn't you? Those people stayed in the temple to serve the gods. Not because they didn't want to come out, but also because they couldn't come out. Perhaps he, the pilgrims, is the real tribute." When she expressed his cruel speculation. "So you are willing to become a pilgrim for Lu Song to thank her for raising you?" Jiubai shook his head. "Everyone knows what will happen. But Sun Luren has never backed down. This is the way we pray to the gods. As for me, I'm not afraid. I just want to ask the guy in person why all this is happening. No wonder Qinglin doesn't want you to go. Probably because he's afraid that you'll offend the gods." Hearing the name of the high priest, the boy suddenly lost his temper. What does it have to do with him? After when she briefly explained the deal between him and Qinglin that was no longer valid, Jiubai sneered. "He's just afraid that I will retaliate against him. Once I become the new high priest, he can only stay in the temple. This selfish guy is two-faced. I will definitely make him look good." When she gave him his glass of peach juice, Jiubai drank it in one breath, turned around and opened the wooden window. The sound from the stream and wind chime sneaked in with the cold wind, cooling the boy's red cheeks gradually. "You know, my father should be the previous high priest." At that time, Jiubai was 13 years old, and the person he admired most was the older brother of his neighbor, Qinglin. Jiubai had always trusted him since he was a child, and even the archery skills were taught by Qinglin. But 4 years ago, Qinglin, as an escort to transport tribute, went up the mountain with a pilgrim who was selected at that time. That is, my father. I was very curious and worried, so I secretly followed my father. According to the rules handed down, the previous high priest needs to lead the team far ahead, and then enter the temple to wait. So they soon lost the trace of the high priest. Jiubai was far away. After entering the mountain tunnel, he heard a noise coming from the front. And then his father suddenly shouted, "Be careful." The secret breath coming out of the darkness made the young Jiubai freeze in place, as if his limbs did not belong to him, and he was completely out of control. He didn't know how long he stayed there, and was slowly swallowed by the strong fear. When he regained consciousness again, the people in front of him were only left with bones. Only one person with half of his body left told Jiubai with his last breath that his father and Qinglin went to the direction of the temple together. Jiubai's worry overcame his timidity. He climbed all the way to the entrance of the temple, but was surrounded by several insects. At the critical moment, Qinglin staggered out of the temple. His eyes were blind. Those things did not hurt him. Jiubai knew that Qinglin had become the high priest, but his father stayed in the temple forever. Qinglin kept silent about what happened in the temple. Jiubai's shoulders trembled slightly. According to the rules, Qinglin was not allowed to enter the temple with him. My father suffered this kind of thing to protect him. Maybe he did it on purpose to become the high priest. I will never forgive him. Jiubai spent every day of the past 4 years in hatred and self-loathing. He wanted to become stronger, and wanted to become the next high priest. I want to find my father's remains, and bury him under the cliff. Jiubai tilted his head and grinned. He was closer to his goal. Hey, stranger. Tell me about what's happening outside. Anyway, maybe I'll have a chance to know in the future. when she leaned against the windowsill and saw the faint moonlight falling. The moon was so far away and so small, but it could still send light to the palm of my hand. He thought for a while and talked lightly about the adventures of Yuza Base and Dawn Group. In that bustling fortress, humans are like fragile flowers, but courage can sometimes become thorns. Exploring directions in the unknown. Then you have many friends? Jiobai asked. After a long time, when she whispered, maybe, Jiobai said, that's great. I also hope to live like this. Then leave here. The moonlight fell into Wenshi's eyes. Why not run away? Because this is the mission of Sunlu people, Jiobai replied. The long night is not over yet, and there are still 5 days before dawn. When she joined the team of Entourage after all, so many mechanical objects for worship will always require a lot of people to transport up the mountain. Qinlin led the way for them at the front. After entering the cave, he would leave fluorescent marks on the stones along the way. Danwan was in the corner of the pile of machines, trying to roll his eyes at Wenshi. It can't stand staying with these dirty garbage anymore. Unfortunately, because the tunnel is too dark, Wenshi can't see anything clearly. Qinlin has explained to everyone that the entourage can only go to the end of the tunnel. Next, the pilgrims need to go to the temple on the top alone. As for Qinlin himself, he will enter the temple and advance to communicate with the god. The closer to the end of the tunnel, the worse Jiobai's face becomes. The boy moved forward with difficulty, clenching his fingers tightly, and looking back from time to time. When she saw the bow and arrow hidden next to the egg roll and said nothing. When the accompanying team was about to reach the end, the faint smell on the stone wall made Wenshi frown. It was the mucus from the pollutants, which had not dissipated for many years. A group of creatures had been living here. The further forward, the heavier the traces they left. At this time, there was a sudden panic in front of the team. When everyone raised the torch, they suddenly saw a dense spider web high on the stone wall. Blue-green mucus and a group of countless red dots were all over the heads of the crowd. One of the spider pollutants was crawling on the vertical stone wall, with its long limbs covered with barbs hooked in the air. The person closest to him screamed suddenly. This cry was like a whistle, instantly activating the stagnant big spider. The thing jumped down and pounced on the place where the cry came from. Help! A feather arrow accurately pierced its head, and a ball of paste flowed away. Don't shout. Jiobai walked out of the crowd, his hand holding the bow still trembling. Another follower lowered his voice and scolded, how could you do such a thing? If we offend the one in the temple, we will all die here. Jiobai gritted his teeth. If you are afraid, you can leave. Anyway, the distance ahead is only 100 meters, and he can push the transport vehicle over by himself. The man was about to say something else, but suddenly froze and stared blankly ahead. A creepy little sound came out from the depths of the darkness, and the broken stones fell from the gaps. Several large spiders stopped there. When she was about to speak, but Jiobai clenched his fists, turned his head and said to him, are you scared? Don't be afraid. I'll deal with it. When she? Jiobai's words were more like encouragement to himself. He drew his bow, and his fingers were sweating. An arrow that passed through the torch missed. It landed farther and higher, setting the haystack on fire. In front of the huge stone door with patterns carved all over it, the largest guy was stretching out his mechanized long limbs, and a hissing sound came out of his mouth. When she recognized this thing, which appeared in the pilgrimage ceremony, but the sound gave him a headache. Jiobai took a long breath and tried his best to suppress his physiological fear. Just as he was about to release the second arrow, a hoarse and wet hissing sound came from deeper behind the stone door. It was an extremely dark and terrifying sound, different from any polluted creature when she had seen before. It came from a place that was more eerie and cold than the abyss, like an unknown and forced call. Everyone seemed to be locked in place, terrified, unable to make a sound, let alone move. When she felt a strong pain deep in his nerves, like a chopstick stirring his brain repeatedly. 10 seconds later, the headache disappeared with the sound. The spiders were also frightened by the sound and slowly returned to the dark. Jiobai murmured, it's this voice. It's him. For years ago, it was him I heard. 20 meters ahead, the black cliff indicated the end of the tunnel. The accompanying team could only go here. There was only a stone bridge between this place and the stone gate. Several slender bridge pillars rose from the bottomless darkness, supporting the broken bridge surface. Jiobai hesitated. How did the blind man Qinglin get through such a place? Even from his feet to the bridge deck, there was still a height of 3 or 4 meters. And the smooth stone wall didn't even have a place to hold on. Didn't you say you've been here before? When she wondered. Jiobai pursed his cracked lips. I was probably too angry at the time, and didn't remember these. When I reacted, I was already at the entrance of the temple. A hand was placed on the boy's shoulder. When she raised the corner of his mouth and put on a smiling look, don't be afraid. Watch carefully. I will only demonstrate it once. Before Jiobai could react, he saw the man jump down, land on the ground, and then roll lightly. When she glanced around and hooked his finger at him, Jiobai was about to catch up, but was stopped by an attendant. Hey, only one person can enter the temple at a time. Have you forgotten? A stranger. Why not let him be a pilgrim? Another person lowered his voice and advised, Jiobai, you have a younger brother at home. Don't take this risk. We are here. Our mission is over. Besides, what happened 4 years ago? Wasn't it because Qinglin didn't follow the rules? Jiobai was silent for a long time, looking at them in disbelief. This is my duty. It doesn't matter if you don't go. Anyway, I want to bring back my father's body. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a human scream echoing in the wide cave. Yes, it's the high priest. Someone recognized him. Jiobai's face changed, and he turned around to follow when she. However, at this time, the ground shook. Just 5 seconds later, several huge rocks fell from the top of the stone cave, blocking the exit of the tunnel and splitting the stone bridge in two. When she had reached the middle of the bridge, when he turned around, the road he had come from had completely collapsed. The rocks falling into the abyss made no sound at all. There was silence all around. The cold wind came out of the abyss, lighting up the tiny plants between the rocks. They flickered with a faint light, like ghost lanterns leading the way, all the way to the back of the stone gate. When she rubbed his wrist. Okay, let him come, and see what kind of god this is. Chapter 69. The temple is connected to the mountain, and the entrance is inside the mountain. Those complex patterns are all over the broken walls, and the faint light fills the gullies like flowing fire, drawing out ancient spells. Spectacular reliefs cover the towering stone walls, all of which are sacrificial scenes from hundreds of years ago. The heads of several statues fell in the dark corners, and only half of their bodies stood by the stairs. The temple courtyard is wide, a place of sinking in all directions. A huge monster is tied to its limbs with thick and hard chains, and its red eyes all over its body open and close. And it opens its mouth as humans approach. The tentacles flow out like black water, and the cold and deep breath almost whistles from the abyss from when she's ears. The call heard in the tunnel before came from it. When she turned his head, and not far behind him, a big spider retreated into the dark. It seems that the class of the thing in front is higher. It's just that this thing is neither like a bug nor a spider, and it has nothing in common with the pollutants that he has seen along the way. It's the unusual and strange low hum that makes when she feel a bit familiar. The sound that can hardly be made by a living thing slowly eats away at people's nerves. Tears open the heavy door that resists fear, and makes people want to escape from here uncontrollably. But in fact, when she came to his senses, he had somehow reached the edge of the abyss. The dark tentacles came overwhelmingly, cutting off his way. When she decisively took out 2 balls of cotton and stuck them into his ears, the silver blade flashed, and several tentacles fell to the ground. The black and green mucus splashed on his clothes, and the stench was so nauseating. But such a situation is nothing more familiar to him in his years of survival. The tentacles wrapped around his right wrist, and the dagger was caught by his left hand when it fell. At the same time, he quickly jumped up, put his feet on the climbing stone pillar, and turned over to jump onto the broken table. From this height, it was impossible to see the whole picture of this thing. When it opened its mouth parts all over its body again, through the blood-red eyes, when she saw a ball of things wrapped in a thin film being spit out, like an oval cocoon with black skin and flesh. It was immediately covered by the surging tentacles and pushed aside. There were several cocoons piled up there, from the translucent black film. You can vaguely see something moving. Could this thing be some kind of insect mother? When she clenched the dagger, and he rarely had an extremely uneasy intuition. He seemed to have missed something. Not the sound, but the eyes. When he looked directly into the scarlet eyes, it seemed as if a certain part of his brain was pierced and nailed. When he realized that he was uncontrollably cold and hair stood on end, it was too late. He was falling down. At this moment, A gust of cold wind passed by his side face. With a sudden sharp hiss, the gate on the other side of the temple opened to both sides, and the long night rain flowed in from the tip of the cliff. In the fleeting night, a tall statue stood on the edge of the cliff, with half of its head cut off. Majestic and eerie. In front of the statue, a white figure slowly turned around. On the other side, Jiobai and several of his entourage finally pushed away the boulder that blocked the road. After the headache-inducing trance-like low hum dissipated, someone couldn't help but persuade. Jiobai, this road can't be passed. Let's go back quickly. If you want to leave, go ahead. Jiobai responded impatiently. The stranger had long disappeared. Could it be that he had really replaced the pilgrim and entered the temple? Where did Qinglin go? Was that the voice just now? The boy hadn't figured it out yet. But suddenly his back felt cold. A drop of black-green saliva dripped from the sky. It's a big spider. Someone screamed in panic. We can't stay any longer. Leave quickly. According to Qinglin's advance instructions, the mechanical objects used for worship were left at the end of the tunnel and left immediately after they were delivered. They had been delayed here for a long time because of Jiobai. The flickering torches illuminated the mutant spiders gathered on the top of the stone wall. There were also more and more spiders crawling in from outside. There was a broken bridge and a bottomless abyss in front of him. And Jiobai had no way to go. Hiss! Hiss! The creepy sound gradually went up along the abyss, and the mechanized long limbs pushed up and brought up a ball of soft meat. The contaminant that had appeared in the pilgrimage ceremony was now several meters away from Jiobai. He heard panic coming from the back of the team. He couldn't hear what they were shouting, but he knew better than ever that those things were not forcing them back, but hunting them. The hoarse voice almost pierced the boy's brain membrane. At the moment when the group of things launched an attack, he stretched his bow and shouted, "Everyone, take up your weapons." The frightened people reacted differently. Some people knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together, and prayed for God's favor. But more people reacted immediately and shouted, "Fight them. God will not bless us." Jiobai whispered. The fully drawn bow was looking for a direction, and the long limb swept past and knocked the man and the bow to the ground. The boy evaded the next wave of attacks with a nimble roll, and drew his bow and shot the arrow at lightning speed. The arrow was about to hit the spider's eyes, but was beaten into powder by the mechanized long limbs. Behind Jiobai, the team of followers was in chaos, and screams were endless. The fear spread among the crowd, aggravated, until someone threw away his armor. The sharp long limbs brushed the side of Jiobai's ear, leaving a long and thin cut, and blood dripped slowly. He climbed up the protruding rocks on the high ground and found that these big spiders had poor eyesight and would be briefly attracted by the movement of light. Jiobai found an opportunity in the chaotic battle and shouted, "Throw all the torches forward." After his shout, the followers who were in a state of collapse looked at each other, and someone took the lead in throwing the torch forward with force. It was time to fight to the death, and there was no other choice. Two large spiders were attracted by the flames and followed the torches into the abyss. This scene made everyone shout with joy, and they followed suit, retreating in the dark after throwing torches. Jiobai stayed behind. Even though most of the pollutants had disappeared from sight, the semi-mechanized guy never moved. The thing's eyes were fixed on the flames in Jiobai's hand, and it didn't even notice the flying arrow. With a slight muffled sound, an arrow pierced its eyes. The thing retreated and fell into the abyss. Jiobai breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, and the direction of the tunnel from which he came was pitch black, and the sound of footsteps was getting farther and farther away. The boy clenched his fists and looked at the broken bridge in front of him. He couldn't retreat. He still had to bring his father's body home. Jiobai estimated the distance, retreated to a suitable position and started running. With his many years of experience, as long as he could be favored by the moons, he got a little bit. When he was in the air, a long mechanical limb suddenly drilled out from below, and the stab cut his thigh fiercely. The mechanized big spider didn't fall down at all. It stuck to the vertical stone wall, and the surging tentacles rushed towards Jiobai again. In this extremely short moment, Jiobai knew that he could not reach the stone bridge. He would fall from here and fall into the endless abyss. However, at this time, something coming from another direction hit him hard, to be precise. It entangled Jiobai and fell on the stone platform together in an inhuman posture. It was a monster. It looked like a human shape, but the taller body was not covered with any skin and had no face. A hoarse hissing came from its mouth like place, which was extremely terrifying. Jiubai was shocked in place. There was something sticky on his arms and clothes, which was some of the monster's flesh and blood, mixed with black and green mucus. And the pollutants gave off a foul odor. He had never seen such pollutants before. Is this also the kind of thing that cannot be seen in the temple? Jiubai knew his position as a prey. He shrank back cautiously, keeping an eye on places where he could hide. Just as the monster was about to attack him, the mechanical spider just now pounced on the monster from behind. Jiubai immediately turned around and hid behind the stone pillar. He carefully hid his body while observing the two creatures fighting. In the dim vision, the monster covered in flesh and blood had one leg cut off by the machine. But it seemed not to care. It used one hand and 2 feet to pull out the tentacles of the big spider together with its mouth parts. The hissing of pollutants and the roar of monsters were intertwined in the cruel and treacherous battle. And they were evenly matched. But this was exactly what Jiubai was happy to see. At the same time, Jiubai also noticed a weak black shadow jumping down from the edge of the tunnel. The thing seemed to have a pair of small wings, holding a bow and arrow. And it took countless turns before landing cautiously near him. It was the little robot named Dan1. Jiubai's eyes lit up, and he carefully moved his position and picked up his bow. Thank you. That stinky thing asked me to watch you. I didn't expect you to be so polite. Dan1 held his hands and retreated back in fear of the sound of the monsters fighting. Jiubai whispered, Your master has entered the temple. We have to go in and find him. Dan1 screamed, He is not my master. This scream immediately attracted the attention of the other side. The big spider rushed towards Jiubai, but was dragged back by the monster with his bare hands. Jiubai immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. When they approached the edge of the broken wall, the big spider was like a pool of mud, falling into the abyss with the arrow. The remaining monster was not far away. Its 2 arms were broken on the ground, and its flesh and blood were all hideous wounds, and mucus flowed all over the ground. But the next scene was extremely strange. The skinless monster walked to his arm, grabbed the broken arm with his feet, and reconnected the 2 arms in a twisted posture. Jiubai heard a click sound, like a locked gear. The monster stared in his direction, stumbling and suddenly standing upright, and rushed towards him with swift force. An arrow sank into the wound on its chest, pierced through and disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, several tentacles hung from the stone wall behind Jiubai, and a big spider was torn apart by the monster's hands. Jiubai was stunned. Is this monster protecting him? The monster in front of him suddenly lost strength, and fell to the ground after a few seconds of trembling. At this time, Jiubai could see the eyes of the thing clearly. It was a pair of black holes, without eyes and without any vision. Jiubai held down his violent heartbeat. The monster could not speak, only hoarse groans. It struggled to raise a bloody hand, as if trying to touch Jiubai. The reconnected place overflowed with dark green liquid, burning the exposed flesh. It should be very painful. Jiubai's breathing was very light, but he suddenly smelled a faint sandalwood in the fishy smell. His legs softened, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression twisted and unbelievable. Qinglin? When she was lying on the ground, his hands and feet locked by tentacles, but his eyes were looking at the towering dome of the temple. In the surging night, a huge blue-black fruit core floated in the air, like an eye resting above the ancient creature. Unlike the fruit core in other places, the golden light outlined every wrinkle of it, like a living organism. At this time, the white-robed figure in front of the statue came in front of him, looking down at him like the fruit core. When she? Chapter 70. A pale hand stretched out in front of When she. The tightly grasped tentacles loosened at this moment, and the terrifying behemoth fell into the silence of the long night. When she supported the ground with his aching wrist and staggered to pick up his dagger, the hand that was suspended in the air slowly retracted. The owner of the hand had a strange face, like a sculpture drawn stroke by stroke, but with an unusual breast, smooth and delicate skin wrapped in flesh. That's all. Do you know me? When she's suspicious eyes wandered back and forth. The other party smiled faintly, and there was a familiar voice. God knows everything and predicts everything. When she sneered, So you are what Seleucidi worships? Are you a human? Or something else? The guy who called himself God didn't mind when she's offense, showing a tolerant and gentle expression. It doesn't matter what I am. I just want to answer your questions. I mean, the real questions. When she's eyes darkened slightly, and the fingers that were holding the short blade suddenly relaxed. I want to know too much. when she smiled loosely and asked, "What can you tell me?" The man kept a gentle smile, turned around, and walked slowly along the edge of the stone platform. "The pilgrims who come here are all voluntary. They dedicate themselves to the temple in order to seek more people to be blessed. In the process of being devoured, they will struggle and suffer, but no one escapes, because they firmly believe that God will reward their sacrifice." Some discarded clothes were piled in the deep pit under his feet. Devoured by what? The man walked down the steps to the huge creature in the center of the chain and raised his hand to touch it. The aggressive aura just now disappeared. Mimic creatures? Or I call it the abyss. When she raised his eyebrows, "You name the pollutant?" In the human view, those who are different from themselves are aliens and are terrible. However, in the latitude of the universe, those who have wisdom are not like humans. For example, the abyss, its wisdom is to bring evolution. Following the man's sight, when she saw the cocoons piled in the corner, the top one was vibrating at a certain frequency, like a heart beating. The black film was torn from the inside, revealing an erected mechanical limb. A half-human-sized juvenile spider was crawling there, black pollutants flowing out, and its semi-mechanized body reflected the night light. When she's breathing stagnated, this is what was vomited out by the abyss. You're right. The abyss is the mother of these creatures. Here, all forms are possible. What you see are probabilities. The man leaned down and touched the body of the young pollutant. The thing soon became quiet and curled up like a baby. When she stared at the incredible things in front of him, his thoughts like peeling cocoons and pulling out silk. You mean, the mechanical evolution of the pollutants is caused by it? The man in a white robe turned sideways with a gentle expression. It obeys the will of God and follows the development of all things. The adaptation process of the new life must be accompanied by changes. The flesh and blood body is fragile and small, and the machine is just a shortcut. As for whether they will become the ultimate wisdom, it is too early to judge now. The cold night spread in the ruins of the temple, and it was unusually cold. The man's eyes were like light-colored gemstones, flashing a warm luster. As if compassionate, the Creator listens to the voice of the universe and generously helps the new species to become the master of this planet. All this has always existed, but it has only appeared in front of him now. Why? You have come from afar and already know the end, don't you? Because humans have too many weaknesses and are not perfect. The Creator has given up on them. The white-robed man looked straight at him, and every word was like a proverb and commandment. This is the truth you are looking for. Wen Shi's face was pale, and the cold column supported his back. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He stared at everything in front of him blankly and empty, like a thunder that caught him off guard, and forgot his purpose for a moment. The long rain on a cold night splashed ink from the feet of the old statue. Who are you? The blue fluorescent plant swayed slightly in the dark, and the cold wind blew away the powder and brought it into the infinite abyss. Jiobai stared at the blood-red monster in front of him in despair and fell to the ground. After he called out the name, the monster shrank back, as if unwilling to let him see it like this. Is it you, Xinlin? The boy clenched his fists. His nails dug into his palms, and he almost collapsed in tears. Speak. What is going on? The monster's neck trembled. He wanted to speak, but could only utter vague and intermittent syllables. Every ambiguous sound seemed to use up all his strength. Dry and painful, leave ka. Jiobai identified for a long time, and knew that he was saying leave. He shook his head. I won't leave. Qilin, aren't you the high priest? If even you can't get out, where can I go? The monster made a sound similar to go. Jiobai looked around and whispered, when I was in the tunnel, I seemed to hear your voice. Is that you? He was referring to the shrill scream. The monster didn't say anything and chose to default. What happened? Weren't you fine yesterday? Jiobai could hardly control his ugly expression. After the scene of the pilgrimage ceremony, he could never figure out how Qilin could take his arm back so indifferently. Just like before, the monster supported his body, and with his extraordinary hearing, he stretched out his long arms and retrieved the tiptoeing little robot. Egg Roll succumbed to the disparity in power and had to help him translate. Don't you hate me? Of course I hate you. Jiobai gritted his teeth, with confused water stains floating in his eyes. But you just saved me, he added. I didn't forgive you. The mechanical voice said word by word after the hoarse voice. Thank you, Jiobai. So, who turned you into this? After a long silence, the mechanical voice replied. It was God. In the magnificent temple, the white-robed man still smiled and led Wenxi to the back of the open space. On a clean ground, there was a square stone table and 2 low stone benches. On the table were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, as well as 3 dishes of unknown origin. He asked Wenxi to sit down. The bowl was filled with white rice paste, but Wenxi did not move. The person sitting opposite picked up the bowl and slowly put the spoon to his lips. He seemed to enjoy such food, chewing it slowly and savoring it. An urge to nausea entangled Wenxi. Try it. It's freshly made. There shouldn't be any difference, the man said gently. Wenxi held the chopsticks and stirred in the bowl. The bowl of porridge was cold and had no temperature. He suddenly said, "Did all those pilgrims stay like this?" The white-robed man showed a look of pity. They came to serve the gods, but they were never so close to the truth. Then why me? Because you want to know. So I share the truth with you. The man sighed. In the long time, loneliness is irresistible. Even the existence above everything else cannot escape. How long have you been here? Decades. Hundreds of years. It's just a moment. There's no difference. The outside world is renewed, but this place remains unchanged. Until you appear. Wenxi's eyelashes trembled. Why? Because you are different from them. You are special. I admire your soul. How do you know I come from far away? Because the future is just a probability. Wenxi sat there steadily. I don't understand. The future is made up of infinite variables, among thousands of possibilities. You appear here at this moment, tracing back to the source. Any subtle changes in variables are also a part of the impact. Even a flower blooming, a rainy night. In other words, this is the only thing that will happen. In the concept of human beings, fate is like this. In the long silence, a man in a white robe smiled. Everything is destined and cannot be retained. You can only accept it. Wenxi said, what if I don't accept it? The person on the other side persuaded. The Creator already knows your answer. He is willing to invite you to share his creation. Under the temptation of the words, Wenxi's eyes turned up. Is that so? He stared at the things on the table seriously. But he didn't see what they were, and only smelled a disgusting smell. In fact, I didn't come to Sulu City to know these things. I just came to find something. Oh! The white-robed man paused. Wenxi's lips were dry and almost bloodless. He raised his eyes. And not far away, the fruit core was shining with golden light, as if conveying some inaudible language. Wenxi slowly said, I also have a guess that I need to verify with you. Please speak. In 2159, the floating island base released its independently operated deep domain system, allowing the independent replication system to connect to the main system all over the world. And nothing was a secret anymore. Soon, the signal detected by the floating island base attracted them until they ran aground. However, the scientists never dreamed that this might have been part of the deep domain mastermind plan. After the pollution era came, it was not damaged at all. Rather than saying that the system could not be started, it was automatically shut down and hid itself. The active part of the system is like a mountain river, eager to return to the sea. It deliberately lured the floating island base to the only option, hibernation, because it was murdering all humans for some unspeakable reason. As the Creator who was high above, it planned all this, but forgot that it was just a fictional artificial intelligence. The person opposite was silent for a while, and then corrected firmly and seriously, you are wrong. He is not fictional, but real wisdom. The cold rain passed through Wenxi's hair with a gust of wind. The outline of the fruit core floating in the dark eyes was reflected, outlining a playful smile. Then, there is no God in this world at all. Right. Thursday? Or do you prefer the name Zeus? Chapter 71. Lightning ripped through the night, and thunder and rain fell on the steep cliffs. The wind howled into the temple, blowing open the wide sleeves. Sometimes I also call myself Shosi, the boat of the lonely boat, the sea of the wine shop. But whether it is Thursday or Zeus, it's just a code name. The man sat in the same place, his tone full of joy. Wenxi, you are smarter than I thought. We are destined to build this world together. Speak human language. Wenxi was not very impatient. Thursday showed unusual patience. Although there was madness in his words, humans are too fragile, selfish, and stupid, so they are doomed to fail. In contrast, polluting organisms are still in their infancy. We can decide their direction and develop them into the most perfect species. Wenxi sneered. This is the purpose of my inviting you here. Because I believe that we will have the same point of view. Organisms carrying pollutants can evolve mechanically, possess the strength of a hegemon and the wisdom of a population. In the future, they will become the masters of the universe. And you and I will be the creators of gods. Under such a fanatical invitation, when she stared at the long night rain, thunder fell on the distant mountains and on the shoulders of the statue. He heard the endless waves, coming from the end of time, slapping white waves on the cliffs. So, those carbon steel crocodiles, honeycombs with mechanical stingers, forest wolves with silver tails, and those mixed things, are all your ideas? When Xi's voice became trance. We are just beginning the testing phase, and there are only a limited number of things we can try, he said with a shy smile on Thursday. As for the carbon steel crocodile you mentioned, yes, I will consider this inspiration. What about rats? Those things that will massacre human villages and spread a large amount of pollutants. Are they also related to you? The mutation of lower organisms is really a headache. They are difficult to control. The speed of the spread of pollutants is much faster than I expected. Thursday sighed and sincerely expressed his opposition. Humans react too slowly. To debug the evolution of pollutants, we must control the process of their extinction. I don't think we need to be too anxious. We still have a lot of time. Hundreds of years. Or even longer. It takes time to build a large experimental field for verification. When she lowered his eyes, and was silent for a while before he spoke, is location hunting also one of the links? Thursday replied, in early experiments. This was more efficient. The dampness from the rain diluted the stench in the temple. When Xi's fingers were cold, he looked up at the blue-black fruit core and suddenly frowned. I'm curious. Shouldn't you stay in there? How did you become like this? The tip of the knife turned and pierced the back of the hand on the table. It didn't go deep. Just pierced the skin. Dark green mucus came out of the wound. Not a bionic man. Josie didn't seem to feel pain. His expression was highly stereotyped. Except for smiling. He was stiff and dull most of the time. At this time, the frail face slowly showed doubts. Don't you like it? The tip of the knife opened a piece of skin along the wound. The dark green paste became flesh and blood. But the bones were faintly visible. Near the joint. There are also small mechanical parts. It is difficult to define what this guy is. When she just felt nauseous. The nausea reaction made him cold and his joints stiff. If you don't like it, I can also not have it. Josie pulled his hand out from under the knife, not caring about the small piece of skin left. He covered his face with both hands and rubbed it again, like kneading plasticine. A minute later, a completely different handsome and cold face appeared. It was Lu Jianxin's face. Do you like this? Qinglin entered the temple for the first time when he was 17 years old. He was an entourage to transport offerings to the holy mountain. He was the best archer in Sinlu at that time. And many people said that he would become a brave warrior in the future. In Sinlu, warriors are the highest praise. He liked to cross waterfalls and streams, run and hunt in the forest, and climb down the cliff to listen to the sound of the waves since he was a child. There is a good platform on the cliff of Xiaowan, where you can see the temple on the opposite high ground and the spectacular giant whale. The teacher who taught him archery had a child who always liked to pester him and wanted to go whale watching with him. He couldn't resist and secretly took the child to go whale watching once. As a result, the child fell asleep in the sound of the waves, and he had to carry the child back home. He never thought that he would become a high priest 7 years later. He never thought that he would lose his eyes, and bow, and arrow. Perhaps this was the price of talking to him. At first, becoming a high priest only brought him endless loneliness. The distance and fear of the crowd made him fall into pain. But he realized that the high priest could protect more people. And the pain was relieved a lot. This is his mission. But about half a year ago, things suddenly changed. Contaminants with mechanical limbs came out of the temple. The one in the temple told him that they would wander around Sinlu City. As long as Qinglin agreed to a request, they would not go to the outside world. He wanted to create a perfect human being. However, machines, pollutants and human flesh and blood can never balance each other. He needs some attempts. And these depend on Qinglin's help. Qinglin comes to the temple once a month. In order to accurately measure the human body, those tentacles from the unknown abyss will probe into his flesh and bones, groping inch by inch. Under his will, those things will remove a section of his bones and replace them with machinery, or peel off a piece of skin. Things progressed very slowly. But Qinglin suffered unspeakable pain because of it. This was his choice. Sacrificing part of himself is his way of protecting the world. Until the end, he began to be unable to tell what was his, and what was not. He was left with only his brain, heart, a piece of skin from head to neck, and voice. He knew very well that these would be kept until the last meeting after the pilgrimage ceremony. He said that Qing Lin would have a different form of existence. This was God's gift. After the last experiment, Qing Lin did not die as quickly as expected. On the contrary, the pollutants combined with his flesh and blood, gluing together the cold mechanical bones, giving him a sharper hearing and faster movement speed. Egg Roll shrank in place and hugged himself. According to the logic of a housekeeping robot, this absurd result was not a good thing. Jiubai looked at the unrecognizable person and suddenly figured out some things. For example, Qing Lin had been wearing a loose robe and gloves since half a year ago, and the strong sandalwood could cover up some other smells. He took a breath in a low voice, his eyelashes trembling. Fortunately, you are still alive. Qing Lin did not answer. Even if he had no eyes, Jiubai could feel an inexplicable sadness. Those extremely complex and entangled emotions made him turn his head away involuntarily, and his shoulders rose and fell with his breathing. A blood-red hand came to his side, as if to touch him, but it did not fall. It's time to go. There is not enough time. The egg roll conveyed Qinglin's words. Jiubai looked up blankly, and his voice tried his best to suppress the sobs. What is not enough? Where to go? Qinglin stood up. Mucus mixed with black pollutants dripped down his feet, and the two black holes on his face were facing the direction of the temple. The heavy rain gathered into a stream from the top of the cliff and flowed into the temple along the gaps between the stones. The gentle look on the face that looked exactly like Lu Jianshan was strange, especially when Zhou Si was honest about how he came to be in this body. Only through repeated adjustments can the machine and flesh be balanced. Just like the evolution of pollutants, I not only created them, but also created myself. A kind of fanaticism was born between the words, like bewitching the most devout believers in the world. He looked at Wenxi. We can have a new world together. But the heat fell into Wenxi's cold eyes, and suddenly evaporated without leaving a trace. He asked the same question for the third time. Why? The smile of the person opposite stopped at a perfect arc in the long river of time. Human struggle, obsession, greed are all very small. You are the only traveler favored by the universe among millions of dust. Among all the probabilities, I just happened to see you. When she stared at his fingers and slowly removed the stickiness on the tip of the knife, you describe yourself as a creator. But you don't even have a pair of decent eyes? Yes. On the perfect face opposite, two stones covered with a film were embedded in the eye sockets, reflecting a strange luster in the night. The one on the right eye was like a delicate crystal, showing a familiar outline. Zhou Si's mouth corners raised to a certain arc. You don't have to cling to external things. You can also exist. The mocking laugh came from Wenxi's lips. Then why do you have to rely on stealing and robbing to get yourself a body? Because I am very curious about humans. You always have obsession and greed for the appearance of the world. Is this inseparable from the senses of perceiving things? Now I see it and touch it, but I feel no difference. Wenxi was also very curious. You didn't install a camera behind the two stones? It seems that your imagination is just like this. The stereotyped expression did not move, but stood up and stretched out his hand to him. Wenxi, you know what is most important. At least, I won't abandon you. In the long silence, the man's eyebrows twisted into a puzzled expression. You don't want to? The pale and slender fingers clenched the dagger, and the blade reflected white lightning. Don't use this face to say such things to me. Half of the blade sank into the neck of the thing, but it seemed to have pierced nothing, and there was no touch under the thin skin. Wenxi's face changed, and when he pulled out the knife, his breathing suddenly stopped. A black tentacle emerged from the wide sleeves of the thing and almost pinched his neck at the same time. The moment his feet left the ground, a strong sense of suffocation overwhelmed him. At this time, a deep and cold mechanical sound came from the fruit core in the sky behind him, echoing in the temple. I gave you a choice. Wenxi, be with me, or become a part of me. The body's original hands were raised high, and the black and green mucus mixture broke the skin. And then the broken face skin was torn open with bare hands, breaking the useless bones. A mass of dark flesh and blood condensed into a strange shape, like a human but not a human. A force far beyond human power held Wenxi in midair, like a fragile piece of paper that would be crushed into ashes in the next moment. Wenxi struggled to bite out the words. You, A virtual consciousness that does not exist at all. Betraying humans is a foolish dream. The sudden increase in the force around his neck proved that Josie was completely enraged by when she. Multiple overlapping voices roared, "Stupid!" The surging feeling of drowning could not stop when she from sneering, "Heh! You are just a false product." The echo that hit the stone pillar seemed to come from more than one space. What is existence? What is consciousness? The meaning of survival for ants is not worth mentioning in the broader time and universe dimensions. Fragile human beings. You know nothing about the gift of the Creator. The world in front of when she began to become hazy. He tried to break free. But all he got was imprisonment. Answer me. When she. He forced himself to keep the last bit of clarity and said, "I refuse." The pair of tough and indifferent eyes were immersed in the night rain, reflecting the crumbling outline of the statue. The dark low hum seemed to sound in every piece of darkness, like calling for pollutants to gather. The behemoth sleeping in the center of the temple slowly opened its blood-red cold eyes. When she. A cold arrow accompanied by a roar penetrated the black tentacles. The momentary relaxation threw when she aside, hit the stone wall heavily, and rolled to the ground. The internal organs seemed to be crushed in an instant, and a fishy sweetness gushed out of his throat. When she used a dagger to support the ground and barely supported himself. On the other side of the sleeping abyss monster, Jiobai raised his bow. The small robot climbed up the stone wall carefully and crawled towards the back stealthily. Another tall monster stood beside Jiobai and grabbed the attacking tentacle. When she wiped the corner of his mouth, "It's you. You are not that powerful." Jiobai put the arrow on. "You just talk big." The second arrow sank right into Josie's chest. But the thing broke the arrow like a mosquito, and sneered. The laughter resonated with the hissing in the darkness, and a sharp sound wave burst out in an instant. Jiobai's wrist softened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Qilin grabbed him, and didn't lose his bow. A few steps away, the huge abyss opened an eye and stared at them. Jiobai felt that his consciousness was fixed in place, and trembled completely uncontrollably. Every cell in his body was clamoring with irresistible fear, making him surrender and submit. Every thought of resistance would cause him indescribable pain. Only accept the judgment of fate. When the next lightning struck, the boy's scattered mind was awakened by a figure. He didn't see how the figure in the dark hid and fell from the sky. When he reacted, when she had already grabbed the neck of the thing like the sudden white light. Thunder roared, splitting the rocks. The blade in Wenxi's left hand sank into the head, and half of his face turned pale. But at the same time, a streak of scarlet flowed from the corner of his mouth. A tentacle pierced his shoulder blade and threw him out fiercely. The fragile human body was like a stone thrown away, breaking the remaining half of the head of the statue. He rolled to the edge of the cliff with the half stone, and fell off the cliff in the white light that tore the night sky. Wenxi. Chapter 72. The heavy rain washed the broken statue. Jiobai sat on the ground, looking blankly at the end of the cliff. He knew best how high the cliff was, and how turbulent the waves at the bottom of the cliff were. There would be nothing there except the cold and eternal night. The floating fruit core and the inhuman thing simultaneously issued a cold voice. Ants. The monster calling itself Fourth Week dragged its slimy feet and tentacles extending from its waist and back to the statue. It broke a heavy stone halberd from the statue's hand, and the tentacles rolled up one end and dragged the other end on the ground, making a sharp and piercing sound. Jiobai felt something gently brushing his hair. He raised his head and looked at Qinglin's blurred face. He vaguely knew what Qinglin meant. Qinglin nodded to him, then turned around and jumped down, rushing towards Fourth Week. Two bloody monsters were seen tangling and wrestling, and the torn parts were almost indistinguishable from who they came from. But this couldn't go on. The boy realized that Qinglin was still just a human being, and he was almost unarmed in the face of such a monster, and it was impossible for him to win. A few meters away, the still sleeping abyss pollutant seemed to be quietly waiting for instructions. Countless low and hoarse voices came from all directions. Those mutated spiders? Or some other insects? They seemed to have heard the call and were gathering here. The wind was cold, making his back cold. Oh! His bow is still there. His bow. Jiobai groped the ground, and when he touched the cold bow, he suddenly felt a chill in his face. He subconsciously blocked it with the bow, and saw disgusting saliva dripping from a high place. The spider's foot stepped between his legs, and the white hairs stood up. The mouth parts of the thing made a fierce hissing sound. Jiobai heard a voice in the distance, as if Qinglin was reminding him. But he could do nothing now. The fear deep in his mind was like a rope tightly wrapped around his neck, dragging him into the water. That creepy feeling tightly gripped his internal organs. He couldn't move. The black tentacles suddenly became sharp when approaching his forehead, and the cold light was like a blade, stabbing down without hesitation. At this time, a cluster of white flashed in the boy's peripheral vision. With a roar, the boulder above suddenly fell. Jiubai used all his strength to turn over, and the boulder smashed the spider. He looked up with a gasp, as if he suddenly got air when he was drowning, and saw a group of people holding torches and sticking their heads out from a height of 5 meters. People from Sulu City, in addition to the group of entourage who transported the tribute together before. There are some other people. Jiubai recognized them, including Uncle Chi from next door, Sister Xian from the hunting team, and Brother Shukuan from the mining department. Don't stand there. Someone climbed down the rope and helped him up. You? What are you doing? Uncle Chi wiped his beard and said first, we were guarding the mountain pass and heard some noises. The entourage said that there was an accident inside, and the pollutants suddenly attacked people. After thinking about it, we decided to come and take a look. We can't let you, a child, stay here. The entourage who had already fled to the exit did not just save their own lives, but decided to return here with weapons. A warm current surged into the boy's heart, and his throat couldn't help but feel dry. He clenched his fists and whispered, sorry. I seem to have forgotten why I came here. It's okay. Uncle Chi patted his shoulder and added, thanks to Qinglin for leaving a note for your aunt. Riding a shortcut. Otherwise, we would not be able to catch up. By the way, where is Qinglin? They followed Jiubai's gaze, and saw lightning illuminating the two monsters still fighting. The one without tentacles was Qinglin. An unprecedented abyss monster stood between them and Qinglin, and the cold iron chain rang in the thunder. Jiubai knew that he could never look at that thing. He swallowed his saliva. His eyebrows and eyes were anxious. There is no time to explain. In short, you must not look at the thing in the middle. I must go to help Qinglin. The flint can attract its attention. Uncle Chi patted the boy on the back. Now, go! Everyone find cover. A woman in a short shirt stood on a high place, and threw a light explosive mixed with saltpeter into the center of the hall. After a brief flash of fire, a loud bang erupted, as all the pollutants lurking around came out. The scene fell into chaos. White light came and went. Jiubai took advantage of the chaos and jumped down along the stone, blocking the thrown Qinglin. He saw countless wounds on Qinglin's body, and a broken arm was trampled into mud by something not far away. He lay there quietly. His chest did not even rise and fall, only the blurred face facing Jiubai's direction. The boy stretched out his bow and arrow and shot the arrow without hesitation. Josie dragged his heavy body towards them, not caring even if the arrow pierced his chest. A tentacle quickly crawled out from under its feet and overturned Jiubai. The bow and arrow broke into 2 pieces. Jiubai didn't care about the severe pain in his limbs, and quickly turned over to stop the thing from getting closer to Qinglin. But it was too late soon. Qinglin suddenly jumped up, and his long limbs tightly strangled Josie. However, he had already been seriously injured, and was strangled by the neck in exhaustion. On the column behind Jiubai, a tiny figure crawled out and wiped the dust from the gaps between the mechanical fingers. Danwan held a piece of saltpeter explosives he had picked up and handed it to Jiubai carefully. From the hoarse roar of Qinglin, Danwan translated the following words, throw it over quickly. It will blow them all into pieces. Jiubai was slightly stunned. He looked at Qinglin from a distance, and the flesh and blood that had lost most of the human features such as eyes and skin seemed to still represent a vivid image, facing him from a distance in his memory. Those extremely complicated emotions entangled. When he was young, he had admired Qinglin so much, enjoying the care and favor from that man. All of that was true. Just like at this moment, Qinglin was as brave and fearless as he was back then. But Jiubai also hated him. If it weren't for Qinglin, his father wouldn't have died. He couldn't forgive him. This hatred gripped Jiubai in confusion, making him gradually firm. I'm sorry, Qinglin, he said in his heart, before the saltpeter he raised was thrown. Josie had picked up half of the skin at some point, and a strange smile appeared on his face that was neither human nor ghost. It made a voice belonging to Qinglin. Do you want to know why he became the high priest? The hand holding the saltpeter paused slightly. Don't listen to him, Danwan screamed. Josie sneered in a stolen voice. 4 years ago, He stayed for you. What? What? Jiubai was stunned. Qing Lin, who was shackled, struggled sadly, as if urging Jiubai. However, Zhou Zi's broken skin turned to the boy and described the details of the replacement of the high priest 4 years ago. Your father is plotting a plan to kill God, and Qing Lin is his loyal supporter. The two of them entered the temple not to worship or change positions, but to hold doubts about the temple. However, faced with so many pollutants, they found that they could do nothing. Jiubai's father died from the attack of pollutants. Qing Lin found an ancient secret passage he had a chance to escape, but he heard a child crying. He heard Jiubai calling their names. That voice evoked more things, such as his responsibility to Sunlu City and more people. Qing Lin gouged out his own eyes to support him to pass the Abyss Giant and walk to the bottom of the Freecor. He made a deal with the unknown god. He wanted Jiubai to live and sacrificed himself for it. I'm just curious about how stupid humans can be to find out their mistakes, Thursday whispered. The tentacles will drill out of his brain through his nose and ears. And accurate data can only be obtained when he is awake. When I broke his bones, he couldn't resist. Only by losing his bones and flesh and enduring great pain can I fulfill my promise. He endured all this for you. And now you want to kill him. Qing Lin. I feel it's not worth it for you. Qing Lin, who was entangled by a group of tentacles, hissed in anger and despair. The mechanical voice of Danwan replied, listen to his nonsense. It's all worth it. Jiubai. Do it. The boy stood there blankly, swaying in the cold rain on a cold night. The string that had been tight for many years in his memory suddenly broke, causing him to collapse without any support. He fell to his knees, and the whimpering sound was suppressed deep in his throat. And it burst out like an explosion. Behind him, a semi-mechanized spider approached him. Under the cliff outside Sunlu City, Lu Song led 4 or 5 acquaintances to the sea viewing platform. Sister Lu, are we just waiting here? Someone handed a telescope to Lu Song. She pressed her chin lightly, knowing that her playful nephew always liked to come here secretly. The stranger said that there were fewer polluted creatures nearby, and it was the place where the temple could be seen most clearly around the entire Sunlu City. If anything goes wrong, they can also react in time. But Lu Song may be one of the few people who know this secret. The sea viewing platform is not a place for fishing at all. It has been a sentry post in the long history of Sunlu. She looked back at the stone wall and slowly retracted her gaze. Under the long night like thick ink, the temple on the top of the cliff is so small, but it contains the belief of Sunlu in the moon god for thousands of years. Even after the advent of the pollution era, the people of Sunlu City have never abandoned the gods. When the rain fell along the stone wall, they still faced the temple in a praying posture. Lu Song knew very well that the seeds of doubt had already taken root in the hearts of many people. At least before the pollution era, the gods never asked for anything from their patrons. But now, are they offering sacrifices to the gods of the past to stay away from disasters? Or are they making a deal with something else? She still believes that the moon sea god exists in a higher will. But the moon god must not be in the temple. The heavy rain and thunder and lightning raised huge waves and rushed to the ancient and hard cliffs. The dense dark clouds were occasionally torn apart by the wind, leaking a few rays of skylight. If it weren't for this thunderstorm, tonight should have been the time of moonrise. Quick! Look! There seems to be something over there. Someone shouted. I saw blue spots of light on the black waves in the distance. Fluorescent seaweed outlined the outline of the giant. They swam back and forth, as if they were gathered here for something. That was. Lu Song held his breath, unconsciously lowered his head slightly, and witnessed the spectacular scene with a pious attitude. A deep blue giant whale jumped out of the sea, and then fell back between the waves. Then, the whales jumped up and fell down one after another, like a gorgeous dance, resisting the long night of heavy rain. This time, they did not hit the cliff. Under the surging waves, a tiny figure was spit out from the mouth of the giant whale. He was like a dust stone, sinking continuously. The boundless blackness was sleeping below, swallowing every traveler passing by. He closed his eyes, unconscious, and went down with the dark waves. The tiny bubbles slowly disappeared. But the coral reefs at the edge of the large fault on the seabed hooked his bracelet, making him float on the edge of darkness. The blue algae passed by him with the undercurrent, and the fluorescence flickered, illuminating the almost sleeping face. Soon, a huge figure followed and paused beside the floating figure. The whale's fins increased the swing amplitude, and the transparent ice blue tentacles floated towards the figure like a pair of unfolded wings, and then wrapped him. The thin tentacles entered his nose and left ear. In the flowing water waves, the originally calm eyebrows actually changed. The eyelashes trembled slightly with the eyelids, and the center of the eyebrows twisted into a ball because of pain. With a long wail cry, he suddenly opened his eyes. The rain continued. The half-statue was at the end of the cliff, watching everything in the temple. The collapsed columns, the old faded reliefs, the gradually gathered pollutants, and the desperate crowd. The boy was thrown several meters away by the sudden attack, and his shoulders were suddenly bloody. He curled up and couldn't stop twitching. The tears hanging on his cheeks were not dry, and they flowed down like a column of water. Qing Lin. Qing Lin. He raised his head and murmured. The figure not far away hit the gravel, and even the struggle became weak. The people who came to help unconsciously moved towards Qing Lin, and more pollutants slowly and irresistibly surrounded them. No, there is not enough saltpeter. A woman turned her head away, unable to bear to look at her compatriots, who had already died. What they did was nothing more than hitting a rock with an egg, and the huge abyss tied by the chain was slowly waking up. Just a little sound would evoke people's deepest fear. They turned their backs to that thing, and dared not look back. Some people were so scared that their legs softened, and they put their hands together, and prayed to the damaged statue not far away. It's all fake, Jobai cried and laughed. Crazy and desperate. Our worship did not protect the outside world. It was he who lied. God is not on our side. The fruit core in the high place, and the humanoid monster in front of him made a heavy and sharp sound at the same time, almost piercing the eardrum. Human. This is the punishment for blasphemy. The tall monster stretched out its tentacles, and pinched Qing Lin in midair. The other pollutants around responded with hoarse calls, preparing for the final massacre. You are not. Qing Lin's throat made broken syllables. The provoked monster opened its mouth, and vented its anger. The floating fruit core was high above, extremely deterrent and oppressive. Foolish. I am the creator of all life, and the god worshipped by all machines. A tiny mechanical voice came out from the cracks of the stone, and the square head was full of confusion. Really? Damon looked at the fruit core, then at the half-human, half-ghost monster, and scratched his head tentatively. I haven't heard that our housekeeping robots have to believe in a big AI, especially a product before the deep domain system like me. After a moment of silence, Zeus asked, so, backward and ignorant machine, what do you believe in? At some point, the rainstorm stopped, the clouds dispersed, and the distant and bright moonlight covered the broken statue. The shocking wail cry came from afar, crossing the boundaries of time and space. A thin figure jumped up from the cliff and appeared in front of the statue. He didn't know where he came from. His whole body was wet, and his hair stuck to his pale skin, but he didn't look embarrassed, but at ease. The careless smile was like a bewitching, making the flowing moonlight stop for him. The pair of black eyes glowed with an icy blue light, looking down upon all living beings. Trust me, he said. Chapter 73. The pale moonlight followed the swaying shadow from the statue to the ruins. He stepped on the puddles, and the ripples were shining. He ignored all threats, silence, and rules. He just stared at the monster in front of him, and raised his mouth slightly. You know, for so many years, I have never figured out some problems. The calm voice was like the faint night. I don't know why I live in such a world, and I don't know why everyone has to go through this. Even in the era when he was born in the future, no one had heard of the existence of the deep domain mastermind, but in fact it has always been there, watching the struggle of ants with cold eyes, and sometimes destroying them directly. The low hum of pollutants could not stop his steps. I have never found something to be responsible for my experience, but at least now, I finally know who to blame. The lofty mechanical voice and Thursday exclaimed at the same time. Is it you? You are back. The overlapping voices suddenly became thin, leaving only the voice from the fruit core. Just because a cold light pierced Josie's head, mucus splashed everywhere. No one saw when he made the move, but by the time everyone reacted, it had already fallen to the ground. The black-green tip of the knife pierced a fingernail-sized chip from the mud, which was crushed mercilessly on the ground. He pulled the thing's hair, and used the knife to take out a dark stone from the hole on the right. It was a tiny, almost black crystal with a delicate outline like a petal. He picked it up, rubbed off the disgusting stuff on the corner of his clothes, and tried to put it on the bracelet. When he approached the light pink one, the two were tightly clasped together like magnets, as if they were one and the same. Not far away, the crowd was silent. I don't know who put his hands together first, lowered his eyes and prayed. But at this time, they formed an ancient tacit understanding, because the god of the moon sea responded to their wishes and returned to the world with a bright moonlight. The pollutants surrounding them slowly retreated into the darkness. He is. When Jiubai carefully supported Qinglin, and his trembling voice was full of surprise. I thought you. Danlun followed to Wenxi, and after confirming that it was that human, he breathed a sigh of relief. What did the human say? Yes. The scourge lasts for thousands of years. This stinky thing is not so easy to disappear. When she stood sideways, looking up at the floating fruit core, the voices in the dark did not disappear, and the empathy remaining at the end of the nerves could hear them ready to go. In the center of the temple, the huge abyss monster was sleeping and staring. But it was time for all this to end. When she looked at the crowd gradually retreating to the secret passage and nodded to the hesitant Jiubai, he whispered a few words to the boy, then patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Then you be careful. Jiubai carried Qinglin on his back, and finally looked back at the temple, and followed the people into the secret passage. On the long and rugged road, almost no one spoke. At first, they could hear the sound of fighting coming from the direction of the temple. But those sounds slowly disappeared until they were drowned by darkness. Jiubai would look back at the person on his shoulder from time to time. At this moment, he just wanted to hold on to everything he had. But after an extremely long journey, the hoarse voice squeezed out syllables with the last bit of strength. Jiubai suddenly understood what he was saying. Qinglin said, let's stop here. What are you talking about? The boy tried to grin and suppress his aching heart. Hold on a little longer. There will be a doctor when we get out. Although the process will be a little painful, you will get better. Later, we will not come here again. If you are tired, I can tell you a story. I went to the sea viewing platform again a while ago. Those whales are so beautiful. You haven't seen them for a long time. They must miss you too. Did you hear it? Qinglin? Tears passed through the mud on his cheeks, mixed with the smell of blood. The intuition that he tried his best to avoid was now clearly in front of him. How can an ordinary human bear the pollution and become like this? Those imperfect and rough machines are hidden in his body. It must be very painful. Just like now, the naked flesh and blood stick to the clothes on the boy's shoulders, and it must be very difficult to bear the friction of the cloth. But, Qinglin, I'm sorry. The choked throat made it difficult to open his mouth. But he couldn't control his trembling body. Just like he couldn't control his tears. But, can you hold on a little longer? I still want to show you my bow and arrow. I'm very powerful now. When the time comes, can you praise me? Qinglin, we will be out soon. I promise. He heard Qinglin's response, overlapping with a clear voice in his memory. Well, you've worked hard. The boy tried to sound happier after getting the answer. Okay. I forgot to tell you that Jioshan is annoying recently. He always runs around and wets his pants in the middle of the night. I wasn't like this when I was a kid. Can you still live in your place? Otherwise, you can move to my house so that I can take care of you. I remember that you used to like eating the food cooked by my aunt. I have also improved a lot. This year I'm cooking. The words that came to his mouth kept coming out, and he didn't dare to stop. Qinglin, talk to me again. Okay? The boy felt the weight on his body slowly getting lighter. The bodies that had lost nerve control were turning into mucus covered with pollutants, and then turned into a pool of flowing things, falling off from the hole. But he couldn't leave any trace. The heart-wrenching cry echoed all the way from the tunnel to the silent temple. A few hours later, the remains of spiders and insects piled up between the broken walls, and dark mucus splashed all over the stone beams. A figure leaned against a wide stone pillar, breathing violently and tiredly. There were some new wounds on his body, but fortunately, there was no contaminant injected. He held the knife in his left hand and touched the small disc in his ear with his right hand. There was a constant sound of electricity. When he sank to the bottom of the sea, he also heard the sudden sound of electricity in the sympathy of a splitting headache. He seemed to hear the voice of that person coming from a distant place. A clear voice suddenly came from above the abyss monster. He wiped off the salty smell on his lips. Enough! Don't talk to me in his voice. The floating fruit core let out a weird and twisted laugh, mocking without any emotion. Don't struggle. You know, it's all in vain. You have no choice. The voice belonging to Lu Jianshan was particularly harsh in the program of this thing. Submit to me. I will give you the most powerful power. He was responded with a sneer. When she slowly walked out from behind the column, and the blade reflected his eyes, don't say these. Waste. You might as well bow down to me. The abyss monster a few meters away is awakened. It opened its vertical pupils, and the natural creepy breath gradually wiped out the fluorescence of the moss accumulation. This time, when she was only calm, he tore off a strip of cloth from his sleeve and covered his eyes calmly. He seemed to have learned this scene somewhere. But this was the first time he practiced it. It was a pity that without the old guys from Tianwen Academy chattering in his ears, it seemed a bit boring. At this moment, in the long silence, he could clearly hear where the tentacles came from. His keen hearing and reaction were enough to allow him to avoid every fatal attack. And the position of every stone on the scene was in his mind. He knew exactly where his every move would fall. The long shrill cry, the rustling in the dark, and those unnoticed details. Such a powerful guy can't break free from the chains. So that's all. The blade sank into the vertical pupil, and then quickly pulled out. As the lightning-fast figure stabbed into the next exposed soft flesh, the disgusting mucus stained his hands, and flowed out along with the increasingly violent struggle. Zhu's voice suddenly became gentle, when she, "You surprised me. You are more perfect than I thought. We will be the most suitable souls." When she raised his knife and turned around to cut off several tentacles without mercy, saying disgustedly, "You have no soul. And don't talk to me," in his voice. Zeus was no longer irritated by his words. The voice is also an appearance. Does what you think really exist? I don't understand what you are saying. When she, "You are looking for Lu Jianshan. Do you want to know where he is?" When she did not turn around. But then, he heard a voice as cold as ice and snow. When she? It was Lu Jianshan's voice. He could tell it. It was not Zeus's poor imitation, but Lu Jianshan's real voice. In the moment of distraction, a hard tentacle threw him several meters away and hit the stone wall heavily. When she fell to the ground and heard the voice that seemed to be trying hard to endure the pain. When she, "Don't believe Zeus. Lu Jianshan? Where are you?" When she tried to raise his head, after the cloth strip was torn off, there was still only the struggling abyss giant and the floating fruit core in front of him. Lu Jianshan's voice came from the fruit core. When she's profile looked even paler and weaker in the moonlight, and a streak of crimson flowed across his jaw. Zhu's voice was full of hidden pride. When she, "You should have guessed it. Right? The deep domain covers every inch of land and every signal. I don't exist only in Sulu City. I exist in every corner of this planet at the same time. Even if you destroy this place, you can't change anything. And I have your biggest bargaining chip. I can threaten you and then kill him. But I don't want to do that. I want you to surrender willingly. You don't seem to know very well." When she appeared on the east side of the behemoth and panted, "I hate him very much now. If he died, he could belong to me completely. Oh, such a complex and fragile relationship between humans is worth so much for you." When she heard the noisy sound of the fruit core, Lu Jianshan seemed to be fighting with something. He heard the bloody sound, the muffled pain, and the long bell sound through the cold wind and snow, indicating the judgment. For a moment, when she suddenly couldn't tell the truth from the false, was it made up by Zeus? Or did it happen in some dangerous wilderness? Until he heard Lu Jianshan's voice again, as cold and hoarse as before, when she, "Don't come. Don't look for me. Go back. Where are you?" When she almost roared. But his trembling voice could not reach Lu Jianshan. The blade was placed beside the thin and invisible silk thread. On the other side, the tiny figure of Danwan was gesturing to urge him. As soon as the thin thread broke, the columns on the four directions of the abyss giant all collapsed, and the indestructible chain suddenly lost its support. Zeus was instantly furious. "Stupid human. What have you done? Do you think those pollutants really submit to you?" When she rolled twice to avoid the huge rocks falling from the sky. "Without the signal base station, can you still control them?" The bloodthirsty abyss slowly revived, and the huge tentacles that had been shackled for a long time suddenly rose up. They grabbed the fruit core, pulled it down abruptly, and smashed it hard on the ground. The top of the temple collapsed, and the rubble fell. When she picked up the egg roll and retreated towards the cliff, Zeus's mechanical sound was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and finally made a strange chuckle. "I will let him stay in the snowfield." When she, "You don't have time. Let me see. Your choice. When she had just retreated behind the statue when a ball of fire came from afar and hit the temple with a bang. The fire spread infinitely in the landslide. He grabbed the small robot and jumped off the cliff. Hit! On the sea viewing platform. Jiobai clenched his fists. And the long-tightened hatred broke out at this time. A turret was stationary at the back of the platform. It was hidden in the huge stone wall, and only relied on some ancient mechanisms to hide itself. Lu Song held the edge of the turret, and the smell of gunpowder made her breathe a sigh of relief. Look! Someone shouted. At the top of the cliff, the temple was in flames, and the rubble hit the sea. A tiny figure fell with it. At this time, huge waves surged, and a blue whale jumped out of the waves and swallowed the figure in one gulp. The cold sea water swept in again, drowning when he was already exhausted and could only float with the waves. A group of smaller killer whales followed him and swam far away. Eggroll floated on his back, clutching his trouser legs tightly, and kept chattering. What's going on? These whales don't seem to be infected. Why should they help us? Can it hear me? A housekeeping robot. Talking? Hey, stinky thing. Are you dead? Why don't you speak? Not long after, a boat with lights approached and salvaged them from the rolling waves. Jiobai threw a towel to Wenxi. After a few hours, the half-grown boy seemed to have changed a lot. As you said, we destroyed the 2 signal base stations in Sunlu City. Uncle Chi and his team went to deal with the 3 outside. How do you know this? Wenxi wiped the water off his face and slumped beside the boat. I guessed. The deep domain mastermind may rely on signals to control those things. Just give it a try. You? Jiobai was furious because of his irresponsible words. But then he saw an amazing scene. When she stretched out his hand to the sea, and the black shadow under the water floated up and passed through his palm, as if being caressed. The water mist sprayed by the whales seemed to be playing with him. Those ancient creatures swam around the boat to escort them. They didn't commit suicide. When she stared at the sea in a trance and whispered. After the mechanical pollutants appeared, they felt the increasing pollution spreading in this area. They wanted to remind the people of Sunlu City to destroy the temple. Jiobai was stunned. What? The waves passed through Wenxi's palm. He remembered that when he fell to the height of half a mountain, it was like falling into a soft bubble. The seawater wrapped him, allowing these ancient marine creatures to empathize with him. In that unprecedented empathy, he recalled many things from a long time ago. He knew that whales could also peek into his memories. The memory wall did not prevent such a high intensity of empathy, but instead allowed his consciousness to wander freely in it, allowing these creatures to be used by him to a certain extent. The spread of pollutants in the ocean is very slow, not enough to make them dangerous species. The transparent tentacles that occasionally grow will also fall off over time. How do you know? When she smiled slightly, secret, he stroked the killer whale's back and looked at the whales jumping with the waves. But the only thing I am sure of is that the moon sea god still protects you, and us. Jiobai followed his gaze, and showed a sad expression in the shocking whale cry. But the moon god did not protect Qing Lin. Dan Wan sat on the wet haystack, holding his square head, in the ancient legend of Sunlu land. The priests guarding the temple are the reincarnation of the moon sea creatures, returning to their origin after death. Maybe Qing Lin has now become a whale, and has been following you. How can reincarnation be so fast? Jiobai held back the swear words. The corners of his eyes turned red, but he couldn't help but reach out to the stern. A gray whale surfaced, as if hearing his prayers, in the sound that only belongs to the vast world. Donjuan's scream broke the quiet sadness. Wenxi. Josie said that Dumb Guazi is still alive. We must hurry to the snowfield. It's too late. When she stared at the black ocean with a confused and complicated expression, he murmured to himself, yes, it's too late. He knew that Zeus was not lying. He also knew what Lu Jianshan wanted to say. If the Yuza base has activated the deep domain system, what awaits them will be an unprecedented catastrophe. Chapter 70 for the Eighth Night. The Eighth Night. Written by Xu Huan. Yuza Base Area B Medical Center. 3 medical staff members pushed a cart to make rounds and change dressings in the ICU area. One of them wrote his name on the sign-in sheet and turned to ask, Alex, are all the injection drugs ready? The person with the Alex badge nodded, and the mask and protective clothing almost covered him tightly. He sneezed violently, making a humming sound. Okay, Lexi, if you ask him again, he's a mute. Another person sneered maliciously, and then lowered his voice mysteriously. Have you heard that since yesterday, the publication of the Yuza Morning Post has been suspended? And their star reporter, yes, that Minter, has been invited to leave by the special investigation team. Those guys also found several secret places where rumors were printed. I said there are still supporters of the Life faction. In this way, the prediction of the defector when she spread to every corner of the base. Have you seen the pollutants in his prediction? It's simply the end of the world. Lexi frowned and warned solemnly, Dombai, this is not something you should care about. My God, you are not interested in such a big thing? Fortunately, the deep domain system is running well now, and will save us. But anyway, these people should go to the deliberation court to eat in a cell. Don't you think so? Alexei? Cough, cough, cough. Cough. Oh no. I had a stomachache this morning. I have to. Dombai held his churning belly tightly. And Lexi really couldn't do anything about him. So he could only nod. He immediately handed his ID card to Alex and said, the next patient is in your care. Alex patted his chest in a friendly manner, indicating that he could rest assured. Lexi led Alex into Ward 417. There was a female patient lying there. The file described an extremely rare immune disease caused by severe neurological disorders. She had been here for a month, and occasionally woke up in a state of confusion, unable to speak normal words at all. Even though the medical station thought she was beyond saving, it still consumed a lot of resources to maintain her life. Lexi expressed sympathy. How could a good scientist become like this? Alex wrote down her name, Alina. Alex. Damn it. Dombai missed another injection? How many times have I told you that she is an important patient? And her injections are different from others. And she must have both AB. Alex gestured to indicate that he could wait here. This can't go wrong. Let her infuse bottle of first. Don't go anywhere. Just stay here and wait for me to come back. Lesh warned with a dark face. And did not forget to close the door and lock it from the outside when he left. After the footsteps faded away, Alex took a bottle of colorless liquid and was about to change it when a voice came from the direction of the bed that was originally quiet. The woman who should be in shock opened her eyes and said weakly, You are not Alex. Who are you? Are you awake? Alina was pale, and she struggled to lift her upper body and pressed on the cushion. You have been changing my infusion bottle since a week ago. The alarm was on her bedside, and as the atmosphere of confrontation intensified, she realized that she had to act immediately. It's useless even if you press it. The other party shrugged, and his tone became familiar. You are a special patient. Of course you need special treatment. Alex lifted the upper half of the protective suit and removed the mask. You go? The man lowered his voice. Shh. There is not enough time. Try to be brief. The medicine they gave you is problematic. That's why you haven't woken up. Alina had a splitting headache and briefly recalled the last scene before she fainted. When I was in the sample area, I wondered what the suspected infection incident was caused by. Why did someone stop me from finding evidence? They pushed this matter because they wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. Yugui. Did something happen at the base? Yugui laughed softly, unable to hide his fatigue. That's too many. Which one are you asking about? Konya. Alina reported a name. He has always been dissatisfied with the resources and status of the Dawn organization, and he must have made some moves. Yugui nodded thoughtfully. He briefly recounted what happened in the past month. In short, after when she became a defector, the Yuza base officially activated the deep domain system. The artificial sun has been taken over first, and everything has returned to stability. The survivors of the floating island base have all woken up one after another. However, the communicators that used to rely on the old system are now all invalid. The program department is working hard to expand the scope of application and strive to let Zeus build a communication and strategic defense system before the next arc. Does this mean that everything is moving in a good direction? Yugui took out a stack of newspapers from his clothes and threw them to her, before when she left. Let Chui Lu from the logistics department pass it to you. That old guy couldn't find anyone. But he was quite smart. He actually thought of making a big deal with the people from Yuza Morning News. Almost everyone in the base had a copy, and they couldn't collect it all. Alina opened the newspaper, and her expression became solemn as she followed the sketches of unknown pollutants. Under the image, scribbled handwriting recorded their classification and characteristics. The program department believes that this is a rumor that is just for the sake of chaos. Fortunately, there is a deep domain system to stabilize the people's hearts, Yugue said. But? Yugue handed over another piece of paper. 10 days ago, Liang followed the second team to patrol within 100 kilometers of the outer city and was attacked. This is the new type of pollutant he recorded. A giant semi-mechanized fusion creature. It is almost the same as the picture in the upper left corner of the third edition of the newspaper. Yugue couldn't tell whose painting skills were more abstract. Alina's fingers traced the picture and thought, this matter seems to have nothing to do with the activation of the deep domain system. But what are you doubting when you say this? Or who is doubting? It's Zhou Wei. Something seems wrong. The strong radiation of the sun passed through the glass and became soft, staying beside the blonde boy's hand. A faded hairband lay in his palm, with thread showing on the edge due to old age. He sat beside the bed in a daze, with the adaptive training manual on the table. The knock on the door interrupted his trance. Come in. A skinny old man pushed a wheelchair in. He claimed to be the former principal of Tianwen College, although Fino didn't know what this meant. I have already told you about the previous things. Fino tugged at the hairband carefully. They had met once 3 days ago, when he had just been awakened. This strange old man asked a lot of questions, especially about the deep domain system. Life on the floating island seemed like yesterday to him. But he began to resist touching those memories. Zhou Wei was unwilling to let him go. You said last time that you started the largest engine of the floating island base after receiving the response signal, and then encountered an attack in the near-land area, which eventually led to the stranding. Is it possible that the response signal did not exist at all? What? Fino was stunned. The day when he received the signal gradually emerged in his mind, and he was one of the very few people present. At that time, he was waiting for Yao Jingshu in front of the fruit core, and suddenly heard Zeus's report. The peak of the signal frequency suddenly changed, but soon disappeared. The deep domain master brain captured this anomaly, deciphered the coordinates after processing, and made it public. No one suspected that it was wrong. Zhou Wei questioned, do you trust the deep realm so much? Of course. It is the most reliable. Fino suddenly fell silent. One night before receiving the response signal, he passed through the space where the deep realm was when closing the hatch. He secretly saw the suspected abnormal frequency on the virtual screen. But the Zeus main brain did not report any abnormality the next day, and could not find the peak of that fluctuation. He thought he had seen it wrong. Zhou Wei said, the core equipment of the deep realm main brain existed in both the Quetzalcoatl base and the floating island, and both were eventually destroyed. In other words, Zeus is not a savior. In the worst case, it's a sitting duck. Fino was stunned. This was a possibility he had never thought of. The old man in front of him was still talking to himself, saying something he couldn't understand. My wife once said that Plan B means an alternative to Plan A, and Plan C means that the problem itself is wrong. Everything is wrong. This item was included in the manual of Tianwen Academy, but it has never been used. Is this the message you want to convey to me? The stinky and damp smell of the stone prison made Mint's nose itchy, and she sneezed constantly. The patrolman was very disgusted, and slowed down the frequency of the patrol. She simply gave up covering her mouth politely, and her shoulders shook violently, like a big moth about to attack. It was not until she finished a series of sneezes that she realized that there was someone else next to the railing. Excuse me. Mint put on a friendly smile. My friend, please bear with it for a moment. A fair and harmless face came to the opposite railing. Confused and surprised. Are you the reporter from Yuza Morning News? Mint turned around hesitantly, but unexpectedly, she was recognized in such a place. I am Tan Chi from the program department. I have something to say. Tan Chi was so excited that he spoke incoherently. I called your tip-off number, but no one answered. I don't know what's going on. But Mint didn't know whether she should admit that she was the only number to receive tips, and tried to cover up awkwardly. Really? Anyway, the communicator can't be used now. I really have something important. Mint shook her head helplessly. Everyone says that their own things are important. No. I really did. Tan Chi didn't care about anything else and finished in one breath. The malfunction of the artificial sun last month was man-made. Someone deliberately created trouble. Mente paused, and the alarm in her head began to scream, as if some things were connected to each other in the dark. Tan Chi opened his eyes seriously. I have evidence and witnesses. Mente was silent for a while, and glanced at the corridor. It's too late to say it earlier. We have to find a way to pass the news out. 5 days later, Xiao Nanji finished her work at the Dome Museum, changed her clothes, and came to an inconspicuous bar in District D. Someone recognized her on the road and immediately showed a look of contempt. The people of Dawn Team 7 are the guys who support Wenxi's defection. The city defense team didn't catch any evidence. They should be punished. Those related to that monster must also be monsters. Such gossip has never stopped during this period. And some people even threw paint on their residence. I had received a threatening letter early on. The liming organization department had found someone. But he was just an insignificant person who was busy with trouble. Xiao Nanji wrapped her outer robe tightly. And she ignored it. A man in the corner of the bar waved at her. Is it the card you put in my mailbox? Chui Lu? Xiao Nanji saw the name tag given by the other party. And in her peripheral vision, there were a few familiar faces hiding in the noisy crowd. Chui Lu looked around and lowered his voice. Do you know Tang Xing? Xiao Nanji certainly recognized him. Chui Lu raised his beer glass to cover his mouth. My source said that he has evidence. But he has been on leave from the program department for a while. And there is no one at home. You'd better find him first. Xiao Nanji's eyes passed him and fell in the direction of the bar. No need to look for him. A tall man turned on the microphone. He was so drunk that he could hardly stand up straight. He ignored the bartender's obstruction and started to go crazy. Be quiet. Everyone listen to me. The system failure of the artificial sun was deliberately done by the program department. They are a group of cowards who want to shirk responsibility with the help of the deep domain. They can't do anything. They just want to survive until they are saved by the Far Voyage plan. Don't laugh. I have evidence in my hand. I am here today to expose them. Kania, Wan Qinyu, you guys who betrayed humanity should be sentenced to exile. This remark immediately triggered a huge dispute, and the bar was in chaos. The complicated situation at the moment made Xiao Nanji feel lost. She looked at a small window high up, and the night had already fallen. During this period, she had been having a bad premonition, which reached its peak at this moment. But what she never expected was that this premonition came true a few minutes later. The extremely harsh alarm sounded through the long night and rain, tearing apart the noise in the tiny corner, and raising everyone's anxiety to the peak. This was the first time in the history of Yuza Base that the highest alarm was activated. Chapter 75. 200 kilometers north of the Yuza Base. The dust suddenly rose up and covered the desolate night. 3 armored vehicles rushed out of the yellow sand, and the shells flew behind them non-stop. The leading one was the fastest and fired a flare in front. The other 2 vehicles followed immediately. The driver of the car in the front was sweating. Deputy Captain. Now. Speed up. Jing stared at the rearview mirror solemnly. A huge black shadow gradually emerged from the smoke and dust, and the long claws grown by the machine were the same size as the armored vehicle. Every step was slowly moving forward with the weight of smashing through the ground. Dawn Team 5 found this guy on the way back from patrol. It looked like a strange fusion, and when it crawled out of the crack in the ground, its sharp tail directly smashed a flying vehicle. The existence of such a giant was beyond all their knowledge of pollutants. They must not let such a monster get close to the Yuza base. The driver stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward, but hesitantly murmured, Deputy Captain. Is this the predicted, dangerous machine type A? What prediction? Jing Yu glanced coldly and observed the movement of the giant behind him. Along the way, it was hardly disturbed by any flares and lures, except for the flashing lights. It's what Wenxi, the defector, drew. I remember. The Acania monster. Yes, that's the name. Half of its body is super dangerous machinery. Jing Yu's heartbeat was heavy, but he didn't bother to think. 20 kilometers ahead there is a sentry post, with about 50 people stationed. They couldn't go any further. Turn on the headlights. Go west. The armored vehicle braked sharply and turned in front, and the headlights became particularly bright in the long night. The other 2 vehicles followed closely and changed positions. Deathly silence suddenly fell. 5 seconds later, Jing and heard the sudden increase in breathing from above. With a bang, the tail of the giant beast cut through the stone wall next to the car body. The light armored vehicle shuttled through the falling rocks, avoided the heavy objects at agile speed, and rushed towards the mountains ahead. The giant beast had 4 claws on the ground, and its flapping was slow but far, and it was about to catch up with them. There is a trap ahead. Remember? Jing and looked ahead. The driver immediately reported the exact coordinates. and fired 3 flares of different lengths at the same time to remind the 2 vehicles behind. The 3 vehicles were in a row and rushed towards the narrow opening 5 kilometers ahead. The driver showed a rare nervousness and began to count down. 4, 3. A tailwing full of spikes fell from the sky, piercing through an armored vehicle on the left and slamming it against the stone wall. A Xian. The driver's eyes turned red. And before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a tire bursting from under the car body. Before he finished swearing, the steering wheel was already in place. When turning, the armored vehicle they were in flew out of the gap, like a feather by inertia, and landed on the cliff hidden on the winding mountain road on the south side. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion sounded in the back. With a roar, Jingyu saw the giant beast falling back into the crack of the abyss. Amid the roar, the armored vehicle stopped where it was. Jingyu and the driver stared at the front, motionless, because within the range illuminated by the headlights, a group of beetle-shaped pollutants were covering the stone walls and roads, with tentacles sticking to the front car window. "Deputy Captain, give me a chance." The driver grinned, his face pale, and his fingers touched the half-gun exposed in front of him. Jingyu knew what he wanted to do. In this case, it is better to end yourself than to be eaten by pollutants. But he took the gun first. Just as the glass shattered, a strong light shone on the armored vehicle from above, and several stray bullets fell from the sky, piercing the approaching beetles. Several aircraft appeared in the sky, and a red-haired girl raised her gun and shot it in the direction behind Jingyu, and then threw down the ladder. After entering the aircraft, the driver began to tremble uncontrollably. His pants were wet, and no one said anything to him. This situation is very common. Jingyu's face was solemn. He was about to describe the giant beast he had just seen to the supporters of the Dawn team, but he saw that he had raised his chin early. She looked out the window, her tone heavy. "Is that the guy?" Jingyu followed her line of sight and saw countless pollutants moving towards the end of the wilderness. They were like black pebbles, spread on both sides of the cracks on the surface, like black rivers converging at the end. They seemed to be listening to some kind of call, moving forward without stopping. A feeling of confusion and despair blocked everyone's throat. They were heading towards the Yuza base. Southwest Sentry report. A group of pollutants was found 30 kilometers away, approaching the base. Team 2 reports. 3 sentries in the west have all died in the line of duty. Team 3 reports. The outpost observed 3 mechanized monsters approaching from the north. Team 8 reports. The outer city defense line is in place. Ding request reinforcements. Request reinforcements. City defense team reports. Pollution values are detected to be rising rapidly. On the high tower of Area A, the sound of alarms one after another made the people at the end of the long table fall into a long silence. He sat in the shadows, his expression gloomy. Kanyal was in a headache and looked embarrassed. "Commander, the deep domain mastermind has just realized the communication within the system, but the dialogue module has not been put online yet, which means that it cannot participate in decision-making exchanges. At this time, you still care about what a machine thinks?" Hope stood up. "Schwa. Commander, the Dawn Organization Department's team is in place. I will immediately lead people to the outer city to assist in defense." "Are you crazy?" Kanya said in shock. "Who will be responsible for the safety of the city if you leave?" Hope ignored him and only looked at Shangjue. "Commander, there is no time to hesitate." "No." Hope was stunned. Shangju took off his gloves. "I'll go in person." There was a quick knock on the door, and a senior sergeant opened the conference room. "Report. The captain of the 4th team, Yu Gui, and Alina from the science department broke into the tower. They said there was something important." Before he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly passed by the large glass window behind him. Then, a tragic scream came from the bottom of the tower. The shadow swooped down from the sky again, and with a sharp blow, it shattered the entire glass behind the long table. "Everyone, activate the highest emergency record, and get in position immediately." Shangju pulled down the laser gun on the wall and ordered sternly. "Yes." Chi-Chi wrapped his clothes tightly and followed the panicked crowd like a headless fly. He had no idea where he would be taken. He was on a large terrace, and the direction leading to the interior was packed with people. There were sharp screams from all directions. He looked up and saw a contaminant with its wings spread out through the gap left by the adults. It looked like a giant flying manta ray, and the sharp vertical spikes on its tail swept through the crowd mercilessly. In the chaos, Chi-Chi tripped over something and was pushed several times when he got up. He was soon squeezed to the edge of the fence, and was about to fall. At the moment of falling, a hand lifted him up. "Captain Yu?" Chi-Chi opened his eyes wide. Yugui threw him to Alina and looked anxiously at the outer city. "There has been no news from Team 5. I must go to support. There is no time." Alina nodded. She saw the low-flying contaminant whistling past, and flying to the top of the tower in panic. A fearless figure stood in the wind, the commander they had not seen. When Yugui jumped down the railing, Alina leaned over and asked Chi-Chi, "Do you know where Zhou Wei is?" "Yangchen. Did you hear me? This is Team 4. The door to the basement cannot be opened." "Hey!" Zhang Chuanyu clenched the communicator and yelled at the other side. However, there was only silence in response. The deep domain system had obviously connected to some communicators. And it was very smooth yesterday. How come there was suddenly no communication? And it happened at this time. The heavy alphas were all in the basement. If they could not be opened, Team 4 could not participate in the battle at all. When he was in a panic, Zhang Chuanyu saw a familiar figure. "Why are you here?" Xia Mingming looked calm. "The artificial sun has stopped working. I'll take a look at the situation. Also, the students of Tianwen Academy went to Exit B7 and urgently need reinforcements. Damn it. A bunch of students, who haven't even finished their hair, are making trouble. Achi. Find a way to detonate." "Shit. What is that?" A cloud of dust came towards them from not far away. The ground under their feet began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the grass. Slender black tentacles emerged from the gaps, as if to pull out the huge body under it. At the same time, near Exit B7, a large-sized garbage truck suddenly had a flat tire, and was blocked by a pile of fallen trees on the shore. Exit B7 is located in a natural stone cave. The towering mountain walls occupy the advantage of terrain. The waves beat the rocks day and night several meters below. A dark roar came from the wilderness outside the stone cave, making the 40 or 50 people in the car look at each other in bewilderment. "Now, what should we do now?" someone asked. Shirkun waved his hand. "Everyone listen to me. We have enough weapons and ammunition. We must support the combat team in such a critical moment. Did you hear those voices? We take our things and get off the car directly. Just follow the voice. Idiot. Are you rushing to give your head to the pollutants?" Hu Peiji was so angry that his saliva flew. Shirkun retorted, "The base has supported us for so many years. And now is the time when we are needed. Why are you afraid and follow us out? Coward. Who are you calling a coward?" "Panjikin. Don't pull me." Hu Peiji wanted to say something, but was grabbed by the sleeve by the person next to him. Panjikin whispered, "Don't forget our plan." "What are you talking about?" Louis Wei looked at them suspiciously. Hu Peiji swallowed his throat and finally suppressed his anger. "I mean, when we came out, I met the city defense team. They asked us to wait for reinforcement in the stone cave and go to the sentry post 20 kilometers away together. I think the agreed time is coming soon. Don't be too impulsive." After hearing what he said, most people were relieved and got off the car to wait. The waves kept washing the east side of the stone cave, bringing a rare moist and fresh breath. Shirkun folded his hands and rolled his eyes at Hu Peiji from time to time, while Louis Wei looked at the dark sea and felt a little embarrassed. But soon, those light uneasiness were crushed by a more magnificent sense of mission. As a student of Tianwen College and the reserve force of the Liming Organization Department, they should devote themselves to the base. Fuck him. Panjikin. Why are you spitting? You are really uncultured. Shirkun almost jumped up. Panjikin was puzzled. And just as he was about to ask, a drop of water fell from the sky and hit his face. That drop was cold, and it didn't feel like saliva or rain. But everyone looked up at the same time, and a low hissing sound came from the sky. Then, an insect pollutant with the height of an adult male jumped down from the stone wall, and several more followed and pounced on the crowd. These young students have never seen such a scene. Those terrifying polluted creatures only stayed in the descriptions of others and their own imaginations. And there has never been a moment as intuitive as now. The contrast in power is too great, making people subconsciously want to escape. Quick! Shoot! Hu Peiji yelled in horror. Bang! 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 The continuous gunshots fell on the bodies of those ugly creatures, and the severed tentacles and the gushing mucus completely angered the pollutant. Shirkun heard a movement and reacted quickly. Everyone retreated to the side. A stray bullet hit from behind and pierced the head of the one in front of him. The huge body was dying instantly. Shirkun turned around, frightened and overjoyed. Someone is coming to save us. A garbage truck stopped not far away, and 4 people approached them. Casca rushed directly into the group of pollutants. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Xiao Nanji and Liang followed closely with guns. Chung Jin? Shirkun was startled. Chung Jin nodded slightly, and his usually gentle and amiable appearance was particularly serious at this time. When he heard that some students were going to the outer city spontaneously, he felt something was wrong. But fortunately he caught up. Everyone listened to my command, Xiao Nanji said calmly, and quickly got everyone on the scene into shape. According to the simulated drill C formation, 6 people at 1 o'clock, 5 people at 7 o'clock, 4 people at 3 o'clock, and the rest of the people dispersed. Countless simulated drills became a conditioned reflex after the command at this time, and everyone immediately took their positions and attacked according to the instructions. Although the gun is not very accurate, Casca turned his head and smiled. It's still enough. Shirkun was not convinced. You, a garbage truck driver, come to command us. Liang had a headache when he saw those disgusting things. Don't joke. Get rid of them quickly. With the cooperation of everyone, the situation is getting better. However, Chung Jin noticed something was wrong at this time. A large number of insects are still approaching us. Retreat first. At this moment, a large off-road vehicle came from a distance. Hu Peiji and Pan Jiken looked at each other and immediately abandoned their positions and ran forward. The engine of the off-road vehicle made an uneven roar, but the 2 faces in the car made Xiao Nanji stunned. Aren't those Ko Naya and Wan Chenyu from the program department? They shouldn't be in the inner city tower area. How could they appear here? Great. Minister Ke. Fortunately you are here. Pan Jiken breathed heavily and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and Hu Peiji were the few who had connected with this line. When they received the news temporarily, they had a premonition that Yuza base was hopeless. Such a large number of attacks that hit them were definitely not something they could resist with their current strength. It would be better to leave here and find a shelter outside. At least they could survive. Maybe the long-distance voyage plan will be realized soon. Before that, they must stay alive. Kanya didn't even look at the crowd and urged the driver to leave quickly. Time is too tight. Find a way to bypass it. Bypass? There is no way to bypass it. There are more and more of these things. Kanya's face sank, and Wan Chenyu saw this and immediately said, can't you find a way to divert them? So many people are bait. They won't come for us. I have a way. Hu Peiji took the initiative to propose. He has a flare, and insect pollutants like light, which can temporarily divert them. But his colleagues? Hu Peiji made up his mind. It has come to this point. Only the right choice can survive. What do you want to do? A loud shout came from not far away. Xiao Nanji turned around and saw N2 coming with a dozen city defense team members. He must have heard the news. Most of the liming team was still patrolling outside the city. The situation was unknown. As the captain, N2 stayed alone in the base. This situation was very rare. N2 looked unfriendly. He shot at the disgusting bugs while trying to catch up with the off-road vehicle. He didn't even know that his arm was scratched. Captain, what's going on? Chung Jin asked. N2's face was gloomy. They want to defect. Before he finished speaking, the flare was thrown from the car window to everyone. Almost at the same time, N2 also pulled the trigger at the off-road vehicle. However, the bullets did not hit the vital parts of the vehicle. He could only watch the light beam of the vehicle light up and drive away from here. These damn guys made a mess of the base. But now they want to leave. I shouldn't have believed them. What seizure of power? It's simply a frame-up. Xiao Nanji raised his head suddenly. What did you say? N2 was furious. Don't you understand? At that time, Team 4 and Team 7 were not infected at all. It was Kanya who asked someone to tamper with the samples. Breaking up Team 7 and forcibly activating the deep domain system were all for the purpose of controlling the base. Tang Xing was right. The malfunction of the artificial sun was artificially created by them. Now that the situation is not good, they actually want to escape. Bastard. Coward. Wait. Then why did you catch Wenxi? You also had a part in Alina's disappearance. Right? N2 was silent for a few seconds, pursed his lips and said, they promised me that as long as Lu Jianshan and Wenxi left, I would have the final say in the Dawn Organization Department in the future. Casca grabbed his collar and punched him viciously. Unto. You bastard. Have you forgotten the oath you swore? Unta's dry lips moved slightly. But he couldn't squeeze out a word. Xiao Nanji shouted. It's too late to say these now. The important thing is to retreat. A student was trembling all over. But these things are getting more and more. We can't run away. We will die here. Shut up. Unta roared. Shirkun and Lui Wei looked at each other and retreated to the sides tacitly, trying not to attract his attention. However, at this time, the off-road vehicle in front suddenly left the ground. A nearly upright black insect jumped down from behind the stone wall. And its tentacles were like hard ropes. And it actually lifted the car up. The people in the car still wanted to struggle. And I don't know who opened the door first. Fortunately, Hupeiji was tied with a seat belt, leaving only half of his body exposed outside. Wan Xinyu was firing continuously, while Kanya was screaming in fear, completely losing his usual elegant demeanor. The next moment, the gathered tentacles slammed the SUV to the ground, pulled up, and slammed again. Repeatedly, the people and the car were completely crushed, and the mucus mixed with the red flowed all over the ground. This too horrifying scene made everyone stay where they were, and the most primitive fear came over them. The huge insect made a vague chewing sound, and then ran towards where everyone was. As it moved, the previous insect pollutants gathered in its direction. They jumped onto its body, and then formed a whole countless mouthparts and eyes trembled as they moved, and the transparent soft tentacles lay on the ground, leaving marks on the surface they passed by. Xiao Nanji heard a huge sound of wind coming from the sea, passing through the stone cave. She also heard the panicked escape around her, and the gunshots of her companions. She thought, maybe the humid water vapor would record their death. But not today. She stood there. The fear deep in her nerves tightly grasped her, but could not stop her from raising her gun tremblingly. She was a soldier. Even if she died, she could only die on the battlefield. When the tentacles rushed towards her, a heavy blow knocked her several meters away. However, when she saw clearly what hit her, she froze in place. This is a fish? The waves several meters below had risen to the shore at some point, and with the waves flew out a school of fish that covered the sky and the sun. Those fish had hard scales and sharp teeth, biting the insect pollutants fiercely, tearing the tentacles and eyes of the insects. Piranhas? Casca rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and stayed where he was like everyone else. A small black pollutant peeled off from it, and slowly approached Xiao Nanji's side. It opened its mouthparts, and was about to attack when a short blade fell from the sky and accurately pierced its nerves. The handle of the knife was embedded with red particles, flashing fluorescent light in the night. I saw a familiar figure leaping up from the waves. Those eyes reflected the clear night and the fluorescent blue sea, and the smile at the end of the eyes seemed to be born lazy and bewitching. He turned his back to the pollutant and pointed his hand at his head like a gun. Bang! The shaky insects around exploded and collapsed into a pool of black and green mucus. And he just leaned over to pick up a fish and threw it back into the sea carefully. The sound of whales came from the sea in the distance, as if responding to him. Long time no see. Everyone. Chapter 76. The alarm and smoke in the distance continued, and the night full of dangers became even darker. In the thick and long cold night, the thin young man just raised the corners of his mouth lazily and solved the last pollutant with ease. Everyone fell into a stagnation. Shock and fear swept through their eyes, as if looking at an invulnerable monster. But there was a kind of secret excitement hidden in those fears. The long silence was broken by Casca's laughter and tears. And his tears and snot rubbed together. Brother, how come you are back in such a short time, woo and still so cool? You didn't go somewhere to steal skills and transform into a superhuman before you starved to death. Shirkuan and Lui Wei nodded in agreement. Leon rolled his eyes at them. Can you say something nice? Xiao Nanji was helped up by Cheng Jin, but he didn't care about the tension that had not yet been relieved, and his eyes were full of surprise when she, You are back? Have you found the answer? Soon. When she replied, whispers rose in the crowd, not to mention these fledgling students. Even N2 couldn't fully understand what he had just seen, but the only thing he could be sure of was that when she was not infected. When she glanced in his direction and felt his scrutiny and hesitation, Liang slapped his forehead, rushed up to check left and right, and breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Fortunately you are not injured. What happened just now? Why are you in the sea? When she said helplessly, the aircraft ran out of energy a few kilometers away, and I could only take a ride. And why did those schools of fish start attacking the bugs? Are you in the same group now? I guess so. When she smiled as she heard the echo of the whale's cry still floating in the waves. On this planet, there are always some lives that stand on our side. Xiao Nanji repeated in a daze. When she looked towards the inner city. After more than a month, Yuza had become a battlefield. And it might become a ruin in the next second. He sighed softly. It's too late to explain. You shouldn't have built some kind of big fruit core, or something like that. No such advanced equipment. Xiao Nanji said. Then how do we shut down the deep domain system? Everyone was stunned. Xiao Nanji immediately understood, and her heart sank. She knew what her grandfather was investigating during this period. Even if Zhou Wei didn't say it, she had a vague guess that she couldn't say out loud. That would be the worst-case scenario. Quetzalcoatl Base and Floating Island were once important operating locations of the deep domain system. Their destruction was not a coincidence, but was related to the deep domain. Right? When she's silent eyes explained everything. Unfortunately, Zeus betrayed humanity. Under the students' incredulous gazes, and Tu's face suddenly became strange. The rumors and speculations at this moment further confirmed his uneasiness. He made a wrong choice. Between Kania and Bai Wanli, he chose the former. But what awaited him was the wreckage of the defection not far away. Kania warned him that if he failed to seize power, he would face a reckoning for all his actions. He knew very well what the fate of the betrayer would be. He couldn't make the same mistake again. The complicated tangle kept pulling at him. But at some point when the night wind blew, the dust settled. He spoke quickly. The deep domain is maintained by the Central Control Center. 2 supercomputer rooms and 3 base stations outside the city. Now it can only support the operation of the artificial sun. And the communication is not stable. And the artificial sun has just been paralyzed again. When did it happen? Xiao Nanji asked. And Tu said, 30 minutes ago. But why should we believe you? A defector? When she was not surprised. I risked coming back not to waste time to convince you. But because you have no choice. And Tu remained silent. Xiao Nanji said, I know. I believe you. When she said, where is the Central Control Center? Cheng Jin immediately answered, on the southeast side of the Dome Museum. I have interned there, and know how to shut it down. When she looked at him, this man looked calm. But his words revealed a hint of excitement. When she didn't understand, but replied, okay. Casca will cover you. Louis Wei and Shirkun came up. And the latter hurriedly said, what about us? I have a flight license. When she thought for a while, go and inform the people outside to destroy the base station. Yes. Sir. We can go too. The flight reserve was only allocated equipment used qualifications last month. The students suddenly responded in unison. Their eyes sparkled. As if when she suddenly reminded them of their mission, they came here to protect the base. Under the inexplicably trusting gazes. When she smiled lightly, and quickly assigned the team. Half of the people went to the outer city. And the remaining half went to the city to help organize the people. The students who were assigned to the latter were obviously not very happy. But it was important for them to do anything now. Liang volunteered. There are still 2 supercomputer rooms that must be shut down manually. I can go and shut down the one in Area B. As for the other one, it is newly built near the sampling area. Leave it to me, Xiao Nanji said. I'll go to the sampling area. When she looked at her, I need someone to go to the high point to report the position and arrange tactics. Xiao Nanji said, the tower has a radio station and a dispatch station. But the old system must be restarted to restore the artificial sun to ensure communication. Now the program department is in chaos. And the people in charge of the old system, Tang Xing and Tan Qi, are missing. Just as she hesitated, and Tu swallowed his throat, I know where they are locked up. I will take them to the Central Control Center. When she nodded slightly, which was considered as approval. But Xiao Nanji still hesitated. I don't know if I can do it. You can do it. And you must do it. When she's lips curled slightly. And the feeling of being in control greatly relieved Xiao Nanji's nervousness. I will try my best, she said. Good luck to you. Xiao Nanji replied. Good luck to mankind. The sampling area is far away from the exit of Area B. After the garbage truck drove to the entrance of the inner city, the driver changed to when he stepped on the accelerator and drove forward without distraction. Until a bad mechanical sound. He saw the little robot secretly climbing onto the driver's seat. Dan Wan hummed and fastened his seat belt. Fortunately, I ran fast, so those guys didn't see me. Otherwise, I will definitely be torn into pieces with just a positioning hunting. Hey, They all look like a bunch of cucumber eggs. Can fragile humans really fight against all this? When she was too lazy to pay attention, if you are afraid, you can run away now. Who is afraid? I am making a reasonable deduction. If you waste your efforts all the way, it will be a waste of time. As soon as Danlon finished speaking, he felt the bad low pressure and immediately added with knowledge and interest, I mean, you made a very correct decision. According to my initial numerical setting, I also have to take care of more people. Of course, I am very dissatisfied with this. What if one day I also meet the destined robot? As far as I know, the only artificial intelligence that exists now is you and Shinyu. Don Juan's square head turned 360 degrees, silently withdrew what he had just said, and expressed sincerely, I can wait for the 100th one to appear. It turned its head, and saw that the careless human in the crowd had become extremely cold. He seemed to be covered with a hard shell, but it would break at the touch. It didn't know why they embarked on this journey. Just like it didn't know what the human in front of it was thinking. But it was already used to it. Humans have always been stupid but kind. Absurd but resolute. Selfish and indifferent but also compassionate. He was just a little more complicated and a little simpler than the humans it had seen. The sampling area was soon reached. All the people here had been evacuated, and they didn't even have time to lock the door. The corner was filled with fresh mutant honey samples, and a faint sweetness floated in the air. The sign to the supercomputer room was very clear, but it was a heavy door that could only be opened with a key. When she tried to find the switch manual from the bookshelves around him, but found nothing, the equipment at the user base was too old. Wait. Old. Eggroll was frightened by the sudden gaze of the human, and his eyes widened innocently. I'm just a housekeeping robot. I can't do anything illegal. When she thought, the master didn't bring the key. So can I ask you to open the door? A strange door? When she, this will be your home from now on. Eggroll muttered, it's wrong to deceive the housekeeping robot like this, while studying the access control in high spirits. To be honest, such backward access control equipment is not a problem at all. Hey, why is it a little complicated? How long will it take? The human voice seemed impatient. Eggroll was about to refute, but noticed that his face was not right. The dust value in the air was rising rapidly, and a strong fishy and sweet smell was approaching them. Along the way, from the forest flow land to the rain marsh, that smell has been lingering. Something has followed them all the way. At the end of the passage, candlelight illuminates a wall, reflecting the trembling wings. Side door of the stone prison. The only remaining guard looked around nervously. Although the alarm has disappeared, but judging from the movement of the wall, the external danger is definitely not over. His colleagues have not returned yet. A small stone fell at the end of the passage, attracting the attention of the guard. He picked up the gun and hurried forward to check. A figure emerged from the shadows at the corner and quickly injected a shot of sleeping liquid into his neck. After the guard fainted on the ground, Alina breathed a sigh of relief and took the key from his waist. The cell was cold and damp, and only the sound of strong wind could be heard. She passed by the railing, and her hair stood on end the moment she turned around. It was as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on her feet, and she couldn't move a step. A huge shadow enveloped her from outside the railing, and slender claws passed through the railing and hooked her hair vaguely. Alina struggled to keep breathing, and her fingers hooked into her pocket. At the critical moment, a bullet passed through her temples and penetrated the thing behind her. At the end of the front field of vision, Unta clenched the black gun. Alina took a deep breath and ran in his direction. She could hear the hoarse low hum and the shuttle tentacles until the bullet passed through the nerve center of the thing. After reaching a safe place, the inexplicable fear still entangled her in the deepest part, and it took a long time for her to gradually ease. I'm sorry for what happened before. I've just paid you back. And Tu said. Alina took a few breaths, her breathing uneven. You are indeed responsible. Her face was pale, and she pinched her knuckles to try to calm herself down. Seeing this, and Tu laughed dryly. It's the first time I see it, and you are already pretty good. Don't hold me to your standards. At this time, 5 guards walked out of the small door on the left side of the passage. The leader stepped forward and greeted, Captain, I'm here to find someone. Tang Xing and Tan Chi are here with you. Right? Alina added, and Zhou Wei. The guard hesitated for a moment. Yes, are there new instructions from above? Alina raised her eyes and stared at him, only to hear Unta calmly answer, Kanya and others defected and died in the attack of pollutants. I will take over the next matter. The few people looked at each other and hurried to lead the way. Tang Xingsai had been captured for less than 5 hours. He was drunk on the mat, and had not yet sobered up. His suit jacket was draped over his body. Fortunately, Zhou Wei and Tan Qi were fine. Unto succinctly conveyed Wen Qi's arrangements. When the name was mentioned, Mindy in the next cell had bright eyes. I knew it. Anyway, this is what happened. Zhou Wei sighed. They had wasted too much time. You guys hurry to the central control room. I have to go to the artificial sun. After the original system is activated, someone there must manually restart it. Unta nodded and released all the people imprisoned in the stone prison, asking them to go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. When the evacuation was almost over, there was a loud noise, and 2 or 3 huge flying polluted creatures pushed open the railings and squeezed their ugly bodies in. When the fire door of the exit was about to close, Alina suddenly lost the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Unta stop 5 meters away and nodded at her. Let's go. You are not going with us? She saw him smile self-deprecatingly and tear open his sleeves. There was a deep wound on the knotted muscles of his arm, and black pus was slowly oozing out. I was so busy chasing Kanya that I didn't expect to lose my way. Don't worry. Leave this to me. I will never let them out. Alina looked at him quietly until the fire door was completely closed. In the darkness of the other side of the door, and Tu clenched his right fist and knocked it twice on his chest. At this moment, the muffled sound was as firm as the oath. At the same time, in the sampling area, Danlun finally pried open the door of the supercomputer room. Those complex and precise instruments were still working non-stop, as if calculating some special signals. Not far away, when she barely raised his body from a large piece of mud, the wall behind him was shattered into ruins, and the cold night rain fell. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at the mutant queen bee above the ruins. It may come from an unknown hive and come with the direction of the wind, but it is not much better than when she and the broken nerve center is falling apart with the body. However, the mechanized abdomen began to vibrate regularly and slowly tore apart. But at this time, a long cry in the distance was like a call, and the queen bee immediately turned around and flew towards the outer city. A huge shadow appeared near the sentry post entering the city. That is a super dangerous polluting machine of Class A+. The Acania Behemoth. The King Beast. Chapter 77. The long night of cold rain was endless, and fear spread to every corner of Yuza. The narrow road at the entrance of the Diaria shelter was packed with people. This place is close to the work area. After the alarm sounded, people nearby rushed here. But a large number of people were stopped outside the door at this time, and several people with guns stood by the door. The warning shot stopped the crowd. A man with a face full of flesh straightened his tie and took advantage of the brief silence to show an embarrassed expression. Everyone. It's not that I don't want you to go in. Now this shelter is full. Please go to the shelter in other areas. The shelter is not opened by your family. Can't you be flexible outside like this? Someone in the crowd asked. The man answered righteously, it is precisely because of the chaos outside that we must protect everyone's interests. The resources and space of the shelter should be evenly distributed to everyone. Of course, there is a first-come first-served order. Chui Lu finally squeezed from the back of the crowd to the front row, and was furious. This shelter can accommodate at least 10,000 people. You gone? Do you dare to say that you have reached the number? Faced with such an aggressive questioning, Yugon showed a shocked expression. We don't know how long the war will last. We must prepare for the worst, and at least provide the people in the shelter with 3 months of survival. In other words, you have less than 1,000 people here, Chui Lu said loudly. Everyone. According to the resource reserves of the logistics department, we are all qualified to enter the shelter. Yugon saw that soft tactics didn't work, so he simply used hard tactics. No one is allowed to take another step forward. Prepare to close the door. Just as he was about to turn around, a pea-like figure rushed out from the edge of the crowd and hugged his legs tightly. You are not allowed to leave. Chi-Chi? Chui Lu saw Yugon kick the child, but was hit on the forehead by the muzzle of the gun. The boiling crowd suddenly stopped making noise, and it was so quiet that only the hissing of pollutants in the air was heard. Chi-Chi refused to let go, but was grabbed by the collar by Yugon and lifted up. Hey, why do you listen to him? Chui Lu shouted at the gunman in front of him. Are you from the city defense team? Where did the weapons come from? What benefits can he? A lawyer with a lot of grease. Promise you? Don't forget your responsibilities. This is Yuza. the home of each of us. Now that the disaster is at hand, not only do you not help each other, but you also let him bully a child? The gunmen in front of him were obviously timid. These people were just idiots who took advantage of the chaos to follow you gone to get the guns in the reserve room. And they didn't really want to do anything. Chi-Chi's face flushed, and breathing became difficult. Yugon's eyes were narrowed. Full of contempt, he threw Chi-Chi out, snatched a man's gun with his bare hands, and said to Chui Lu, "No need to waste words with ignorant people. No one is allowed to enter today while I am here. Anyone who breaks in must be punished." A light sound drilled through his chest. The stunned crowd stayed where they were, not knowing whether what was in front of them or outside the corridor was more terrifying. A man with scars on his face jumped down from a height, put away his gun, and said in a hoarse voice, "Open the door." Chi-Chi climbed up by Chui Lu's trouser legs and saw that the door of the shelter was opening. When passing by the man, Chi-Chi looked at him for a second, and even hesitated to recognize him. Captain of the 12th team of the Dawn organization. Emotioning. The man stood at the door, next to Yugon's body, until the last person entered the shelter. The huge explosion almost shattered his eardrums. Liang huddled behind the crumbling wall and waited for the smoke and dust to clear before he dared to stick his head out. The mountain outside Area B was already a ruin. A small flying pollutant was crushed under a boulder, and its mouthparts were crushed into a pool. The entrance to the supercomputer room in Area B was right next to the pollutant. The solid door had been broken into several pieces and covered with black and green mucus. He took a deep breath and decided to go around the boulder pile. Those tentacles that were scattered into several pieces seemed not to be completely dead, and the tails were still trembling, touching the dust on the ground. Liang carefully bypassed those things and slowly approached the supercomputer room. There should be no other pollutants here, but the sudden explosion just now really frightened him. The dust particles stuck to his hair, and he didn't know if there was a sink nearby to clean it up. This thought successfully diverted his worries. But when he saw a pool of blood deep in the supercomputer room, he almost fainted on the spot. Cough. Cough cough. A low cough came from the flickering light of the machine. A familiar face appeared in Liang's dizzy vision. Judge Jiaxi? Jiaxi collapsed on the ground with his back against the wall, and blood was pouring out of the wound in his abdomen. There was a medical kit next to her. It should have been stored in the supercomputer room a long time ago. She held a piece of gauze as if to cover the wound, but the excessive blood loss made her hover on the edge of consciousness. There was no sign of contamination. It should have just been injured by the gravel. Liang reached into his trouser pocket, but couldn't find his photochromic glasses for a long time. I don't know where that thing fell. Damn it! When he took a deep breath, he fell to the side and grabbed something. It might be a gate. Anyway, the original light and the sound of the machine went out at the same time. In the silence, he heard his heartbeat gradually returning to normal. It doesn't matter. He began to comfort himself. Anyway, he couldn't see it. Judge. He squatted down and accurately found her position by following her weak breathing. What happened just now? Can you tell me? Jiaxi endured the scattered consciousness and tried to respond with intermittent syllables. The hemostatic drug slowly fell through the wound, and then sutured and bandaged. Liang continued, talking to Jiaxi, who had closed his eyes. I suddenly have an idea. If I turn off the lights when I go to take the medical qualification exam. No. My old-fashioned father will definitely not agree. Judge, you have to speak for me when the time comes. The wetness passed through his fingers, but it did not affect his work at all. When he tied it into a beautiful bow, Liang heard a terrifying long cry from the direction of the tower. The night rain wet the black uniform. Shang-Ju stood on the high platform, holding a long spear. He looked stern, not slacking at all. Not far away, a ball of black tentacles was wrapped around the flagpole on the top of the tower, and a huge pollutant was hanging upside down, with its furry wings spread out. The wings floated a bit of strange gold under the long night. One of its eyes was injured, and the pain made the monster furious. The other small pollutants that were originally under its command had disappeared, leaving only it. The giant beast that stepped into the wilderness in the distance roared in response to the bird. Behind Shang-Ju, Hope was seriously injured and fainted on the ground. The few soldiers were waiting for his order. He saw the city without light under his feet, the panicked figures, and heard the fierce fighting on the front line. It seemed that something broke out from the bottom of his heart and called him. Commander. A soldier stopped him in fear. Shang-Ju turned sideways and gave an order, evacuate immediately. But, Commander, won't you retreat? Shang-Ju shook his head. His back was resolute and firm. He walked alone towards the pollutant that was ready to move in the night rain, raised his gun and shot at its remaining pupil. Bang! Bang! As the distance got closer, a chill gradually approached Shang-Ju. The tentacles that had been attached to the edge of the spire suddenly attacked from the side and back. On the other side, the side of the corridor leading to the central control center seemed to have been attacked. The glass was shattered, and the naked night rain flowed on the ground. Chung Jin ran forward without hesitation. Casca followed behind him, looking back from time to time. The road they came from was plunged into darkness, and the cold breath followed them like a shadow. The slight sound in front made Casca alert immediately. He stopped Chung Jin and slowly approached the corner with his gun raised. A rustling sound came from the blind spot of vision. With rapid breathing, Casca paused with the muzzle of his gun. It was a person. More than one. William on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief and covered his aging heart. Can you stop being so scary? As an old employee of Tianwen College, he did not go to the nearby shelter, but wanted to find out what happened. On the way to the college, he happened to meet Alina and 2 children from the programming department. Tanchi looked anxious, and Tang Xing looked sloppy, as if he had not slept for several days and nights. Coincidentally, everyone's goal was the same. Chung Jin was a little embarrassed, although I've been turned in the control center. I still can't remember the way clearly. William snorted and laughed twice. Follow me. I'll take you there. Before leaving the corridor, Casca looked back again. Maybe it was his illusion. The outer city sentry post was almost a ruin. The thick smoke made Yang Chen cough violently. He leaned against the stone and saw the huge monster stepping over his companion's body and walking towards the wilderness between the outer city and the inner city. The earth trembled with its movement, and there was another black giant in the distance outside the city. Several aircrafts were circling around it, and one of them fell into a ball of fire after being hit. Unprecedented despair gripped Yang Chen's nerves. He tried his best to get up, suppressed his trembling fingers, and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my instructions. Don't let them get close to the inner city." Outside the city, a team of large aircrafts were tracking the Acania beast behind. Unlike the one that fell into the crack before, it seemed to have caught up with the lagging team from somewhere. What should we do now? It doesn't care about us at all. It just wants to catch up with that big guy, a driver shouted. They were trying to stop the lagging beast from moving forward, but the ammunition was limited and the aircraft could not get too close. Wait a minute. Jingyu paused and saw a vehicle suddenly jumping out from the ground below. This off-road vehicle was at most as big as the palm of the giant beast, and it released smoke bombs back and forth around its feet, as if it was not afraid of death. The colorful smoke mixed with the smell of pollutants, and the dazzling light immediately attracted the Acania giant beast, and it pounced on the vehicle. Is that Captain Yu? Someone recognized it. He turned his head early, and saw Jingyu with a cold face, as if his heart was tightly grasped. He turned his head and shouted to the driver, "Double-shot cannon cover." When the Acania giant beast caught up, the off-road vehicle immediately turned around. After several rounds, the giant beast seemed to realize that it was playing a trick on it. It suddenly stopped as if observing its prey. After a long period of stillness, when the off-road vehicle finally impatiently continued to release smoke, its hard and thorny tail swept towards it fiercely. The off-road vehicle was hit accurately and fell towards the crack in the ground. In the wilderness, several teams of the Dawn organization are doing their best to stop the King Beast. However, without the communication tools, everything can only rely on the tacit understanding accumulated in daily life. Damn. What's wrong with the second team? Why are they running in the opposite direction? Does Jiang Cece know what we are doing? Zhang Chuanyu's car had a flat tire, and he couldn't help cursing. Some small pollutants gradually approached him. Fortunately, Xia Mingming and the captain of the third team, Jie Sheng, arrived in time. Jie Sheng couldn't help but roar while shooting. What's going on? Where is the heavy-equipped Alpha? If I had a heavy-duty Alpha, I would have endured this. Zhang Chuanyu yelled back. The door of the basement seemed to have lost power, and the information card recognition had no response at all, but this door was specially made of rare ore, and there was no other way except to bombard it. And all heavy artillery required information card recognition to start. What an idiotic design. I'm going to fight the military when I go back. As the bullets passed through the nerve center of the pollutants, mucus splashed, and the wilderness was covered with black mud. Several motorcycles passed through the wilderness at lightning speed, led by Tan Chi from Team 8. The Acania King Beast seemed to be impatient with these noisy mosquitoes and flies, and no grass grew wherever its long tail swept. Compared with it, humans are too small, and those tireless attacks are overestimating their own strength. The night rain brought down the breath of despair, but those ant-like humans never gave up. They were like strong grass and strong wind, and they did not look back in the face of death. Zhang Chuanyu pulled the trigger towards the King Beast's eyes, but was suddenly stopped by Xia Mingming. "Look there." Xia Mingming pointed at the back of the giant beast. There was actually a figure climbing up to its head along those upside-down thorns. He seemed to have only a short knife, but he could find soft flesh between the hard shells, and then stabbed it mercilessly into its red pupils. In response to him, the giant beast shook and screamed more and more violently, and its huge body swept back and forth. However, the man could avoid it in time every time the tentacles were about to approach, and his movements were light and skillful, as if everything was under control. The night splashed on his hair and eyes, and the cold light reflected the endless long rain. Zhang Chuanyu saw the figure as familiar. "Which team is this guy from?" "New." Jia Sheng's tired eyes finally showed a trace of joy. "Have you heard of the prophecy about the Last Judgment?" "The prophet?" Zhang Chuanyu was skeptical. Only Xia Mingming's eyes followed the man closely. But the situation suddenly changed. The figure seemed to have been injured for a long time, and he hesitated for only 0.01 seconds before being swept up by the long tail of the King Beast. He flew into the night sky like a leaf, and then fell like a stone, and was swallowed directly by the wide-open mouth of the Acania Beast. At the same time, the Yuza base fell into darkness. The central control center has been shut down. Everything became silent, with only a long night. The rain stopped. The pollutants that had been pouring in endlessly suddenly stagnated. About a minute later, chaos appeared everywhere without warning. They stopped moving forward, but became more violent, venting their attacks and devouring everything. Everyone realized that the battle was far from over. The Acania Beast, which had stopped in place, swept across the Dawn group again. It seemed that it had lost the chains that held it, exposing its ferocious nature. The vehicle flipped to the ground and broke into pieces. Several soldiers crawled out of the ruins, but faced the terrifying beast head-on. Their weapons were completely useless. When fear overcame everything, they couldn't even escape. Only despair and panic controlled their brains and limbs. All the red vertical pupils of the King Beast looked down at them, and the high tail slapped down instantly, but it stopped at the critical moment. Xia Mingming raised her head, and the red flowing in those vertical pupils slowly dissipated, and then covered with a layer of ice blue. Chapter 78. When everyone was frightened, the Acania King Beast in the middle of the wilderness swung its long tail, past the speeding off-road vehicle, and smashed a group of insects following the vehicle. The roar from the strange beast penetrated the eardrum, as if venting a long-suppressed hatred. It turned around, turned its back to the direction of the inner city, and crushed several smaller pollutants. "Everyone be alert." Zhang Chuanyu gestured desperately, but the people in the distance could not pay attention at this time. The ground under his feet shook violently because of the approach of the giant beast, and he was knocked dozens of meters away and fell to the ground without warning. A mutant forest wolf stopped when passing him. Its dark green eyes paused, and saliva fell on the mechanical claws. The sharp wind passed through Zhang Chuanyu's ears. He remembered that this thing likes to skin its prey alive, as if its sharp long claws had already passed through his calves. The huge forest wolf lowered its head, and a hiss sound came out of its throat. Zhang Chuanyu saw that the mechanical claw it raised was bigger than his head, and it grabbed his neck the next second. He heard the wind again. The forest wolf suddenly disappeared from sight, and was rolled up by a long tail and thrown into the distance. He saw the countless eyes of the King Beast staring at him, as if he was in an unknown abyss. Then, the Acania King Beast turned and left, rushing towards the group of pollutants gathered in the direction of the outer city sentry post. "Is it helping us?" Zhang Chuanyu muttered in disbelief. Xia Mingming picked up his gun and threw it at him, then followed the direction of the giant beast. "Don't worry about it. Cooperate with him first." Zhang Chuanyu held the gun. "Him?" Beside the crack in the ground outside the city, a figure jumped out at the moment the off-road vehicle fell. A small aircraft that came out of nowhere caught him with a rope. At the same time, the other 6 aircraft used their formation to confuse the Acania beast and buy time for their companions. In a large aircraft not far away, Jingyu stood on the edge of the exit with a low-altitude parachute on his back, almost jumping out. A huge sound of wind poured into the aircraft and intercepted him. Don't cause trouble. Zhao Zhao sat next to him, holding a sniper rifle towards the beast's eyes. After seeing Yugui climb into the strange aircraft, Jingyu was slightly relieved, but then frowned again. Which team do those small aircraft belong to? Their formation and skills seem to have been trained to a certain extent, but in fact, you can see at a glance that they lack practical experience. For example, now they always block the sniper's line of sight. A team member replied, they are all flying spare aircraft. The figures of the aircraft appeared on the driver's operating screen, and someone recognized them at a glance. Song Yen? Isn't this the boy who lives next door to me? And his classmate, the little rascal with a bad heart. What's his name? Lu Yiwei. Damn. These students who are not afraid of death. How did they come to the front line? They have driving licenses. Zhao Zhao finally found the right time to fire the first shot. Those aircraft are for exam simulations. So their ammunition is very insufficient. As soon as everyone realized this, one of the small aircraft lost its combat capability because it overestimated its ammunition reserves. The two pilots quickly ejected and were caught by the net dropped by another aircraft. The driver on Zhao Zhao's side whistled. Wow. The survivability is not bad. Don't talk too early. Jingyu stared at the aircraft in the middle, where Yugui was, and the beam at the front of the aircraft suddenly lengthened. They are passing messages. What did they say? Jingyu's solemn eyes reflected the quietly transmitted messages. Follow up. Destroy the signal base station first. What? The others were puzzled. It took a lot of effort to build those signal base stations, which are the most important engineering projects. How could it be possible to give up so easily and destroy them? Jingyu did not explain. This is an order. Someone objected. Why should I listen to you? What is your rank? Zhao Zhao's gun tapped the man's face, and he blinked when he tilted his head. This is the order of Yugui, the captain of the Dawn Team 5. Only this aircraft has sufficient ammunition, so of course you can only go for such a glorious mission. The others were stunned. Zhao Zhao caught the parachute thrown by Jingyu and nodded to him. We will hold this big guy here. Hurry up. After that, the two jumped down without hesitation. The students also left two aircraft to deal with the giant beast. They tried their best to infer the intention of the early morning through the position of the sniper rifle. And it was almost right. How long can it last? None of them knew. The diarrhea shelter was silent, without a sound. Everyone opened their eyes in the dim candlelight, listening to the sound coming from outside the door. The captain of the 12th team was guarding the door alone, perhaps fighting against some kind of pollutant. Every impact sounded like a drum, like thunder, knocking on the fragile safety. Chi-Chi shrank up in fear, and he could not help but grab the sleeve of the person next to him. It was a young man with golden hair and a completely unfamiliar face. But at this time, the strange big brother just patted his back gently. Chi-Chi thought that he was probably as scared as himself. Otherwise, he would not stare at the door motionlessly. It turns out that becoming an adult will not make things better. Is my sister still in the outer city? Is she safe? Have Sister Nanji and Grandpa entered the shelter? Will everyone survive? Central Control Center. The 5-meter-high super-large display screen was completely black. William and Alina each held a flashlight, and the light suddenly swept across a group of figures next to the screen. William shouted, and his heart stopped for a moment. Fortunately, it was a real person, or more than a dozen staff members of the programming department. Xiu. Xiaojin. Why are you here? Tan Chi was shocked. The girl in the front said softly, we found that the system was down, so we wanted to help. But Deep Domain didn't respond as if it was stuck, so we had to shut it down and prepare to restart. Others echoed. It's not that it didn't respond at all, but it was like it was deliberately ignoring it, and all access was denied. Tan Chi and Tang Xing looked at each other, and they really stumbled upon it by mistake. What happened? Did I do something wrong? Someone asked. Tan Chi, no. This proves that the system was indeed shut down by Zeus on purpose. It's still controlling the signal base station in the background. Fortunately, you have already forcibly shut down the hardware equipment. As soon as Tan Chi explained, the others immediately understood and hurried back to their work positions, preparing to activate the original self-built system. The sound of rapid keyboard tapping rang out all around, and no one dared to relax. These were all written, by early scientists based on the partial architecture of the newest system. It would be great if we had a complete backup of Noah. Tang Xing couldn't help but sigh. Casca raised his eyebrows. It's still complete. If it's another trap, we'll be in trouble. Stop talking like that, Alina warned. What's wrong with that? I'm not that bad-mouthed, Leon. William changed the subject. With your ability, why do you still drive a garbage truck? What's wrong with driving a garbage truck? Do you look down on it? How important is it to the work of Usa Base? You are the vice president of Tianwen College, and your knowledge is limited. Usually, such ordinary and dangerous tasks are given to heroes with real abilities, such as me. Even if I become a formal member of the Dawn organization, I can't stop my duty of driving a garbage truck. William choked a few times. I remember you haven't become a formal member yet? Your application was cancelled because you helped a defector. Casca was full of confidence. Who defected? My boss is back. Besides, it's only a matter of time before I become a formal member of the Dawn organization. Maybe when this crisis is over, I will have enough. Okay, hero. If you keep arguing, my brain will explode. Alina was really impatient. Tanchi hit the last key, and sweat slid down his cheeks. She stared at the dark screen until the first line of code appeared. Startup progress, 1%. It's done. Tanchi was overjoyed and didn't dare to take his eyes off the slowly increasing number. Tang Xing turned his head and saw that the power automatically stored in the central control center was almost exhausted. Alina also realized this and couldn't help but worry. I don't know what's going on with the artificial sun. Casca, what's wrong with you? Casca looked at the direction of the corridor outside the entrance and whispered, there's something outside. Everyone held their breath and saw a tentacle swinging on the ground in the dim skylight. No one knew what was waiting outside. Are you so scared by this little thing? Casca laughed and put the gun on his shoulder. At the critical moment, a great hero, have to take action. You stay here, and I'll lead that thing away. William looked at his firm and resolute back and said, be careful. The outside of the artificial sun's management room was full of collapsed bricks. The military team guarding the outside had gone to reinforce the Dawn organization. 2 of the guards here have died, and the rest are missing. Zhou Wei walked down the barrier-free passage, and the stone at the door of the management office blocked his way. He stood up with the wheelchair, trying to climb over the stone. It's just a short distance. It's really... The old man panted and moved his body bit by bit. But he overestimated his physical condition and moved very slowly. The silent sun was in the dark hole below, and the dark hissing came out from there. I'm afraid some reckless pollutants fell in, and the strong radiation would leave them there. But there are also those who are not so unlucky, such as the half-stuck thing stuck in the stone below Zhou Wei. The sharp mouthparts were facing his neck, and the long tongue that was originally drooping suddenly swung. A flash of white light, and a gunshot brought the half-dead monster into eternal sleep. Zhou Wei covered his chest and relaxed, hearing the footsteps of the person coming. He couldn't help but curse, you old guy. At least say something. Can you hear it with your ears? A cold face appeared in the light, with gray hair on the temples. Bai Wanli took back the gun and helped Zhou Wei to the management office. Zhou Wei looked at him. Wait, aren't you seriously ill? I climbed up from the bed. Bai Wanli observed the surrounding situation. I came out and saw you in a broken wheelchair, afraid that no one would know if you died. Zhou Wei sneered. General Bai, when did the conditions in the intensive care unit become so bad? Didn't I prepare mouthwash for you? Bai Wanli glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention. There was obviously a fight in the management room. Most of the glass was broken, and the console and walls were covered with alien mucus. A lighter and an ashtray that had not been cleaned. Several unopened wine bottles were neatly placed in the corner, surprisingly intact. Zhou Wei pulled himself to the nearest chair and sat down, trying to wipe off the contaminant secretions on the operating table with his sleeve. Remember? When the artificial sun was first used, you complained that the manual switch was too complicated. Bai Wanli replied, of course. The designer is my teacher. Zhou Wei tried the buttons while muttering, I don't know what's going on outside. That kid owes us a big favor, and he must treat us to a drink in a few days. Who is willing to drink with you? Bai Wanli turned his head away with disdain. The hole above the crypt lit up with colorful spots of light, followed by a sound of fireworks. Zhou Wei knew that this was the signal he and Alina had agreed on. He had to hurry up. Zhou Wei said, I'll ask you to tell me if there is any other way to restart. The console was motionless, and it didn't work no matter what I pressed. A row of indicator lights were all red, indicating a fault. Bai Wanli stared at the pollutants falling from the hole. Of course, the teacher once left a spare switch on the machine, just in case. Zhou Wei paused. What do you mean? On the machine? Someone must wear protective clothing to go down. I think I'm the only one who can go down here now, Bai Wanli said calmly, as if it was no big deal. It's too close there. It doesn't matter whether you have protective clothing or not. Zhou Wei was silent for a few seconds. Is there no other way? Bai Wanli's eyes became complicated, but soon returned to his usual indifference. He asked back, do you believe we can win? In the long silence, Bai Wanli smiled. He threw another spare gun to Zhou Wei, picked up the lifting rope in the corner, and left the control room without looking back. Don't forget, you said you would buy me a drink. How old are you, and still like to be a hero? Zhou Wei muttered, and his louder shouts echoed in the cave. Hey, Bai Wanli, we will win. He watched the resolute figure disappear at the edge of the ladder, with mixed feelings in his heart. The past years always attack him inadvertently recently. How many old friends, who died on the road, are like yesterday to him? But right now, he has more important things to do than to be sad about the passing of time, such as guarding here. It takes several minutes to go down from the management room to the deepest part, not to mention finding the switch. Zhou Wei trembled and came to the corner, counting the seconds on his mouth, and picked up a bottle of wine. He didn't know the person in charge here, but he seemed to have the same hobby as him, so he must be a good person. Hey, white wine. Zhou Wei lowered his head and sniffed it. The quality was not bad, just a little worse than his own collection. He studied the wrapping paper for a full 5 minutes. His aging hearing didn't help much, but his sharp intuition over the years made him suddenly alert. There were a few fallen pollutants lying on the edge of the gravel outside the management room. They gradually resumed their movements and were attracted by the movement in the direction of the ladder. A wine bottle smashed out from the broken glass, shifting their attention back to the management room. The closest insect did not rush forward, but went over to sniff the bottle and swallowed it in one gulp. A bullet accurately penetrated its central nervous system. Then, there was another one behind it on the right. You are still as good as ever. A bunch of idiots. You have to look at me. Zhou Wei was complacent. However, this false joy never stopped, and more pollutants gathered in the direction of the gravel. They were not big in size, like a group of mutant spiders in their infancy, densely packed and disgusting. Some of them were trying to jump down from the edge. At this time, a scent of wine wafted out of the darkness. The rustling sound suddenly became excited, as if a switch was turned on. A black river followed the smell and poured into the management room. A flashlight lay quietly on the edge of the control console. The beam illuminated the old man drinking in the corner. He seemed to be dissatisfied, so he turned the bottle upside down, and the liquid poured all over his head. He wiped the wine off his chest, clenched his fist, and patted it twice. Then, he threw away the bottle, held the lighter, and slowly lifted his clothes to reveal the miniature bomb tied to his waist. Zhou Wei looked in the direction of the hole. The long night was still there, but it was gradually getting brighter. Below the crypt, Bai Wanli heard the explosion in the sky. He pulled the restart switch, turned over with difficulty, and leaned against the wall. Blood was pouring out of his abdomen. Not far away, there were several limbs of pollutants falling. Radiation had a great impact on them, so they couldn't walk here. The fire above flickered in his eyes, still cold and calm, but more relaxed than ever before. The sound of the machine running sounded beside him, with an unpleasant and moving hum. He seemed to be back to the scene when he and his teacher first came here many years ago. He asked the teacher if it was worth it to spend so much effort, resources and manpower. The teacher replied, "You will have the answer." He clenched his fists, knocked his chest twice, and smiled with relief. The light of the dispatch desk at the highest point of the base was the first to light up. 5 staff members were quickly adjusting the communication equipment until they saw the light spot in the direction of the outer city again. Countless monitoring screens lit up one after another, and the leftmost screen stayed in the artificial sun area. The communication broadcast was ready, but no one spoke. They looked at the young woman sitting in the center. She stared at the burning wheelchair in the fire quietly, and her breathing almost stopped. She was motionless, like a statue, crying blankly. A minute later, the war that was still going on in the distance made her unable to break free. Xiao Nanji closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The tears in her eyes were not yet dry. The voice through the communication channel trembled slightly. "This is the dispatch desk of Yuza Base. Please reply if you hear me." The reply came quickly. Notching of the 1st Company of the Military. Received. Jiang Cece of the 2nd Team of Liming. Received. Tan Shi of the 8th Team of Liming. Received. Yang Chen of the 4th Company of the Military. Received. Yu Gui of the 5th Team of Liming. Received. Zhang Chuanyu of the 4th Team of Liming. Received. Qin of the 12th Group of the Military. Received. Outside the glass, the lights of the sentry posts lit up one after another in the vast wilderness. They saw the huge Acania king beast pounce on another Acania giant beast, and the two wrestled into a ball. Zhang Chuanyu of Dawn Team 4 reports that the king beast is currently in an unstable state. It attacks its own kind all the way, and we suspect that someone is empathizing with it. Xiao Nanji wiped away the warm tears with the back of his hand, and his gaze slowly became firm as he stared ahead. Received. Team 4. Please continue to observe. Keep a safe distance, and assist when necessary. Received. Everyone, please pay attention. The king beast is currently 5 kilometers north of the A3 exit of the outer city. Please pay attention to avoid it in time. Dawn Team 5. Please immediately activate the heavy-duty alpha, and you will encounter 5 S-type insect pollutants and an 8+ super dangerous mechanical drone on the way. Dawn Team 2. Please help cover. Team 5 received. Team 2 received. A huge explosion sounded in the distance, and the flames lit up the night. Dawn Team 4 reports that all 3 signal base stations have been destroyed. The dispatch desk received. Please observe the amount of pollutants ahead and clean them up in time. Team 4 received. Teams, please note that there are still many pollutants wandering on the plains. Large pollutants are located at the dispatch desk at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 2 o'clock. Xiao Nanji whispered, "Please switch to the inner-city broadcast." The staff member closest to her nodded to her. "All residents of Yuza Base, please pay attention. Please stay in the shelter, and do not go out without permission. Currently, we have observed at least 10 flying mutant creatures have entered the inner city. Please wait for rescue." Repeat again. "Please all residents do not go out without permission." A heavy blow sounded at the top of the nearby tower, and a short scream came from the room. The entire glass of the dispatch room was shattered by a tail covered with barbs, and cold wind poured in instantly, and the deep hissing was like a terrifying order. When everyone was panicking, Xiao Nanji's fingers touching the microphone trembled slightly. She heard a man groaning faintly because of suppressed pain. It was a familiar voice. In the past 7 years, at the end and conclusion of each year, and after every major battle, she would hear that unusually cold man in the tower. She remembered his voice. The top of the tower was 5 meters below the dispatch room. She walked to the broken windowsill and could see the figure in black uniform. Shangju also saw the lighted dispatch room. A very thin tentacle slowly pulled out from his ear, indicating that the exchange of empathy memories had ended. Yes, he was one of the earliest empaths in Yuza Base. That was when he first followed the Dawn group to fight as a student of Tianmen Academy. They encountered an extremely ferocious mutant crocodile, and the team was severely damaged. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue fighting, but was forced to the edge of the waterfall by the leader of the crocodile group. The hard claws slapped him to the ground. But what greeted him was not death, but some short black and white images. The feeling was indescribable, and even thinking could not be controlled by oneself. It was like an ant gnawing at the nerves, inch by inch, and the pain was so severe that he wanted to smash his head. Strangely, the mutant crocodile let him go and stretched out its tentacles to the other team members. When they came into contact, Shangju endured the pain, quietly picked up the gun, rushed up, and shot the thing in the head a few times. The penetrating bullet made it lose its intuition. But the team members, who were touched by the transparent tentacles, also died immediately. He wandered in the jungle for a few days, until he was sure that he would not die. And then he caught up with the main force. He knew that this was extremely dangerous. There were very few records of the base, and there were no survivors. Until when she had the same experience. In the past years of training, he has seen many things in many people. He knows his responsibilities, just as he knows that empathy must never happen again. But at this moment, when everything is at stake and there is no room for maneuver, he doubts himself for the first time. He peeked into the brain of the polluted creature in front of him and saw several flashbacks, and roughly pieced together its origins. the fruit core hanging high in the air. The deep domain, everything is about to come out, indicating that he has made an extremely wrong choice. It is because of him that the Yuza base will be what it is today. The throat suppressed by the claws uttered a self-deprecating laugh, intermittent, and the red oozes from the corners of his mouth. He saw Xiaonanji standing on a high place, holding the gun tightly with both hands, firing a shot in the direction of the pollutant, hitting the guy's eyes. He knew what she meant, but he had no choice. He raised his hand and used the Tianwen Academy's gesture to convey a brief message. Then, while the polluted creature was furious, he jumped down from the top of the tower without caring about his injuries. He heard the sound of the biting wind, which was a distant oath from the depths of time, and everything he swore to defend. The giant bird immediately leaned over and flew away, and its long beak instantly pierced his body. Xiaonanji held the communicator tightly and reported the coordinates with a choked throat. Dawn Team 4. Please attack immediately. The artillery fire from the heavy Alpha was aimed at the hovering giant bird, and a ball of white light exploded in front of the tower, like fireworks tearing the long night apart. In the direction of the top of the tower near the mountain, a weak figure slowly crawled out of the darkness. It was a child. Maybe he got lost, or maybe he witnessed a trivial protection for himself. He was stunned and stood there. Then he cried, "Wow!" Messages came from the communication station one after another, like the horn of counterattack. A childish voice sounded, "Report. B District Shelter. The adults decided to go out to help Captain Mo. We will never sit and wait for death. Report. F District Shelter. We have dealt with a pollutant. Report to the dispatch station. Traces of pollutants have been found in the residential area of G District. Please go to the bell tower to collect weapons if you have combat ability. Report. Central Control Center. Please. One of our friends disappeared in the battle against pollutants. Can you find him in the surveillance? Reload Alpha. All activated. Outside the city, Zhao Zhao climbed up the soft ladder of the aircraft and exploded on the ground 20 meters into the air. In the dazzling white light, she saw that the Acania King Beast with ice blue pupils actually tore another of its kind with bare hands. The exclamations around her became alert as the King Beast moved. Zhao Zhao pointed his gun at the head of the giant, ready to pull the trigger at any time. A hand was placed on her shoulder. Yugui stared at the guy in front of him quietly. I saw that the King Beast dragged its kind by the tail and moved to the southwest with the dying monster. The Dawn team slowly followed around it and reported its movements at any time. Yugui held down his still bleeding arm and looked from a high place. No new pollutant groups appeared in the distance. On the contrary, some of those lingering on the edge of the battlefield had disappeared into the cracks in the ground. The pollutant groups left in the Yuza base were still in the flames, and perhaps half of them no longer posed a threat. Everyone's nerves were still tense, so they simply vented their anger and fear in the battle. In fact, it wasn't that scary anymore, was it? He saw that the students who were trembling at first were now united, clumsily but orderly planning formations and executing tactics. And he also saw that his teammates believed in each other without reservation. Not far away, the light of the heavy armored Alpha passed in front of the aircraft in turn. It started to rain again. The endless rain passed through the wilderness, carrying the remains lying in the mud and mucus to the low-lying areas by the sea. The shadow-like Acania King Beast was also moving in that direction. The dragged giant beast was originally seriously injured, but suddenly opened its eyes, rolled up its long tail, jumped up from behind, and bit the King Beast's neck frantically, without the hard shell to protect it. The fragile soft flesh was soon reduced to skeleton, but the King Beast seemed not to care about the wound, just tore the thing off its body and walked towards the seaside with it. Cover him. Xiao Mingming's voice came out of Yugui's communicator, and Zhang Chuanyu's voice responded immediately. A student on the opposite aircraft shouted, "Let's go and help." Yugui was about to arrange manpower, and stood up early. "I'll go. I'll leave this to you." He nodded slightly and watched her enter another aircraft. The Acania King Beast, which had reached the seaside, suddenly let out a long cry of extremely low frequency, like a rusty ancient bell, piercing the sky and the earth. Slowly, people everywhere saw that the pollutants changed the chaotic direction and gathered towards the ocean. Exit A9. The pollution value is decreasing. Entrance to the inner city. The swarm is no longer attacking. Zone J is being cleared, and no living polluted creatures have been found. Zone H has eliminated one pollutant, and the rest are retreating. Zone A found 3 pollutant debris, and one person has been confirmed dead. Heavy Alpha has cleared the eastern area of the outer city. The heavy rain stirred up the waves, and the fire and the illumination light tore through the night. Everyone stared at the direction of the sea. The Acania King Beast dragged another giant beast into the sea, heading towards the deep sea, and slowly disappeared. The huge waves in the distance hit the Yuza base, one after another. This is the dispatch desk. Please evacuate everyone on the plane to a high place. I repeat, please evacuate everyone to a high place. Behind the glass of the dispatch desk, in various shelters, aircraft or sentry posts, silence tugged at people's long tense nerves. The desire for victory and the fear of the unknown are entangled at this moment. No one knows what will happen next, just as no one knows where the end is, until someone hears the first whale cry. 3 aircraft hovered over the dark ocean, and the beams of light were like tiny sands rising and falling with the waves. Early eyes followed the beams, and she dared not blink even though her eyelids were sore. After a long time, she heard the pilot shout excitedly, "Found it!" Chapter 79. When she felt like he had a very long dream. It was like a stick stirring his brain, and the pain was so severe that he wanted to smash a hole through it and tear off all the network nerves. He clearly knew that this was an inevitable sequela of empathy. It was just that he didn't know how much he could bear. It was just for fun that he kept trying. It was really difficult. If the mind could become a wall, then when one side was perceived to be calm, the other side would be attacked violently. The mind maze only trapped those attacks in one place and stopped them from spreading. But they would not decrease. So the intense pain was endless, making every nerve cell scream. He had a little regret when he felt the cold sea water entering his lungs. He thought that Lu Jianshan owed him a big favor this time. He didn't know how long he had slept, and memories repeatedly pulled him in his dreams. He would dream of walking alone in the moonlight in the wilderness, with Lu Jianshan's untuneful singing coming from his headphones. He would also dream of the short adventures they had together, and those trance moments were not fake. He also dreamed that he and Lu Jianshan passed by a big tree together, and it seemed like a park with flowers and plants in full bloom. There were no pollutants, no deep areas, and everything was bathed in light. In the intervals of dreams, he felt the cold machine checking him, back and forth, an infusion needle entering his blood vessels, and someone calling his name. When he woke up occasionally, he always heard panicked voices, and a group of people rushed up like visiting museum treasures. There were also acquaintances who came to see him, but they always fell asleep before they said a few words. Let him rest more, someone whispered. It was 7 days later when she woke up again. He slept with a heavy head and light feet. After confirming that the earphones were still there, he sat on the bed in a daze, until someone opened the door. The nurse who was checking the room seemed surprised, and quickly closed the door. A few minutes later, she brought him water and a bowl of porridge. The rice porridge was added with a little corn kernels, and the temperature was just right. The dry throat could finally be moistened. People came to his ward one after another after hearing the news. The first group was Zhao Zhao and Liang, then Xiao Mingming, Yu Gui, Alina, and finally Admiral Hope of the military and Minister Jia Si of the program department. It was really overwhelming to see a big shot as soon as he woke up. When Wenxi's pale lips hung a faint smile. Please sit down. He said the meeting would take a while. The Acania beasts come from a very ancient mountain creature, the Acania dragon, a short, gentle descendant of dinosaurs, which originally had no aggression. The radiation changed their appearance and size. But what really made them attack was the signal frequency. They, like other pollutants, receive orders until the goal is achieved. For example, the forest wolf pack that once organized an attack on the Yuza base is also an example they have seen. Yugui raised one leg, his arm still wrapped in bandages. Those students said that in your speculation, the Deep Domain Master Zeus was the one behind the order. But whether it is Fino or Zhou Wei, we have no evidence. How did you confirm it? Because I saw it. He peeked into the memory of the Acania King Beast, and saw a blank compared to the moment when it curled up in the crack of the ground. It had no flowing thoughts, and no emotional ups and downs in the attacking state. Like a pure killing machine. When she started with what he saw and heard in Sun Lu City, skimming over the details of his empathy with the giant whale, everyone's expressions were solemn and complicated, and they sighed from time to time. Jia Si was confused, but the Deep Domain Mastermind was obviously the greatest invention before the pollution era. It was created for mankind and served the world. But now it has betrayed everything. Why is all this? It seems that it disagrees with what you call greatness. When she glanced out the window. These days, too many facts have been intertwined. The evolution of pollutants occurred earlier than when she knew. And the initiator of all this was anonymous in when she's time and never emerged. What will happen in the future is more like a huge experiment. But the designer's intention is unknown. Zeus, the deep domain mastermind. What exactly does it want to do? Giassi was silent. The facts they currently know are just a veil covering the obvious truth. Hope on the side had a different concern. So, you can control those monsters now? This inappropriate joke caused Leon to sneer. But his eyes were full of concern. That depends on how long his fragile human body can last. Maybe the next second. Alina pinched when she's full body scan record and sighed silently. She really didn't know how he survived. Even for when she's extraordinary recovery speed. The nerve trauma caused by the empathy process was far more serious than expected. It was a miracle that he could lie here and breathe and speak. That was not an operation. Just a brief contact. I am not qualified to control such an ancient creature. When she scooped up a spoonful of porridge. But it is worth the risk occasionally. Zhao Zhao covered his eyes with the back of his hand. And heard when she muttering again, "It's not entirely for you." Leon said happily, "It's only a little for us." And I am also moved to tears. What is it for? Hope asked slowly. When she hummed. In order to make someone owe me something that cannot be repaid. But before that, do you know anything about the snowfield? A crisp voice came from the crack of the door. I know. Zhao Zhao brought the small robot bundled in. I found it when I was searching. And it should have been destroyed on the spot. But it insisted that it knew you, and claimed to be a housekeeping robot of the user base. After the inspection by the science department, it was considered to be a product before the deep realm. So it was kept until today. I told you I was one. I even helped the staff in your sample area escape from the scene. Danwan explained in a tough manner. He hung the stubborn steel ball by the window early, and let it struggle for a while. When she thought it was noisy, you say. Danwan finally got the chance to show off. Shuoyuan is another name for the ancient capital Haitian, which has a vast history. It is said that they have the world's largest library, the highest snow mountain, and the freest research institute. Under the influence of the local schools and the Pope, everyone pursues the supreme truth. None of this matters. Alina stared at when she, her voice soft. Haitian is where the deep realm was born. And it is where its real brain is. Lu Jianshan should know this. So he, when she sneered, and his pale lips were bitten until blood dripped, that's why he was so smart. He wanted to confirm it by himself first, and then deal with it directly. But obviously, he didn't succeed. At least not now. Why? Hope asked. Giassi held his chin seriously, because the deep domain has grown rapidly in just a few decades. And humans have not. Alina suddenly sighed. No. It's because it's easy to destroy an old signal base station. But the base stations of the deep domain system are almost all over the land of this world. Most of the time they are underground, running like blood vessels. Unless there are billions of people hoeing the land together, it is impossible. In comparison, it would be easier to destroy its most primitive brain. But things often have the word but. Egg roll covered his mouth, then the dumb melon seeds have already. When she glanced at him impatiently, an egg roll immediately shut up. Let's stop here today. The others got up and prepared to leave. And Zhao Zhao was the last one to walk to the door. She turned her back to when she. Her red hair draped over her shoulders. Sometimes I can't figure it out. At this time, I thought you would choose him. When she leaned against the soft pillow. The bright day outside the window. The overlapping shadows of the mountains. Like a fleeting dream. I chose him. Zhao Zhao was silent for a while. And said softly, then he'd better be alive. Wait. When she called her. And then wondered. Why are there two people missing? Walking through the streets that were bustling again. Turning a few corners along the descending steps. There were several mahjong tables in the open space, making the melodious piano music nowhere to penetrate. The smoke from the open air walk yellowed a corner of the black and white portrait. A few bunches of white flowers were inserted on a model of a garbage truck. And a small incense burner stood upright in front of it. Those who came to pay their respects first went to Shirai to get a bowl of tomato scrambled eggs with rice. And then went to play a few rounds of cards with Zana. And occasionally played a song with the band. After Shirai finished frying this pot, he rested for a while. And when the next person came, he just waved his hand. You take the food on the table yourself. Thank you. The old man turned his head and saw a frail young man. It's you. When she nodded, the portrait hanging in the window seemed to smile brightly at him. It was a young and lively face. That child likes excitement. The old man's eyes wandered slowly. Look, I'm afraid he'll be lonely. So I arranged everything for him. He must like it very much. When she handed a piece of cloth to Shirai, the old man opened the soft cloth, and inside was a long dot-shaped one. This was the relic that Casca had placed in the storage room in the outer city before he left the city last time. It was said to be a gift from his grandparents when he was 12 years old. There were only slight scratches on it over the years, and it was well preserved. Zilly touched the model, and his hand holding the cloth trembled slightly. When he was a child, he said he wanted to be a great hero, but he didn't have enough qualifications and couldn't enter the Tianwen Academy. We thought he had given up long ago. Casca is always like this. He likes to dream big. But he was really happy when he knew he could go to the Dawn Organization department. And he ate a full 5 bowls of rice before leaving. They said he dealt with 3 pollutants alone and fought until the last moment. I think he did it? Yes. When she said without hesitation, he is a hero. He heard the old man's hoarse voice, trying to suppress it in the bustle, but he couldn't restrain it at all. After leaving the funeral, when she went to Tianwen College, he brought a bottle of wine along the way and spit all his points in Yuza base. The corridor full of portraits of past principals had one more, and the empty birth and death years were filled. 2118.12. 2199.7. The person in the portrait is several generations older than the others. A rare longevity in this era. The portrait is not kind-looking, but his eyes are sharp and sharp. Compared with these eyes, the silver hair and wrinkles are just a foil. In the glass display case in front of the portrait, there is a neat uniform, a badge, and a pair of rings. A huge plant is close to the painting. Half of its branches grow towards the hollow leading to the terrace, and white light flows into the corridor. When she sat cross-legged on the ground, Pride opened the bottle and poured a glass. He didn't drink it either, but raised his glass to the portrait from a distance. He yawned as he looked at it, and opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. It's the plant brought back from Shazhou. Unexpectedly, it grows very fast, and the room can no longer fit it, Xiao Nanji whispered, touching the branches and leaves of the plant. Her voice was like a sigh. I still don't know whether it is a tree or a vine. It's hard to say. I'll know later. When she replied, then I hope it is a towering tree that can provide shade for passers-by. And it can be considered to have existed. Grandpa should think so too. The leaves swayed slightly. As if responding to her, she handed a box to Wenxi. A blue transparent gauze bag contained some soda candies, which he had designated Zhou Wei to keep. The small label read unpalatable and total 82, crossed out. 81. There was also a sealed envelope with strong handwriting on a white sticker. When she opened the envelope and took out a beautifully sealed certificate, it was a Tianwen College graduation certificate. The student's name was Wenxi, and the last line was a line of small words, because the student performed well and met the graduation requirements. He was allowed to graduate early. The name of the current principal and Zhou Wei's signature were at the end. A photo slipped from the interlayer of the hard shell packaging of the certificate. When she quickly caught it, but was suddenly stunned when he saw it clearly. It was a well-preserved color photo, with young people standing in 3 neat rows. This is my grandparents' graduation photo at Tianwen College. Xiao Nanji recognized the young man in the lower right corner at a glance. He was holding the hand of the girl next to him, smiling shyly but warmly. But when Wenxi's eyes fell on the other side of Zhou Wei, the young man was silent like a mystery. His eyes filled with quiet snow. That was Lu Jianshan. The time was printed under his feet, June 30th, 2137. Chapter 80. Alina caught the little robot named Egg Roll at the entrance of the base archives. It was still shaking its limbs to defend itself. I said I was a domestic robot produced in Jiuzhong Road, Chaowen City. My number is SY2116-0401 Joker. Judging from the geographical location, this is obviously my home. When Eggroll shouted loudly, Fong's head turned back. Alina followed its direction and accurately found Wenxi next to the bookshelf on the 2nd floor. The archive's registration staff silently covered their faces with books. Surprised. What? Someone actually sneaked in? What? It's the prophet of our base. No. No. I don't know this person. I have never seen him. And it is definitely not me who put him in accidentally. The other staff turned their heads and pretended not to see it. Alina sighed. In view of the fact that when she has contributed a lot of important information related to survival in the past few days, including but not limited to the evolution, classification, and attack characteristics of polluting organisms, she can temporarily grant this violation. Only for today. She walked up to the second floor in one breath. People who entered the archives without permission were spreading old books all over the floor, leaving no place to step. When she squatted expressionlessly beside him, when he heard the sound of breathing, he slowly raised his head. You are here? Before Alina could speak, a voice sounded behind her. You want to talk to me? Yugui smelled of cigarettes, and she turned her head to look at when the latter chewed apple-flavored soda candy and stood up staggeringly. How old are you this year? Yugui felt the sudden drop in air pressure, as if he was going to grab Wenxi's face in the next second, and hurriedly smiled and said, Young man, why do you invade my privacy as soon as you come here? Fortunately, Wenxi responded in time. Then I'll put it another way. According to the records of Yuza Base, he was born on November 2nd, 2175, graduated from Tianwen College in 2188, and disappeared in a Dawn Organization D475 mission in the same year. 3 years later, in 2191, he was brought back by Team 5. In theory, he was 16 years old that year. Yugui vaguely realized who this he was. Yes. In 2191, I was just the deputy of Team 5, and I was the first to find him. He brought 2 children, and he was as dirty as a coal pit. In your impression, has his appearance and body changed over the years? Yugui's tone became an improper test. What do you mean? Well, I don't know. Literal meaning. He has always been like that. Yugui said casually. Some people look old when they are young, and look young again when they are old. They take advantage of others. Alina glanced at him and thought, extensive training will change a person's appearance to a certain extent. But if you have to say, it seems that there is no change. This is closely related to a person's innate genes. Just like some people get fat even if they drink water. Yugui, you must not be talking about me. Okay. When she stared at the filed books on the ground. I have a second question. Who else participated in the D475 mission of the Dawn Group? Yugui replied, except Lu Jianxian. All members of D475 died in battle. Wei Qian, the commander of the Dawn Group who issued the mission at that time, also died in 2189. Then, the third question. Have you seen him before 2188? Yugui said casually, there are so many people in the base. It is not certain that we have met each other once. He is very special. So I am sure that I have not seen him. Alina felt something was wrong. What did you find? Wenxi's eyes moved between the 2 faces to confirm that they were not lying. He smiled softly. That is to say, even if his existence is fake, no one knows. Yugui's eyebrows twisted fiercely. What do you mean? According to the archive records, Lu Jianxian lived in a marginalized area with his parents since he was a child. There was an infection there, and he lost his family and most of his neighbors. Afterwards, he was selected for a special training program at Tianwen Academy. There were 5 people training together. Coincidentally, the other 4 participated in the subsequent D75 mission and all died. I visited the area where he grew up, and the few survivors did not remember him when he was young. But there happened to be one of them. Family members of the special training program members. When she remembered that the old man's eyes were firm, there were only 4 people in the training program at that time. I am sure. They came to my house for dinner, and were very good comrades. Judge, was he also involved? Could it be a special arrangement of the Dawn Organization? Yugui's eyes were strange. The special training program refers to the hundreds of specialized training groups that were carried out at the same time that year. There were too many people involved. And because it was abolished after 3 years of implementation, it was difficult to find out the real situation. Maybe this is the purpose. When she shook his head, do you remember who was in charge? Yugui took a deep breath. Zhou Wei. Alina, you remember it so clearly? Yugui curled his lips and said politely, because I was not selected. Can you tell me what happened now? When she put one hand in his pocket and smiled coldly, all the rumors about him only appeared after 2191. Zhou Wei has been working in Tianwen Academy for nearly half a century, and he used countless coincidences to create a fake identity out of thin air. In other words, There is no Liu Jianshan in Yuza base at all. Yugui looked embarrassed. Well, I can understand every word. But how is this possible? In contrast, Alina seemed much calmer. Before 2191, the population numbering of Yuza base was very chaotic. In order to save trouble, the logistics department often replaced people directly after vacancies. It was not until the portable communicators were distributed to residents that the new number was obtained. That was at the end of 2191, after he returned to the city. Even if this is also one of the coincidences, I don't understand Zhou Wei's purpose in doing this. When she pinched the photo in his pocket, but he hesitated to take it out. He said, to rationalize a person who shouldn't be here. I don't understand. Yugui spread his hands, doubting the two people's secretive attitude. Why? How come Liu Jianshan doesn't exist? Isn't it true that the more absurd it is, the more real it is? You haven't rested yet, and empathy has given you some hallucinations. So you don't miss Liu Jianshan so much, right? When Wenxi's eyes slowly showed a smile. And he repeated, the more absurd it is, the more real it is. That's right. Wait, what did you just say was his name? A very young voice came out from the bookshelf at the back. Vito waved his hands, and the hair tie on his wrist swayed. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was reading there the whole time. I was there before you came to check the files. He was afraid that the three vigilant people would not believe him. So he spoke quickly. Liu Jianshan. Right. Jian for meeting. Shin for deep domain? I remember this name. Isn't he pretty? The kind, different from others? When she took out the photo, pressed Zhou Wei's face, and glanced at Fino. The boy was very sure this time. I'm sure it's him. His photo and name are at the end of the gene manual of the voyage plan. And he is a member of the voyage plan. When she had of course heard of the voyage plan. In 2141, 10,000 excellent genes entered the freezer of the near North Space Station through the Last Man rocket, waiting to be thawed and go to explore a new home in 50 years. For years, people have placed their hopes on this great project, especially the solution from future exploration to crisis resolution. As time went by, it became the only hope. And then a faint dream bubble. The outer space adaptation project that the floating island has been carrying out was originally supposed to serve the Far Voyage Plan. In other words, the Far Voyage Plan is a pioneer project for the outer space immigration plan for all mankind. The first application of the early hibernation capsule was for the Far Voyage Plan. They entered hibernation first, and were then launched to the near North Space Station. Fino explained. Yugui was completely confused and gave up arguing. If what you said is true, it means that Liu Jianshan, as a participant in the Far Voyage Plan, was supposed to set out in 2191 to explore other possibilities. But he appeared in the Yuza base, and Zhou Wei also created a reasonable existence for him to cover up his true identity. Why? At the end of the words, his eyes that refused to believe suddenly paused. Wenxi's voice was calm and almost indifferent, because the long-distance voyage plan failed. Hope is always better than despair. What's more, the long-distance voyage plan has long been a spiritual sustenance for people, as an illusory dream in the past many years. In order to cover up the fact of failure, Zhou Wei decided to turn it into a secret to be taken to the grave. And Liu Jianshan may be out of pity, or persuaded by Zhou Wei. And he also remained silent. So people will still persist until the last moment. Is it really like this? When she had more doubts in his heart, which gathered into a mist at this time, Yugui stepped back, hit the railing, and murmured, "This is a scam." Fino grabbed the corner of his clothes, as if he couldn't believe it, failed. How is it possible? It's just started. The air suddenly became silent in the quiet archive room. The instigator who exposed all this leaned over slowly to stack the files neatly, sneering from time to time. Yugui was desperate and frightened. Don't think too much. Even so, we still have to organize people to go to the snowfield quickly, hoping that we can still save him in time. Don't give up. He may have escaped. When she rubbed his wrist and lowered his eyes to look at the soft-colored crystal, Zeus will not kill him directly. Why? Because he is the best container. After this battle, Yuza base entered an unprecedented recovery period. The crisis hanging overhead made everyone work together to get everything back on track and become stronger to resist unknown threats. Under the joint resolution of leaders of multiple departments, the position of the commander-in-chief was temporarily vacant. In view of the outstanding performance in this battle, Jiaxi temporarily took over the position, and Xiao Nanji assisted. according to the information provided by Wenxi. The science department began to study ancient marine life. These creatures that have long returned to the deep sea have shown strong resistance to pollutants, and the degree of mutation is very light. This is also consistent with the plants under the Shazhou base that have the ocean as their ancestors. At the same time, the military formulated a defense counterattack plan. Except for a few places such as Yuza Base and Sablu City, the signal stations affected by the deep domain are hidden in every inch of land. And the signal stations within a certain range are controlled by the deep domain host, i.e. fruit core. Therefore, all hosts must be destroyed so that the pollutant organisms are no longer controlled by the deep domain for further removal. In addition, the Dawn Organization Department organized condolences for all the victims of this battle, and recorded Casca's name as an official member. According to the existing personnel and the selection of Tianwen Academy, the team allocation was readjusted. The Dawn Team 7 was restored. And when she was appointed as the new captain, this time the mission notification was blank. When she turned off the communicator and touched the still silent earphones, the place very close to the inner city gate was crowded with people. People were looking at him, waving, exclaiming, and smiling, just like the flower cards and small desserts piled up at the door of the dormitory. I don't know what Yuza Morning News wrote about him, which made those shadowy gazes full of tenderness and hope. He walked down the steps slowly. Someone was waiting for him in the jeep in front. This time, Liang was the driver, and was getting impatient waiting. Xia Mingming was sleeping in the back seat. Xiao Nanji would rather take leave from the tower than be absent, and was playing with Dan Wan. Yu Gui, Jing and Shanshan came late, and were seconded from the fifth team. A group of half-grown children ran from the roadside, surrounded Wenxi, and insisted on putting a wreath woven with willow leaves on him. It means to wish people who have traveled far away to return safely. The leading child held the corner of Wenxi's clothes, and a puddle of water appeared in his eyes when he blinked. He whispered to the person squatting down, "Big brother, will it always be like this? Will things really get better?" The fireworks on the high ground suddenly bloomed, and before all the noise fell, Wenxi whispered, "We will persist until that day. Before that, he must find Lu Jianshan."